Chapter 1. The Dragon's Awakening. Shen Pingan, you have exploited your position as a benefactor for impoverished students to win the affections of female university students, subsequently committing heinous acts. Against 7 of them, forensic evidence has been found within their bodies. This court hereby sentences you to 10 years of imprisonment, effective immediately. With a canvas bag slung over his shoulder, Shen Pingan stood before the Longqing railway station, reflecting on the myriad injustices he had suffered 5 years prior. A simmering hatred began to well up in his eyes. 8 years ago, he had provided financial support to 7 impoverished female university students in the provincial capital of Jiangzhou. After 3 years of assistance, these students invited him to dinner as a gesture of gratitude, only to intoxicate him and take him to a hotel. The following day, he found himself inexplicably accused by them in court, and despite the ironclad evidence, he was ultimately sentenced to 10 years. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. During his time in prison, he encountered a master who, having fallen victim to his own martial pursuits and facing imminent death, imparted upon him the unparalleled medical knowledge of the 9 Dragons Medical Codex, capable of reviving the dead. Yesterday, due to good behavior, he was released from prison. He had hoped to reunite with his family, only to return home to find it deserted. Neighbors informed him that shortly after his imprisonment, a group of strangers had taken his mother and sister away, and no one knew their whereabouts. In his quest to find them, Shen Pingan recalled the ancient dragon burial ring his master entrusted to him before passing. The master had explained that this ring could house 9 golden needles. Collecting the first needle would grant him access to the unique medical arts of the Long Burial Hall, and he already possessed the first needle and had mastered the 9 Dragons Medical Codex. By collecting the second needle, he could learn the unparalleled art of the Phoenix Command from the Long Burial Hall, rendering him invincible. The third would bestow upon him immense wealth, the fourth a tome of wonders, the fifth the ability to command the 4 heavenly kings of the Long Burial Hall, the sixth to inherit a global intelligence network, the 7th to locate the Long Burial Hall's headquarters, the 8th to unlock its gates, and the 9th to awaken the 9 true dragons entombed within, granting him a singular wish, to gather more than 6 golden needles. Shen Pingan aimed to utilize the Long Burial Hall's intelligence network to locate his mother and sister. He ventured alone to Longqing, for the 2nd and 3rd needles were in the possession of the elderly patriarch of the newly affluent Mu family. With this thought, Shen Pingan exited the railway station and hailed a taxi. "Where to, young man?" the driver asked warmly. Mu family manner. Upon hearing this, the driver paused, then continued, "Are you going to pay your respects to the late Mr. Mushinbo?" "Pay my respects. Mr. Mushinbo has passed away." Shen Pingan was taken aback, his expression darkening. The 2nd and 3rd needles were with Mushinbo. If he was dead, where could Shen Pingan possibly find them? Yes, it was announced on the radio just now. The founder of the Mu Group, Mushinbo, passed away the day before yesterday, and the funeral is scheduled for 2 o'clock this afternoon. Rumor has it that he was poisoned due to a fierce competition over a major project with an old aristocratic family, and even the renowned Dr. known for his miraculous healing abilities, could not save him. The Mu family has even commissioned a super low temperature coffin to preserve his body. The driver relayed the hearsay he had gathered. "Drive immediately, ensure we arrive at Mu family manor before 2 o'clock, and this money is yours," Shen Pingan said, thrusting a stack of cash into the driver's hands. Earnings he had acquired by treating guards during his imprisonment, though modest, amounting to a few thousand yuan. "Rest assured, I will get you there before 2, the driver replied, his tone shifting from young man to brother upon seeing the money. With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the taxi sped away, arriving precisely at 1:59 in front of an expansive manor. The entrance bore the grand characters "Mu Residence" in a flowing script. White mourning ribbons hung from the beams, and the air was thick with somber music and the sounds of weeping. Shen Pingan stepped inside. He observed several members of the Mu family clad in mourning attire kneeling before the altar, while servants prepared to seal the coffin for burial. "You cannot seal the coffin." Shen Pingan's voice, though soft, resonated with an almost magical clarity, capturing the attention of all present. The mourners ceased their lamentations, turning to regard the figure who had entered. With short hair and an old canvas bag on his back, his attire, though clean, bore the faded marks of years of wear. Jianan, the eldest son of the late patriarch, stepped forward, indignantly demanding, "Who are you? The mourning period is over. Step aside and do not delay my father's burial. I am not here to offer condolences. I have come to collect a debt from Mushinbo. He cannot die before returning what he owes me." The room fell into stunned silence. The Mu Group, valued in the billions, was founded by Mushinbo. How could he possibly owe a young man anything? This intruder was clearly a troublemaker sent by a rival. Anger flared among the Mu family as they glared at Shen Pingan. "You wretched boy, my father holds no grievances against you. How dare you disrupt his funeral? Do you think the Mu family is so easily trifled with? Someone, throw this scoundrel out and break his legs. With a command from Mu Jianan, several attendants surged toward Shen Pingon, their faces twisted with fury. They felt compelled to avenge the kindness their late patriarch had shown them. Unfazed, Shen Pingon stood his ground. As the assailants approached, he flicked a few coins from his hand, causing them to collapse en masse to the ground. Gasps of shock echoed through the room. Before anyone could collect their thoughts, Shen Pingon had reached the coffin of the late patriarch, trying to escape before returning what I seek? Not so fast, he murmured, gazing at Mu Zinbo's body encased in the super-low-temperature coffee. Chapter 2. Was it not you who remarked upon my granddaughter's supposed lack of beauty? Mu Jianan inquired, his voice resonant, cutting through the silence. A unanimous chorus of denials echoed in response. If none among us coughed, whence did that sound originate? The assembled members of the Mu family turned their gazes toward the patriarch ensconced within the coffin. A collective gasp arose as they beheld a subtle return of color to the elder's countenance. What have you done to my father? Mu Jiandong, the second son, stammered, his voice laced with incredulity. I have stated that Mu Xinbo remains indebted to me. He is not yet entitled to succumb, Chen Pingan declared, his pronouncement leaving no doubt as to his intentions to restore the patriarch's vitality. Brother, perhaps we ought to indulge him in this endeavor. Should he fail to revive our father, we may yet dismember him at our leisure. The faint glimmer of hope ignited by the cough prompted Mu Jiandong to beseech his elder brother, advocating for a gamble on the stranger's abilities. The sentiment resonated throughout the Mu family. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Chen Pingan maintained his focus, his right hand manipulating the golden needles piercing Mu's acupoints, while his left hand rhythmically tapped the region of the heart. Presently, a spectral wisp of black vapor emanated from the seemingly deceased figure, the manifestation of toxins and chills expelled by the golden needles. Miraculously, the heart began to pulsate with renewed vigor, and the pallor of death receded from Mu's face, replaced by a flush of vitality. Abruptly, the patriarch convulsed, expelling a torrent of black blood, his eyes fluttering open to behold the world anew. Father lives? The patriarch has indeed been restored to life. The miraculous scene unfolded, leaving onlookers in a state of profound astonishment. The domestic staff of the Mu household, seized by superstitious terror, recoiled in apprehension, mistaking the revival for an unholy resurrection. The newly awakened patriarch, disoriented by his confinement within the frigid coffin and the sight of his mourning progeny, voiced his bewilderment. What has befallen me? You have tasted death, only to be rescued from its clutches, Chen Pingan proclaimed, stepping in to elucidate the situation amidst the collective stupor of the Mu family. I recall now the pronouncement of my demise by Doctor Who, followed by the descent into oblivion. It would appear that this young prodigy has snatched me from the grasp of Yama, the king of hell. I am eternally in your debt. Recollecting the events leading to his apparent demise, the patriarch struggled to rise from his macabre bed, intent on offering his gratitude to Chen Pingan. The Mu family, jolted from their reverie, hastened to assist the patriarch from the coffin. Spare your gratitude, for I am here to collect a debt. Your demise shall not occur until the debt is settled, Chen Pingan interjected, forestalling the patriarch's gesture of obeisance. The 2-day preservation of the patriarch was facilitated by the cryonic coffin, which preserved the cells. A debt? The question hung in the air as all eyes turned toward the patriarch, yet his countenance mirrored their confusion. In his early years, the patriarch had indeed incurred debts to launch his enterprise, but these had been repaid with generous interest, transforming his creditors into esteemed shareholders of the Mu Group. Does the patriarch recall this ring? Chen Pingan inquired, revealing the dragon burial ring adorning his left index finger. The dragon burial ring. So the young doctor is the ring's inheritor. No wonder he could snatch me from the grasp of Yama, the king of hell, the patriarch exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Since the patriarch recognizes the ring, he must know the nature of the debt I seek to collect? Chen Pingan inquired, his tone measured and deliberate. Indeed, I am aware. However, the return of those items is contingent upon your acceptance of a condition, the patriarch declared, his countenance betraying an air of enigmatic calculation. Chen Pingan's brow furrowed in consternation. Yet, compelled by the imperative to locate his missing mother and sister, he resolved to endure whatever trials lay ahead to reclaim the long-lost golden needles. State your condition, provided it aligns with the principles of morality, ethics, and legality. My condition is simple, adhering to both ethics and the law. It merely requires you to take my granddaughter, Mu Wancheng, as your bride. Upon your union, the items shall be returned, the patriarch proclaimed, eliciting a collective gasp of astonishment from all present. To wed Mu Wancheng? Had death addled the old man's mind? To bestow the hand of the Mu family's most accomplished scion upon a stranger? Mu Wanqing, one of the four most beautiful women in the city, was also the CEO of the Mu Group, a veritable paragon of wealth and beauty. Suitors numbered in the hundreds. A simple condition, wouldn't you agree? As soon as you and my granddaughter have formalized your union, the item shall be yours. The patriarch reiterated, relishing the shock etched upon Chen Ping'an's features. Forgive my impertinence. But does your granddaughter happen to be of diminutive stature, ample girth, and afflicted with severe acne, resembling the grotesque caricature of cinema? Chen Ping'an inquired, his expression a mask of incredulity. The patriarch faltered, and the assembled members of the Mu family were struck dumb. Only Mu Wanqing, lurking in the shadows, radiated an aura of icy fury, her gaze fixed upon Chen Ping'an with lethal intent. This CEO is naturally beautiful, tall, graceful, knowledgeable, and desired by men of all ages in the city. How dare you describe me as stunted, obese, pimpled, and hideous? Were it not for your act of saving my grandfather, I would have ensured that your own mother would fail to recognize you. Chapter 3. A forced fruit is not sweet, but it quenches thirst. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. The elder Mu, feeling too lazy to explain, directly brought his granddaughter Mu Wanqing, who stood behind the crowd, to the forefront. Little divine doctor, this is my granddaughter Mu Wanqing. You can judge for yourself whether she resembles a flower. As Chen Ping'an gazed upon the girl thrust before him by the elder Mu, his eyes nearly widened in disbelief. The woman before him, in her early 20s, appeared untouched by cosmetics, radiating a natural beauty. Her bright smile revealed pearly white teeth, and her cherry-red lips were enticingly vivid. Adorning her ears were small gold and circular earrings. Even draped in mourning attire, her alluring figure was evident, curvaceous and statuesque, standing at least 175 centimeters tall. With skin as fair and delicate as milk, she was undoubtedly a goddess. The girlfriends he had previously dated could be considered beautiful, yet they paled in comparison to Mu Wanqing in terms of grace, features, and physique. If his former girlfriend Lin Duo represented a third-tier star, then Mu Wanqing was at the pinnacle of stardom, appearing like a celestial being even without makeup, stirring feelings of infatuation. Chen Ping'an's confusion deepened. With such a granddaughter, and the Mu family now a rising power in Longqing, one would expect suitors to be lining up at their doorstep. There was no way she could be unmarried. Yet, the elder Mu was pushing her towards him as if discarding refuse. There must be something amiss. Noticing the astonishment in Chen Ping'an's eyes, the elder Mu felt a surge of hope. What do you think? My granddaughter certainly catches your eye, right? Just give a nod, and she shall be your bride. The elder Mu exclaimed, attempting to clasp the hands of both Chen Ping'an and Mu Wanqing together, wanting them to hold hands. I want to marry. I want to marry either. Both Chen Ping'an and Mu Wanqing instinctively withdrew their hands and simultaneously rejected the proposition. Realizing their uncanny synchronization, they both fell silent, surprised by their mutual understanding. Father, Wanqing, and this little divine doctor don't even know each other's names. They are complete strangers. How can you arrange a marriage? Even if they were to wed, it wouldn't lead to happiness. I oppose this union. At that moment, Mu Wanqing's father, Mu Jiannan, regained his composure and stepped forward to voice his dissent. What does it matter if they don't know each other? They can get acquainted when they go to register for their marriage. Back in my day, your mother and I were strangers before marriage. We only met during our wedding night. Did we not love each other for a lifetime afterward? They've already met before the wedding night. What more do they desire? The elder Mu retorted, confident that as long as Chen Ping'an agreed, the decision would stand, and any opposition was futile. As long as I am alive, this family will be under my command. Cough, cough. The elder Mu scolded Mu Wanqing and her father, then began coughing incessantly. Initially, they wished to protest, but seeing the elder's face turn pale and his frail state, they silenced themselves for the sake of his health. Others from the Mu family hurried to pat the elder on the back and ease his discomfort. Even if your granddaughter wishes to marry me, I still refuse. You must reconsider your terms. Once the elder Mu regained Chapter 4, the commanded wedding night to prevent any tricks from the couple, such as fabricating a fake marriage certificate. Mr. Mu instructed his two sons to tidy up the house. He then had the driver take him, along with the already changed and even more stunningly beautiful Mu Wanqing and Chen Ping'an, to the Civil Affairs Bureau for registration. The old gentleman's insistence effectively thwarted Mu Wanqing's plan for a sham marriage, leaving her with a distressed expression as she reluctantly headed to the bureau. However, even with a pained face, her beauty remained undeniable, lending her an air of charm. Chen Ping'an found it perplexing that someone as beautiful as Mu Wanqing, who should have no trouble finding a partner, was being pressured by Mr. Mu to marry her. Upon their swift arrival at the Civil Affairs Bureau, the couple stood far apart, both wearing sullen expressions during the wedding photo session. It was apparent they resembled adversaries rather than a joyous couple, radiating hostility instead of happiness. Start over. You must smile, radiating happiness. Marriage is a joyous occasion, so practice how to smile at each other. Mr. Mu, brimming with energy, commanded as he directed the couple, displaying a vitality that belied his recent resurrection. Reluctantly, Mu Wanqing and Chen Pingyan complied, forcing awkward smiles. Suddenly, Mr. Mu stumbled and collided with Mu Wanqing, who, caught off guard, fell into Chen Pingyan's embrace. Their lips met in a serendipitous kiss, and in that moment, they both froze. Eyes wide, momentarily forgetting to separate. Dear granddaughter, do you believe me if I say this was merely an accident? Mr. Mu's words snapped them back to reality, as if a powerful spring had propelled them apart. Grandfather, do you truly think I would believe you? Mu Wanqing retorted, her frustration palpable as she glared at him. On the verge of tears, her grandfather had not only forced her into marriage with a stranger, but had also orchestrated an opportunity for her to share her first kiss with him. Oh, faced with her grandfather's antics, Mu Wanqing felt a wave of frustration. Ha! You two will soon be husband and wife. What is the harm in a kiss? There is no shame in it. Mr. Mu laughed heartily at his granddaughter's vexation. Grandfather, this is a bit excessive. We haven't even received our marriage certificate yet. If you keep this up, we might just call off the wedding. Chen Pingyan interjected seriously, noting Mu Wanqing's disgruntled demeanor. Mr. Mu, seemingly oblivious, was simply enjoying the moment. He misunderstood Chen Pingyan's seriousness, thinking that if Mu Wanqing were a normal person, marrying someone so beautiful wouldn't be a burden. However, sensing Mr. Mu's urgency in marrying off his granddaughter, even resorting to such tactics as facilitating physical intimacy, Chen Pingyan began to suspect there might be underlying issues with Mu Wanqing. That's right, grandfather. If you cause any more disturbances, we might not go through with this marriage. This time, Mu Wanqing and Chen Pingyan stood united, their cheeks puffed in indignation as they threatened Mr. Mu. All right. I won't meddle anymore. Hurry and take your photos to get your marriage certificate. Mr. Mu conceded, a hint of frustration in his tone. Fearing further antics from their grandfather, the couple put in earnest efforts to appear blissful for the photos. Soon after, they exited the Civil Affairs Bureau with their marriage certificate in hand. Mu Wanqing gazed at the document in a daze, never expecting to have married so hastily. Grandfather, now that we have the certificate, you can hand over the gold needle. As soon as they left the bureau, Chen Pingyan eagerly demanded from Mr. Mu, call me grandfather properly, and I'll give it to you. Mr. Mu replied grumpily. Gee, grandfather. Chen Pingyan stammered, forcing the word out. Now that is more like it. Mr. Mu beamed, then turned to Mu Wanqing. You head back. I have some matters to discuss with my grandson-in-law. Ugh, I'm not interested in your secretive discussions. Mu Wanqing shot them both an annoyed glance before departing. Did you notice the golden earrings your wife is wearing? They were made by her grandmother and gifted to her. She regards them as heirlooms and refuses to give them to anyone. On your wedding night, be a little more resourceful. When she is tired and asleep, you can discreetly remove the earrings. Mr. Mu said with a mischievous grin, pointing at Mu Wanqing's retreating figure. Chen Pingyan finally noted the color of the round earrings on Mu Wanqing's ears, which resembled the gold needle he held. A realization struck him, and he felt deceived by Mr. Mu. Had I known the gold needle was in your granddaughter's ears, I wouldn't have saved you. He grumbled. Haha. Hindsight is priceless. It merely indicates you two are fated. Mr. Mu teased him joyfully. Upon returning to the Mu family estate, Chen Pingyan was greeted by a transformed atmosphere. The previously somber surroundings adorned with white mourning cloth had been replaced by vibrant decorations, radiating joy. I'll arrange for the date and book a hotel for your wedding, Mr. Mu declared excitedly, waving his hand at the festive scene. Let us hold off on the wedding for now. We can wait 3 months. If we're still married by then, we can plan it then. Chen Pingyan quickly interjected. Very well, we shall postpone the wedding for 3 months. However, this does not prevent you from consummating your marriage tonight. If you're concerned about having a child affecting the divorce in 3 months, you may take precautions. Mr. Mu stated generously. Chen Pingyan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, since it was an official wedding night, he decided not to hold back, especially since they were already wed. As for precautions, he would heed Mr. Mu's advice. I'll go buy some supplies, Chen Pingyan announced, eager to leave the Mu residence before his grandfather could utter any more suggestive remarks. Remember to return in time for dinner, Mr. Mu called after him. Without turning back, Chen Pingyan simply raised his hand in an okay gesture. Chapter 5. Guidance. Chen Pingyan arrived at the entrance of a traditional Chinese medicine clinic named Baojitang. Besides needing to purchase condoms for his wedding night, he also intended to acquire some medicine to aid the health of the elderly Mr. Mu. Get out of my way. He suddenly heard a sharp cry from behind him before he could step into the clinic. Turning around, he saw a luxury car with license plates consisting entirely of zeros parking behind him. A spirited young woman clad in athletic attire was directing two burly men, who were urgently supporting an unconscious elderly man in traditional Chinese garb as they rushed toward the clinic. Observing the principle of patient priority, Chen Ping'an promptly stepped aside to allow the patient passage. As the group passed by, he caught a glimpse of the unconscious elder and felt a flicker of familiarity, though he could not quite place where he had seen him before. Quickly, summon your esteemed Doctor Who to save him. Hurry, hurry, the young woman shouted as she entered the clinic. The proprietor, sensing the urgency and the formidable nature of the young woman, immediately abandoned his tasks and dashed into the inner hall to fetch their esteemed doctor, known as the saintly physician Hu Qingyo. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 50s, sporting a distinctive mustache, emerged from within. He was none other than the renowned saintly physician Hu Qingyo. Upon seeing the unconscious elder, his expression shifted dramatically. Quickly, lay him flat on the ground. Everyone, step back to allow the air to circulate. Propriety, fetch the needles. After taking the elder's pulse, Hu Qingyo commanded the proprietor. The proprietor, displaying discernment, had already prepared the silver needle kit and alcohol lamp while Hu Qingyo assessed the elder's condition. Upon receiving the physician's instructions, he promptly handed over the items. After sterilizing the silver needles with the alcohol lamp, Hu Qingyo proceeded to administer a few acupuncture needles to the elder. Chen Ping'an shook his head disapprovingly at the physician's technique. Indeed, after Hu Qingyo's needles were inserted, the elder's condition did not improve. Instead, his lips began to dry, and his body grew cold and trembled. Hu Qingyo, are you capable or not? If my grandfather suffers any mishap because of your delay, I shall hold you and your entire family accountable. The young woman's icy threat pierced the air as she observed the distressing changes in her grandfather's condition. Hu Qingyo, already sweating profusely from the pressure of the situation, trembled as he heard her words. Although Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of disdain for the young woman's intimidating demeanor, he recognized that Hu Qingyo's composure had been shattered by her threats. If he did not intervene soon, the elder would not survive the day. You have been administering the needles incorrectly since the second one. After the Shinting point, the second and third should be placed at the left and right Nei Guan points, while the fourth and fifth should be at the Chiu Su points. Chen Ping'an could no longer restrain himself from offering guidance. You ignorant child, what nonsense are you spouting? The patient is afflicted with malevolent energy throughout his organs. Should I follow your instructions, it would spell ruin for his internal organs. What is your true intent? Hu Qingyo, already in a state of distress, was provoked by Chen Ping'an's remarks. Anger Flower Chapter 6. The Old War God in Shock. Doctor Who, you are too modest. The reason you were unable to diagnose the patient earlier was simply due to the uniqueness of their condition. The cause was not immediately apparent, stated Chen Ping'an with polite humility. By the way, could you kindly prepare 2 doses of medicine based on this prescription for me to take back for my elders? After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Ping'an presented the prepared prescription to Doctor Who for the medicines. When it came time to pay, Doctor Who resolutely refused to accept any payment, and Chen Ping'an, not wishing to impose, took the medicines and departed. Once Chen Ping'an had left, the elderly gentleman, supported by his granddaughter, approached Doctor Who. You truly are a master of traditional medicine. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have been meeting with Yama today. The old man expressed his heartfelt gratitude, bowing deeply, his complexion still pale, but his voice robust, revealing the strength he possessed in better health. Xiaolao, you are too kind. It was not I who brought you back from the clutches of Yama, but rather a young gentleman who came to collect medicine. I merely acted upon his guidance to save you. Doctor Who humbly replied, mindful of the many witnesses present. Oh, is that so? The old man's face displayed a mixture of surprise and skepticism as he turned to his granddaughter. Doctor Who's esteemed reputation was well known across the land, and it was hard for him to believe a young man could have imparted such wisdom to the venerable doctor. The young lady nodded, affirming the truth of Doctor Who's words. Truly, the world is filled with talents emerging from unexpected places. I must find an opportunity to personally thank that young man. The old man remarked with a sense of wonder after receiving confirmation from his granddaughter. Grandfather, well, that rascal did save you. He also injured Ada with a single strike and threatened me with a weapon. We are even now. No need to thank him. The young lady pouted, clearly displeased. What? That young man injured Ada with a single blow? The old man exclaimed, turning to look at the injured Ada, whose face was ashen and arm hanging limply at his side. My lord, I am incompetent and failed to protect Mississippi. Please punish me. Ada and his companion bowed their heads in shame before the elder. The old man lifted Ada's arm. Incapacitated? The examination results revealed a look of shock in the old man's eyes. Though neither Ada nor Air were his strongest subordinates, they had once faced hundreds on the battlefield. He, Zhao Wujie, known as the war god of the north, would never have dared to claim that a single move could incapacitate Ada during his prime. Doctor Who. Where's that young gentleman now? The old war god inquired urgently, turning to Doctor Who. Zhao Lao, that young man has taken his medicine and left. Doctor Who respectfully replied. Left? Is there any way to find him? Zhao Wujie grasped Doctor Who's hand, his expression filled with urgency. That young friend did not leave any contact information. It may be somewhat challenging to locate him, Doctor Who said, looking troubled. Do you remember his appearance? Zhao Wujie pressed on, unwilling to give up. Grandfather, we have surveillance footage. We can review it and issue a citywide alert, the young lady suggested. Believing her grandfather was furious over Ada's injury and sought retribution against the young man. Ada, too, was moved and nearly brought to tears by this sentiment. Yes. Doctor Who, please pull up the surveillance. Zhao Wujie immediately prompted Doctor Who upon his granddaughter's suggestion. All right, please wait a moment. Doctor Who, like the others, assumed Zhao Wujie intended to confront Qin Pingyuan, although he wished to assist the one who had aided him. He felt the weight of Zhao Wujie's esteemed status and could only comply. Soon, Zhao Wujie spotted Qin Pingyuan on the surveillance footage. Upon seeing the ring on Qin Pingyuan's finger, he trembled with excitement. Stop. Rewind to the moment he clashed with Ada and magnify the image. To confirm whether Qin Pingyuan indeed wore the legendary dragon's burial ring, Zhao Wujie persistently directed the footage operators. When they enlarged the scene of the clash between Qin Pingyuan and Ada, Zhao Wujie finally confirmed that the ring Qin Pingyuan wore was indeed the dragon's burial ring, which he had only seen once in his youth. Truly, the heir of the dragon's burial ring. No wonder he possesses such strength, not only able to guide Doctor Who but also capable of lightly injuring Ada with a single strike. It seems he merely intended to teach Ada a lesson, not to harm him gravely. Otherwise, that blow could have easily taken Ada's life. Zhao Wujie murmured to himself, having recognized Qin Pingyuan as the heir of the dragon's burial ring. His extraordinary achievements throughout his life were largely due to the guidance he received from the eighth heir of the dragon's burial ring in his youth, which allowed him to dominate the battlefield and earn his reputation as the war god of the north. Send out a command. I want all information on this individual within 10 minutes. Zhao Wujie ordered sternly, directing his command to the uninjured heir. Yes, my lord. Heir promptly obeyed, retrieving a laptop from the vehicle to begin investigating Qin Pingyuan's identity. Meanwhile, Doctor Who's expression changed drastically. Feeling as though he had inadvertently implicated Qin Pingyuan and growing increasingly anxious. Zhao Lao, while that young man did injure your subordinate, he also saved you from the gates of death. Considering he acted without knowledge of your identity, perhaps we might extend him some leniency? Doctor Who, taking a deep breath, risked defending Zhao Wujie and his men to plead for Qin Pingyuan. Upon hearing Doctor Who's words, the old man was momentarily taken aback. I intended to find this young man to thank him in person. What are you all imagining? He explained with a bemused expression. His statement left his granddaughter and subordinates exchanging bewildered glances. I misunderstood Zhao Lao. Doctor Who realized, feeling embarrassed. For someone of Zhao Wujie's stature, his intention to thank the young man was sincere, devoid of any ulterior motives. At that moment, Air, utilizing the formidable intelligence network of the war goddess residence, managed to uncover Qin Pingyuan's background. My lord, I have completed the investigation. He was originally a chief physician at Jiangzhou People's Hospital, with commendable skills and reputation. 8 years ago, he sponsored 7 female university students for 3 years, only to be falsely accused of assaulting them, resulting in a 10-year prison sentence. He was released early for good behavior. According to records from the Civil Affairs Bureau, he just registered his marriage with Miss Mu Wansheng of the Mu family today. Air reported succinctly to the old war god. Chapter 7. Has the doll come to life? Funding 7 impoverished female college students only to be wrongfully accused and sentenced to 10 years? Old Zhao, the war god, murmured to himself before turning to his granddaughter. Speaking of which, the old master of the Mu family was my classmate. Minmin, didn't you say you wanted to host a birthday banquet for Grandpa in 3 days? Let us hold it at the Dihao Hotel in Longqing. Send an invitation to the Mu family. I want to personally express my gratitude to that young benefactor, Qin Pingyuan. The elder pondered for a moment and spoke to his granddaughter. With his advanced age, he knew his time was limited. Once he departed from this world, the Zhao family would undoubtedly face disintegration. If that young man truly was the heir of the dragon burial ring, establishing a good rapport with him would make any forces wishing to challenge the Zhao family think twice about their consequences. throughout history. Whether it was Emperor Qin unifying the realm, the Empress of the Zhou dynasty ascending the throne, or the Qing soldiers entering the pass. Behind these monumental events stood the figure of the dragon burial ring's heir. All right, Grandpa, I will have someone deliver the invitation to the Mu family. Zhao Min's face lit up with joy as she sweetly replied, pleased that her grandfather had agreed to host the banquet. Beside them, Dr. Hu, a renowned healer, was astonished by the conversation between the grandfather and granddaughter. The man before him was none other than Zhao Wujia, the war god of the north, whose influence had not waned despite his retirement from the battlefield years ago. The fact that he would host a birthday banquet specifically to think that young man spoke volumes about his regard for him. You should come join us for the festivities as well, Dr. Hu. Old Zhao noticed Hu's expression and extended an invitation. Thank you for your kind invitation. I am honored and will certainly attend, Dr. Hu replied respectfully. Subsequently, he provided the old war god with some medicinal herbs to aid in his recovery from internal injuries. After which the elder, accompanied by his granddaughter, departed from the traditional medicine clinic. Grandpa, that scoundrel is merely an arrogant man with a bit of medical knowledge. Why do you place such importance on him, going so far as to host a birthday banquet for him? Once they were back in the car, the young woman inquired, puzzled by her grandfather's sudden change of heart. Previously, when she suggested a grand celebration for him, he had vehemently refused, citing a desire to avoid extravagance. Now, it was evident that he was using the banquet as an excuse to entertain that scoundrel. Oh, you foolish girl, when will you gain some insight? Even at his peak, your grandfather couldn't have easily dealt with that man. Do you truly believe he is an ordinary person? The old war god Zhao Wujia gently retorted. Could it be that you suspect he is one of those high disciples of the reclusive masters? Zhao Min, prompted by her grandfather's words, asked in disbelief. It is more than just a high disciple. Did you notice the ring on his finger? In my youth, I encountered it. It must be the legendary dragon burial ring. What? Could he be the 9th generation heir of the dragon burial ring? Zhao Min was utterly astonished. She had heard her grandfather recount how his achievements were largely due to his fortunate association with the heir of the dragon burial ring in his youth, who had imparted a set of skills to him, thus enabling his current stature. That heir had deemed her grandfather unworthy and refused to take him as a disciple. If that young man truly was the heir, her grandfather's actions would no longer seem surprising. Whether or not this is true will be revealed on the day of the banquet. Prepare to invite all the prominent figures from launching to join us. I want to publicly clear Qin Ping'an's name and exonerate him from the wrongful accusations he faces. Very well, let us return, the elder concluded, prompting the driver to start the car. When Qin Ping'an returned to the Mu family, it was just in time for dinner. My dear grandson-in-law has returned. Let us begin the meal, the elder joyfully commanded upon seeing Qin Ping'an enter. Under the elder's instruction, the Mu family prepared a lavish dinner to honor their new son-in-law. Although Mu Wanqing and her parents felt discontent, they dared not oppose the elder, who had only just awoken and was still recuperating. They treated it as a celebration of his miraculous recovery. Halfway through dinner, Mu Wanqing received a call from a friend and hurriedly left the table. After dinner, Qin Ping'an handed the newly purchased medicine to the Mu family, instructing them to prepare it for the elder. Then, under the guidance of the maid, Aunt Wu, he arrived at the door of a room. Son-in-law, you will reside in this room from now on, Aunt Wu said as she opened the door with a key and handed it to Qin Ping'an before leaving. Curious, Qin Ping'an stepped inside, greeted by a gentle fragrance that invigorated the spirit. The room, approximately 30 square meters, was adorned in soft pink hues and featured an expansive bathroom. A vanity was furnished with various high-end cosmetics, and on the pristine white bed lay a doll nearly as tall as a person, with the headboard decorated with large red double happiness symbols. It was evident that this was Mu Wanqing's boudoir. It was hardly surprising that the elder had arranged for him to stay in her room, considering his insistence that Qin Ping'an marry his granddaughter. With Mu Wanqing still absent, Qin Ping'an made himself at home, grabbing a towel and stepping into the bathroom for a refreshing hot shower. Since he had no intention of remaining married to Mu Wanqing for long, planning to divorce her after 3 months when their agreement expired, he felt no need to maintain any particular image. After showering, he instinctively donned a pair of shorts, tossing the life-size doll onto the sofa before lying down on the fragrant bed. It had been ages since he had slept on such a comfortable mattress, and soon he succumbed to slumber. After an indeterminate time, a weary Mu Wanqing returned home. Pushing open the door without turning on the lights, she headed straight for her soft, white bed, slipping off her shoes and collapsing onto the bed without removing her stockings. Instinctively reaching for her large doll. Wait, why is it so smooth? Where's the doll's fur? Why does my doll have a heartbeat and warmth? Realizing something was amiss, Mu Wanqing muttered to herself in confusion. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she quickly turned on the bedside lamp. Ah! The next moment, Mu Wanqing let out a shriek. She discovered that her doll was nowhere to be found. Instead, she was embracing a man clad only in shorts, with bare arms. Chapter 8. The Golden Needle in Hand on the Silent Night. Mu Wanqing's scream pierced the air with an unsettling sharpness. Chen Pingyan, already awakened by her commotion, swiftly covered her mouth. Muffled whimpers escaped Mu Wanqing's lips, as she was unable to articulate her distress. In that moment, Chen Pingyan's gaze was drawn to the gleaming gold earrings adorning her ears. He forcibly turned her over, pinning her beneath him, and began to remove her earrings. This sudden action jolted Mu Wanqing's memory, recalling the information her close friend, Qin Shiyu, had shared with her. After parting ways with Chen Pingyan at the Civil Affairs Bureau, she had sought out her confidant to vent about the bizarre events of the day. Qin Shiyu had been left utterly astounded, her mouth agape in disbelief as she listened to Mu Wanqing's tale. The absurdity of her grandfather, who had recently passed away, suddenly resurrecting and compelling his granddaughter to marry a stranger was beyond comprehension. If Mu Wanqing hadn't produced the marriage certificate as proof, Qin Shiyu would have dismissed the entire account as a fantastical story. Intrigued by Chen Pingyan, Qin Shiyu had immediately employed her hacking skills to uncover his background after Mu Wanqing left. The results shocked her to the core. The man Mu Wanqing had married was revealed to be a monster who had violated 7 female university students. Without delay, she called Mu Wanqing, who was still at dinner, and presented her with a comprehensive dossier detailing Chen Pingyan's life from childhood to his incarceration. Upon reading the shocking revelations, Mu Wanqing was equally taken aback. She and her friend deliberated late into the night, and given her grandfather's recent resurrection, she was reluctant to disturb him for fear of disrupting his rest. She resolved to present the information to him the following day, intent on having this fiend expelled from their lives. However, before dawn could break, she found herself ensnared in the grasp of this very fiend. Panic surged within her, prompting her to struggle fiercely. As Chen Pingyan attempted to remove her earrings, he inadvertently tugged on her ear, causing it to bleed and eliciting tears of pain from her. "How dare you, you monster! Let me go, you've drawn blood," she exclaimed, turning her head to glare at him in fury. Hearing footsteps approaching the door, Chen Pingyan quickly covered her mouth once more. The commotion had disturbed the entire Mu family estate. Her parents, still awake and discussing their daughter's predicament, assumed that Chen Pingyan was assaulting her. They rushed to the door, intent on confronting him. "What business do you two have barging in on our child's wedding night?" Just as Mu Jianan and his wife were about to break down the door, the voice of old Master Mu boomed from behind them, startling them both. "Father, didn't you hear Wanqing scream? That scoundrel is forcing her. I must go in and dismember him." Mu Jianan seethed, ready to act. "Nonsense. They are legally married now, and their wedding night is their own private affair. You must return and cease this disturbance." Old Master Mu rebuked his eldest son with a stern expression. "But Wanqing," Mu Jianan began, only to be interrupted by his father. "Have my words lost their weight? If you do not leave this instant, do not blame me for invoking family discipline." The threat of familial punishment silenced the couple, and Chapter 9. "Are you a dog? Good heavens, you're far too audacious," Chen Pingyan exclaimed, momentarily abandoning his composure. The pair of golden needles, fashioned into earrings, were concealed within. Exposure would inevitably lead to discovery. "Are you feeling guilty?" Mu Wanqing inquired, her conviction that Chen Pingyan had concealed the earrings growing stronger. "Who said I was feeling guilty? I'm merely a tad embarrassed. Since you're so eager to see, I shall indulge you," Chen Pingyan declared through gritted teeth, proceeding to lower his sole article of clothing. "Ah, you incorrigible rogue. I told you to disrobe, yet you actually did it?" Mu Wanqing exclaimed, startled by Chen Pingyan's actions. She swiftly turned away, covering her eyes in apprehension. She had been certain that Chen Pingyan would not dare to undress. His refusal would serve as proof of his guilt. However, Chen Pingyan acted without hesitation, catching her completely off guard. Chen Pingyan was bewildered. "But you were the one who told me to disrobe. How did I suddenly become the rogue? What twisted logic is this?" Chen Pingyan protested, feeling more wrong than Doi herself. With her back turned to Chen Pingyan, Mu Wanqing retorted, her voice laced with exasperation. I was merely testing you to see if you were hiding something. I never expected you to actually do it, you scoundrel." Chen Pingyan had finally experienced the irrationality of women firsthand. No wonder her grandfather feared she would never find a husband and insisted on forcing him to marry her. Which man would dare to marry such a woman? Only he, with his secret leverage, had no choice but to concede and marry this woman. The old man Mu had even tricked him into signing a written agreement. The older generation truly possessed cunning beyond compare. Fortunately, it was only for 3 months. Having found himself in this situation, Chen Ping had no choice but to confront it head-on. Enough nonsense. I'm asking you, are you going to continue searching or not? If not, then stop accusing me of taking your earrings. I understand now. Your search for the earrings is a mere pretense. Your true motive is to take advantage of me and ogle my loins, isn't it? I never imagined you were such a depraved individual, Chen Ping retorted, leveling an accusatory finger at Mu Wanqing with feigned indignation. As he spoke, his hands were not idle. He retrieved the earring and concealed it in his mouth. That's preposterous. Who would want to take advantage of a fiend like you? Now pull up your trousers, Mu Wanqing retorted, her voice laced with indignation as she faced away from Chen Ping. The scoundrel had actually turned the tables on her, infuriating her to no end. Who would want to gaze upon his unsightly appendage? This was truly infuriating. Even more infuriating was the fact that Chen Ping's willingness to disrobe proved that the earrings were not on his person. This meant she had lost. Mu Wanqing stomped her foot in frustration and returned to the bedside, feigning composure as she resumed her search. Observing Mu Wanqing's disgruntled expression, Chen Ping felt a surge of satisfaction. However, realizing the need to maintain appearances, Chen Ping approached Mu Wanqing with a mischievous grin. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Noticing Chen Ping's approach, Mu Wanqing exclaimed in alarm, retreating to the edge of the bed. But you said that if the earrings weren't found on my person, you would allow me to do as I pleased. So what do you think I want to do? Chen Ping inquired, his gaze fixed on Mu Wanqing's exquisite face, adopting the persona of a predatory wolf. Don't you dare do anything rash, or I'll scream for help, Mu Wanqing cried out, her voice laced with panic as she retreated further into the corner of the bed, issuing repeated warnings to Chen Ping. We are already legally married, a legitimate couple. Besides, your grandfather is eager for us to engage in intimate relations. As long as your grandfather is around, even if you scream your lungs out, it won't do you any good, Chen Ping retorted with a mischievous grin. Leaning forward to gently lift Mu Wanqing's delicate chin, Mu Wanqing was clad in casual attire, a white t-shirt adorned with a cartoon print on the chest, paired with form-fitting jeans that accentuated her flawless figure. Combined with her stunning beauty, she was a sight to behold. Alas, this woman was problematic. Otherwise, having such a beautiful woman as a wife would be a stroke of good fortune for any man. Chen Ping's words plunged Mu Wanqing into despair, and tears welled up in her eyes. Spare me the theatrics. A woman's tears have no effect on me. Very well, I won't touch you. Wipe away your tears. Chen Ping initially intended to intimidate Mu Wanqing, but his efforts proved futile, instead causing her tears to flow uncontrollably. Chen Ping seized the opportunity to back down, bringing an end to their entanglement for the night. However, just as he was about to withdraw his hand, Mu Wanqing bit down on his thumb. Ah, are you a dog? Chen Ping cried out, his expression contorted in pain as blood oozed from his bitten thumb. Agree to 3 conditions, and I'll release you, Mu Wanqing demanded, her words muffled as she clamped her teeth on Chen Ping's hand. Chen Ping was astounded by her ability to speak while biting someone. Fearing that his thumb might be severed if he refused, Chen Ping reluctantly nodded in agreement. Only then did Mu Wanqing release her grip. Chen Ping swiftly retreated, distancing himself from the biting Mu Wanqing. My first condition is that you are never allowed to sleep in my bed. Second, you are not allowed to touch me. Third, you must not find any excuse to avoid divorce after the 3 months are up. If you fail to meet these conditions, I will bite you again, severing every part of your body that I can reach, Mu Wanqing declared, wiping away her tears as she issued her 3 conditions. Accompanied by a warning to Chen Ping, her gaze intentionally drifted towards Chen Ping's trousers, conveying a clear message. I wouldn't dream of touching a woman like you. I agree to all 3 conditions. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me any further, Chen Ping retorted. Noticing Mu Wanqing's gaze fixed on his trousers, he shuddered involuntarily and agreed without hesitation, clutching his bleeding thumb as he retreated to the sofa. Mu Wanqing was taken aback by Chen Ping's swift agreement to her conditions, leaving her momentarily speechless. It was not until Chen Ping had settled on the sofa that she regained her composure. Hearing Chen Ping's pained groans from the sofa, a subtle smile played on her lips. Little rascal, I refuse to believe I can't tame you, she muttered triumphantly, before wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, leaving only her head exposed. It was not until she heard Chen Ping snoring that she succumbed to weariness and drifted off to sleep. After Mu Wanqing had fallen asleep, Chen Ping, who had been feigning snoring, suddenly opened his eyes. He rose and tiptoed towards the bathroom, locking the door from the inside. He retrieved the pair of earrings from his mouth and smeared them with blood from his injured thumb. The earrings emitted a brilliant golden light, projecting several lines of text onto the wall. These were the incantations for the second level of the wind riding art, as well as the password for the Dragon Vault's bank vault. Mu Wancheng, already on high alert due to the presence of a man in her room, was a light sleeper. She was swiftly awakened by the golden light emanating from the bathroom's glass door. Chapter 10. The most esteemed client. Had she truly seen a ghost? Mu Wancheng instinctively rubbed her eyes and glanced again, only to find the golden light had vanished entirely. The restroom was illuminated solely by artificial light, leading her to question her own perception. Shortly thereafter, Chen Pingon emerged from the restroom, prompting Mu Wancheng to feign sleep immediately. Chen Pingon, however, chose not to expose her charade and returned to the sofa to resume his slumber. Thus, the first night for the two passed quietly. At 7 in the morning, Mu Wancheng rose to seek her grandfather. It was only at 8:30 that Chen Pingon stretched and finally got out of bed, freshened up, and departed from the Mu residence. He had two significant tasks to accomplish that day. First, to retrieve the immense wealth stored in the Dragon Burial Hall's vault, and second, to replicate 2 golden earrings to return to Mu Wancheng. After enjoying breakfast at a street stall, Chen Pingon arrived at the Dragon City branch of Ruishi Bank. Ruishi Bank is an institution catering exclusively to the world's affluent elite. A substantial portion of the Dragon Burial Hall's wealth, amounting to a staggering fortune, resided within the bank's vault. Upon entering, Chen Pingon noticed a queue of a dozen individuals attending to their banking needs. Instantly, he captured the attention of everyone present. The men at Ruishi Bank were impeccably dressed in tailored suits, while Chen Pingon still donned the same attire he had worn upon his release from prison 5 years prior, an ensemble that appeared outdated and faded, starkly contrasting with the polished patrons around him. In the eyes of the onlookers, Chen Pingon's appearance marked him as either a destitute individual or a country bumpkin. Their gazes ranged from disdain to ridicule, keeping a cautious distance as if fearing he might somehow infect them with his poverty. Young man, do you have any idea what kind of bank this is? This is Ruishi International Bank, which only deals with large transactions. If you wish to withdraw money, I suggest you go to a smaller bank. A young woman, partially covering her mouth and nose, kindly advised him. Thank you for your concern. I'm here to withdraw a substantial sum, Chen Pingon replied politely. Is the substantial sum you speak of merely 100 yuan? The crowd erupted in laughter, finding his claim utterly amusing. Having grown accustomed to such mockery and cold remarks over the years, Chen Pingon remained unfazed, standing in line for over half an hour until it was finally his turn. Is that you? The beautiful teller who attended to him gasped upon recognizing Chen Pingon. She happened to be Qin Shiyu, a close friend of Mu Wancheng, who had recently been assigned to Ruishi Bank for training. Having seen Chen Pingon's photograph while investigating him for Mu Wancheng the day before, she was taken aback to see him standing before her now. You know me? Chen Pingon inquired, astonished, as he took in the teller's striking features, which rivaled Mu Wancheng's beauty, accentuated by her professional attire that exuded an air of intellect. I am Mu Wancheng's friend. She showed me your photo yesterday. May I ask what business you wish to conduct? I must remind you that we only handle transactions exceeding 100 million yuan. If it's a matter of a few hundred or thousand yuan, I recommend you visit another bank, Qin Shiyu said with a tone of disdain. This scoundrel had set his sights on her dear friend Mu Wancheng immediately upon his release from prison, and with some form of sorcery. He had manipulated Wancheng's grandfather into coercing her into marriage, seeking to gain both wealth and companionship. To belittle Chen Pingon further, she deliberately stated that their bank only processed transactions of 100 million or more. As anticipated, Chen Pingon looked utterly bewildered by Qin Shiyu's words. Isn't it true that Ruishi International Bank handles transactions starting from 1 million yuan? When did it become 100 million? He questioned, perplexed. Recalling that he had checked online during his journey, there were no stipulations against handling amounts below 100 million. I said we only deal with transactions of 100 million or more. Why do you ask so many questions? As if you even have 1 million. If you have no money, you should leave and not hinder others. Qin Shiyu snapped, clearly irked. Very well, if only transactions of 100 million or more are permissible, then allow me to withdraw 100 million in cash. Chen Pingon responded, somewhat resigned. His mentor had informed him that although only a fraction of the Drago Chapter 11, the assets of the Dragon Burial Hall, sir, please follow me. The manager humbly invited Chen Pingon into his office. This scene astonished not only Qin Shiyu and the staff, but also the clients in the lobby. It was well known that Ruishi International Bank had become haughty due to the abundance of wealthy clientele it served. Many of those in line had conducted transactions exceeding 10 million. Yet none had ever been personally attended to by the manager. Who was this country bumpkin that warranted such attention? Unaware of the psychological impact his actions had on others, The manager promptly brewed the finest tea for Chen Pingon after ushering him into the office. Sir, I am Shen Jiuliang, the general manager of the Longqing branch of Ruishi International Bank. It is a pleasure to serve you. May I ask how you would like to be addressed? Chen Pingon. I have come today to transfer the funds of the Dragon Burial Hall held at your bank into my personal account. Is that possible? After taking a sip of tea, Chen Pingon inquired. Sir, as long as you possess the Dragon Burial Ring and have the safe deposit box's password to access the assets, you may arrange the funds as you wish. Shall I escort you to the safe deposit box? The manager's intention was clear. He would lead Chen Pingon to the safe deposit box rented by the Dragon Burial Hall. Upon verifying the authenticity of the Dragon Burial Ring and the correctness of the password, Chen Pingon would be free to manage the funds, as stipulated in the agreement when the assets were deposited. Yes, take me to the safe deposit box, Chen Pingon replied with a nod. The manager wasted no time, operating his computer, which caused a door in the back wall to open, revealing a passageway leading to the basement, filled with intricate red laser beams. Merely touching one of the beams would trigger alarms and security mechanisms. Once the manager disabled the lasers, he guided Chen Pingon inside, arriving at an elevator. Mr. Chen, the safe deposit box is located 99 meters underground. Let us take the elevator down. Upon exiting the elevator, they entered a technologically advanced subterranean realm, featuring a row of doors, each crafted from the most advanced alloy materials. The manager led Chen Pingon to the central door. Chen Pingon placed the Dragon Burial Ring into a small recess on the door, which activated a virtual screen prompting him to input a password. He swiftly entered the password he had obtained from the Golden Needle the previous night. The previously sealed high-tech alloy door opened silently, revealing a blinding golden light emanating from within. As their eyes adjusted, both men were astounded by the sight before them. The space, measuring approximately 50 to 60 square meters, was divided into 3 sections: the Gold Zone, Cash Zone, and Antique Zone. The dazzling golden light reflected off towering piles of gold in the center. Once accustomed to the brilliance, Chen Pingon led the manager inside. He first examined the Gold Zone, where the gold was molded into bricks the size of small bars and arranged into 5 pyramid shapes. Each brick was marked with its weight, and the total value of the 5 pyramids amounted to a staggering $100 billion. To the right lay the Cash Zone, filled with US dollars, euros, pounds, and, of course, RMB. The total cash here also reached $100 billion. On the left, a collection of priceless antiques, artworks, and luxury watches awaited. Though their prices fluctuated and could not be immediately assessed, Chen Pingon estimated their worth to be no less than $100 billion. It turned out that when his master mentioned that the Dragon Burial Hall held $100 billion in wealth, it referred only to cash, excluding gold and antiques. Including those assets, the total could easily soar to $300 billion. This was merely 1/10 of the Dragon Burial Hall's wealth, suggesting that the total assets might approximate $3 trillion. Such wealth could rival that of nations. Chen Pingon stood in shock, his mouth agape, struggling to process the enormity of the revelation. Mr. Chen, all the assets of the Dragon Burial Hall are here. Do you wish to cash out? The manager, having regained his composure, approached Chen Pingon with a humble inquiry. Please open an account for me and deposit this $100 billion. As for the gold and antiques, let them remain for now, Chen Pingon replied, admiring the exquisite antiques as he spoke to Manager Shun. He estimated that $1 billion in cash would require several large boxes for transport. After some contemplation, he decided against the idea of cashing out. Very well, Mr. Chun. I will arrange for the cash to be transferred to our bank's safe deposit box and open your account immediately, the manager respectfully stated. Upon receiving Chen Pingon's consent, he promptly made a call for staff to transport the $100 billion in cash. The Dragon Burial Hall had merely rented the safe deposit box for storing these funds, and they had no authority to manage them. Now that Chen Pingon intended to open an account and deposit the cash, the bank would gain the ability to allocate those funds as they saw fit. A significant advantage for them. When the staff arrived at the underground safe deposit box and beheld the mountains of cash and gold, they too were left in awe. After the cash was moved and accounted for, the manager escorted Chen Pingon back to the first floor, where he personally assisted him in opening an account using Chen Pingon's identification. Mr. Chen, your account has been successfully established. This is our Supreme Black Card, issued in partnership with UnionPay. Apart from an unlimited withdrawal limit, it offers various benefits such as free cash withdrawals at any bank worldwide. Manager Shun presented Chen Pingon with a sleek black card, elaborating on its privileges. Very well, I shall take my leave now, Chen Pingon responded. accepting the black card with a nod before rising to depart. The manager personally escorted him to the entrance. Meanwhile, Qin Shiyu, who had been assisting other clients, noticed the manager escorting Qin Pingan out. She immediately paused her work and rushed to a secluded corner to call Mu Wanqing. "Qingzi, I just saw your devilish husband at our bank conducting business, and our general manager respectfully invited him into his office for a personal meeting." Qin Shiyu informed Mu Wanqing about Qin Pingan's special treatment at their bank. Chapter 12. You are unworthy of my daughter. Upon exiting the bank, Qin Pingan received a call from Old Man Mu, requesting his presence for lunch, thereby postponing his plan to replicate earrings for Mu Wanqing until the afternoon. When he arrived at the Mu residence, he was taken aback to find the playful and charming Mu Wanqing waiting for him at the door in casual attire. "Stop right there. Qin, you better explain where you've been all morning," she demanded, blocking his path with an indignant expression as he strolled past her without so much as a glance. Her irritation intensified upon learning from Qin Shiyu that Qin Pingan had visited the bank and received personal attention from the general manager of Ruishi International Bank. According to her knowledge, the staff at Ruishi International were notoriously arrogant, rarely deigning to attend to clients, even those conducting transactions worth 100 million. So why, she pondered, would they extend such courtesy to a recently released convict like Qin Pingan? Driven by curiosity, she confronted him at the entrance. "Why should I tell you?" Qin Pingan replied, bemused by her unexpected blockade. Because we are legally married. I am your wife. Isn't that reason enough?" In a moment of desperation, she invoked their marital status, feeling a sense of triumph afterward. It was only natural for a wife to inquire about her husband's whereabouts. What excuse could he possibly have to refuse? We are merely a couple in name. If you truly wish to know my movements, fulfill your wifely duties tonight, and I shall share everything with you. How does that sound?" Qin Pingan countered, flipping the script on her. "You." Mu Wanqing found herself at a loss for words, yet she stubbornly kept her arms wide to prevent his passage. Just then, Wu Ma approached, informing Qin Pingan, "Sir, the young master has instructed you to visit his study upon your return." With that, Mu Wanqing had no choice but to step aside, albeit reluctantly. Qin Pingan flashed her a triumphant grin as he walked past, reveling in his victory. Watching his smug expression, Mu Wanqing seethed with frustration. But her only recourse was to stomp her foot in annoyance. Wu Ma soon led Qin Pingan into a spacious, simply furnished study, where the brooding Mu Jiannan stood by the window, gazing out. As Qin Pingan entered, Wu Ma closed the door behind him. "May I inquire why you summoned me?" Qin Pingan initiated the conversation. 8 years ago, you served as a chief physician at Jiangzhou People's Hospital, earning a monthly salary of 30,000. Yet you devoted 2/3 of your income to support impoverished students, earning you the reputation of a philanthropist, even appearing on television and in newspapers. However, 5 years ago, you were accused of committing crimes against 7 female students you supported, resulting in a 10-year prison sentence and the revocation of your medical license. You recently secured an early release for good behavior, Mu Jiannan recited coldly, turning to face Qin Pingan, his expression unforgiving. "Did I miss anything? Your research is quite thorough. May I ask what you intend to convey, Mr. Mu?" Qin Pingan acknowledged with a calm nod, choosing not to clarify the injustices he had suffered. He opted to address him as Mr. Mu, rather than father-in-law, realizing that there was no need to extend warmth to someone who offered none in return. After all, their marital status was merely a formality for 3 months. "I am grateful for your assistance in saving my father, and I am willing to offer you a monetary compensation of your choosing," Mu Jiannan stated, placing a blank check on the table. "However, my daughter is not someone like you, a man with a criminal past, is worthy of. I do not know what methods you employ to gain my father's compliance, but I advise you to abandon any notions regarding my daughter. You cannot withstand the wrath of the Mu family." Acknowledging the accuracy of Mu Jiannan's findings, Qin Pingan reiterated his stance. "I harbor no interest in your daughter. It was your father who compelled me into this marriage. Once our 3-month agreement concludes, I will naturally seek a divorce and depart. If Mr. Mu has no further business with me, I shall take my leave," he declared, preparing to turn away. He had plans to visit a jewelry store in the afternoon to craft a pair of gold earrings for Mu Wanqing and had no time for Mu Jiannan's trivialities. "Stop," Mu Jiannan interjected, his voice laced with suspicion. "You have manipulated my father, coercing him into compliance. You intend to feign a marriage for 3 months, during which you will impregnate my daughter, ensuring she cannot refuse to remain with you. I have consumed more salt than you have rice. Do you think I cannot see through your scheme? Take the money and leave while you still can, or I shall make you regret crossing the Mu family." Qin Pingan found the accusation absurd, stifling a laugh at the ludicrousness of Mu Jiannan's claims. He was now the heir to an immense fortune, inheriting vast assets, and possessed a black card with $100 billion. The Mu family's wealth was insignificant in comparison. Furthermore, if he were truly motivated by greed, he would not have dedicated the majority of his earnings to charity and supporting underprivileged students. His selfless contributions had only led to his unjust persecution, illuminating the cold realities of human nature and leaving him disillusioned with women. Would you grant me the entirety of the Mu family's assets if I sought them? Qin Ping'an posed, recognizing the futility of reasoning with such a self-righteous individual. You are courting death. Mu Jiannan's fury ignited, his gaze filled with murderous intent. After conducting a thorough investigation into Qin Ping'an's background, he believed, like many others, that Qin Ping'an was a demon incarnate. The notion that this demon had targeted their family, particularly his daughter, who was one of the four most beautiful women in Longqing, fueled his animosity. Qin Ping'an's insinuation suggested that his ambitions extended beyond merely marrying Mu Wanqing. He sought to ensnare the entire Mu family within his grasp. Chapter 13. In truth, I am already married since you can't bear to part. Do not feign indifference before me, Qin Ping'an declared, choosing to disregard the incessant chatter of his temporary father-in-law as he turned and exited the study. During lunch, the entire Mu family was present, except for the still fuming father-in-law in the study. My dear grandson-in-law, come, sit beside your wife. I've had them brew a nourishing soup for you both, simmered for an entire morning, truly revitalizing for the kidneys and energy. Upon Qin Ping'an's arrival, the elder Mu insisted he take a seat next to Mu Wanqing. Having heard his granddaughter cry out in pain and bleed the previous night, he mistakenly assumed that they had consummated their marriage, prompting him to prepare the nourishing soup. Qin Ping'an, overwhelmed by the sumptuous offering, downed a bowl in one go, a luxury he had been denied during his time in prison. Mu Wanqing, unable to explain the previous night's events in front of so many witnesses, blushed and drank her own bowl of soup. After downing her share, she nearly succumbed to a nosebleed from the richness of the concoction. How about another bowl, my dear? The elder's suggestion horrified Mu Wanqing, who had already been nearly overwhelmed by the first. No, Grandpa, I'm quite full. If there is nothing else, I shall head to the company. She hastily sought an excuse to escape. Hold on. Your father is handling company matters. Your task for these few days is to accompany Ping'an, nurture your relationship, and help him familiarize himself with our long city. The elder Mu swiftly called her back, assigning her a task. Grandpa, Mu Wanqing began to protest, but was silenced by her mother, who shook her head in disapproval. They all knew better than to upset the elder's fragile health. Understood. I will drive him around for a bit. That should suffice, Mu Wanqing conceded, stomping her foot in frustration before leaving the dining room. Shiyu, my grandfather is forcing me to go shopping with that devil. You must help me out. She pleaded over the phone as she exited the dining hall. My dear lady, this is simple. That Lin Xiaofeng, who has relentlessly pursued you, is the provincial champion in kickboxing. We can use his skills to teach Qin Ping'an a lesson and compel him to reveal his connection with our bank's general manager. Qin Siyu suggested, igniting a spark of intrigue in Mu Wanqing's eyes. That's an excellent idea. Please arrange for Lin Xiaofeng to meet us at the boxing gym shortly. Tell him I have someone who wishes to challenge him. Mu Wanqing grinned mischievously at her friend. Let us see how you fare today after bullying me last night. With eager anticipation, she retrieved her Lamborghini from the garage. Under the elder Mu's beaming gaze, Mu Wanqing drove away with Qin Ping'an in tow. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of a boxing club. What are we doing here? Qin Ping'an inquired, puzzled. I'll introduce you to some friends. They've arranged to meet here. You wait in the car while I fetch my girlfriend. Okay. Qin Ping'an acquiesced, allowing Mu Wanqing to take the lead. After he exited the car, she drove off. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a large jewelry store next to the boxing club. Planning to replicate a pair of earrings for Mu Wanqing, he entered the store. Half an hour later, he emerged with a pair of expertly crafted earrings, so indistinguishable from the real thing that even he could hardly tell the difference, ensuring Mu Wanqing would be none the wiser. At that moment, a BMW 3 Series pulled up outside the jewelry store. A tall girl in a dress and a middle-aged woman stepped out of the car. Qin Ping'an froze, recognizing his ex-girlfriend, Lin Duo, and her mother. During their university days, Lin Duo had pursued him for a year before they finally got together. However, once he was wrongfully sentenced, she swiftly broke up with him, turning her back on him without a second thought. Upon spotting Qin Ping'an, Lin Duo initially froze before a look of disgust crossed her face. Qin Ping'an, our duo has already broken up with you. What business do you have here? I'll have you know she has a new boyfriend now. The general manager of the Imperial Hotel, Zhao Wujia, the the legendary warrior, is celebrating his birthday there in 2 days, and her new boyfriend is in charge of the event. You should consider the consequences of continuing to pursue her. Both Lin Duoer and her mother assumed Chen Pingyan had come to reconcile after learning of their presence in Long City. Her mother confronted him with disdain, furrowing his brow. Chen Pingyan could not be bothered to defend himself. Instead, he raised the pair of gold earrings and stated, "In truth, I am already married. I'm here to buy gold earrings for my wife. If I'm not mistaken, you've just been released from prison. Which unfortunate soul would be desperate enough to marry a scoundrel like you? Did you perhaps marry a female inmate while incarcerated?" Lin Duo scoffed, mocking his declaration. "Mother, let us go inside and choose some jewelry for the birthday celebration. My fiancé is overseeing the event, and I cannot afford to embarrass him," Lin Duo said, completely dismissing Chen Pingyan and leaving him no chance to explain. At that moment, a Lamborghini and a Ferrari parked beside them, instantly capturing the attention of Lin Duoer and her mother. Mu Wanqing and her friend Qin Siyu emerged from the Lamborghini. "Mother, look. Isn't that Mu Wanqing and Qin Siyu, two of Long City's 4 great beauties?" Lin Duo exclaimed in surprise. What shocked them further was when Mu Wanqing approached and took Chen Pingyan's arm as they walked towards the Ferrari. "Lin Xiao, let me introduce you. This is my newlywed husband, Chen Pingyan. He is the one who wishes to challenge you." Mu Wanqing beamed at Lin Xiaofeng as she introduced Chen Pingyan. This was her scheme to flaunt her affection for Chen Pingyan in front of the enamored Lin Xiaofeng, inciting the provincial champion to retaliate against Chen Pingyan. After all, neither was particularly virtuous, and watching them clash would be entertaining. Upon hearing her words, Chen Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. When had he ever claimed he wanted to challenge this man? The most astonished were Lin Duoer and her mother standing nearby. Had this useless man truly married? Moreover, he had wed one of Long City's 4 beauties? How could this be? Yet, having heard Mu Wanqing's introduction clearly, they were compelled to accept the reality before them. Chapter 14. Only the brave dare to challenge young Master Lin, as Lin Xiaofeng stepped out of the car and heard Mu Wanqing's introduction. His face turned a shade of green. How dare she invite me out after getting married? Is she here to flaunt her affection and humiliate me? With this thought, Lin Xiaofeng shot an icy glare at Chen Pingyan and Mu Wanqing before retreating back into the car, intent on leaving. However, Mu Wanqing seemed unfazed by his reaction. Calmly, she signaled her friend, Qin Xiu, who promptly entered the passenger seat beside Lin Xiaofeng. "Lin, don't rush off," she urged. "Why should I stay? Am I supposed to watch them flaunt their love?" Lin Xiaofeng retorted, his face contorting with anger. "Lin, you've misunderstood. Although Wanqing is registered, it was her grandfather's insistence. After Chen Pingyan, that toad, saved him, he coerced her into this marriage. They haven't consummated it. We invited you to help teach that toad a lesson. So he knows to back off and let Wanqing go," Qin Shiyu quickly clarified. "Is that really the case?" Lin Xiaofeng's expression shifted to one of skepticism. "I wouldn't lie to you. Just look at that toad-esque hairstyle. He clearly just got out of prison. Do you think Wanqing would ever fancy a man with such a past?" Qin Shiyu pointed out through the car window. "I knew it. That kid-esque demeanor screams freshly released convict. Wanqing is one of the 4 beauties of Longsheng. How could she possibly be interested in someone like him?" Lin Xiaofeng exclaimed. "If I help Wanqing deal with him, will she agree to be with me after the divorce?" Lin Xiaofeng posed a crucial question. Having cut ties with various unsuitable women to pursue Mu Wanqing for 2 months without progress had left him extremely frustrated. "That depends on your performance," Qin Shiyu replied nonchalantly. "All right, leave this to me. I'll ensure Wanqing is satisfied." With newfound determination, Lin Xiaofeng stepped out of the car again, a cold smile gracing his lips as he approached Chen Pingyan. "You're Chen Pingyan, right? Didn't you say you wanted to challenge me? Let us settle this in the ring." Before Chen Pingyan could respond, Lin Xiaofeng strode into the boxing club with his entourage. Witnessing Lin Xiaofeng's demeanor, Mu Wanqing turned to Chen Pingyan. "I, Mu Wanqing, am straightforward. I desire a man of strength. If you wish to be with me, you must demonstrate your prowess by teaching Lin Xiaofeng a lesson. If you lack the courage to confront him, I advise you to divorce me promptly. Otherwise, many suitors will trouble you in the future," she whispered conspiratorially into Chen Pingyan's ear. Chen Pingyan had initially considered avoiding the challenge against Lin Xiaofeng. However, noticing his ex-girlfriend, Lin Duoer, lingering by the jewelry store, he changed his mind. "What's Lin Xiaofeng to me? I'll handle him for you. As for the divorce, I've already signed your grandfather's agreement. I will naturally be divorced in 3 months. Now, let us go inside before Lin Xiaofeng grows impatient." With that, he too entered the boxing club. "Yes, we did it," Mu Wanqing exclaimed excitedly to her friend, her earlier doubts dispelled. She had anticipated a struggle to persuade Chen Pingyan. but he had surprisingly agreed. Success. Qin Shi responded, high-fiving Mu Wanqing. Lin Xiaofeng was the provincial Sanda champion, and when he stepped into the ring, he would undoubtedly leave Qin Pingan searching for his teeth. The two girls followed Qin Pingan into the boxing club, both brimming with excitement. From a distance, Lin Duoer misinterpreted the scene, believing Mu Wanqing had publicly kissed Qin Pingan, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Just moments ago, she had mocked him as if he were a spinster's choice or a female convict, and now one of Longqing's four beauties was allegedly kissing him in public. She felt as if she had been slapped across the face. Mom, is Mu Wanqing blind? She is one of Longqing's four beauties, pursued by countless men. How could she settle for a useless man like Qin Pingan? Lin Duoer questioned her mother, bewildered. Honestly, it's not so strange. I heard that old Master Mu fell gravely ill a few days ago. The Mu family likely needed to secure a son-in-law to bring him good fortune. It's common for people to avoid such arrangements, so it's not surprising that this waste got lucky, her mother speculated. Unable to fathom why the Mu family heiress would marry a man just released from prison. You're right. This waste must have married into the Mu family to bring good fortune to old Master Mu. Otherwise, how could Mu Wanqing possibly choose him? He has hit the jackpot. Lin Duoer, regaining her confidence, declared as she pulled her mother toward the jewelry store, planning to select a necklace for the upcoming banquet celebrating the old war god. Meanwhile, Qin Pingan and Lin Xiaofeng had arrived at the boxing club's ring. Lin Xiaofeng removed his jacket, revealing his chiseled 8-pack abs and muscular physique. As the chairman of the Dragon City Empire Hotel's son and the provincial Sanda champion, Lin Xiaofeng was among the most talked-about youths in Longqing. The crowd in the boxing club was predominantly his fans, and as Lin Xiaofeng stepped onto the ring, he immediately captured everyone's attention. Isn't that our provincial Sanda champion? Lin Xiaofeng. And who is that daring soul challenging him? Does he seek death? I think I see Mu Wanqing and Qin Shiyu among Longqing's four beauties. I've heard Lin Xiaofeng has pursued Mu Wanqing for 2 months. That kid in the ring must also be after her. And Lin is dragging him up to challenge him. In Longqing, only the brave dared to vie for Lin Xiaofeng's attention. While admiration for his courage was palpable, no one expected Qin Pingan to prevail. Many had previously faced Lin Xiaofeng in the ring, but none had emerged unscathed. Some had even been severely injured. Everyone believed that Qin Pingan would undoubtedly be the next victim. Chapter 15. Unworthy of a scratch, young man. I admire your courage, yet in the face of absolute power, bravery amounts to naught. You still have time to kneel and concede. Otherwise, once the fists start flying, I cannot guarantee your future autonomy. Lin Xiaofeng declared, arms crossed, casting a scornful glance at Qin Pingan. No need for that. Unleash whatever prowess you possess. I shall remain here, unyielding. If you can force me back even a single step, I shall concede defeat. Qin Pingan responded, his tone resolute, uttering words that left everyone in disbelief. Poetry reign. Did you hear what this toad just said? He dares to assert that if Lin Xiaofeng forces him back a step, he will admit defeat. Mu Wanqing questioned her friend. Qin Shiyu, uncertainty lacing her voice. It seems he did say that. Qin Shiyu replied, her wide eyes fixed on Qin Pingan in the arena, uncertainty evident. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofeng's fans began murmuring among themselves, pointing at Qin Pingan. This kid must be an outsider, unaware that Lin Xiaofeng is the provincial champion in free fighting. Hence his audacious claims. One fan mused, undoubtedly an outsider. No local would dare speak such bravado before the illustrious Lin Xiaofeng. Wait until he finds himself in tears soon. Another chimed in. All assumed Qin Pingan was oblivious to Lin Xiaofeng's might, eagerly anticipating his downfall. What did you just say? Could you repeat that? Lin Xiaofeng, taken aback, stared incredulously at Qin Pingan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The disheveled hairstyle and robust physique of Qin Pingan paled in comparison to his own prowess. This young man is merely posturing, Lin Xiaofeng thought. In the face of absolute power, all else is futile. His gaze towards Qin Pingan dripped with derision. I said I shall stand in the center of the arena, and if you can force me back even a step, I shall concede defeat. Is that clear now? Qin Pingan reiterated, his expression a mix of resignation and determination. With the lifetime skills imparted by his master, and having acquired the formidable Yufeng technique from the Tomb Dragon Hall the previous night, he sought someone to test his newfound abilities. Lin Xiaofeng would serve as his first trial. Now, it was not only Lin Xiaofeng who understood. Those below, including Mu Wanqing, Qin Shiyu, and Lin Xiaofeng's fans, grasped the weight of Qin Pingan's words. Their expressions turned to mockery. Since you seek your demise, I shall oblige. Lin Xiaofeng, no longer holding back, dashed towards Qin Pingan, delivering a straightforward punch aimed at his face. intent on shattering his nose. Yet, as Lin Xiaofeng's fist hurtled towards him, Chen Pingyan displayed no hint of panic. Instead, he shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. He had heard whispers of Lin Xiaofeng's status as a provincial champion and expected a formidable opponent, but this punch carried no weight, leaving him disillusioned. What provincial champion? Lin Xiaofeng lacked the qualifications to serve as his trial stone. Even standing still to absorb the blows, this feeble attack could hardly be considered a mere tickle. Seeing Chen Pingyan's dismissive shake of the head, Lin Xiaofeng's anger flared. He intensified his punch mid-flight. Just as he believed he would break Chen Pingyan's nose and elicit pleas for mercy, Chen Pingyan merely tilted his head, evading the blow effortlessly. This unexpected maneuver stunned not only Lin Xiaofeng but also his fans, who gaped in astonishment. What luck this kid has, managing to dodge Lin Xiaofeng's fierce punch. Again, Lin Xiaofeng, undeterred by his initial failure, launched a side punch towards Chen Pingyan's cheek. In his mind, speed was the ultimate defense. Although Chen Pingyan had evaded his first strike, this was merely the beginning of a relentless onslaught, a combination of blows designed to leave no room for reprieve. Lin Xiaofeng was mistaken. He underestimated Chen Pingyan's strength, believing him to be an ordinary individual. At that moment, Chen Pingyan deemed Lin Xiaofeng unworthy of being his trial stone. He had no desire to squander time on him. As Lin Xiaofeng initiated his second punch, Chen Pingyan delivered a powerful kick straight to Lin Xiaofeng's chest. The legendary Zhao Wujin, in his youth, had learned a basic technique from Chen Pingyan's master, enabling him to dominate the battlefield and earn the title of the Northern War God. The prowess of Chen Pingyan's master was beyond imagination. Now that Chen Pingyan possessed his master's lifetime of skills, even a fraction of that power far surpassed ordinary experts. Lin Xiaofeng was sent flying from the arena by Chen Pingyan's kick, crashing into a chair and emitting a pained cry, dazed and disoriented. This was merely a fraction of Chen Pingyan's true strength. Had he unleashed his full power, Lin Xiaofeng would have faced a far graver fate. What? Lin Xiaofeng lost. Sent flying by this seemingly unremarkable kid? This was inconceivable. Lin Xiaofeng was a provincial champion, undefeated among his peers. How could he falter before someone so obscure? As Lin Xiaofeng was expelled from the arena, onlookers stood in disbelief, gazing at Chen Pingyan, who remained composed at the center of the arena. Mu Wanqing and Qin Shiyu were equally bewildered, their expressions marred by confusion. They had anticipated using Lin Xiaofeng's prowess to teach Chen Pingyan a lesson. Yet the outcome was entirely unforeseen. Before they could comprehend, Chen Pingyan had dispatched Lin Xiaofeng with a single kick, leaving him severely injured. This revelation left Mu Wanqing and Qin Shiyu in a state of panic. They were acutely aware that Lin Xiaofeng's stature extended beyond being the son of the Imperial Hotel's chairman. His grandfather, a formidable figure in the underworld, was known as one of the three terrifying overlords of the Southwest, Wu Xinjie. Rumor had it that Wu Xinjie was fiercely protective of his grandson, showering Lin Xiaofeng with affection. The martial skills Lin Xiaofeng possessed were learned from his grandfather. Should anything befall Lin Xiaofeng, Wu Xinjie would undoubtedly unleash his wrath, causing upheaval throughout the Southwest. Lin Xiaofeng, are you all right? Fearing the dire consequences, Mu Wanqing and Qin Shiyu rushed to support the bloody Lin Xiaofeng, their faces etched with concern. Chapter 16. No cleansing in the Yellow River. What a joke. I, the proud champion of provincial Sanda, possess a robust physique. How could anything possibly be amiss? Do I appear to be in distress? I merely fell prey to a moment of carelessness and was ambushed by this fellow with a single kick. I am perfectly fine. After being aided to his feet by the two stunning ladies, Lin Xiaofeng attempted to maintain an air of composure despite the excruciating pain coursing through his bones. However, your mouth and nose are bleeding profusely. It looks quite horrific. Qin Shiyu stammered, pointing at Lin Xiaofeng. Mu Wanqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the alarming state of Lin Xiaofeng. Is that so? Perhaps I overindulged during lunch. As an athlete, particularly in Sanda, one must be meticulous about dietary choices. We typically consume highly nourishing foods, and occasionally, an excess can lead to bleeding from the mouth and nose. It is a common occurrence. Lin Xiaofeng, desperate to save face in front of the beauties, forced himself to explain despite the pain. Lin, that guy is about to escape. At that moment, a follower who had accompanied Lin Xiaofeng rushed over to offer a warning. Lin Xiaofeng looked up to see Chen Pingyan descending from the arena, heading towards the exit. Initially, Chen Pingyan had agreed to challenge Lin Xiaofeng for two reasons: to impress his ex-girlfriend Lin Duoer, and to practice his skills after receiving his master's teachings. However, Lin Xiaofeng's lack of prowess left him somewhat disillusioned. Having defeated him, there was no longer any reason to linger. He intended to return home quickly and discreetly place the counterfeit earrings on Mu Wanqing's bed. Seeing Chen Pingyan attempt to leave, Lin Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and battling through the pain, intercepted him. I merely fell victim to your sneak attack. We have yet to determine a true victor. And you think you can just walk away? Lin Xiaofeng confronted Chen Pingyan, his expression filled with indignation. What do you want? Chen Pingyan furrowed his brow, noting the interruption. It is simple. Let us ascend the ring once more and engage in a serious match. This time, I shall not be careless. Lin Xiaofeng gestured towards the arena. Addressing Chen Pingyan shook his head, stating, even if we return to the ring, you are not my match. I see no necessity in this. With that, he attempted to bypass Lin Xiaofeng and exit the boxing club. So you think you can simply walk away after ambushing me? That is out of the question. If I do not teach you a lesson today, how can I continue to navigate Dragon City? Prepare to fight. Seeing Chen Pingyan's dismissive attitude, coupled with the two beautiful women and a crowd of local admirers, Lin Xiaofeng felt compelled to act. He unleashed a punch aimed directly at Chen Pingyan's heart. Upon witnessing the approaching fist, Chen Pingyan's expression shifted dramatically. If an ordinary person were struck by such a blow, their heart would surely rupture, leading to an instant demise. It was clear that Lin Xiaofeng intended to end his life. Angered by this reckless individual, Chen Pingyan resolved not to hold back any longer. With swift precision, he seized Lin Xiaofeng's incoming fist and twisted it effortlessly. Crack! Ah, my hand! How dare you break my hand? The anguished cries of Lin Xiaofeng resonated throughout the venue, stunning everyone present. Stop this, Chen Pingyan. Lin Xiaofeng Chapter 17. The Dark Lord comes to apologize. What shall we do now, Orange? Qin Shiyu inquired, her expression fraught with anxiety. What else can we do? First, we need to return home and see if my grandfather can help resolve this matter before we make any further plans. Mu Wanqing forced herself to regain her composure. And after speaking, she took Qin Shiyu by the hand and left the boxing club. Mu Wanqing's sports car could only accommodate 2 people, leaving Chen Pingyan to take a taxi back. After dropping Lin Xiaofeng off at the orthopedic hospital, Lin Xiaofeng's subordinate immediately called his grandfather, Wu Xingjie, known as one of the 3 formidable overlords of the underground forces in southwest China. In the ward of the Longqing Orthopedic Hospital, the elderly man, clad in traditional attire and wielding a dragon-headed cane, gazed at the injured Ada lying on the hospital bed, his face a mask of shock. He was none other than Wu Xingjie, one of the 3 notorious overlords of the underground realm across the 3 provinces of southwest China. His 2 disciples, Ada and Air, served as bodyguards to the legendary war god Zhao Wujing, allowing him to bask in their glory and ascend to the pinnacle of provincial underground power, a position that none dared to challenge. Master, the one who harmed me is a young man named Chen Pingyan. He is not only exceptionally skilled, but also possesses a mysterious identity. The war god specifically hosted a birthday banquet in Longqing to honor him. Ada handed his master a mobile phone containing the surveillance footage of their confrontation. You must avoid any conflict with this individual at all costs, or we may face annihilation. Wu Xingjie's eyes widened as he absorbed Ada's words. What? The war god is hosting a banquet in Longqing for a young man? He hastily took the phone. Upon witnessing the moment Chen Pingyan injured Ada with a single strike, his astonishment deepened. Ada had already received his true teachings. Yet this youth had effortlessly incapacitated him. I heard from the war god that this young man is a descendant of the burial dragon ring, Wu Xingjie mused, his mind racing as he delved into the implications. The burial dragon ring was the emblem of an ancient organization known as the Burial Dragon Hall, historically intertwined with monumental events in the Celestial Empire. From the unification of the 6 states by Emperor Qin to the ascension of queens and the Qing soldiers' entry into the capital, Ada's revelations left Wu Xingjie astounded. The young man's lineage was so illustrious that even the war god sought to curry favor with him. He silently vowed to himself to steer clear of this Chen Pingyan, and if avoidance proved impossible, to ingratiate himself instead. At that moment, an anxious subordinate rushed into the ward, holding a phone. Master, bad news. Your grandson Lin Xiaofeng has just had his right hand broken at the boxing club and is currently undergoing treatment at the orthopedic hospital. Who dares to harm my grandson? Wu Xingjie thundered, his fury palpable. Lin Xiaofeng was meant to inherit his legacy. How could he do so with a broken hand? The audacity of anyone to injure his grandson on his territory was nothing short of a blatant provocation and humiliation. The subordinate continued. It was a skilled fighter brought in by the young lady from the Mu family, whom Lin Xiaofeng has been pursuing. Here is the photo of that person. Wu Xingjie, his expression darkening, took the phone. Upon seeing Chen Pingyan's image, he felt an eerie familiarity wash over him. What is this rascal's name? He inquired of his subordinate. Chen Pingyan, the subordinate replied respectfully. Chen Pingyan? Wu Xingjie gasped. The very same individual who had rendered Ada injured. No wonder he looked familiar. This was the descendant of the burial dragon ring, the one whom even the war god sought to placate. How had his grandson incurred the wrath of such a formidable figure? I must go to the Mu family immediately, after Lin Xiaofeng's surgery. Have him come to the Mu family at once. Wu Xinjie departed the hospital, his demeanor grim as he made his way to the Mu residence. He needed to pacify both the Mu family and the formidable Chen Ping'an, hoping that their sincere apologies would spare the Wu and Lin families from calamity. After undergoing surgery, Lin Xiaofeng received notice from his grandfather and assumed that Wu Xinjie had gone ahead to confront Chen Ping'an. He quickly followed suit, intent on making Chen Ping'an kneel before him and suffer the same fate he had endured. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing had returned to her family home. What? That demon has broken the hand of the terrifying overlord Wu Xinjie's grandson? He intends to ruin our Mu family. Upon arriving, she discovered that her grandfather had been sent back to the countryside for recuperation. When her parents learned of the incident at the boxing club, their faces turned pale with fear. Though the Mu family had risen to prominence, they were nothing compared to the terrifying Wu Xinjie. Should Wu Xinjie attribute this calamity to the Mu family, their fate would be nothing less than annihilation. Rest assured, I will take full responsibility for this matter. I will not implicate the Mu family. Chen Ping'an, upon returning home, noticed the distressed expressions of the Mu family and attempted to reassure them. You scoundrel! You have brought such calamity upon us, and yet you dare to return? Wu Ma, fetch some ropes. We must bind this demon and deliver him to the Wu and Lin families to make amends. The elder, who had retreated to the countryside, had emboldened his daughter against Chen Ping'an. Bad news. The terrifying overlord has arrived at our doorstep with a multitude of followers. At that moment, the butler rushed in, panic-stricken. What? The terrifying overlord has come so soon? This is the end. Despair etched across the faces of the Mu family. Wu Xinjie's rapid arrival foretold the severity of his anger over the injury inflicted upon Lin Xiaofeng. What are you waiting for? Bind this demon and deliver him to the terrifying overlord. Mu Jiannan bellowed at the servants. However, before he could finish, the imposing figure of Wu Xinjie burst into the hall, accompanied by a throng of followers. As he approached Chen Ping'an, Wu Xinjie displayed an unexpected demeanor of reverence, hastily kneeling before him, eliciting shock from everyone present. Chapter 18. The Most Humble Posture. Mr. Chen, I am aware of my unworthy grandson Lin Xiaofeng's offense towards you at the boxing club. It is my failure in guiding him, and I sincerely apologize on his behalf. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him this once, considering his youth and ignorance. I assure you, such an incident will not occur again. I also express my gratitude for your guidance to my unfilial grandson, teaching him that there are greater forces in the world and that one must not be overly arrogant. Wu Xinjie, trembling with fear, knelt before Chen Ping'an to apologize for his grandson Lin Xiaofeng, framing the incident of Chen Ping'an breaking Lin Xiaofeng's right hand as a lesson for him. This was the humblest posture he could conceive. Having bowed down, he hoped the other party would refrain from causing trouble for the Wu and Lin families. After all, he had painstakingly built the Wu family into one of the three major families in the southwest, and he could not let this incident destroy it. The scene before the Mu family left everyone dumbfounded. What was happening? This was not the anticipated confrontation with the terrifying demon Wu Xinjie, who was supposed to seek revenge on Chen Ping'an. Instead, he was here apologizing to this vile demon? Was this demon even more fearsome than Wu Xinjie, to the point that Wu Xinjie was reduced to such a state before him? Whether it was Mu Wanqing, her parents, or the household staff, they were all stunned by this extraordinary spectacle, doubting their own perceptions. Many rubbed their eyes to reassess the situation, and indeed, the formidable Wu Xinjie remained kneeling before Chen Ping'an. The gazes of the onlookers shifted from Wu Xinjie to Chen Ping'an, only to find him equally bewildered, standing there in a daze. At that moment, Chen Ping'an was more confused than anyone from the Mu family, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Although he was fearless in the face of the terrifying Wu Xinjie, he had been mentally prepared for a confrontation. Yet, this elderly man had entered and immediately knelt before him, not only apologizing, but also expressing gratitude for educating his grandson. What kind of bizarre situation was this? Are you truly Lin Xiaofeng's grandfather, the same Wu Xinjie reputed to be one of the three great demons of the Southwest Underground? Chen Ping'an inquired. Uncertainty etched on his face as he observed the discrepancies with the legends. I am indeed Wu Xinjie, he humbly replied. As for the title of terrifying demon, it is merely a jest among acquaintances in the underworld. In your presence, Mr. Chen, we mere mortals are nothing of consequence. Please rise. It feels rather awkward with you kneeling like this, Chen Ping'an remarked, assisting Wu Xinjie to his feet. Although he did not grasp the full context, he clearly recalled that he had struck the man's grandson. Now, this elder was kneeling before him, creating an uncomfortable impression that he was the oppressor. Mr. Chen, Your magnanimity is deeply appreciated, Wu Xinjie expressed, relieved upon hearing Qin Pinggan's invitation to rise, indicating that he had been forgiven. He steadied himself with his dragon-headed cane and bowed deeply to Qin Pinggan before approaching Mu Wanqing and her parents. Mr. Mu, Mrs. Mu, I apologize for my unworthy grandson's inappropriate pursuit of Miss Mu, which has caused you considerable trouble. I assure you that I will impose strict discipline upon him to prevent any further disturbances, Wu Xinjie declared, bowing deeply to the Mu family. On his way, he had already learned of Qin Pinggan's recent marriage registration with Mu Wanqing. Now, Qin Pinggan was the favored son-in-law of the Mu family. By properly addressing Qin Pinggan's in-laws, he hoped to prevent any future grievances between the Wu and Lin families. However, his actions left the Mu family in a state of shock. The fearsome Wu Xinjie was not only refraining from causing them trouble but was also bowing an apology? This was too bizarre. Mr. Wu, there is no need for such formalities. Your grandson has not caused us any trouble, Mu Wanjian, Mu Wanqing's father, stammered as he helped Wu Xinjie up. Mr. Qin and the Mu family are all reasonable individuals. I am immensely grateful, Wu Xinjie replied earnestly. At that moment, Lin Xiaofeng, arriving from the orthopedic hospital, burst into the Mu family residence with his right hand in a cast, filled with resentment. Chapter 19. Who are you exactly? Wu Xinjie's actions left Lin Xiaofeng utterly bewildered, as well as Qin Pinggan and the entire Mu family. Wasn't it said that the formidable Wu Xinjie, apart from being fiercely protective, was also exceedingly fond of his grandson? Why then did he strike Lin Xiaofeng? Grandfather, have you made a mistake? That is Qin Pinggan. I am your grandson, Lin Xiaofeng. That scoundrel Qin Pinggan twisted my hand. Look, Lin Xiaofeng, having received a stinging slap, covered his face with his left hand, raising his right arm, encased in a plaster cast, for his grandfather to see. I'm not so old as to strike the wrong person today. I am indeed punishing you, you ungrateful wretch. Mr. Chun is merely teaching you a lesson in humility. You dare to seek revenge against him? I shall ensure you learn gratitude, even if it means teaching you a harsh lesson. Wu Xinjie, seeing Lin Xiaofeng's inability to comprehend the gravity of the situation, raised his dragon-headed cane to strike again. Grandfather, spare me, Lin Xiaofeng cried out as the cane came down upon him. Silence. If you do not apologize to Mr. Qin and Miss Mu, I shall no longer recognize you as my grandson, Wu Xinjie warned, continuing his admonition as he struck. What? Grandfather, you can't be serious. You want me to apologize to that scoundrel Qin Pinggan? Lin Xiaofeng was taken aback, incredulous at his grandfather's words. That scoundrel Qin Pinggan had twisted his hand. And now his ever-indulgent grandfather was not only refusing to avenge him, but was demanding an apology? He even went so far as to say that Qin Pinggan was teaching him a lesson about gratitude? Was he to express thanks to the very person who had caused him harm? What nonsensical logic was this? Surely his grandfather had lost his mind. Perhaps he had forgotten who his own grandson was. Realizing this, Lin Xiaofeng dared not protest further and fled in haste. Faced with a grandfather who had seemingly lost all reason, he knew that lingering would only lead to further punishment. Why are you running? Do you think you can escape if Mr. Qin does not forgive you? Come back here at once, Wu Xinjie shouted, incensed by Lin Xiaofeng's flight. You lot. Catch him. If he does not earn Mr. Qin and Miss Mu's forgiveness today, I shall deal with him myself. Wu Xinjie, astonished that Lin Xiaofeng would rather flee than apologize, felt a pang of frustration. He regretted not clarifying matters with that wretch beforehand. Mr. Wu, there is no need to bring him back. While his behavior at the boxing club was somewhat excessive, he has already faced appropriate consequences. Let this matter rest. I shall not hold it against him in the future. Qin Pinggan interjected quickly, stopping Wu Xinjie from sending his men after Lin Xiaofeng. Hearing Qin Pinggan's words, Wu Xinjie felt a wave of relief wash over him. His burdensome worry finally alleviated. He turned to express his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chun, for your magnanimity. To show my appreciation, how about I host a banquet tonight at the Dihao Hotel for you and the Mu family? Wu Xinjie inquired cautiously. There is no need for a banquet. I prefer quieter settings. If there is nothing else, Mr. Wu, please, do not feel obliged to entertain me. Qin Pinggan politely declined the invitation. Since Mr. Qin does not enjoy lively gatherings, should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall gladly oblige. Wu Xinjie, disappointed at the refusal, nonetheless understood the sentiments behind it. Realizing that even the legendary war god had needed a special occasion to invite Qin Pinggan. Having achieved his objective, Wu Xinjie uttered a few courteous words before hastily departing the Mu residence with his entourage. Once Wu Xinjie and his men had indeed left, the Mu family remained in a state of shock, even forgetting to see them off. After confirming that the formidable Wu Xinjie had truly departed, Mu Wanqing and her parents, along with Qin Shiyu, approached Chen Pingon with curious expressions. Mr. Chen, do you possess some extraordinary identity you have not disclosed to us? Why does the terrifying Wu Xinjie, one of the three great overlords of the southwestern underworld, seem so fearful of you? You broke his cherished grandson Lin Xiaofeng's hand. Yet he not only refrained from holding you accountable, but even knelt before you in fear and apologized? Mu Wanqing scrutinized Chen Pingon's face, her expression a mix of intrigue and disbelief. Qin Shiyu and the others gazed at Chen Pingon with anticipation, awaiting his response. Chapter 20. The invitation from the old war god ISNT. My identity already thoroughly investigated by the Mu family? Why do you need to inquire further? Chen Pingon recalled the words spoken to him by Mu Jiannan in the study, responding somewhat irritably. If you have no special identity to conceal from us, why does the fearsome figure, one of the three great kings of the underground world in the southwest, Wu Xinjie, cower before you like a mouse before a cat? Mu Wanqing refused to be deterred by Chen Pingon's unfriendly demeanor, pressing him with further questions. How would I know? I had mentally prepared myself for a confrontation. But who would have imagined that the old fellow would inexplicably kneel as soon as he entered? I am still utterly bewildered. This time, Chen Pingon refrained from complaining and answered candidly. Really? Mu Wanqing's expression was one of skepticism. She clearly did not believe Chen Pingon's words. More genuine than pearls. I have never even laid eyes on that old man. I can swear to the heavens, if I utter a single falsehood, may I be struck down by lightning. To prove his innocence, Chen Pingon swore earnestly to the heavens. Seeing the conviction in Chen Pingon's demeanor, which bore no semblance of deceit, Mu Wanqing and her parents exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that the old fellow Wu Xinjie had grown senile in his old age? At that moment, the housekeeper, who had gone to see off the terrifying Wu Xinjie, rushed back in a state of panic. Young master, young mistress. The general manager of the Empire Hotel has come to our Mu family with a large entourage. The members of the Mu family, who had just begun to relax, felt their hearts leap into their throats once more at the housekeeper's words. The Empire Hotel was indeed a property of the Lin family. And now that Lin Xiaofeng had suffered a broken arm at Chen Pingon's hands, it was inconceivable that the personnel from the Empire Hotel were not here to cause trouble for Chen Pingon and the Mu family. Lin Xiaofeng was the sole heir of the Lin and Wu families. The only reason Lin Xiaofeng's grandfather, Wu Xinjie, had refrained from pursuing the matter was a mystery. But that did not imply that the Lin family would spare Chen Pingon and the Mu family as the Wu family had. The Mu family was ill-prepared for such an encounter when a group of sharply dressed men burst into their residence, led by the general manager of the Empire Hotel. Ren Tianqing. Manager Ren, what brings you here? Upon seeing Ren Tianqing stepping forward, Mu Jiannan's suspicions deepened. Convinced that the visit was to seek trouble for Chen Pingon and the Mu family, he quickly approached with a forced smile. The Empire Hotel, being a Lin family establishment, held a unique position in Longqing, bolstered by the support of both the Lin and Wu families. Thus, even someone of Mu Jiannan's stature would treat Ren Tianqing with utmost courtesy, making every effort to avoid offense. Congratulations, General Manager Mu. I am here today to deliver an invitation, and I hope to establish a closer acquaintance with you in the future. I kindly ask for your support and patronage in Longqing. Ren Tianqing, upon noticing Mu Jiannan's approach, quickly donned a smile, obsequiously addressing him. You're here to deliver an invitation? Mu Jiannan was taken aback by Ren Tianqing's words. The other members of the Mu family shared his bewilderment. What was happening? Was Ren Tianqing not here to cause trouble for Chen Pingon and them? Indeed, I have come specifically to deliver an invitation. I never expected your Mu family to have such a close relationship with the legendary Zhao Wujie, the old war god. He is passing through Longqing and intends to host a birthday banquet at our Empire Hotel in 2 days, explicitly requesting to invite your Mu family. He has personally instructed us to deliver the invitation, and among all the noble families in Longqing, only your Mu family has received this honor. Others are envious beyond measure. With the old war god's robust support, the Mu family is poised to ascend as the most prestigious family in Longqing. When that time comes, General Manager Mu must not forget those of us who have worked diligently behind the scenes. With that, Ren Tianqing presented a gilded invitation to the still dumbfounded Mu Jiannan. Chapter 21. The atmosphere remained bewildering until everyone at the Dihao Grand Hotel departed, leaving the Mu family in a state of utter confusion. Upon realizing that Chen Pingon had severed the hand of the young master of the Lin family, the Mu family initially believed that their doom was imminent. Particularly with the swift arrival of the formidable Wu Xinjie, one of the 3 notorious kings of the southwestern underworld, which filled them with dread. To their astonishment, however, a dramatic twist unfolded. The terrifying Wu Xinjie did not come to exact vengeance, but rather to offer an apology. This revelation left everyone utterly astonished. Barely had the formidable Wu Xinjie departed from the Mu household when the venerable war god Zhao Wuji dispatched invitations for a birthday banquet. Logically speaking, given Zhao Wuji's stature and status, he would not require invitations to host such an event. Countless individuals would eagerly arrive to pay their respects. Yet, he extended an invitation to the Mu family. Furthermore, according to the general manager of the Dihao Grand Hotel, the Mu family was the sole recipient of this honor, personally designated by the war god himself. What could this possibly signify? It was exceedingly strange, perplexing even. At that moment, standing beside Mu Wanqing, Qin Siyu appeared to have an epiphany. Grasping Mu Wanqing's hand, she exclaimed with fervor, "I understand. I know what this is all about." "What do you know?" Mu Wanqing inquired with intrigue, drawing the attention of the entire Mu family toward Qin Siyu. Even Qin Ping'an looked on curiously, eager to uncover her revelation. "I comprehend why Lin Xiaofeng had his right hand broken by Qin Ping'an." The terrifying Wu Xinjie, his grandfather, not only refrained from seeking vengeance, but even personally came to kneel and apologize. It must be because he was aware in advance that the war god intended to invite your family to his grand birthday celebration. He perceives a significant connection between your family and the war god, fearing to offend you, hence his humble apology. Qin Siyu's words illuminated the eyes of the Mu family. Siyu is correct. The Dihao Grand Hotel belongs to the Lin family. If the war god is hosting his birthday banquet there, both the Wu and Lin families would undoubtedly be informed at the earliest opportunity. Knowing that the war god extended an invitation specifically to us, they likely felt compelled to apologize, Mu Jiannan enthusiastically analyzed. Moreover, he could hardly fathom any other rationale that could elucidate the bizarre events of the day. This is splendid. If true, the war god's influence will undoubtedly elevate our families, standing and launching after the banquet. And it won't be long before we ascend to the ranks of the city's elite. Upon hearing the analyses of Qin Siyu and Mu Jiannan, Mu Wanqing's mother became equally animated. Even Mu Wanqing herself, influenced by her family and friends, began to feel a sense of joy at the prospect. Amidst the Mu family's excitement over potentially aligning themselves with the venerable war god Zhao Wuji, Qin Ping'an, standing aside, could not suppress a laugh, which elicited an unsettling feeling among the Mu family, akin to having ingested a fly. "What is your intention, Qin? Are you unable to bear our family's good fortune?" Mu Wanqing's mother approached Qin Ping'an, pointing a finger at his nose, her face contorted with disdain as she scolded him. "Let me remind you, had it not been for our family's connection to the war god, you would have been obliterated by that terrifying Wu Xinjie countless times over. You would not be standing here now. Your lack of gratitude is one thing, but to mock us is utterly unbecoming of you." Chapter 22. Master Mu and the old war god were classmates' apologies. I merely pondered whether the personnel at the Imperial Hotel might have misidentified the recipient. "I have yet to hear of any connection between your esteemed Mu family and the old war god," remarked Qin Ping'an hastily. His words were not without basis. For as the crowd spoke of the old war god Zhao Wuji, he finally recognized why the gentleman in Tang attire he encountered at Baojitang seemed so familiar. It turned out that the man was none other than the venerable old war god Zhao Wuji, a figure he had glimpsed on television during his youth. The reason the old war god sent an invitation here must pertain to his guidance of divine physician Zhao in rescuing the old war god. After all, given the old war god's prowess, discovering his whereabouts within the Mu family would pose no challenge. However, this remained merely his conjecture, and he deemed it prudent not to disclose it to others, lest he end up in an awkward position if proven incorrect. Yet, his remarks left the Mu family in a state of astonishment. Indeed, it appeared that the Mu family had little to no acquaintance with the old war god. Why would he extend such consideration towards them? Moreover, their family was the sole recipient of an invitation delivered personally by the manager of the Imperial Hotel at the behest of the old war god. It seemed illogical. "Chengzi, your father and the old war god are of similar age. Perhaps there exists an unspoken bond between them that you are unaware of." Qin Shiyu, who had been standing alongside Mu Wanqing, voiced her disagreement with Qin Ping'an's assertion, addressing Mu Wanqing with fervor. Qin Shiyu's words sparked a glimmer of realization among the Mu family members. Indeed, her suggestion held merit. "I shall call my father and inquire about this matter." With that, Mu Jiannan promptly dialed his father's number, who had returned to the countryside. The Mu family harbored suspicions that their father had been targeted by a rival in their competitive sphere, prompting them to urge him to retreat to the countryside for a few days to recuperate, fearing he might become bored alone. They arranged for Mu Wanqing's uncle's family to accompany him, as it was merely a 2-day affair. Once their family's rivalry reached its conclusion, They would bring him back. The elder's phone soon connected. "Father, may I ask if you are acquainted with the old war god Zhao Wuji?" Mu Jiannan inquired. His expression tense. "I attended the same university as Zhao Wuji. We were even classmates. However, he has achieved such remarkable distinction, hailed as the war god of Beijing, a pillar of the nation. I felt it inappropriate to reach out to him," the elder Mu replied, momentarily taken aback before expressing a tinge of embarrassment. Among his many classmates, Zhao Wuji's accomplishments towered above the rest, leaving him feeling somewhat inadequate. "It's nothing significant. I merely heard that the old war god would be passing through Longqing and is hosting a birthday banquet at the Imperial Hotel in 2 days. They just sent us an invitation, and we were a bit perplexed, hence the inquiry," Mu Jiannan conveyed, not daring to conceal anything from his father. To his astonishment, the old war god remembered his old classmate and had even sent an invitation for his birthday banquet in Longqing. "In that case, expedite the matters regarding the Western City renovation project. I shall return in 2 days to attend my old comrade's celebration," the elder Mu exclaimed joyfully. "Very well. The bidding conference is tomorrow. The outcome will be revealed then. Regardless of the result, I shall ensure Jiandong accompanies you back to the city the following afternoon," Mu Jiannan responded, elated as he ended the call. His father's response confirmed that the old war god's invitation was indeed a consequence of their shared history as classmates. Chapter 23. Expulsion from the Mu family. Upon discerning that the old war god had specifically sent an invitation to the Mu family due to his camaraderie with the elder, Mu Wanqing's mother swiftly ushered Mu Wanqing and Qin Shiyu into a secluded corner for hushed discussions, their furtive glances directed toward Qin Ping'an from time to time. A few minutes later, the trio exited the grand hall. Although Qin Ping'an noted their peculiar behavior, he chose to disregard them. Intending to return to his room to place the 2 counterfeit gold earrings beneath Mu Wanqing's pillow after a brief visit to the restroom. However, before he could reach the threshold of her room, Mu Wanqing, her mother, and Qin Shiyu approached him, carrying his bag and the clothes he had discarded yesterday. "Are you planning to change my room?" Qin Ping'an inquired, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. "You may not be particularly handsome, but your delusions are quite grand. You think we would change your room? Our elder is a lifelong friend of the old war god, and we, the Mu family, cannot harbor worthless scum like you, lest we bring disgrace upon ourselves. From now on, you may sleep under a bridge. If you still have breath in 3 months, be sure to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau to divorce our Wanqing." Mu Wanqing's mother scoffed coldly, tossing Qin Ping'an's bag back at him. Mu Wanqing followed suit, discarding his freshly laundered clothes at his feet, effectively expelling him from the Mu residence. "Are you not concerned that your elder will not forgive you upon his return?" Qin Ping'an queried with curiosity as he stood outside the Mu family gate. "That is our concern, and we need not trouble you with it. Now be gone," Mu's mother exclaimed with disdain, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud, leaving Qin Ping'an on the outside. With a wry smile, Qin Ping'an regarded the closed gate of the Mu family. The counterfeit earrings remained unfettered in his possession, and it appeared he would have to await another opportunity to return them. He stowed his discarded clothes into his bag and departed from the Mu residence. With over $100 billion at his disposal, he hardly feared a lack of accommodation. Qin Ping'an swung the canvas bag over his shoulder and strode away from the Mu family home. Hailing a cab to visit a real estate agency in search of a suitable property, he contemplated purchasing a villa to reside in for several months, during which he would diligently cultivate the Phoenix control technique, awaiting the revelation of the whereabouts of the 4th Silver Needle before departing Long City. Having never experienced the luxury of living in a villa, he was determined to indulge in this newfound wealth rather than squander it on charitable endeavors. Shortly, Qin Ping'an arrived at a street lined with real estate agencies, casually entering one. Well, if it isn't the esteemed son-in-law of the illustrious Mu family." The voice of his ex-girlfriend, Lin Duoer, echoed in his ears the moment he stepped inside the agency. Raising his gaze, he spotted Lin Duoer and her mother perusing properties, causing his brow to furrow instinctively as he contemplated making a hasty exit. It wasn't that he feared her. Rather, he wished to avoid any entanglement. "Why are you still carrying that shabby bag? Did you get kicked out after being a mere prop for someone else's wedding?" Lin Duoer retorted, her tone dripping with schadenfreude. Indeed, the Mu family was a newly ascended power in Long City, and it was only fitting that their daughter would wed a man of equal stature. Someone like Qin Ping'an, with a checkered past, was merely suited for a fleeting role in their lives, destined to be cast aside once the novelty wore off. Qin Ping'an sought to evade any confrontation with his ex, but she was determined to confront him, especially upon witnessing his disheveled appearance, which suggested he had indeed been ejected from the Mu household. She hastened to block his path, her expression reveling in his apparent misfortune. Given what I heard from my fiancé, the general manager at the Imperial Hotel, the Mu estate is closely connected to the old war god, being the only family personally invited to his birthday celebration, with ties to such a prestigious lineage. It's no wonder you were ousted after your brief stint as a good luck charm. Chapter 24. I am here to buy a house. Chen Pingon had no desire to converse with Lin Duo and intended to bypass her. However, Lin Duo seemed determined to confront him, once again blocking his path. Don't leave just yet. There are numerous houses available for rent here. Wouldn't it be wise to take a look before you go? She said with a charming smile after intercepting him. This real estate agency specialized in catering to high-end buyers and renters, showcasing only upscale apartments and luxurious villas. Lin Duo's fiancé had promised to purchase her a lavish flat following the old war god's birthday banquet, prompting her to come and view properties in advance. Unexpectedly encountering Chen Pingon here, she seized the opportunity to embarrass him in retaliation for the public humiliation he had inflicted upon her at the jewelry store. Even if it meant merely witnessing Chen Pingon's discomfort at the exorbitant prices, it would bring her a sense of satisfaction. Apologies, but I am not here to rent. I am here to purchase a property. Chen Pingon saw through Lin Duo's ulterior motives and decided against leaving. You merely wish to see me flustered by the high prices here, don't you? Today, I shall demonstrate just how affluent I am. You are here to buy a house? Lin Duo was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Chen Pingon from head to toe, dressed in faded, old clothes, and carrying a backpack that she recognized from 5 years ago. He seemed entirely out of place in Longqing, where property prices started at a minimum of 1 to 2 million. How could someone like Chen Pingon possibly afford to buy a house? Disregarding Lin Duo, Chen Pingon waved over a female agent from the agency. Although the agent noted his shabby attire, she was still inclined to think he was accompanying the well-dressed Lin Duo and approached him eagerly. Hello, sir. How may I assist you today? She inquired warmly. Do you have any luxurious villas? Please introduce me. I wish to acquire one. Chen Pingon cut straight to the chase. However, his statement left both the beautiful agent and his former girlfriend, Lin Duo, momentarily stunned. Chen Pingon, do you even know the average price of houses in Longqing? With your appearance, you couldn't even afford a square meter of a villa. Lin Duo laughed, believing he was merely trying to save face. Sir, we do have several luxurious villas available, but the lowest price starts at over 10 million, with some reaching into the billions. The minimum down payment is several hundred thousand. Are you sure you wish to view villas? The agent began, but before she could finish, Chen Pingon revealed his black card from the Swiss International Bank, leaving her at a loss for words. The agency catered to high-end clientele, and this agent had previously encountered a black card of this kind. She knew that its holders typically possessed fortunes exceeding 100 billion. I trust this card will suffice to purchase a villa from your agency? Chen Pingon inquired as he handed the card to the agent. Absolutely. Absolutely. We still have 5 luxurious villas available, one of which is touted as the most expensive and opulent villa in Longqing, priced at 8 billion. It is said that a spring well in the villa's courtyard yields water that enhances the flavor of anything cooked with it. Shall I take you to see it now? The agent, having verified the authenticity of the black card, was overcome with excitement. Take me there at once. If it suits my needs, I shall purchase that villa today. Chen Pingon nodded affirmatively. The agent led Chen Pingon away from the agency to view the villa, leaving Lin Duo in a state of disbelief. She stood dumbfounded at the agency's entrance until her mother emerged from the restroom and noticed her daughter's dazed expression. Sweetheart, what are you doing standing here all alone? Lin's mother approached, glancing outside as if trying to discern what had captivated her daughter's attention. Chapter 25. Money isn't so easily earned, Mom. I just saw Chen Pingon looking at houses, and he was even checking out villas, Lin Duo said, her voice tinged with disbelief. Initially, she had hoped to expose Chen Pingon's embarrassment, but to her astonishment, she had become the fool in the end. Chen Pingon had publicly humiliated her not once, but twice today, leaving her utterly mortified. What she found most unbearable was that the man who was supposed to be so impoverished he could hardly afford a meal had brandished a black card, an emblem of status and wealth, while contemplating the purchase of a luxurious villa. Chen Pingon buying a villa? Surely, you jest. Lin's mother responded, equally bewildered. Chen Pingon's disheveled appearance suggested he had just been released from prison, with perhaps only the meager travel allowance of a couple thousand yuan left to his name. She mused that he had likely spent most of his money on gold earrings to curry favor with the Mu family's daughter. Mom, I swear it's true. He pulled out a black card and asked the real estate agent to show him the villas. Lin Duo insisted, recounting the events to her mother in vivid detail. The moment she witnessed Chen Pingon wield that black card, she was struck with a sense of regret for her impulsive decision to break up with him. It was worth noting that her current fiancé, despite being the general manager of the Empire Hotel, was merely a servant in the grand narrative of wealth. And it was uncertain whether he would ever be able to afford a villa. Moreover, he was a twice-married man, while Chen Pingyan, despite his past, had likely been wronged in the earlier incident as she understood him. In an age that values wealth over virtue, it was evident that a man with financial means, regardless of his past, would attract countless women eager to marry him, even if he had spent decades behind bars. With a chuckle, Lin's mother could not suppress her laughter at her daughter's tale. "What is so funny, Mom?" Lin Duo asked, her expression darkening, realizing her daughter's discontent. Lin's mother clarified, "You've been deceived by that useless fellow." Lin Duo's confusion deepened at her mother's words. Seeing her daughter's perplexed expression, Lin's mother elaborated. "A man just released from prison, and judging by your description, he has likely just been cast out by the Mu family. How could such a person afford a villa? He probably received a small sum from the Mu family after playing the role of a son-in-law, and now he is wandering around with a fake black card, trying to fool you into thinking he is wealthy. His intention is clear, to rekindle your relationship, and once you have his child, he will leverage that against you. Your father employed similar tactics to win me over. You must not fall into the same trap I did." With a tone of wisdom born from experience, Lin's mother earnestly advised her daughter. "Indeed, how did I overlook that? He must have been stalking me, waiting for the perfect moment to perform. Once the agent took him to the villa, he would fabricate reasons to leave, claiming it was to his liking. It's absurd to think money could be so easily acquired, especially for someone just out of prison. I nearly fell for his ruse." Lin Duo, prompted by her mother's insights, began to reassess the situation, convinced that she had been duped by Chen Pingyan. Was the agent supposed to take him to the most expensive villa in Longchang? Let us go to Longguan Villa and expose the charlatan. When the agents realize they've been played, they will surely deal with him. Lin's mother, seeing her daughter finally grasp the deception perpetrated by Chen Pingyan, eagerly took her hand, determined to confront him and reveal his charade before the real estate agents. Chapter 26, A Step Too Late, Mom. Your prospective son-in-law just called to invite me for dinner. I refuse to let such a worthless person affect my mood for the evening. I'll let him off this time. But next time, I'll teach him a lesson. Lin Duo glanced at the time and shook her head as she spoke to her mother. Since your prospective son-in-law has invited you to dinner, it must be quite important. Let's hurry and leave, lest he becomes anxious waiting for us. Upon hearing Lin Duo's words, her mother quickly took her hand and led her out of the real estate agency. Meanwhile, the beautiful saleswoman from the agency drove Chen Pingyan to the Dragon Spring Villa atop Longquan Mountain. This villa is the epitome of luxury in Long City, where one can draw back the curtains in the morning to witness the sunrise and enjoy the sunset in the evening. The air is exceptionally fresh, making the drive up the mountain feel like a return to nature. In Long City, Dragon Spring Villa is considered the prime sanctuary for the wealthy seeking rejuvenation. The owner of Dragon Spring Villa, facing a financial crisis due to a failed business venture, had listed the property with various agencies 3 days prior. Just by observing the surroundings, Chen Pingyan felt that the villa was ideally suited for someone like him, who practiced martial arts. However, upon arriving at the villa's entrance, they noticed a car parked outside, from which emerged a young man dressed in high-end fashion, accompanied by another agent from a different agency. "Excuse me, but this 8 billion villa has already been reserved by my companion, young Master Zhao. You may want to look elsewhere," the employee from the other agency said with an air of superiority as he saw the beautiful saleswoman and Chen Pingyan approach the villa. Given Chen Pingyan's unassuming attire, the two individuals exiting the villa assumed he was merely a new employee from the agency, following the saleswoman to familiarize himself with the market. Young Master Zhao glanced at Chen Pingyan with a hint of disdain before getting into the car and departing with the agent who was showing him the property. Zhao Shikai had received a call from his grandfather, Zhao Wujin, the previous day, informing him that a birthday banquet would be held in Long City in 2 days. His grandfather urged him to attend, as a significant figure would be introduced to him at the event, encouraging him to foster a closer relationship with this notable person. Taken aback by his grandfather's implication, Zhao Shikai understood that he was being advised to curry favor with someone of great importance. Knowing that his grandfather was one of the most powerful individuals of the present age, it was evident that the person in question held a prestigious status. Zhao Shikai hurried to Long City that very night, and after meeting with his grandfather, he learned that this influential figure would likely reside in Long City, prompting him to purchase a property there. After a day of searching through agencies, Zhao Shikai found Dragon Spring Villa to be the most satisfactory in terms of location, decor, and environment. However, he did not intend to reside there himself, Instead, he planned to present the villa as a gift to the notable figure when introduced. He would settle for a more modest villa at the foot of Longguan Mountain. Chen Ping'an and the beautiful saleswoman could only watch as the two departed from the summit. "Mr. Chen, we have arrived a moment too late. The Dragon Spring Villa has already been reserved. Shall we explore other options?" After Zhao Shikai's departure, the saleswoman expressed her apologies to Chen Ping'an. "Very well," Chen Ping'an replied, being a reasonable person. However, after experiencing the environment of Dragon Spring Villa, he found himself dissatisfied with the subsequent properties they viewed, leading to a series of unproductive visits. "Mr. Chen, it is nearly dark. Would you consider finding a hotel for the night? We can look at the remaining properties in the morning," the saleswoman suggested after they had viewed 3 villas. "Agreed. Just drive me to the city center," Chen Ping'an nodded in response, and they departed from the Dragon Spring Villa area. Upon reaching the city center, as the saleswoman was about to take Chen Ping'an to a nearby upscale hotel, a sudden break in the road jolted him awake from his reverie. "What happened?" Chen Ping'an inquired, his eyes wide with confusion. "It appears we may have encountered a scam," the saleswoman said, panic evident in her voice, before promptly exiting the vehicle. Chapter 27. An encounter with an old classmate. The term scam evoked memories for Chen Ping'an, bringing to mind a female friend from high school, Li Runan. Due to financial hardships, she often ventured out on weekends to engage in scams to earn money for her father's medical expenses. After graduating from high school, she entered the workforce, and gradually, they lost touch. He wondered how she was faring now. "Oh dear, you've broken my leg. You won't get away without at least 10 or 20,000 today." Upon exiting the vehicle, Chen Ping'an saw a small electric scooter toppled in front of his car, with a long-haired beauty seated on the ground, clutching her leg and wailing loudly. The beautiful saleswoman from the agency was visibly shaken. Bystanders murmured and pointed, speculating about the scene. As Chen Ping'an listened to the familiar voice, he took a closer look and was astonished to recognize the lamenting beauty as Li Runan, his old classmate. He was taken aback by her transformation. Her long hair made her strikingly beautiful. The difference between her short and long hair was remarkable, especially in terms of her aura, which had undergone a dramatic evolution. Without careful observation, one might not even recognize her. What surprised Chen Ping'an even more was that after all these years, she still resorted to scamming people. "You've broken your leg at least 100 times by now, haven't you?" he remarked sarcastically to the wailing Li Runan. Those lines were ones he had taught her back in the day, and now they were being directed at him. Li Runan looked up, momentarily stunned. "Chen Ping'an, is that really you?" The once anguished wails faded as she leaped to her feet, her face lighting up with surprise. "Miss, is your leg all right?" the agency's saleswoman asked, still astonished by the unfolding drama, pointing at Li Runan's leg. Li Runan ignored her inquiry and turned her attention back to Chen Ping'an. "So, are you not settled yet?" "Not exactly," she is from the agency. "I just arrived in Longqing and haven't found a place to stay yet. She was showing me some apartments today," Chen Ping'an replied candidly. "What a coincidence. I've rented a 3-bedroom apartment with others, and there is still 1 room available. You needn't search for a place anymore. Come stay with me. My roommate is a stunning beauty and single. Whether or not you can win her over depends on your charm," Li Runan exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to invite Chen Ping'an to stay with her. "Is that really appropriate?" Chen Ping'an hesitated, helping her lift the fallen scooter while feeling a bit embarrassed. "We've been friends for so many years, so there's no need for you to be shy in front of me. Hurry up and get on," Li Runan urged as she mounted her electric scooter. "What about your business?" Chen Ping'an inquired, gesturing towards the agency's saleswoman. "I only had half an hour before work, so I thought I'd try to make a quick deal along the way. I didn't expect the client to be someone I knew, so I couldn't go through with it," she explained as she pulled the bemused Chen Ping'an onto her scooter, departing before the stunned saleswoman could react. As Chen Ping'an sat behind Li Runan, the sweet scent of her presence wafted through the air, leaving him somewhat entranced. He never anticipated that the once tomboyish Li Runan would grow her hair long, transforming into such a stunning woman. Her entire demeanor had shifted, and her figure was exquisite, captivating even a longtime friend like Chen Ping'an. 20 minutes later, Li Runan brought Chen Ping'an to the apartment she shared with others. "I need to use the restroom first," he declared, rushing toward the bathroom as discomfort settled in his stomach. Upon opening the bathroom door, he was greeted by the sight of a breathtaking beauty. "Qin Shiyu, what are you doing here?" they both exclaimed in unison, eyes wide with surprise. Fresh from her shower and yet to don her clothes, Qin Shiyu initially assumed the intruder was her roommate, Li Runan. But upon glancing up, she realized the unexpected visitor was none other than Chen Ping'an, the man recently expelled from the Mu family. The two stood frozen, locked in a gaze of astonishment. Chapter 28. The beautiful roommate. Poetry. Rain, you're not dressed yet. Li Runan, noticing Qin Shiyu's exquisitely proportioned figure, hastily alerted her. Shiyu, with a reflexive start, glanced downwards. Like most young women in such a predicament. Shiyu emitted a piercing shriek, instinctively shielding her chest with her hands. However, this offered little coverage below, leaving her in a state of disarray. Startled by the sudden outburst, Chen Ping'an swiftly turned away, averting his gaze. Li Runen ushered Chen Ping'an out, promptly closing the bathroom door behind them. Well, what do you think of my roommate? Her figure is quite captivating, wouldn't you agree? I nearly drooled myself. Be honest, were you tempted? I'm telling you, now that you've seen her in such a state, you've undoubtedly left a lasting impression. Love often blossoms from such delicate moments. If you're bold enough, you might just win her heart. Chen Ping'an had anticipated a scolding from Li Runen, but instead, she was offering advice on how to woo Qin Shiyu, with a rather roguish grin. This tomboy was as audacious as ever. I have no interest in her, Chen Ping'an retorted. And, in my eyes, you're far more beautiful. To his surprise, the usually boisterous Li Runen blushed. Oh, stop it. You're quite the flatterer. When did you become such a charmer? Unaccustomed to receiving compliments from her old friend, Li Runen rolled her eyes, her face flushed. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, and Qin Shiyu emerged, wrapped in a towel. Chen Ping'an, you scoundrel. What are you doing here? Shiyu questioned him, her gaze icy. You two know each other? Li Runen asked, her surprise evident as she looked from one to the other. Sort of. We met this morning at the bank, and things didn't exactly go smoothly, Chen Ping'an replied, his tone tinged with frustration. He never imagined that Li Runen's roommate would be none other than Qin Shiyu. Runen, aren't you supposed to be at work? Why have you brought this reprobate back here? Shiyu inquired, her eyes narrowing. She had assumed that Chen Ping'an, after being ousted from the Mu family, would be spending the night under a bridge. The thought that this villain actually had acquaintances in Dragon City, and that one of them was her own roommate, was a cruel twist of fate. I was on my way when I ran into Chen Ping'an, my high school classmate. He's new to Dragon City and doesn't have a place to stay. Since we have a spare room, I brought him back. He'll be renting with us from now on. Do you have any objections? Li Runen explained, seeking Qin Shiyu's approval. You leased this place first, so it's not really my place to object. But I'm warning you, you brought him here. So if he tries anything untoward or crosses the line, you're responsible, Shiyu declared, thinking of Chen Ping'an's past misdeeds. No problem. I can vouch for my old classmate. He won't try anything with you, right, Chen Ping'an? Li Runen reassured her, tugging at Chen Ping'an's sleeve to prompt him to agree. I have no interest in her, Chen Ping'an simply stated. Just then, Li Runen's phone alarm blared. Crap, I'm late for work. Goodbye, my perfect attendance bonus. Shiyu, show him to his room. I've got to run. With that, Li Runen dashed out, leaving Chen Ping'an and Qin Shiyu alone. Chapter 29. Are you her boyfriend? Excuse me. Which room do I stay in? With Li Runen off to work, Chen Ping'an had no choice but to inquire of Qin Shiyu. The room next to the bathroom. Qin Shiyu, with her delicate fingers, pointed dismissively at the room adjacent to the restroom. With a look of anxiety, she hastily retreated to her room and locked the door behind her. Thank you, Chen Ping'an said as he gathered his modest belongings and made his way to the vacant room beside the bathroom. Upon entering, he cast a quick glance around. The room was approximately 12 to 13 square meters, small, yet adequately furnished with a bed, wardrobe, and air conditioning, making it suitable for immediate occupancy. Chen Ping'an fetched a mop and tidied the floor of the room. Meanwhile, after locking her door, Qin Shiyu quickly changed her clothes and dialed her friend Mu wanting to meet at the KTV. While Chen Ping'an was organizing his room, he heard the sound of a door opening. Peeking out, he noticed that Qin Shiyu had changed into a coffee-colored spaghetti strap dress, chatting on the phone as she exited. After he finished arranging his room, Chen Ping'an left the apartment to purchase some daily necessities. By the time he returned, it was already 11 o'clock at night. And to his dismay, he discovered he had forgotten his keys. One roommate was at work, and the other was out enjoying nightlife. Ultimately, Chen Ping'an had no choice but to seek Li Runen at her workplace for the keys. Fortunately, she had previously informed him of her company's address, Jioshin KTV on Sunshine Road. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jioshin KTV, the welcoming staff member approached him with enthusiasm. Good evening, sir. How many guests are you expecting? Do you have a reserved private room? I am here to see your head hostess, Li Runen. Is she inside? Chen Ping'an inquired. Are you her boyfriend? The hostess asked, looking at him with a peculiar expression. I am her friend. Has something happened to her? Chen Ping'an asked, sensing an ominous feeling as he noticed the hostess's strange demeanor. About 2 hours ago, Li Runen came to ask our manager to arrange a job for a friend, and then she was taken to room 888 to drink with a customer. She hasn't come out since. The hostess's words were barely finished when Chen Ping'an rushed into the KTV. He inquired of the staff as he made his way through, quickly arriving at the most luxurious room, 888. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door, and a cacophony of deafening music erupted from within. In the dimly lit room, 3 burly men were coercing a tipsy Li Runin into drinking. One of the men wore a name tag identifying him as the manager of Jiuxing KTV. The other 2 were none other than the notorious Zhao Shikai, who had purchased the Longquan Villa earlier that day, and a representative from the brokerage firm. Young Master Zhao. Manager, I've already consumed a bottle of foreign wine tonight. I truly cannot drink anymore. Li Runin, her eyes clouded with inebriation, protested against the relentless urging of the men. Due to the overwhelming noise, Chen Ping'an's entrance went unnoticed. Runin, you cannot afford to offend young Master Zhao. If you do not ensure he has a good time tonight, not only will I be unable to assist your friend in finding a job, but you need to even think about coming to work tomorrow. The manager threatened Li Runin. Upon hearing this, Li Runin's face drained of color. Her father relied on medication to maintain his health. Losing her job would mean he would go without his necessary treatments. Moreover, Chen Ping'an had just arrived in Longqing. If he didn't leverage connections, it would be nearly impossible for him to find employment. Weighing the consequences, she reluctantly accepted the drink offered by young Master Zhao, biting her lip in silence. Just then, a strong and assertive hand grasped her wrist. Chapter 30. A dramatic turn of events. Chen Ping'an, what brings you here? Li Runin exclaimed in surprise as she turned to see him. A look of astonishment on her face. If I hadn't come, you would have been devoured by these 3 wolves tonight. With the amount of alcohol you've consumed, it's time to stop. Chen Ping'an retorted, snatching the wine glass from Li Runin's hand. Return my drink. If I don't drink, I might lose my job. You know my father's situation, I have no choice. Li Runin replied, her face pale as she reached to reclaim the glass of liquor. Understanding Li Runin's character, Chen Ping'an chose not to argue further. Instead, he swiftly struck the back of her neck, causing her to faint and collapse into his arms. He lifted her effortlessly, preparing to leave the private room. Hey, do you think this is your home? You can't just come and go as you please. The manager of Jiuxing KTV blocked Chen Ping'an's path, a mocking smile on his face. The manager was aware that the real estate agent and he were cousins. He had learned from his cousin that a wealthy young man named Zhao had spent over 9 billion on 2 villas, one of which was the 8 billion Longquan Villa. The manager had instructed his cousin to bring this affluent client to the KTV for a chance to make an acquaintance. Coincidentally, Li Runin sought the manager's help to find a job for Chen Ping'an, who had just arrived in Longqing. The manager thought to pair the attractive Li Runin with Zhao, who immediately took a liking to her and intended to intoxicate her before taking her to a hotel. In an effort to ingratiate himself with the wealthy Zhao, the manager conspired with his cousin and Zhao to ply Li Runin with alcohol, just as they were about to succeed. Chen Ping'an's unexpected appearance threatened to take their prey away, and the manager could not allow that to happen so easily. This may not be my home, but with a mere thought, I can make it so. Step aside immediately, or you'll bear the consequences. Chen Ping'an coldly addressed the manager blocking his way. The intentions of these men were abundantly clear. They aimed to intoxicate Li Runin for their own nefarious desires. If not for Li Runin in his arms, Chen Ping'an would have given them a lesson they would not soon forget. You arrogant fool, the manager, enraged by Chen Ping'an's refusal to relinquish Li Runin and the threat he posed, picked up a bottle from the table and hurled it at Chen Ping'an's head without a second thought. However, before the bottle could reach him, Chen Ping'an delivered a swift kick, sending the manager crashing into the wall, unable to complete his sentence as he fell unconscious. The music in the room abruptly halted, and applause rang out, echoing through the space. Ah, so he's a skilled fighter. No wonder he's so brazen. Zhao Shikai, the affluent young man, clapped his hands in delight, his expression one of amusement as he observed Chen Ping'an's prowess. Having trained in martial arts under his legendary grandfather Zhao Wujie since childhood, he considered himself a capable fighter, able to take on 5 ordinary opponents at once, and even last 10 moves against his grandfather's 2 strongest bodyguards. With that, he lunged at Chen Ping'an, confident he could subdue him within 3 moves. Uninterested in engaging in a fight, Chen Ping'an executed a swift kick, sending the bottles on the coffee table flying, crashing into Zhao Shikai's chest. Zhao Shikai, caught off guard and unable to evade the incoming bottles, felt a searing pain shoot through his chest as he was knocked back onto the sofa, grimacing in agony. Had it not been for his martial arts training, he might have found himself lifeless on the floor. The remaining real estate agent stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by the unfolding scene before him. Chapter 31. Acquisition. I will first escort the people back to rest before returning to deal with you. With that, Shin Ping'an carried the unconscious Li Runin and departed from Jiuxing KTV. Along the way, he placed a call to Shin Jiliang, the general manager of Ruishi International Bank. Mr. Shin, how may I assist you? Shin's respectful voice greeted him as soon as the line connected. Can you help me contact the owner of Jiuxing KTV? I wish to acquire their establishment. Shin Ping'an wasted no time in getting straight to the point. How fortuitous, Mr. Chen. President Liang of Jiuxing Group is with me at this moment. Where are you? I will bring him over to meet you immediately. Shin responded, momentarily taken aback by Chen's directness, before expressing his excitement. Please wait for us at Jiuxing KTV. I will arrive in 40 minutes. Shin Ping'an instructed Shin before hanging up the phone. Upon reaching the entrance of his apartment, Shin Ping'an retrieved the keys from Li Runin's belongings. After settling her, still in a state of unconsciousness, into her room, he promptly returned to Jiuxing KTV. His intention to acquire Jiuxing KTV was not solely to fulfill his earlier assertion that this place could easily become his home. It was also to assist Li Runin. Earlier, the receptionist had mentioned that Li Runin sought the manager's help in securing a job for a friend, who without question was herself. She likely felt that, having just emerged from prison, finding employment would be a challenge, thus prompting her to seek assistance from the manager. Out of respect for Li Runin's loyalty, he resolved to lend her a hand. However, he understood that she was fiercely independent. If he simply handed her money, she would undoubtedly refuse. By acquiring the KTV and discreetly promoting her, he could not only aid her but also allow her to feel that her achievements were the result of her own efforts, thus instilling in her a sense of accomplishment. Before long, Shin Ping'an returned to Jiuxing KTV, where he found that young Master Zhao and the manager had already been sent to the hospital. Shin Jiliang, the general manager of Ruishi Bank, was accompanying President Liang, a rotund man, and a tall, attractive secretary, standing at the entrance of the KTV, scanning the surroundings. Mr. Chen has arrived. As soon as Chen stepped out of his vehicle, Chen quickly informed the owner of Jiuxing KTV and approached Chen. President Liang and his secretary followed Chen to face Shin Ping'an, their expressions filled with confusion as they took in his attire. Is this truly the wealthy tycoon you mentioned? Mr. Shen? President Liang tugged at Shen's sleeve, his voice barely above a whisper, incredulous. Though his words were soft, Shin Ping'an caught every syllable. He understood their skepticism. They likely perceived his appearance as inconsistent with that of a wealthy individual. Yet, he had no intention of explaining himself. Instead, he reached into his pocket and produced his exclusive black card from Ruishi Bank. The limited edition Supreme Black Card from Ruishi Bank? President Liang exclaimed in astonishment. Being well acquainted with the significance of such a card, he turned to Shin, seeking confirmation of its authenticity. This limited edition Supreme Black Card was issued to Mr. Shin this very morning. It is genuine, without a doubt. Shin proudly declared in response to Liang's questioning gaze. My apologies, Mr. Chun, we were remiss earlier. Let us retire to my office for tea and discussion. With Shin's assurance, the owner of Jiuxing KTV shed any remnants of doubt and welcomed Shin Ping'an into the establishment with a beaming smile. Coincidentally, Mu Wanqing and Qin Shiyu had also arranged to meet at Jiuxing KTV that evening. As they exited the restroom, Mu Wanqing caught sight of the KTV owner respectfully ushering Shin Ping'an into his office. Chapter 32. Do you dare to return? Orange, why have you stopped? Qin Shiyu, who was trailing behind, bumped into Mu Wanqing and asked with a puzzled expression. Wanqing, I just saw the owner of Jiuxing KTV respectfully invite Shin Ping'an, that scoundrel, into his office. Mu Wanqing exclaimed in shock as she turned to her friend. Uft, are you seeing things, Orange? The owner of Jiuxing is worth billions, far surpassing your Mu family. How could that scoundrel know such a prominent figure, let alone be invited respectfully into his office? If he truly had the ability to warrant such respect, he wouldn't be in such dire straits, resorting to relying on his high school classmate. Qin Shiyu laughed, providing a logical analysis. Perhaps I truly misinterpreted the situation. After hearing her friend's well-reasoned argument, Mu Wanqing also believed she had been mistaken and shook her head. The two returned to their private room to continue singing. Meanwhile, in the office of the Jiuxing KTV owner, Shin Ping'an was already discussing the acquisition. With the guarantee of Shin Jiqiang, the general manager of the launching branch of Ruishi International Bank, coupled with Shin Ping'an's ample financial resources, the owner of Jiuxing KTV, eager to liquidate assets to salvage his other ventures, completed the transaction in under an hour. Shin Ping'an acquired the Jiuxing chain KTV, which boasts 99 establishments across the 3 provinces of southwest China, for the sum of 300 million. The payment was settled on-site via bank transfer. Mr. Liang, the executive of Jiuxing Group, sent out an announcement in the executive group chat, notifying the higher-ups of Jiuxing KTV about the transfer, instructing all Longqing branch executives to meet the new owner in his office. The executives of Jiuxing KTV received the news with surprise. However, considering the troubles facing their boss South Real Estate Ventures, they swiftly made their way to the office. Even those who had been on the day shift and were preparing to sleep rushed out to meet the new owner. At that moment, the night manager, who had been knocked unconscious by Chen Ping'an earlier, was lying in a hospital bed receiving intravenous fluids. Upon receiving the news of Jiuxing KTV's change of ownership, he immediately pulled out his 4-needle and hurried back to the KTV. He feared that arriving late would leave a poor impression on the new owner, who, even if he did not dismiss him, might make his life difficult in the future. As he hastily returned to Jiuxing KTV, he nearly collided with Chen Ping'an, the new owner, who was exiting the office. "Do you not watch where you are going? You little brat, I can't believe you dared to come back. Security, seize this kid immediately." The manager yelled in anger, only to realize that the person he nearly bumped into was indeed Chen Ping'an. Remembering the harsh words Chen Ping'an had left when he took Li Runan away, threatening to return to settle scores, the manager had initially thought Chen Ping'an was merely boasting. To his astonishment, Chen Ping'an had actually returned, inciting his fury. He promptly called over the patrolling security guards to deal with Chen Ping'an. The patrolling security guards, upon receiving the manager's orders, surrounded Chen Ping'an with cold smirks. Curious onlookers gathered, drawn by the commotion. Observing the confrontation between Chen Ping'an and the KTV manager along with the security personnel, the spectators regarded him with pity. Those who frequented the night scene knew that their bosses often had considerable backgrounds or connections to influential figures. This young man dared to stir trouble here. It was nothing short of courting disaster. "Insolent whelp, prostrate yourself and beg my forgiveness at once. Furthermore, retrieve Li Runan and escort her to the hospital to apologize to young Master Zhao. Fail to do so, and not even divine intervention can save you today." The manager, perceiving Chen Ping'an's entrapment, threatened with a sneer. Their security personnel, composed of ex-special forces operatives, could easily subdue 5 or 6 ordinary individuals. Despite the young man's prowess, they possessed several such veterans. He doubted they could not subdue him. "Merely them," Chen Ping'an retorted, his gaze dismissive. "Since you seek demise, I shall grant it. Attack, and I shall bear the responsibility for any incapacitation." Enraged by Chen Ping'an's contemptuous demeanor, the manager commanded the security team. The owner had instructed them to deal ruthlessly with those who dared to cause trouble in their establishment, lest others perceive their venue as vulnerable. The guards exchanged glances, gripping their batons as they advanced upon Chen Ping'an. "Halt! How dare you disrespect your new proprietor? Have you no regard for your livelihoods?" A furious roar erupted from behind, belonging to Director Liang. Recognizing his superior's voice, the guards retracted their weapons and turned to face their boss's frantic arrival. Sensing impending doom, the guards hastily cleared a path. The manager, in a servile manner, approached Director Liang. "Sir, this scoundrel caused a disturbance in our establishment, assaulting me and our patrons. I've just returned from the hospital, still within 4 drip in my hand. I was merely instructing the guards to discipline him before the manager could complete his explanation." Director Liang delivered a resounding slap across his face, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Sir, this man is the troublemaker. Have you mistaken the target?" The manager questioned, aggrieved. "Remove your porcine appendage and mind your tongue. This is Mr. Chen, the new owner of all 999-star KTV locations. Henceforth, address him as your superior, and cease referring to me as such." Director Liang rebuked coldly. "What? This youth is our new boss?" the manager exclaimed, aghast. The guards were equally astonished, secretly relieved that they had hesitated. Had they acted more swiftly, they might have severely injured their new employer, resulting in job loss and potential financial ruin. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. "Regrettably, you are terminated. I am not your new superior. Collect your final wages and depart immediately. I will not tolerate those who exploit female employees by coercing them into entertaining guests for personal gain," Chen Ping'an declared, preempting any further remarks from Director Liang. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, the manager collapsed. He had invested years of effort, dedication, and resources to attain his position, only to have it all vanish due to a single misstep. "Secretary, attend to 2 matters forthwith. First, draft a termination agreement for this manager's dismissal. Second, prepare an appointment letter designating Li Runan, the head of the welcoming department, as the general manager of 9-star KTV. She will assume full responsibility for the daily management and operation of all 99 locations. Personally deliver the letter to her residence tomorrow, presenting her with a delightful surprise." Qin Pingan instructed his elegant secretary, disregarding the fallen manager. Chapter 34. Retribution after resolving matters with the manager. Qin Pingan held a brief meeting with the executives of Jiuxing KTV, which extended until the clock struck 1 in the morning. While this hour is inconsequential for those accustomed to the nightlife, it is quite late for the average person, who would likely be sound asleep by then. Upon leaving Jiuxing KTV, Qin Pingan procured a shared bicycle to ride back to Li Renan's apartment. In Longcheng at 1 in the morning, aside from the late-night food stalls, the streets were eerily tranquil, devoid of any signs of life. As Qin Pingan turned a corner, a blinding beam from a flashlight illuminated his face, rendering his eyes nearly useless. No matter how he tried to evade it, the dazzling light remained fixed upon him. Realizing this was a deliberate act, he came to a halt, and the light vanished. Before him stood a man wielding a flashlight, his visage obscured by a wolf mask, blocking his path. "Who are you? What do you want?" Qin Pingan inquired, his brow furrowed and voice low. "Seek your answers in the underworld," the masked man retorted with a sinister chuckle. Raising his right hand to aim a silenced, formidable M500 revolver squarely at Qin Pingan's head. In that moment, as the man lifted his weapon, Qin Pingan's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly raised his own right hand, launching a golden needle from his Zonglong ring, striking the man's wrist before he could pull the trigger. The Zonglong ring, a token of the Zonglong Hall, not only housed his golden needles, but also served as a concealed weapon. It was a means of self-preservation for the inheritor of Zonglong Hall before attaining true power. The masked man suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. And before he could even fire the powerful M500 revolver, it clattered to the ground. Startled, he instinctively bent to retrieve the gun, but as he did, Qin Pingan appeared before him like a specter, stepping on the M500 revolver and delivering a decisive knee strike to the man's head. The masked man lacked the capacity to resist and was swiftly rendered unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Qin Pingan retrieved his golden needle and picked up the M500 revolver, gradually unveiling the identity behind the mask. It was the very manager he had dismissed from Jiuxing KTV. This individual, harboring such deep-seated animosity, had resorted to an ambush with a firearm. Qin Pingan's brow furrowed anew. Unsure of how to handle Chapter 35, the hero Qin Pingan originally had no intention of intervening in others' affairs. However, upon hearing the terrified and helpless screams of Mu Wanqing and Qin Shiyu, he could not bear to stand idly by. It was evident that if these two women were taken away, their fate would not be pleasant. After all, Mu Wanqing was his nominal wife, and Qin Shiyu was his roommate. These connections compelled him to take action. Yet, to prevent the two from recognizing him as their savior and potentially developing feelings for him, Qin Pingan donned the wolf mask he had acquired from the former manager of the Jiuxing KTV. "Stop!" As he saw the masked men preparing to shove Mu Wanqing into a van, Qin Pingan, with the wolf mask obscuring his identity, charged forward, shouting. He swiftly knocked the assailants to the ground. "Damn it, someone actually wants to be a hero. Brothers, grab your weapons. Let this so-called hero learn the cost of his actions." The leader, angered by being knocked down, immediately barked orders at his accomplices. The henchmen quickly retrieved steel pipes from the van. However, in the next moment, they faltered. With a clatter, they dropped their weapons at their feet. Qin Pingan had drawn the M500 revolver he had seized from the former KTV manager. Being men of the underworld, they recognized the formidable power of the firearm. "Brother, let's discuss this calmly. We realize our mistakes." The masked men raised their hands, trembling as they spoke to Qin Pingan. Mu Wanqing and Qin Shiyu, terrified, shivered in silence. "Afraid to move. What are you two still doing? Get going. A young lady shouldn't be out so late at night. You were fortunate to encounter me this time. Next time, luck may not be on your side." Qin Pingan admonished the women sternly. We understand. "Thank you, hero," Mu Wanqing replied nervously. As soon as those words left her lips, Qin Pingan's face twitched beneath the mask. The term hero evoked images of beggars wandering the streets in nothing but shorts, leaving him speechless. Seeing Qin Pingan's silence, Qin Shiyu hastily tugged Mu Wanqing towards their car. Just moments earlier, they had exited Jiuxing KTV after singing, only to be suddenly illuminated by a blinding flashlight, forcing Mu Wanqing to stop the vehicle. As they halted, the assailants smashed their window and dragged them out amidst their screams. At that hour, the roads were desolate, with no surveillance nearby. "Just great hero, spare us. We are merely mercenaries, devoid of any personal animosity towards the two young ladies. We beseech you, grant us clemency this once, and we vow to never repeat such transgressions." The ringleader, seized by trepidation, implored Chen Pingon for absolution. Whose coin did you accept? Chen Pingon, tearing away the nylon stockings that concealed their visages, exposing their countenances, reiterated his query with glacial severity. We. The miscreants, unmasked, instinctively shielded their faces, stammering, reluctant to divulge the identity of their benefactor. Without further ado, Chen Pingon aimed his firearm at the ringleader's thigh and discharged a round. Aya! The ringleader emitted a harrowing shriek, clutching his profusely bleeding thigh as he collapsed to the ground. His agonizing cry reverberated through the tranquil night, its chilling resonance sending tremors of terror through his accomplices, who quivered in abject fear. Should you persist in your recalcitrance, the next projectile shall find its mark in a more vital organ than the thigh, perhaps the heart, or even the cranium. Chen Pingon, brandishing his M500 revolver, delivered his ultimatum in a grave tone. I'll speak. Is that not what you desire? The ringleader, overcome by dread, hastily revealed the mastermind behind their nefarious scheme. We received $1 million from Mr. Lu Jinxiong of the venerable Lu family, tasking us with the abduction of Miss Mu. Why would the Lu family seek to abduct Miss Mu? Chen Pingon inquired, a hint of perplexity in his voice. Because the Mu and Lu families are embroiled in a dispute over the West City project. A few days prior, the Lu family attempted to poison the elder Mr. Mu, hoping to coerce the Mu family into withdrawing from the competition. However, the elder Mr. Mu defied expectations, seemingly resurrected after 2 or 3 days of demise. Consequently, they resolved to abduct Miss Mu, intending to blackmail the Mu family into relinquishing their claim. We have divulged all that we know, great hero. We offer you the $1 million we received, beseeching you to spare our wretched lives. The ringleader, abandoning all pretense of concealment, laid bare all that he possessed, seeking to purchase their lives with the ill-gotten gains. I shall decline your monetary offering, Chen Pingon declared. Retain it to mend your wounded limb. I require you, henceforth, to covertly safeguard Miss Mu, ensuring her inviolability. Should any misfortune befall Miss Mu, your fate shall mirror that of this vehicle. Chen Pingon concluded, channeling his full might into a downward strike upon their conveyance. With a resounding impact, the newly acquired van was reduced to a mangled heap of scrap metal. Even the tires, mere days old, succumbed to Chen Pingon's overwhelming force, exploding in rapid succession. The erstwhile pristine van was instantaneously transmuted into a derelict husk, leaving the assembled thugs dumbfounded, their eyes widened in disbelief. Several of the assailants, suspecting an optical illusion, vigorously rubbed their eyes, only to find the flattened vehicle unaltered upon re-examination. Their recently purchased van had indeed been compressed into a metallic pancake by the masked man's singular blow. Could such a feat be wrought by mortal hands? Were it not for their direct observation, they would have dismissed the spectacle as an impossibility. Had that same force been directed at their persons, their frail frames would undoubtedly have been reduced to mere pulp. The ringleader, utterly petrified, soiled his trousers, a pungent odor permeating the air. He inwardly rejoiced that Chen Pingon had merely discharged a firearm in his direction, for had the blow landed upon his person, he would have been rendered a mass of indistinguishable tissue. Speak. Chen Pingon, noting their paralysis, reiterated his command in a stentorian tone. Yes. We shall henceforth diligently safeguard Miss Mu's well-being, ensuring her inviolability. The ringleader, jolted by Chen Pingon's voice, hastily knelt, pledging his fealty. This being was not human. He was a demon, a ruthless, merciless demon. Moreover, he was a fiend who had beheld their true countenances. Given their notoriety within the city, their identities could be readily ascertained. Should any adversity befall Miss Mu, they could readily envision their impending doom. Chapter 37. The infatuated Mu Wanqing. By the time Mu Wanqing and Qin Siyu returned to the Mu residence, her parents had already retired for the night. Frightened by the earlier events, Qin Siyu was too apprehensive to return to the apartment she shared with Li Runan, opting instead to spend the night at Mu Wanqing's home. The two beautiful women lay in bed, still trembling from the ordeal. Siyu, who do you think attempted to kidnap us? It seems we haven't offended anyone. Mu Wanqing inquired of her anxious friend, who lay beside her, her chest rising and falling with fear. Isn't it obvious? It must be the Lu family, trying to sabotage your family's bid for the project in the West City. With the two families competing tomorrow, they likely intended to threaten the Mu group into withdrawing. Qin Siyu surmised. What intrigues me is the identity of the person who rescued us. Was it your father or grandfather who secretly arranged for our protection? Or merely a passerby with a good heart? She pondered, her curiosity piqued about Chen Pingon, the one who had saved them. From the way the kidnappers spoke to us, they didn't seem to be my father's or grandfather's bodyguards. It felt like he just happened to come across us. One man took down several kidnappers with such grace. It was truly impressive. My heart raced at the sight, and I felt an inexplicable attraction, but alas, I couldn't obtain his contact information. Mu Wanqing reflected, her initial fright fading, replaced by a blush that crept across her cheeks, ultimately giving way to disappointment. Is it possible, my dear Wanqing, that you have fallen for him without even seeing his face? Qin Siyu exclaimed, astonished by the change in her friend's demeanor. Having been close friends since university, she had never witnessed such a response from Mu Wanqing toward any man. How could I be in love? Besides, it's said that beautiful women are drawn to heroes. For a man to confront those imposing kidnappers, he must possess a gallant spirit. It's only natural that I would feel a certain fondness for such a noble figure. Mu Wanqing hastily clarified. Initially, she had not thought deeply about it. She simply found the masked men as courage captivating. However, her friend's teasing caused her to realize that she was indeed enamored with the heroic stranger she had yet to see. Look at that love-struck expression. And yet you claim you aren't smitten? Just a reminder, you are still legally bound to that scoundrel, Qin Ping. Falling for someone else now would be considered infidelity. Qin Siyu jested, amused by Mu Wanqing's demeanor. At this, Mu Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, I am still tied to that scoundrel by law. I cannot remain in this situation. To pursue my own happiness, I must divorce him and regain my freedom. With unwavering determination, Mu Wanqing declared to her friend, I will divorce that scoundrel, reclaim my independence, and seek my own happiness. Wake up, Miss Wanqing. You haven't even seen his true face yet. Whether he is handsome or not, or of good character, remains unknown. You can't even be certain you will cross paths again. What happiness are you pursuing? Qin Siyu chuckled, rolling her eyes at her friend's fervor. His timely appearance during our perilous moment proves we are destined to meet. Fate is indeed mysterious, and I have a feeling we shall encounter him again. Mu Wanqing mused, seemingly entranced by the notion that the events of the night were orchestrated by fate to lead her to love. Chapter 38. The mother-in-law's visit. All right. Tonight's events are merely a romantic encounter orchestrated by fate, so hasten to sleep. Tomorrow, you must accompany your father to participate in the bidding for the city's westward redevelopment project. Moreover, in slumber, dreams can encompass anything. Qin Shiyu, unable to endure any longer, chose not to further entangle herself with Mu Wanqing on this matter. With that, she turned over and closed her eyes to sleep. Prompted by her friend's remark about dreams, Mu Wanqing quickly followed suit. Perhaps in the realm of dreams, she might indeed encounter the gallant figure clad in a wolf mask. Meanwhile, Qin Ping, the subject of their discussion, remained oblivious to the fact that his masked intervention had inadvertently complicated matters, as Mu Wanqing had developed a fondness for the masked persona he portrayed. At this moment, Qin Ping had just returned to the apartment he shared with Li Runan and Qin Shiyu. He discovered that Li Runan was still asleep and Qin Shiyu had yet to return. Noticing the time, past 2 o'clock, he decided against sleeping. After a shower, he returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing the Phoenix control technique he had acquired from the third golden needle. Currently, Qin Ping possessed only the profound power imparted to him by his master before his passing. This immense strength endowed him with remarkable physical prowess and reflexes far superior to those of the average person. However, he remained unaware of how to wield such formidable power. In confrontations, he could only resort to clashing palms or violently smashing a car, actions akin to those of a brutish bull. Yet, through the mastery of the Phoenix control technique, he would come to understand how to harness the energies within him. According to his master, once he mastered this technique, he would experience a significant surprise. Although the nature of this surprise was not disclosed, leaving him to uncover it on his own. The Phoenix control technique comprises 9 tiers. The first tier involves sensing the energy through the technique's principles and then gathering it in the dantian. Given his inheritance of profound internal power from his master, Qin Ping could bypass this initial step and effortlessly circulate his internal energy according to the principles, thus achieving the second tier. The second tier entails guiding the energy within the dantian to traverse the 8 extraordinary meridians of the body. Qin Ping had already accomplished this under the influence of his master's considerable strength by following the principles of the Phoenix control technique. He traversed his internal energy through the meridians and ascended to the third tier. The third tier is pivotal, typically. It requires guiding the cultivated internal energy to break through the Rin-Tong meridian. Successfully doing so grants access to the fourth tier. For the average individual, this level poses a considerable challenge. However, for Qin Ping, it was a trivial task, thanks to the robust internal power he inherited from his master. A mere surge of energy allowed him to breach the Rin-Tong meridian with ease. Nevertheless, The internal power bestowed upon him by his master could only aid him thus far, as his master had only cultivated the Phoenix control technique to the 6th tier. After receiving his master's transmission of power, he absorbed only half of it, leaving the other half untapped. Progressing beyond the 4th tier would rely solely on his own efforts. Time flows swiftly for those engaged in cultivation. By the time he stabilized his 4th tier mastery of the Phoenix control technique, it was already past 9 o'clock the following morning. Awakened by the voices of Li Runin and others in the living room. Had it not been for the commotion, he might have remained in deep meditation until nightfall. Curious. Chen Ping'an opened his bedroom door, only to find that, in addition to Li Runin and Qin Shiyu, Mu Wanqing's mother, his temporary mother-in-law, was also present. To his astonishment, she pushed a sum of 1 million yuan in cash towards Li Runin. Miss Li, I have gleaned some insights into your family's situation from Shiyu. Your father's health has relied on medication ever since you entered high school, and life has not been easy for your family. Now, an opportunity for wealth presents itself. If you are willing to drive away that Chen Ping'an and prevent him from residing here, this 1 million yuan shall be yours, relieving you of future worries regarding your father's medical expenses. Mu Wanqing's mother declared, pushing the cash towards Li Runin. Chapter 39. I will not abandon him. Upon witnessing the actions of Mu Wanqing's mother, Chen Ping'an seized the opportunity, unnoticed by the trio, to quietly close the door behind him. He was eager to observe how Li Runin would navigate the dilemma between financial gain and their friendship. As for the unexpected appearance of his temporary mother-in-law, Chen Ping'an could surmise, with a fair degree of certainty, that Qin Shiyu had informed Mu Wanqing's family of his financial predicament and the fact that Li Runin had offered him refuge. Consequently, the Mu family aimed to leverage monetary incentives to persuade Li Runin to evict him, intending to present him with a divorce agreement and a sum of money when he found himself at a dead end, thus facilitating an early separation from Mu Wanqing. Chen Ping'an had witnessed such melodramatic schemes often on television. Indeed, he had accurately deduced the sequence of events that led to Mu's mother's visit. Earlier that morning, Mu Wanqing had risen early to accompany her father to a bidding event for the West City's redevelopment project. Qin Shiyu, having awoken later, discussed over breakfast with Mu Wanqing's mother the fact that Chen Ping'an had become her co-tenant, misinterpreting the situation as Chen Ping'an being destitute. Mu Wanqing's mother concluded that Li Runin had taken him in. Upon learning from Qin Shiyu about Li Runin's less than favorable financial circumstances, she devised the current plan. If Chen Ping'an were to be cast out by Li Runin, they could offer him a substantial sum of money along with a divorce agreement, compelling him to sign it in secret without informing their elderly patriarch. Li Runin, still groggy from sleep and attempting to recall the events of the previous night, was met by Qin Shiyu and Mu Wanqing's mother. Assuming Chen Ping'an was not home, Mu's mother directly conveyed her intentions to Li Runin in the living room, unveiling a bag containing 1 million yuan in cash. The sight of the stacked, crimson 100 yuan bills startled Li Runin into full wakefulness. As a young woman who had been working tirelessly since high school to support her family, earning a modest salary as a small supervisor while sending the majority of her earnings home for her father's medication, she had never encountered such a fortune. Did you just say that if I evict my good friend Chen Ping'an, you would give me this 1 million? Li Runin questioned incredulously, her disbelief evident as she looked between Qin Shiyu and Mu's mother. The two exchanged knowing smiles and nodded vigorously. Why do you harbor such animosity towards Chen Ping'an? Are you truly willing to spend 1 million just to see him cast out and destitute? Li Runin continued, perplexed. Aren't you concerned I might take half of this money and give it to him so he can rent a better place? She pinched her cheek hard, ensuring that she was not caught in a dream, and upon feeling the sting, she accepted that the situation was indeed real. Such serendipitous fortune was almost surreal. Observing Li Runin's astonishment and excitement upon seeing the money, Qin Shiyu and Mu's mother felt a surge of hope. You are in dire need of this money. I trust you would not entertain the thought of sharing it with him. You need not concern yourself with our grievances against Chen Ping'an. Simply adhere to our request, and this money shall be yours. Mu's mother said with a smile, pushing the 1 million yuan closer to Li Runin. She believed it was well worth the price to ensure that the scoundrel would divorce her daughter. Moreover, this money was originally intended as a reward for Chen Ping'an's assistance in saving their patriarch's life. However, since he had grown greedy and sought to claim the entire Mu Chapter 40, congratulations on your promotion to general manager. What did you just say? Could you repeat that? Mu's mother, startled, instinctively urged Li Runin to say it again. I said that my friendship with Chen Ping'an cannot be measured in monetary terms. Even if you were to offer me 1 million, or even 10 million or 100 million, I would not cast him out. You should take your money back. After Li Runin finished speaking, she intended to return to her room, recalling the events of the previous night. Upon arriving at work, she had sought the manager to see if he could arrange a job for Chin Ping-on. Instead, the manager had insisted that she entertain a client, claiming that if she pleased him that evening, not only could he assist Chin Ping-on, but she would also secure a promotion and raise. However, upon meeting this so-called young Master Zhao, he had leered at her, intent on getting her drunk, and it was all too clear what his intentions were. Had it not been for Chin Ping-on's timely intervention, she shuddered to think of what might have transpired at the hands of the manager and young Master Zhao. The fact that she returned to her rented apartment unscathed was undoubtedly due to Chin Ping-on's rescue. The background of the Jiuxing KTV was no simple matter. She wondered how Chin Ping-on was faring now. As Li Runen stood to leave, Mu's mother immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Shiyu. Understanding the cue, Qin Shiyu reached out to stop Li Runen, saying, "Runen, have you really thought this through? Opportunities like this, akin to a windfall, may never present themselves again. If you let it slip by, it could be a chance lost forever. Indeed, once this village is passed, there will be no shop like it. Consider your ailing father. Even if you do not think of yourself, surely you must think of him," Mu's mother added earnestly, feigning concern for Li Runen's well-being. "I am indeed in need of money, but I will not earn it through unscrupulous means. I will work hard to cover my father's medical expenses without your interference." Li Runen's patience was wearing thin, her tone growing colder. Had this woman not been brought by her roommate Qin Shiyu, she would have shown her the door. Humph. With such limited vision, it is no wonder you have remained merely a supervisor at Jiuxing KTV for so long. One must aspire for greater heights to earn substantial wealth. Do you not understand, dear? Mu's mother, having lost her patience, spoke to Li Runen with less civility. As her words fell, a knock echoed from the door of the apartment shared by Li Runen and Qin Shiyu. Upon hearing the knock, everyone instinctively assumed that Chin Ping-on had returned. Li Runen approached and opened the door. "Excuse me, is Miss Li Runen residing here?" A beautiful woman outside inquired politely. "I am Li Runen. May I ask what this is regarding?" Upon realizing the visitor was from Jiuxing KTV, Li Runen's heart skipped a beat. The manager of the HR department had come personally? Could this be about last night? Had the manager been angered and decided to terminate her employment? After all, he had stated that if young Master Zhao was not satisfied, not only would he not assist Chin Ping-on, but she would also be dismissed. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Li Runen's expression darkened. "Good day, Miss Li Runen. I am Zhao Mingxi, the HR manager at Jiuxing KTV. I am here to inform you that our boss has officially appointed you as the general manager of Jiuxing KTV, responsible for the daily management and operations with an annual salary of 3 million. Considering your family's difficulties, the boss has generously advanced you half a year's salary. I have come to formally present your appointment letter. Congratulations, General Manager Li, and we look forward to your leadership." As the HR manager finished speaking, she handed Li Runen a freshly prepared appointment letter along with a check for 1,500,000, leaving Li Runen utterly bewildered. These arrangements had been made by Chen Ping on the previous night. Chapter 41. He doesn't seem so disagreeable anymore initially. Mu's mother and Qin Shiyu intended to further persuade Li Runen, but they were utterly bewildered by the words of the HR manager of Jiuxing KTV, believing their eyes were deceiving them. Once they confirmed the reality of the scene before them, they found themselves awkwardly frozen in place. Just moments ago, they had dismissed him as lacking ambition, claiming that earning merely a few thousand a month would never lead to substantial wealth. Yet, how swiftly the tables had turned. He had been directly promoted to general manager with an annual salary of 3 million. The 100,000 in cash they brought suddenly felt insignificant and rather miserly. "Am I really the newly appointed general manager of Jiuxing KTV?" Li Runen hesitantly inquired, her expression one of utter confusion as she gazed at Manager Zhao. "Could there possibly be a mistake? I thought I had angered the lobby manager and young Master Zhao last night, and I should have been dismissed instead. How could I be promoted to manager?" Although the position of manager had always been her aspiration, it had only ever been a dream to lead a single store's lobby. Yet, the implication of the current situation suggested that the owner intended for her to oversee nearly 100 establishments under the Jiuxing KTV banner. This had to be a mistake, or perhaps a dream. Yes, it must be a dream. Otherwise, how could such a bizarre sequence of events occur? First, her roommate brought a woman claiming to offer her 1 million in cash to force Chen Ping out, and now, inexplicably, she had been elevated to the role of general manager. Such occurrences could only exist in dreams. "Manager Zhao, could you slap me to see if I'm dreaming?" Li Runen boldly suggested, eliciting a puzzled expression from Zhao. "What you are saying is far too surreal. I am merely a modest head hostess in the reception department. How could the owner possibly promote me to manager, let alone general manager? Please, slap me. If this is merely a dream, it certainly wouldn't hurt." Seeing Zhao's bewildered expression, Li Runin hurriedly clarified her statement. Huh. Zhao, the HR manager, was instantaneously amused by Li Runin's words. Li, you are truly humorous. I have delivered the appointment letter, and my task is complete. I must return to work now. Assuming that Li Runin was jesting, Zhao handed her the letter and the check before departing. Even after the HR manager left, Li Runin remained in a state of disbelief. As she opened the appointment letter, she confirmed that her name was indeed inscribed upon it, and the check for 150,000 was real. To affirm the authenticity of this extraordinary event, Li Runin pinched her own cheek until she felt a sharp pain, at which point she began to accept the reality of the situation. Yet, the question that eluded her comprehension was, why had the owner suddenly promoted her to general manager without reason? Just then, Chen Pingyan emerged from his room. Upon seeing him, Qin Shiyu and Mu's mother exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. It appeared that he had been in the room the entire time, and judging by his invigorated demeanor, it was evident he did not seem to have just awakened. Had he overheard their conversation with Li Runin? Qin Shiyu scrutinized Chen Pingyan, attempting to discern something from his countenance. The Phoenix control technique, as its name implies, exudes immense allure towards women post-training. With Chen Pingyan having cultivated this technique to its 4th level, he emanated an aura that was particularly captivating to the opposite sex. After gazing at him, Qin Shiyu found that the previously sharp features and resolute gaze of Chen Pingyan no longer seemed so disagreeable. The memory of his intrusion into the bathroom the previous night, exposing her, surfaced in her mind, causing a blush to spread across her cheeks. The quickening of her heartbeat filled her with an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Auntie, Qingzi should be returning soon. Perhaps I should escort you home? Qin Shiyu, feeling an uncharacteristic unease, instinctively sought to leave, and without further ado, she grasped Mu Wanqing's mother and began to depart. But our objective hasn't. Mu's mother began, yet her words were cut short as Qin Shiyu pulled her away. Chapter 42. The bewildered Li Runin. Chen Pingyan, what transpired last night at the KTV after I got drunk? Did the manager and that young master Zhao give you any trouble? Li Runin inquired with an expression of curiosity as she turned to Chen Pingyan. They did attempt to make things difficult for me, but during my years in prison, I acquired a fair amount of skills. With a swift kick here and a decisive move there, I managed to settle them quite easily, leaving them to watch helplessly as I took you away. Chen Pingyan recounted the events of the previous night without reservation. Uft, you must be joking. Li Runin clearly found it hard to believe Chen Pingyan's words. While she could accept that Chen Pingyan might have rescued her from Jiuxing KTV, given his formidable demeanor after years in prison, she could not fathom that he could do so without any difficulty. After all, the security personnel at Jiuxing KTV were no ordinary guards. They were predominantly skilled veterans of special forces. She had little faith in Chen Pingyan's ability to contend with such individuals. Stranger yet, this morning, the manager of the HR department had come directly to her home to announce her promotion to general manager. Believe it or not, it matters not. Chen Pingyan shrugged, not pressing her to accept his words. Observing Li Runin's recent rejection of the Mu family's bribe warmed his heart, reinforcing his belief that his actions from last night were indeed worthwhile. By the way, there's bread and milk in the fridge. You can have that for breakfast while I step out for a bit. Without even applying makeup, Li Runin dashed into her room to change clothes before rushing out. Noticing her hurried departure, Chen Pingyan speculated that she was off to Jiuxing KTV to verify the authenticity of her newfound title as general manager. He promptly called his secretary. Secretary Liu, please arrange for a vehicle for the newly appointed general manager Li Runin, something of a higher caliber. Also, if she inquires about my identity as the new boss, kindly keep that information from her and extend my regards to the senior staff from last night. After establishing the call, Chen Pingyan issued his instructions. Knowing Li Runin's personality well, he understood that she was a fiercely independent woman. If she discovered he was the new boss, she might perceive it as pity or charity rather than an acknowledgement of her capabilities, leading her to reject the prestigious position. Furthermore, if she realized he was now her employer, their relationship would shift to one of hierarchy, causing her to treat him with undue deference, rather than as a friend. Understood, boss. The secretary responded promptly, demonstrating her competence by following instructions without question, which pleased Chen Pingyan immensely. Then you may carry on with your tasks. I will call you if needed. After concluding the call, Chen Pingyan enjoyed his breakfast before returning to his room to practice his skills in controlling the Phoenix. Before long, Li Runin arrived at Jiuxing KTV in a flurry. Good morning, General Manager. Welcome, General Manager. The employees on the morning shift, already informed during their meeting that the KTV had a new owner and that Li Runin had been appointed as general manager, greeted her with respect. With a heart full of questions, Li Runin made her way directly to the owner's office. 20 minutes later, she emerged, holding a set of keys to a luxury Mercedes. From the secretary, she learned that not only had she been inexplicably elevated to the role of general manager, but the KTV had also changed ownership overnight. The lobby manager had been dismissed by the new owner for clashing with him. The secretary even handed her the keys to a high-end car, claiming it was a gift from the new owner. Who could this new owner be? Why had she been promoted to general manager? As she racked her brain to recall the events of the previous night, a thought struck her. Could that young Master Zhao have been the new owner of Jiuxing KTV? Chapter 43. I do not wish to be your subordinate regardless of who the new boss may be, since I have been promoted to general manager. It is only fitting that I secure a favorable position for my friend first. Assign Chen Pingyan to KTV as my assistant. Li Runin drove the luxurious car provided by the company back to her apartment. Chen Pingyan, grab your identification and come with me. Upon returning to the apartment, she called out to Chen Pingyan, who was practicing in his room. Now that you've become the general manager, shouldn't you treat me to a drink to celebrate? Why do I need my ID? Chen Pingyan emerged from his room, a look of bewilderment on his face. Of course, it's to help you secure a job. It's not easy for you to find work right now. As your friend and the new general manager, I must arrange a good position for you. We can celebrate after your job is settled. Li Runin, ever carefree, chose to disregard who the new boss might be, prioritizing her friend's welfare. What job are you arranging for me? Chen Pingyan inquired, increasingly curious. My assistant or deputy chief of security, with an annual salary of 500,000. You may choose. Li Runin generously proposed to Chen Pingyan. Her intention was not only to provide her friend with a lucrative position, but also to compel the new boss to confront her directly. By offering her friend a salary of 500,000, she was convinced that the new boss would feel the pinch and intervene. If he did not, then her friend would unjustly receive a high-paying job. Upon hearing Li Runin's words, Chen Pingyan, who had been drinking water, nearly choked. Your assistant or deputy chief of security can earn 500,000 a year. I am now the general manager, fully responsible for the management and operations of Jiuxing KTV. If I wish to offer you a salary of 500,000, I can do so. What, do you not want it? Li Runin responded with an air of dominance. Chen Pingyan shook his head. What do you mean? You don't want this high-paying job? Seeing Chen Pingyan shake his head, Li Runin became displeased and pressed him. I do not wish to be your subordinate, Chen Pingyan declared, refusing to elaborate further as he made his way to the door. If he were to become Li Runin's assistant or deputy chief, his status as the new boss of Jiuxing KTV would inevitably be exposed, leading to complications with Li Runin discovering his true identity. Chen Pingyan's words left Li Runin momentarily speechless, unable to retort. Where are you going? She hastily inquired as he moved to leave. Of course, I'm going to find a job. Are you going to support me? Chen Pingyan turned back at the door to deliver a classic line before departing without a backward glance. Li Runin wished to say that she could support him, yet the words remained unspoken. She understood that, like her, Chen Pingyan was not one to accept a life of dependence. After leaving the apartment, Chen Pingyan promptly called Manager Shin from the previous night, seeking assistance in securing a job. Given his current credentials, finding a decent position would prove challenging. And if he failed, Li Runin would undoubtedly compel him to work at Jiuxing KTV. What? Mr. Chen, you want me to help you find a job? Manager Shun was taken aback by Chen Pingyan's request, convinced he was joking. Indeed, any job will do, as long as it is not too demanding and the salary is flexible. Chen Pingyan responded with certainty. In that case, I will inquire among my contacts in the industry and provide you with information shortly. Shun, fully aware of Chen Pingyan's wealth, over 1,000 billion in cash, equivalent to several hundred billion RMB, in addition to priceless gold and antiques, suspected that Chen Pingyan was merely seeking to alleviate boredom with a job. His statement about desiring an easy job with flexible pay only reinforced Shen's belief. Chapter 44. The encounter of rivals. Soon, Manager Shun returned Chen Pingyan's call, informing him that the beautiful president of Sihai Group was in search of a male assistant. Manager Shin had already spoken to her, allowing Chen Pingyan to go directly to Sihai Group. He emphasized that Sihai Group was of equal stature to Wu Group. The recently deceased owner, Chen Chaoxing, along with Wu Xingjie and Li Qiushui of Li Group, were referred to as the three great demons of the Southwest. Following Chen Chaoxing's demise, his adopted daughter took the reins of Sihai Group. Chen Pingyan was indifferent to the so-called great demons. His sole desire was to secure a decent job, relieving Li Runin of her worries regarding his employment. Naturally, the more robust the company's strength and background, the better, as it would alleviate any concerns about job security. Upon receiving Manager Shin's call, Chen Ping'an promptly made his way to the headquarters of Sihai Group, renowned as one of the leading conglomerates in Longqing. Their headquarters boasted over 30 stories and occupied several acres. Upon arriving, he was stopped at the entrance by the receptionists. "Sir, may I ask who you are looking for? Do you have an appointment?" The two charming receptionists inquired politely, noticing that Chen Ping'an lacked an employee badge. "I seek your president. Someone has already contacted her on my behalf. You may call to verify," Chen Ping'an replied courteously. However, doubt began to creep into his mind. Such a large corporation surely required appointments for entry, indicating that the workplace would be rather stringent, making the job unlikely to be easy. "Hello, sir. The president is unavailable for meetings today. Please return," one of the beautiful receptionists stated, leaving Chen Ping'an in stunned silence. Hadn't manager Shen assured him he could come directly to see High Group? This seemed rather unreliable. The thought of being turned away was quite humiliating. At that moment, Chen Ping'an decided to test the prowess of his fourth-level Yufengqiu. He took a few steps back and, noticing the receptionists engrossed in their tasks, summoned his inner energy to his feet and sprinted past them. One of the receptionists glanced up just in time to see a fleeting shadow whisk by. "Shan, did you just see someone dart past us?" she asked, tugging at her colleague's sleeve, uncertainty etched across her face. "Uft, you must be seeing things. Even if there were ghosts, they wouldn't dare appear in broad daylight. Next time you wish to frighten me, please wait until nightfall." The other receptionist, named Shan, dismissed her colleague's claim, rolling her eyes before returning to her work. The first receptionist, now convinced she had imagined it, accepted her friend's skepticism. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an had already boarded the elevator to the 30th floor. This level housed the president's office, a lounge, a gym, and meeting rooms. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door to the president's office. The expansive room contained only a leather sofa and 2 desks, presenting a minimalist aesthetic. Inside, 2 beautiful women were focused on their tasks. The secretary, clad in a white shirt and a fitted skirt, with her long hair elegantly tied back, embodied the essence of beauty. However, Chen Ping'an's gaze lingered on her for but a moment before it was drawn to the president of Sihai Group. He was taken aback, his eyes sparkling with a hint of animosity. The president, seated behind her desk, wore a sophisticated light blue blouse, her long hair neatly tied up, exuding an air of competence and intellect. Even without her lifting her gaze, Chen Ping'an instantly recognized her as Gao Weiwei, one of the female university students he had once supported. She was the very one who, along with several others, had conspired to imprison him. Unbelievably, 5 years had passed, and she had ascended to become the president of a conglomerate valued in the billions. As Gao Weiwei busied herself, she sensed someone's gaze upon her. Looking up in confusion, her expression shifted to one of alarm upon recognizing Chen Ping'an. Chapter 45, As You Wish at This Moment. The secretary noticed the sudden appearance of Chen Ping'an and was taken aback. She abruptly rose from her seat, confronting him with indignation. "Who are you? When did you intrude upon the CEO's office? Please leave immediately, or I shall summon security." Upon finishing her statement, the secretary reached for the phone on her desk to call for assistance. "Xiaoran, there is no need to call security. I am acquainted with him. Please step outside," interrupted CEO Gao Weiwei, instructing her to leave. The secretary, astonished by Gao Weiwei's words, had no choice but to set down the phone and exit the office. Once the secretary departed, Gao Weiwei hurriedly approached the brooding Chen Ping'an. "Senior Chen, when did you?" she began, but before she could finish, Chen Ping'an seized her by the neck and forcefully pushed her onto the luxurious leather sofa. "Why? I generously devoted 2/3 of my income each month to support your education. Why did you conspire against me? Why?" Chen Ping'an's emotions spiraled out of control, his gaze turning crimson as he yelled, gripping Gao Weiwei's neck. Upon his release from prison, his foremost desires were to reunite with his mother and sister and confront the 7 ungrateful women who had orchestrated his downfall. Initially, he intended to find his family before confronting those heartless women, but unexpectedly encountered Gao Weiwei first. During his return to his alma mater, he had learned of several underprivileged female students. Having experienced hardship himself, he empathized with them and selected a few diligent students, pledging 2/3 of his income to ensure their education. Instead of gratitude, he received betrayal. He felt an overwhelming resentment for his own naivety and for their cruelty. Had it not been for their treachery, he would not have faced imprisonment, and his mother and sister would surely be thriving under his care. Now, not only was his life in ruins, but his family was also lost, their fates unknown. In that moment, he yearned to end the life of the woman before him. Yet he was reluctant to do so without first uncovering the whereabouts of the other 6 ungrateful women who had conspired against him. He desired retribution from all who had wronged him. Senior Chen, please, let me go. Gao Weiwei gasped, her face turning purple as the blood flow was restricted. She struggled vigorously, but Qin Pingyun merely tightened his grip. Were you not the ones who accused me of assaulting you? Very well, today I shall grant your wish. He declared, one hand still constricting her neck while the other grasped the collar of her blouse, tearing it with a swift motion. With a sound akin to paper ripping. Gao Weiwei's exquisite yellow blouse was effortlessly destroyed, revealing her alabaster skin and the enticing curves concealed beneath her luxurious lingerie. As he pulled the fabric, his nails inadvertently left a long, crimson mark between her breasts, contrasting starkly against her porcelain complexion, rendering the scene both alluring and provocative. Please, no. Gao Weiwei's visage paled in terror, and her struggles intensified. Little did she realize that her desperation only fueled Qin Pingyun's desire for dominance. Faced with the ungrateful traitor who had marred his existence, Qin Pingyun showed no mercy. Instead, he reached for her D-cup lingerie. Whether it was despair or exhaustion. The Once Mighty CEO Gradual Chapter 46, a significant misunderstanding just as Qin Pingyun was about to remove the luxurious lingerie from Gao Weiwei. The commotion outside the office caused him to halt. Mr. Chen, the president is meeting with other guests inside. You cannot enter. Get out of my way. Whoever dares to stop me today will face dire consequences. A quarrel erupted between the secretary and a man outside the office. In the next moment, the door to Gao Weiwei's office was violently kicked open. A young man in his 30s burst in, accompanied by a group of intimidating henchmen. Upon seeing Gao Weiwei pinned on the couch by Qin Pingyun, her disheveled attire, and Qin Pingyun's hand poised to remove her last line of defense, the man and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the provocative scene. Even Gao Weiwei's secretary was stunned. Weren't you saying that this Gao woman was meeting guests? Is this what you call a meeting? The man turned to question Gao Weiwei's secretary, evidently mistaking Qin Pingyun for her kept man. The secretary was at a loss for words, having never anticipated that the president would be involved in such indiscretions with this sudden intruder. It became clear why the president had shown no interest in any man over the years. She had long been enamored with someone. And that someone was undeniably handsome and captivating. Due to Qin Pingyun's cultivation of the Phoenix Command, the attractive secretary felt an alluring aura emanating from him. Enough to enchant anyone with just a glance. Suddenly, the secretary felt a flicker of familiarity. A photograph of this very man resided in the president's desk drawer. A picture she often observed as the president daydreamed. Qin Shinian, what are you doing barging into my office with so many people? Are you staging a coup? Gao Weiwei, having composed herself and covered her exposed form, stood up from the couch, her expression frosty as she confronted the intruder. You guessed it correctly. I have indeed come to stage a coup. Qin Shinian did not conceal his intentions. He produced a gun from his coat and aimed it squarely at Qin Pingyun's head. The Sihai organization and Sihai group were established by my uncle. They belong to the Qin family. You are merely his adopted daughter, an outsider. Now that he is dead, the authority of the Sihai organization and Sihai group should rightfully belong to me, the legitimate heir of the Qin family. Why should you, an outsider? Control Chapter 47. An unexpected delight since he is not your lover. Why are you so anxious? Qin Shinian retorted with a cold smile. Gao Weiwei was rendered speechless by the question. Her actions only served to reinforce Qin Shinian's conviction that the man before him, Qin Pingyun, was undoubtedly being supported by Gao Weiwei. Even Gao Weiwei's secretary, Fang Xiaoran, was taken aback by her boss's momentary silence. The usually decisive and formidable CEO Gao Weiwei, known for her unwavering resolve, appeared utterly flustered in the presence of this unexpected visitor. Having spent considerable time with Gao Weiwei, it was the first time Fang Xiaoran had witnessed such a state of disarray in her superior. Even when Gao Weiwei had once been ensnared in dire circumstances alongside the former chairman, she had never shown such a hint of distress. This was precisely why. On his deathbed, the childless former chairman had entrusted the management of the conglomerate not to his own nephew, Qin Shinian, but rather to Gao Weiwei, his adopted daughter. Qin Shinian, if you dare to harm a single hair on his head, I will ensure that every member of your family pays the price, Gao Weiwei vowed. Her icy composure returning as she threatened Qin Shinian with a chilling tone. 5 years prior, she and 6 other sisters had been coerced into causing him harm, leading to his unjust imprisonment for many years, a burden she still carried with guilt. If anything were to happen to him today because of her, she would never forgive herself. Gao Weiwei's words, as cold as ice, caused Qin Shinian to instinctively take a small step back. However, he quickly recalled that he was armed and accompanied by many others. No matter how formidable Gao Weiwei might be, she could not possibly contend with him alone. And his demeanor gradually regained its composure. Spare me your theatrics. I advise you to hand over the 4C's demon order willingly, or I won't hesitate to eliminate both you and your lover before searching for it, Chen Xinian declared, pressing his gun directly against Chen Ping'an's temple. The 4C's organization operates under strict regulations, overseen by the 4 demon generals who manage its combat, logistics, finances, and personnel. Only with the 4C's demon order can one command these generals. Otherwise, seizing the 4C's group would be futile. His uncle, known as one of the 3 demon kings of the southwest, Chen Chaoxing, had entrusted both the group and the demon order to Gao Weiwei before his passing. There are 2 ways to appoint a demon king, the first being a direct appointment by the previous demon kings. The second involves an internal competition within the organization. Recently, with the unexpected demise of Chen Chaoxing, Gao Weiwei was the only one present at his side, resulting in the demon order being passed into her hands. After several days of scheming, Chen Xinian had orchestrated today's power grab. He had fabricated evidence of his uncle's final wishes for him to succeed as the demon king. And now he only needed the demon order from Gao Weiwei. Once he obtained it, he would wield absolute authority over the 4C's organization. However, he had not anticipated discovering Gao Weiwei, a woman known for her icy demeanor towards men, engaging in a romantic liaison in her office. This revelation was indeed an unexpected delight for him. A woman of her stature, entangled with a man in such a manner, indicated her deep affection, which presented an opportunity for him to leverage this connection against her. Chapter 48. Chen Xinian pleads for mercy. I am willing to relinquish the 4C's mandate, Gao Weiwei declared without hesitation, but only on the condition that you release him first. Otherwise, even if you slay me, you shall never obtain it. Her pronouncement astonished her secretary, Feng Xiaoran. The 4C's mandate was the president's safeguard. Without it, the Chen family would hold no fear. Should they acquire the mandate, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate her to seize complete control of the 4C's group and its organization. Yet, the president was willing to surrender the mandate for this man, placing herself in peril without a second thought. It was evident how deeply she cared for him. You are in no position to dictate terms, Chen Xinian retorted. Hand over the 4C's mandate at once, and I may permit you both to depart unscathed. You have 10 seconds to consider. After that, I shall perforate your lover's flesh. Each minute of hesitation shall earn him another bullet, commencing with the thigh and ascending. As he spoke, Chen Xinian shifted the gun from Chen Ping'an's head to his thigh. You have chosen the wrong adversary. A voice, chilling and sharp, emanated from Chen Ping'an. Simultaneously, Chen Ping'an moved. As Chen Xinian adjusted the gun, Chen Ping'an seized his wrist, applying pressure that elicited a sharp cry of pain from Chen Xinian. Ah, my hand! Chen Xinian shrieked, losing his grip on the weapon, which clattered to the floor. Chen Ping'an swiftly kicked it towards Gao Weiwei. The sequence unfolded in a flash. Before anyone could react, the gun lay at Gao Weiwei's feet. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Weiwei retrieved the weapon and pressed it against Chen Xinian's temple. Chen Xinian was dumbfounded. The situation he had controlled had suddenly reversed. His men instinctively drew their weapons, encircling Chen Ping'an and Gao Weiwei. Do not move. Stand down, or I shall execute him, Gao Weiwei commanded, wielding the gun with her characteristic decisiveness. Do not act rashly. Withdraw, Chen Xinian pleaded, his voice laced with panic. He knew Gao Weiwei well. She had ascended from a mere secretary to her current position, weathering numerous perilous situations alongside his uncle, Chen Chaoxing. Several adversaries, once beyond Chen Xinian's reach, had fallen at her hands. He knew she would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Even Chen Ping'an was surprised by Gao Weiwei's agility. An ordinary woman would have been paralyzed by fear in such a situation. The Gao Weiwei before him was no longer the fragile college student he had known 5 years prior. President Gao, Chen Xinian stammered, forcing a smile. I was merely jesting. I shall depart with my men and cease troubling you. I hardly consider your actions a jest, Gao Weiwei replied coldly. Those who dare threaten me must pay the price. Terrified, Chen Xinian collapsed to his knees. Chapter 49. Gao Weiwei's deception. Director Gao, I acknowledge my transgression. My judgment was clouded. I implore you to show leniency. Considering my uncle, Chen Chaoxing, I pledge to relinquish any aspiration for the throne of the Demon King. Please, Director Gao, grant me a reprieve, Chen Xinian entreated. Clutching at Gao Weiwei's legs, his face etched with terror. Remove your grasping hands. I, Gao Weiwei, am a woman of my word. If I decree that you shall pay the price, then you shall suffer the consequences, Gao Weiwei retorted, forcefully kicking Chen Xinian away. She then aimed her firearm at Chen Xinian's thigh and discharged a shot. Ah, my leg. A crimson bloom erupted from Chen Xinian's thigh, accompanied by his agonizing shriek. The once arrogant Chen Xinian clutched his profusely bleeding thigh, writhing on the floor in torment. Remove him from my sight, lest he sullies the floor of my office. Gao Weiwei coldly commanded Qin Shunyan's entourage. Her frigid demeanor and ruthless actions quelled any dissent. In a state of panic, they hastily lifted the still wailing Qin Shunyan and carried him out of Gao Weiwei's office. Secretary, immediately dismiss all security personnel, managers, and receptionists on duty today. Gao Weiwei promptly instructed Fan Xiaoran, her secretary, upon Qin Shunyan's departure. The fact that Qin Shunyan had brazenly infiltrated the president's office with such a large group, without her or the secretary receiving any prior notification, indicated that the daytime security and reception personnel had been compromised. To prevent a recurrence, she had no choice but to replace them all, including the head of security, erring on the side of caution. Yes, President. I shall attend to it immediately. The secretary acknowledged, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and promptly departed to carry out the directive. After the secretary's exit, only Gao Weiwei and Qin Pingyan remained in the office. Gao Weiwei approached the door, securing it by locking it, and then turned to face Qin Pingyan. The perpetual frostiness that usually adorned her face melted away, replaced by a palpable nervousness and bewilderment. Senior Qin, were you injured just now? Gao Weiwei inquired, seemingly at a loss. Why did you do what you did back then? Who was the instigator? Qin Pingyan countered, ignoring her question and directly addressing the past. He refused to believe that the 7 women would have conspired to frame their benefactor without external influence. The only plausible explanation was that they had been bribed or coerced into doing so. He would not only seek retribution from Gao Weiwei and the other 6 ingrates, but also expose and hold accountable the mastermind behind the scheme. No one instigated us. It was solely our individual decision. If you believe that avenging yourself will alleviate the harm we caused you, then by all means, proceed. I will not resist. Nor will I resent you. If you desire recompense, simply name it, be it money, power, or anything else within my means. I will fulfill it. As for the other 6, we parted ways after graduation and have lost contact. I have no knowledge of their current whereabouts. Gao Weiwei's response took Qin Pingyan by surprise. However, he swiftly noticed her evasive gaze and the way she quickly lowered her head, avoiding eye contact. This behavior indicated one thing. Gao Weiwei was being mendacious. Chapter 50, Gao Weiwei's conditions. Your gaze unmistakably reveals that you are lying. Be honest and confess. Who was it that instigated you to act against me back then? And what was the objective? Qin Pingyan confronted Gao Weiwei directly, pressing her with an assertive inquiry. Indeed, we were coerced into framing you back then. Yet the person who directed us possesses immense power. Revealing his identity would serve you no good. It might even endanger you. Just consider us 7 as ungrateful wretches who maliciously conspired against you, if you will. I implore you, do not press further. Gao Weiwei seemed to recognize that her deception could no longer evade Qin Pingyan's scrutiny. She ceased her fabrications but remained steadfast in withholding the identity of the mastermind behind their actions. Furthermore, she refrained from disclosing the intentions of that elusive figure. Her demeanor caused Qin Pingyan's brow to furrow in concern. Gao Weiwei now held the esteemed position of president of the Sihai Group. And according to Manager Shun from Ruishi Bank, the organization was backed by one of the 3 major underground powers of the Southwest, the Sihai organization, with a market valuation nearing 10 billion. Nonetheless, even in her elevated status, Gao Weiwei's countenance darkened at the mention of the architect of her past betrayal. From these subtle cues, Qin Pingyan discerned the formidable influence of that individual. Even Gao Weiwei, now a prominent figure, could not confront him directly. Yet, Qin Pingyan had merely been an ordinary chief physician at the hospital, having never crossed paths with any significant personage. What powerful entity sought to ensnare him? Why would he be targeted? Gao Weiwei's actions only deepened Qin Pingyan's curiosity, igniting an insatiable desire to uncover the identity of the puppeteer behind the scenes. Speak, what must I do to elicit the information regarding the mastermind from you? Qin Pingyan suppressed his impatience, seated himself in Gao Weiwei's executive chair, and leisurely crossed his legs while posing the question. If you insist on knowing the identity of the instigator, I can divulge it, but you must comply with one condition. To Qin Pingyan's astonishment, Gao Weiwei did not maintain her previous obstinacy. Instead, she softened her stance. You have no standing to negotiate. It is your duty to confess everything before me. Qin Pingyan responded coldly. I do this for your own good. If you refuse my condition, I will remain silent, and you can decide how to proceed. Gao Weiwei, gritting her teeth, asserted herself as though the upper hand were hers in this exchange. Very well, what is your condition? As long as it is within my capacity, lawful, and morally sound, I shall acquiesce. Seeing Gao Weiwei's resolute stance, Qin Pingyan felt a sense of resignation. to uncover the identity of the mastermind. He had no choice but to yield to her demands. My condition is that you assume leadership of the Sea-High organization, becoming the new Sea-High Devil. With my assistance, I will help you consolidate power over the other two major underground factions of the Southwest, elevating you to the status of the supreme ruler of the underground. Only then, when you possess the strength to confront that individual, will I reveal the information regarding the mastermind, allowing you to seek your vengeance. Gao Weiwei articulated a condition that left Chen Pingyan in utter disbelief. She proposed that he take over the Sea-High organization and transform into the new Sea-High Devil, aiming to support him in becoming the most formidable underground lord of the Southwest. Are you certain you wish for me to take over the Sea-High organization? Chen Pingyan, incredulous, retorted. Indeed, my condition is for you to seize the Sea-High Devil's authority. Only when your power has grown will you possess the means to defend yourself and even exact revenge once I unveil that person's identity to you. Chapter 51. Assuming the position of Security Department Manager, my adoptive father, Chen Changsheng, was the former king of the Four Seas, and he recently passed away unexpectedly. Before his demise, he entrusted me with the command token of the Four Seas organization, the King of the Four Seas decree. If you agree, I shall bestow this decree upon you, transforming you into the new, formidable King of the Four Seas, revered by all. As Gao Weiwei spoke, she approached her desk and rummaged beneath it. A concealed panel in the wall behind her chair slowly opened, revealing a hidden compartment from which she retrieved a small box crafted from an unknown material. Upon entering a secret code, the box opened to reveal a token. The size of an infant's palm, glimmering in a dark golden hue, composed of an indeterminate substance. Gao Weiwei took the token and placed it into Chen Pingyan's hands. Chen Pingyan examined the token, noting the ancient patterns etched around its edges, with the powerful characters Four Seas and Decree prominently inscribed on either side. Is this the King of the Four Seas decree that Chen Xinian requested you to surrender? Chen Pingyan inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Indeed, this is the King of the Four Seas decree. With it in your possession, you shall become the new King of the Four Seas. In 1 week's time, the underground forces of the Southwest will convene for a martial arts tournament to elect the Southwest King, unifying the underground factions of the three provinces. At that juncture, I will assist you in subduing the other two kings and elevate you to the throne of the Southwest Underground, commanding the three provinces. Gao Weiwei succinctly outlined her plan to Chen Pingyan. Although the prospect of Chen Pingyan wielding the King of the Four Seas decree and her support in becoming the Southwest King would undoubtedly incite opposition, particularly from within the Four Seas organization, she was determined to overcome any obstacles. This was a debt she owed him, and no challenge would deter her. I hope you will keep your word. Chen Pingyan shrugged nonchalantly, placing the King of the Four Seas decree back into the box. While he held little regard for the Four Seas organization, Gao Weiwei insisted he assume command in exchange for revealing the identity of the individual who orchestrated events years ago, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. By the way, I currently seek a flexible job with a decent salary. Could you arrange that for me? After returning the decree, Chen Pingyan turned to Gao Weiwei. He had come seeking employment, and if he returned empty-handed, Li Runin would undoubtedly pressure him to consider a position at Jiuxing KTV. A flexible job with a reasonable salary? How about this? I just dismissed the previous security department manager at the Four Seas Group. Would you like to temporarily assume that position? We can arrange other matters once the affairs of the Four Seas organization are settled. What do you think? Gao Weiwei suggested in a conciliatory tone. Years ago, she harbored a secret affection for this kind-hearted senior who had supported them. Yet, after the events of 5 years prior, even though she now managed a conglomerate with nearly 100 billion in assets, she dared not entertain any improper thoughts regarding her senior. Her sole desire was to make amends for the hurt she had caused him. Very well. Then please have someone guide me through the Four Seas Group and familiarize me with the security department's operations. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Pingyan agreed to take on the role of security department manager. Please hold on a moment. I will have my secretary escort you to familiarize yourself with the company's environment. Gao Weiwei promptly opened T Chapter 52. Hostility, who is Li Xiao? Chen Pingyan instinctively inquired. Despite his deep-seated animosity towards Gao Weiwei, he could not deny that she had transformed into a strikingly alluring figure that captivated men's hearts. When Gao Weiwei had fired at Chen Xinian without a flicker of her eyes, it left Chen Pingyan curious about the audacious individual who dared to pursue her. Seemingly unperturbed by her ruthless demeanor, even boasting that he had already secured her affection, leaving no room for rivals. Li Xiao's real name is Li Jingkong, the brother of the formidable female demon, Li Qiushui, one of the three great tyrants of the Southwest. if you ignore this warning. Do not blame anyone but yourself when trouble finds you. Fang Xiaoran divulged Li Xiao's identity without hesitation. How much did Li Jingkong pay you off? Chen Ping'an asked Fang Xiaoran with genuine curiosity. What do you mean by that? Fang Xiaoran's expression darkened at Chen Ping'an's words, her gaze towards him filled with hostility. Quite literally, if that Li Jingkong did not bribe you, why are you so concerned about my closeness to the president? Are you perhaps an undercover agent placed by him next to Gao Weiwei? Chen Ping'an inquired with a smirk. Manager Chen, please watch your words. I was merely trying to offer you a friendly warning if you refuse to heed it and instead slander me. Do you think Fang Xiaoran is someone to be trifled with? If you continue to defame me, do not blame me for being ungracious. Fang Xiaoran, infuriated by Chen Ping'an's remarks, retaliated with a threat. Chen Ping'an shrugged, uninterested in further engaging with her, and turned to leave the office. Where are you going? Fang Xiaoran felt as if she had struck a pillow, lacking any impact, and could only stomp her foot in frustration, questioning Chen Ping'an from behind. I am the manager of the security department. Naturally, I am heading to meet my subordinates. Chen Ping'an replied without looking back. Ultimately, Fang Xiaoran had no choice but to follow him, making calls to gather the security personnel at their department in anticipation of their arrival. The president had instructed her to familiarize Chen Ping'an with the company's affairs, so she felt compelled to accompany him to introduce him to the security team. Upon their arrival at the security department, they were met with hostile glares from the personnel. Do you know me? Chen Ping'an inquired curiously of the nearest guard, who merely continued to glare at him without responding. Prior to Fang Xiaoran bringing Chen Ping'an to the security department, word had spread that he was appointed by the president himself, especially after the previous manager had been dismissed, under the influence of some ill-intentioned individuals. The guards believed that the previous manager's removal was a maneuver to make way for the new appointee. I would like to introduce you all to our new manager, Chen Ping'an, appointed personally by the president. From now on, all matters concerning the security department will be under his purview. Let us welcome him, Fang Xiaoran announced to the guards. Although she felt a sense of vindication at their hostility towards Chen Ping'an, she maintained a facade of professionalism in front of the president's secretary. Reluctantly, the guards clapped, their expressions resembling those who had been deprived of a meal, lacking enthusiasm. Manager Chen, I leave this department in your capable hands. Should anything arise, feel free to call me. I must return to report to the president. After introducing Chen Ping'an, Fang Xiaoran suppressed her inner delight and hastily departed. Now, only Chen Ping'an and a handful of guards remained in the security department. Hello everyone, I am your new manager, Chen Ping'an. Now, I would like to see the captains of the morning, noon, and evening shifts step forward. After introducing himself, he sought to gather information on the current state of the security department, but to his dismay, not a single person stepped forward. Chapter 53, awaiting the humorous spectacle at this moment, in a CAF across from the headquarters of the Sihai Group. A sharply dressed man sat with several security guards clad in their uniforms, sipping coffee while monitoring video feeds on their phones. The footage displayed none other than Chen Ping'an and the security team of the Sihai Group. This impeccably dressed man was none other than Qin Jigang, the recently dismissed manager of the security department. It was he who had been bribed by Chen Xinian to disperse the guards stationed at the entrance of the headquarters, allowing Chen Xinian to bring his men inside to cause trouble for Gao Weiwei. He had also instructed the front desk to deny anyone access to see Gao Weiwei. This explained why, despite the fact that Shun Zhiliang, the general manager of Ruishi Bank, had already given Gao Weiwei a heads up, Chen Ping'an was still intercepted at the front desk upon his arrival at the Sihai Group. Little did he know that Chen Xinian would ultimately fail, leaving Qin Jigang not only without the promised rewards but also unemployed. Known for its generous benefits, the Sihai Group made it exceedingly difficult for him to find a job of similar caliber in Longqing. Furthermore, due to the formidable reputation of the Sihai Group, few companies dared to hire someone dismissed from their ranks. Thus, following his expulsion from the Sihai Group, he found himself unemployed. In a fit of anger, he sought to create difficulties for the newly appointed manager of the security department. Summoning several of the team leaders he had once mentored to the CAF to witness the awkward predicament of Chen Ping'an, who had no one to rely on. The team leaders, eager to assert their dominance over the new manager, readily accepted Qin Jigang's invitation. Look, no one is responding to that kid. His face is turning as pale as liver, exclaimed the leader of the morning shift, pointing at Chen Ping'an on the monitor with a smug expression. I bet he'll be calling us soon, begging us to come back to work. Even if he calls, we'll all feign illness, chimed in another, as they collectively planned to give Chen Ping'an a taste of their disdain. Yes, let him stew for a few days. We'll show him that the Sihai Group security department is under our control. When he finds himself unable to perform his duties, Gao will surely have no choice but to bring back our esteemed Qin, declared another team leader, their voices filled with bravado. Seeing the satisfaction on the faces of the team leaders, Qin Jigang wore a grin of contentment. If these guards refused to heed the authority of the new manager, the security operations of the Sihai Group would be thrown into disarray. Then, Gao Weiwei would truly understand his value and would undoubtedly call him back to reclaim his position as manager of the security department. At that time, he could leverage his return to negotiate a substantial raise, insisting on double his previous salary, or he would refuse to return, plunging their operations into chaos. You all are doing splendidly. If Gao Weiwei calls me back, I will ensure she grants you all a raise. If she refuses, I'll simply stay away and let the security work descend into disorder. Qin Jigang enthusiastically painted a promising picture for the team leaders. Manager Xie, the team leaders, invigorated by Qin Jigang's words, expressed their gratitude with excitement. They shared his sentiments, believing that as long as no one in the security department obeyed the new manager, the esteemed Qin would surely be summoned back to take charge, allowing them to dictate the terms. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Gao Weiwei and her secretary, Feng Sharan, were also keeping an eye on the security department. President Gao, it seems that Manager Qin is struggling to command the respect of the security personnel, Feng Sharan remarked, suppressing her amusement as she feigned seriousness while observing the footage. I have faith in him, Gao Weiwei replied coolly, her gaze fixed on Qin Pingan and the surveillance feed. The discontent among the security staff was not solely due to the dismissal of their former manager. A significant part of it stemmed from Gao Weiwei's earlier call to the department, arranged by Feng Sharan, to prepare them for Qin Pingan's arrival. She intended to use this opportunity to hone Qin Pingan's capabilities, to better equip him for managing the more challenging dynamics of the Sihai organization in the future. Chapter 54. Qin Pingan's tactics in the security department. Upon noticing the absence of volunteers, Qin Pingan surveyed the crowd. If anyone knows the whereabouts of your respective team leaders and informs me, I shall promptly promote them to the position of deputy manager. As soon as these words escaped his lips, expressions of surprise, disbelief, and eagerness spread among the security personnel. The prospect of becoming a deputy manager, with a salary threefold their current earnings, was indeed enticing. One by one, they exchanged glances, contemplating the situation. Shortly thereafter, a rather shifty-looking security guard stepped forward. Manager, I know where they went. Before your arrival, our team leaders were summoned by the previous manager to the CAF across the street for a meeting. He pointed towards the CAF through the window, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Despite having been instructed by the departing team leaders to claim ignorance if questioned about their whereabouts, the allure of the deputy manager position was too tempting to resist. Should he succeed, he would rank above those leaders, who would have no choice but to show him respect in the future. He resolved to take a gamble. As the onlookers observed this audacious guard stepping forward to answer Qin Pingan's inquiry, their gazes were filled with mockery and pity. The team leaders were formidable individuals. Known for their strength, should the new manager prove untrustworthy and fail to promote him, he would inevitably face their wrath. What is your name? Qin Pingan inquired, nodding in acknowledgement. I am Zhang Xiaobo, manager. You may call me Xiaobo. He replied eagerly, quickly asking if Qin Pingan's promise held any weight. I, Qin Pingan, have always been a man of my word. From this day forth, Zhang Xiaobo shall be the deputy manager of the Sihai Group's security department. As I am still becoming acquainted with the department, I entrust you with its operations, Qin Pingan declared before the gathered crowd. Intending to delegate the majority of authority to Zhang Xiaobo, he merely wished to be a hands-off manager. At this announcement, the security personnel, who had initially harbored hostility towards Qin Pingan and sympathy for Zhang Xiaobo, could hardly believe their ears. They were astounded by the new manager's unexpected generosity in promoting the carefree Zhang Xiaobo to deputy manager, granting him full responsibility for the department's daily management. Regret washed over many as they realized they had missed their chance to respond first. Had they done so, that coveted deputy manager title could have been theirs. This position was the highest rank attainable, aside from the manager, and the salary was 3 times that of a regular security guard. Zhang Xiaobo had achieved a remarkable leap in his career with just one answer. You need not envy Zhang Xiaobo, Qin Pingan continued, observing the envious glances directed at Zhang. I have more questions. As long as you answer me diligently, I shall also consider promoting or raising your salaries. Upon hearing these words, inspired by Zhang Xiaobo's example, several guards stepped forward, eager to respond. They recognized the importance of seizing opportunities related to their livelihoods. Though they had lost their initial advantage and could not attain the deputy manager title, a salary increase was still a worthy goal. After all, They had come to work to earn a living, and who would refuse a pay raise? Chapter 55. Regret. Does anyone have the phone numbers of the captains? Call them and instruct them to return to work within 10 minutes, or they shall bear the consequences. Chun Pingon reiterated to the gathered crowd. Manager, I have the early shift captain's number. I will call him right away. Manager, I possess the late shift captain's number as well. I will reach out to him immediately. I have the middle shift captain's contact. As Chun Pingon's words fell, several individuals stepped forward to eagerly dial the captain's numbers, leaving those unable to reach them in a state of envy. Manager, the early shift captain claims he is unwell and will not come to work today. Manager, the middle shift captain has also reported feeling indisposed and is currently recuperating at home. Manager, the late shift captain stated that his girlfriend is experiencing her menstrual cycle, and he must care for her at home for a few days. He mentioned that if you personally call to request their return, they might consider it. Before long, the several security personnel laid down their phones and reported back to Chun Pingon. The news not only caused Chun Pingon's brows to furrow, but also elicited suppressed laughter from the other security staff, who wished to laugh yet refrained. The fact that one captain needed to take leave to care for his girlfriend's discomfort seemed a clear ploy to assert dominance over the newly appointed manager. Across the CAF, the three captains observed through the surveillance feed as Chun Pingon effortlessly garnered enthusiastic responses from his initially adversarial subordinates. This unforeseen turn of events stirred a sense of envy within them for Zhang Xiaobo, who had merely been an ordinary security guard but had now ascended to a position of authority. However, their spirits were somewhat lifted upon realizing that Chun Pingon was attempting to persuade them to return to work. They exchanged knowing smirks and deliberately concocted excuses to avoid complying, relishing the opportunity to demonstrate the repercussions of their absence to the new manager. The late shift captain even brazenly suggested that Chun Pingon must plead for their return. They believed themselves to be the most capable individuals within the 4C's Group's security department. Without their presence, the department would struggle to maintain order should any disturbances arise. This confidence emboldened them to challenge Chun Pingon. Yet, just as they anticipated that Chun Pingon would personally call to implore their return, his subsequent actions left them utterly astonished. Since you are unwilling to return to work, you shall no longer be required to do so. You three will assume the roles of captains for the early, middle, and late shifts. Notify the former captains that they have 3 days to retrieve their personal belongings. Otherwise, their items will be disposed of as refuse. Chun Pingon, seeing the captain's blatant disregard, hesitated not a moment before dismissing the 3 security captains who had sought to undermine him. Thank you, manager, the 3 security personnel exclaimed, their faces alight with excitement as they expressed gratitude to Chun Pingon. Witnessing the swift elevation of the 3 to captaincy, the remaining staff felt a pang of regret, lamenting their lack of initiative moments prior. Even if they could not ascend to the role of deputy manager, securing a captaincy would have sufficed. Alas, they had all missed their chance. At that moment, the previous captains, now dismissed, rushed out of the CAF and hurried back to the headquarters of the 4C's Group. Their intent had solely been to assert dominance over Chun Pingon. They had no desire to leave the organization. The benefits offered by the 4C's Group in Long City were renowned, and only a fool would contemplate departure. Chapter 56. Reconciliation Comeback. The 3 security captains, dismissed by Chun Pingon, had just risen when they were halted by Qin Jigang. Boss Qin, that scoundrel has even expelled us. We must return, or we shall truly lose our jobs. The trio, now filled with urgency, exclaimed as Qin Jigang called them to a stop. Given the influence of the C-High Group in Longqing, if they were expelled, no company would dare to hire them again, leading to dire unemployment. Fools! Qin Jigang berated them, leaving them utterly baffled. What do you mean by that, Boss Qin? They queried, confusion etched on their faces. That rascal has already appointed others to take your places in front of everyone. Even if you return now, he could never reinstate you as captains. It would be a blow to his pride, Qin Jigang explained, causing their expressions to darken. Indeed, the new manager had publicly announced the promotion of others to captaincy. For the sake of his reputation, even if they were reinstated, they would have to start anew as ordinary security guards. Furthermore, their salaries would diminish, and they would be under the management of their former subordinates, a prospect they found intolerable. What shall we do now? The 3 looked at Qin Jigang, utterly at a loss. This is a simple matter to resolve. You must find a way to demonstrate that your worth surpasses his pride. In doing so, not only will he refrain from expelling you, but he may even restore your captaincy. Qin Jigang said with a knowing smile. But he has already dismissed us. How can we showcase our value to him? Despite recognizing the wisdom in Qin Jigang's words, they remained despondent. Are you all daft? You three were the most capable in the security department of the C-High group. If anyone were to cause trouble at C-High, such as that designated troublemaker, Li Xiao, the security department would soon realize your value. Qin Jigang's words sparked a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Boss Qin, you truly are remarkable. We will contact Li Xiao at once. If he creates a disturbance, our worth will be evident, and perhaps even President Gao will intervene to bring us back. The excitement surged through them as their earlier worries dissipated. Good brothers, as long as I can return to the C-High group, you shall not be shortchanged, Qin Jigang declared, confident that Gao Weiwei would soon be humbled enough to personally invite them back. As Qin Jigang and his companions contacted Li Xiao, Chen Ping'an had already garnered the goodwill of the security department by promoting Zhang Xiaobo and others, ensuring that everyone complied with his directives. In the president's office, Fang Shaoran watched in disbelief as Chen Ping'an effortlessly brought the security department under control. She harbored resentment but dared not show it before Gao Weiwei. Meanwhile, Gao Weiwei nodded in satisfaction at Chen Ping'an's swift handling of the unruly members of the security department. Truly, Chen, even without prior management experience, you have managed the department with clarity. Secretary, in accordance with Manager Chen's directives, arrange promotions and salary increases for Zhang Xiaobo and the others in the security department. After exiting the security department, Gao Weiwei turned to her secretary, Fang Shaoran. Yes, President. I shall arrange it at once. Fang Shaoran left the president's office and, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, discreetly sent a WeChat message to Li Xiao, reporting on Chen Ping'an and Gao Weiwei's situation. Chapter 57. Miss Mu. What are your intentions? After delegating the management of the security department to Zhang Xiaobo, Chen Ping'an returned home from work. Zhang Xiaobo appeared somewhat sly and indecisive, yet possessed a sharp intellect and a hint of cleverness, an individual akin to a double-edged sword, capable of alleviating considerable burdens if wielded wisely. Much like the cunning ministers of ancient times, who understood their benefactors and endeavored to curry favor with the emperor, alleviating his burdens. A sufficiently formidable emperor could keep such ministers in check for his own advantage. Thus, throughout history, during periods of peace, it was often the cunning ministers who occupied prominent positions. Chen Ping'an was confident in his ability to manage someone as sly and opportunistic as Zhang Xiaobo. His indifference towards salary stemmed from his desire to secure a respectable job for Li Runan's sake, alleviating her from the constant worry of arranging work for him. Upon returning to his apartment, Chen Ping'an found Li Runan already gone to work, but Mu Wanqing and Qin Shiyu awaited him in the living room. Initially, he assumed Mu Wanqing had come to see Qin Shiyu and paid them no mind, heading straight to his room without greeting them. Their relationship was merely that of temporary spouses for 3 months. Once the time elapsed, they would part ways, indifferent to one another. Moreover, given the coldness of the Mu family that had cast him out, he saw no reason to extend kindness to Mu Wanqing. Stop right there, Chen Ping'an. Just as he was about to enter his room, Mu Wanqing called out to him from behind. What can I do for you, Miss Mu? Chen Ping'an halted and turned to face the visibly irate Mu Wanqing. Upon seeing him turn, Mu Wanqing felt an unfamiliar aura emanating from Chen Ping'an, as if he had undergone a transformation. What, can I not call out to you if there's nothing at stake? She retorted, shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Earlier that morning, Mu Wanqing had attended the bidding for the West City redevelopment project with her father. Perhaps due to the recent invitation from the old war god for their family to attend a banquet, word of this had bolstered their family's bid, enabling them to triumph over their competitor, the Liu family, thus successfully securing the redevelopment project. Consequently, her mood was buoyant, prompting her to tease Chen Ping'an. Insane, Chen Ping'an curtly replied, turning back to his room. However, this brief response incensed Mu Wanqing further. Who are you calling insane, Chen? Come out here. If you don't clarify things today, I, Mu Wanqing, will not let this slide. She fumed, striding towards his door to kick it. Wanqing, should I use my key to teach him a lesson? Qin Shiyu inquired, witnessing her friend's anger. Before Chen Ping'an moved in, she had occupied the room but had since relocated, yet she still possessed the key. Hand it over. Without hesitation, Mu Wanqing demanded the key from her friend. Here is the key. You can unlock it yourself. I need to use the restroom first. With a slight discomfort in her stomach, Qin Shiyu passed the key to Mu Wanqing and hurried off. Meanwhile, after a long day outside, Chen Ping'an returned home feeling sticky and immediately discarded his clothes. Just as he finished undressing, Mu Wanqing barged in, key in hand, her anger palpable. Where are you? Mu Wanqing entered, perplexed by Chen Ping'an's absence. Miss, what exactly do you want? Chen Ping'an, pressed against the door, pushed her aside and asked with irritation. Upon hearing Chen Pingin's discontented tone, Mu Wanqing turned around, only to find him completely undressed, gazing at her with an inappropriate look. "Oh, don't come any closer." Startled by his appearance, Mu Wanqing screamed, instinctively attempting to flee. In her panic, she inadvertently stepped on her own skirt, causing her to lose balance and tumble into Chen Pingin's strong embrace. Chapter 58. Mu Wanqing's discomfiture. Mu Wanqing's hands pressed against Chen Pingin's robust chest. She had inadvertently trod upon her own gown, causing the elasticized dress to slip precipitously, revealing a generous portion of her figure as she tumbled into Chen Pingin's embrace. Upon seeing her fall, Chen Pingin instinctively reached out to steady her, his hands landing squarely on her bosom, an electrifying contact that sent a surge of vitality through him. The touch ignited a current through Mu Wanqing, leaving her momentarily paralyzed, her limbs devoid of strength. She perceived a comforting aura emanating from Chen Pingin, a sense of security she found unexpectedly alluring. Their eyes met, and time seemed to suspend as they gazed at each other. Qin Shiyu, hearing Mu Wanqing shriek from the adjacent lavatory, hastily emerged. She arrived at Chen Pingin's doorway to witness the entranced exchange between the two. "What is going on?" she inquired, her voice laced with astonishment. Qin Shiyu's voice shattered the intimate atmosphere. "Ah!" Mu Wanqing exclaimed, jolted back to reality. "Chen Pingin, you scoundrel! Remove your hands this instant." Realizing the impropriety of their position, she instinctively attempted to slap him. Chen Pingin, however, swiftly seized her wrist. "Miss Mu, it was you who barged into my room, overcome with the desire to embrace me, even going so far as to disrobe in a deliberate act of seduction. Pray tell, who is the rogue here?" he retorted, feigning indignation. Chen Pingin's accusation left Qin Shiyu dumbfounded. "Wanqing, could this be true?" she questioned, prompted by the plausibility of his words. "Shiyu, how can you believe his lies? I merely opened the door to find him standing there unclothed. Startled, I stumbled over my dress as I tried to retreat. I am no temptress," Mu Wanqing protested. "Did you hear that? She admits to tripping over her own dress and then accuses me of impropriety. Unless I receive a satisfactory explanation, I shall report her for invading my privacy." Chen Pingin threatened, suppressing a smile. "You, cad. It was your state of undress that startled me into tripping. This is entirely your fault," Mu Wanqing retorted, feeling unjustly accused and blaming Chen Pingin for his immodesty. "Pray tell, madam, am I not entitled to disrobe in the confines of my own chamber?" "It was you who intruded," Chen Pingin countered, rendering Mu Wanqing speechless. "Humph, it is still your fault," she declared defiantly, wrenching her wrist from his grasp and fleeing from the room, her original purpose forgotten. Chapter 59. Who says he lacks an invitation today? Cheng Zi came to inform you that tomorrow at 9 in the morning, everyone is to gather at the entrance of the Dihao Grand Hotel to attend the birthday banquet of the Old War God. Do remember not to be late. Qin Shiyu watched her best friend dash away, and after leaving a shy remark to Chen Pingin, she hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, Chen Pingin was still bare-chested, and recalling the devilish deeds he had committed in the past, she dared not remain alone in a room with him. "I understand." Chen Pingin nodded in acknowledgement, locked the door, and then changed his clothes before heading out for a meal. The next day, after practicing the Phoenix control technique throughout the night, Chen Pingin felt a slight improvement in his abilities. Remembering that the Mu family had invited him to the Old War God's birthday banquet today, he rose at 8 o'clock. The Dihao Grand Hotel is the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Longqing and serves as the leading establishment in the local hospitality industry. The entire hotel was reserved for the birthday celebration of the Old War God, Zhao Wujie. When Chen Pingin arrived punctually at the entrance of the Dihao Grand Hotel at 9, the area was already bustling with people, all elegantly dressed, from the young to the elderly. "Ah, isn't that the son-in-law who was just expelled from the Mu family? What brings a lowly person like you, kicked out by the Mu family, to the Old War God's birthday banquet?" Just as Chen Pingin was about to enter the Grand Hotel, he heard the mocking voice of his ex-girlfriend, Lin Duoer, from behind. Turning around, he saw Lin Duoer and her mother, both adorned in luxurious attire, approaching him with the hotel manager, Ren Tianxing. "Why do I always have to encounter this insufferable woman? What bad luck?" Chen Pingin retorted with disdain. Initially, he had been somewhat courteous towards Lin Duoer, recalling their past, but as her behavior grew more outrageous and shameless, his fondness for her had plummeted to an all-time low. "Duoer, who is this? I feel like I've seen him before. Wasn't he at the Mu family when I delivered the invitation a few days ago?" Ren Tianxing inquired, pointing at Chen Pingin. "My dear, you're right to feel familiar. This scoundrel is none other than my ex-boyfriend I mentioned, who was sentenced to prison for assaulting several female university students. He was released a few days ago and..." Lacking the funds to marry into the Mu family for good fortune, I suspect he has committed some unspeakable act there. After the old patriarch recovered, he was thrown out, and now he sneakily tries to infiltrate the old war god's birthday banquet, likely with some ulterior motive. Lin Duoer disdainfully introduced Chen Ping'an's past to her fiancé, cautioning him against allowing Chen Ping'an entry. In her mind, Chen Ping'an's intention to attend the banquet was merely to seize an opportunity to ingratiate himself with some influential figure there. She relished the thought of opposing him. If he wished to enter the old war god's celebration, she would ensure he could not, relishing the prospect of his frustration. Lin Duoer's words drew the attention of many guests entering and exiting the Dihao Grand Hotel, with several stopping to gawk at the unfolding scene. Boy, do you have an invitation? Upon hearing Lin Duoer's introduction, Ren Tianqing deemed it inappropriate to allow someone like Chen Ping'an entry. The potential repercussions were too great. Even if Chen Ping'an were innocent, the fact that his fiancé, Lin Duoer, opposed his entry was reason enough for him to refuse. I do not possess an invitation. But the Mu family summoned me here. They have the invitation. Chen Ping'an calmly responded to the hotel manager's inquiry. As soon as Chen Ping'an finished speaking, Lin Duoer couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chen Ping'an, I am increasingly impressed by you. You no longer even blush when you lie. The Mu family entered over 20 minutes ago. If you claim they sent for you, please, do prepare a script when you fabricate stories. How embarrassing. Lin Duoer's remarks caused Chen Ping'an's brows to furrow deeply. Just yesterday, Qin Shiyu had clearly informed him that Mu Wanqing had come to their shared apartment to notify him about attending the old war god's birthday banquet today. Could it be that Qin Shiyu had intentionally deceived him for her own amusement? Boy, without an invitation, you cannot enter. Please leave immediately. Security, escort this gentleman out. Upon hearing that Chen Ping'an lacked an invitation, Ren Tianqing promptly issued an eviction order. The nearby security personnel, seeing the manager intervene, promptly moved to remove Chen Ping'an. The onlookers began to murmur and point at Chen Ping'an. Just as the security was about to usher him away, a commanding voice suddenly resonated from behind the crowd. Chapter 60. Only he cannot. Upon hearing the voice of the elder, the crowd turned in unison to behold an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire, who was accompanied by a middle-aged man as he approached the entrance of the Dihao Grand Hotel. Mr. Mu, you have arrived, exclaimed the hotel manager, hastily donning a welcoming smile upon recognizing the elder. The gentleman in question was none other than Mu Xinbo, who had returned from his hometown to attend the birthday celebration of the old war god. By his side was his second son, Mu Jiandong, the uncle of Mu Wanqing. The day prior, Mu Wanqing had sought out Chen Ping'an at her grandfather's behest, inviting him to join the festivities. However, the task remained unfulfilled, as she found herself humiliated in Chen Ping'an's presence, ultimately abandoning her mission in haste. Fortunately, her close friend, Qin Shiyu, was able to relay the invitation to Chen Ping'an on her behalf. The elder Mu's delayed return meant that the Mu family entered the venue without waiting for Chen Ping'an, leading to the earlier incident. Greetings, Mr. Mu. The elder Mu appeared as vibrant as ever. Today's attendees at the old war god's birthday celebration were all prominent figures of Longqing, and they naturally recognized Mu Xinbo, the founder of the newly affluent Mu family. Many approached him to extend their greetings. After acknowledging the crowd with a wave, Mu Xinbo made his way directly to Chen Ping'an and Ren Tianqing. Manager Run, although my grandson-in-law lacks an invitation, I, Mu Xinbo, possess one. Surely, I can escort him inside. The elder inquired, a playful glint in his eyes as he pointed at Chen Ping'an. Since Mr. Chen is indeed your grandson-in-law, Mr. Mu, he is certainly entitled to attend the old war god's birthday celebration. I apologize for the oversight, and I implore your forgiveness. Ren Tianqing stammered, glancing nervously at his fiancée, Lin Duoer, as he profusely apologized to both Mu Xinbo and Chen Ping'an. Previously, the old war god's granddaughter, Zhao Min, had personally delivered the invitation to the Mu family, and it was clear that the Mu family was the only one favored by the old war god in Longqing. This underscored the depth of the elder Mu's friendship with the war god. The elder Mu regarded Chen Ping'an with admiration, publicly acknowledging him as the grandson-in-law of the Mu family in front of the elite of Longqing. This recognition alone revealed the elder's satisfaction with Chen Ping'an. Meanwhile, his fiancée had misguidedly informed him that Chen Ping'an had been expelled from the Mu family, urging him to evict him. Now, he had effectively offended the Mu family. As the old war god's birthday celebration commenced, should the elder casually mention this incident to the war god, it was uncertain whether he would gain any benefits from organizing the event, let alone retain his current position. Anxiety gnawed at him. If he were to discover that this celebration was specifically organized for Chen Ping'an, one could only imagine the fright that would seize him. Isn't this scoundrel already expelled from your family? I even saw him renting an apartment through an agency. How can you still claim he's your grandson-in-law, Mr. Mu? What is going on? Lin Duo, lacking in both wit and decorum, questioned the elder Mu in shock, despite receiving a fierce glare from Ren Tianqing. Her words drained the color from Ren Tianqing's face. Had it not been for the public setting, he would have been tempted to slap Lin Duo. If only this foolish girl would keep her mouth shut, he thought, exasperated by her antics. The tension in the Dihao Grand Hotel escalated, with the manager furrowing his brow in concern, and even the elder Mu turned towards Chen Ping'an with a puzzled expression upon hearing Lin Duo's remarks. Old master, this matter is rather complex. Let us proceed inside, and I shall explain, Chen Ping'an said, sensing the elder's confusion. Very well, let us converse as we walk. The elder Mu replied, nodding in agreement as he gestured for Chen Ping'an to proceed, supported by his son, Mu Jiandong. At this juncture, neither Lin Duo nor her mother, nor the hotel manager or security personnel dared to expel Chen Ping'an any longer. Stop. Others may enter, but this fellow cannot. Just as Chen Ping'an believed he would finally gain entry into the Dihao Grand Hotel, a chilling voice from behind interrupted their progress. Chapter 61. Predicament upon hearing the voice. The assembly turned with piqued curiosity. After Elder Mu had proclaimed Chen Ping'an as their grandson-in-law, and even the esteemed manager of the Emperor Hotel dared not gainsay it. The audacity of this newcomer to challenge him was a spectacle. The crowd beheld a youth adorned in trendy attire, striking a pose reminiscent of Neza from animated lore. Hands nonchalantly in pockets, approaching Chen Ping'an with a playful smirk. Accompanying the youth was a hulking figure in a black suit. An imposing presence that radiated the aura of a seasoned martial artist. Him, Chen Ping'an murmured, recognizing the approaching figure as Zhao Shikai, the one who had acquired the Dragon Spring Villa before him. Emperor Hotel's manager, Ren Tianqing, adopted an obsequious demeanor upon sighting Zhao Shikai. And this gentleman is? Elder Mu inquired, noting Ren Tianqing's altered expression. The Dragon City luminaries echoed the sentiment with their own inquisitive gazes. Elder Mu, this young master is of considerable pedigree. He is none other than Zhao Shikai, the eldest grandson of the venerable war god Zhao Wuji. Ren Tianqing divulged to Elder Mu before hastening to greet the newcomer with a fawning smile. A collective gasp swept through the crowd upon hearing Ren Tianqing's revelation. Elder Mu turned to Chen Ping and with concern etched on his face. My dear grandson-in-law, how did you incur the displeasure of such a person? I encountered him attempting to harass my friend at a karaoke bar the other day. I merely taught him a lesson. I didn't realize he had such connections. Chen Ping'an responded with nonchalant ease. His words were met with incredulous awe. The audacity of this youth knew no bounds. To dare discipline the war god's grandson was an act of sheer recklessness. While you may be the Mu family's grandson-in-law, with their backing, you must consider the gravity of offending such a personage. While the Mu family held considerable sway in Dragon City, their influence paled in comparison to the prestige of the war god's grandson. This young man was sure to face dire consequences. Lin Duo, in particular, trembled with excitement. After suffering humiliation at Chen Ping'an's hands, she had despaired of retribution, but Providence had intervened. Soon, someone would deal with Chen Ping'an, and none other than the scion of the war god himself. Chen Ping'an would not only be denied entry to the Emperor Hotel, but would also likely endure a public shaming at the hands of the young master. Faced with the war god's grandson, even Elder Mu's protective instincts would prove futile. Yet, as Elder Mu observed the pitying and gloating expressions directed at Chen Ping'an, his own countenance remained unperturbed. Aside from his past camaraderie with Zhao Wuji, which would likely dissuade the war god from mistreating his grandson-in-law, Chen Ping'an was no pushover. As the inheritor of the Dragon Burial Ring, he held a significance that Zhao Wuji likely understood better than himself. With this in mind, he ceased to harbor any apprehension for Chen Ping'an's well-being. Young Master Zhao, your arrival is most welcome. Has the venerable war god accompanied you? The manager of the Emperor Hotel inquired, bowing obsequiously before Zhao Shikai. My grandfather and sister are en route. I merely came ahead to survey the scene. Step aside. I have a personal matter to settle with that young man, Zhao Shikai retorted, shoving the manager aside as he advanced toward Chen Ping'an. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Shikai, grandson of the war god of the northern frontier, Zhao Wuji. The kick you delivered that day still reverberates in my chest. How do you propose we settle this score? Zhao Shikai asked Chen Ping'an with a playful smirk. In his mind, Chen Ping'an's audacity stemmed from ignorance of his identity. Now that he knew he was the war god's grandson, surely the youth would cower in fear. And how would young Master Zhao like to settle it? Chen Ping'an countered, maintaining an air of composed equanimity. Very well. Out of respect for Elder Mu's friendship with my grandfather, I shall not make things too difficult for you. Simply kneel before me in front of everyone here. Offer your apologies and crawl between my legs. Then, we shall consider the matter closed," Zhao Shikai declared, adopting what he believed to be an intimidating tone. Chapter 62. The old war god arrives. As Zhao Shikai's words fell, the surrounding crowd regarded Qin Pingyun with a mix of amusement and anticipation, eagerly awaiting the moment when he would grovel before Zhao, like a dog, and humbly pass beneath his legs. As time progressed, the throng at the entrance of the Dihao Grand Hotel swelled, with newcomers whispering inquiries to those familiar with the situation. Lin Duo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Eager for the spectacle, "You, a spoiled scion relying on your elders, dare to demand my submission? Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Qin Pingyun retorted coldly, his disdain palpable. Zhao Shikai, who despised being perceived as dependent on his family, simmered with rage at Qin's words. "Tainyo, let him know whether this young master is deserving or not," Zhao commanded, bypassing further verbal exchange with Qin and barking orders at his burly bodyguard. He preferred to let actions speak louder than words. The formidable bodyguard, resembling an immovable boulder, advanced with a commanding gait, each step echoing with the weight of an elephant, causing the onlookers to instinctively recoil in fear of potential harm. Even the venerable Mu, aware of Qin's extraordinary capabilities as the heir of the burial dragon ring, felt a surge of concern at the sight of the intimidating behemoth. "Dear grandson-in-law, do you have confidence against this behemoth? If not, we might consider bowing our heads for now and seeking retribution later," Mu whispered anxiously into Qin's ear. "Fear not, he is but a mere brute. Hardly a cause for concern," Qin replied with an air of nonchalance, easing Mu's trepidation. "Boy, kneel and apologize to our young master, then crawl beneath him, or I shall reduce you to a pulp with a single blow." The imposing bodyguard stripped off his jacket, revealing a chiseled physique, flexing his impressive muscles menacingly at Qin. It was a customary intimidation tactic employed by Zhao's entourage: display strength to instill fear, and if the opponent faltered, no further action would be necessary. If they stood firm, however, they would not hesitate to unleash their fury. The crowd watched Qin with pity, recognizing the formidable aura emanating from the bodyguard, a clear indication of his prowess. In stark contrast, Qin appeared as a mere child confronting an adult, a foolish endeavor. No one believed Qin could stand against this titan. In response to the bodyguard's provocation, Qin offered no words. Instead, leveraging his agility and smaller stature, he swiftly stomped down on the brute's foot. "Ah, my foot!" The bodyguard howled in agony, his face contorted in pain, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Qin had the audacity to strike first, catching the bodyguard off guard. As spectators regained their composure, they were horrified to see the bodyguard's shoe crushed, revealing mangled toes beneath. You dare to crush my foot? I will kill you." The bodyguard, writhing in pain and fury, swung a fist resembling a sledgehammer toward Qin's head. The air crackled with tension, and a collective dread gripped the onlookers. If that punch landed, it could obliterate Qin's skull. Yet, a master of his craft, Qin was not easily caught. As the fist descended, he deftly sidestepped, evading the lethal blow, and retaliated by stomping down hard on the bodyguard's other foot, shattering the toes there as well. The once mighty behemoth, now crippled and unable to maintain. Chapter 63. We are not his match. Upon hearing that the old war god's special vehicle had arrived, the crowd instinctively parted to create a passage. Turning around, they beheld 3 luxurious cars approaching, with the central one being the dedicated vehicle of Zhao Wujie, the old war god of Beijiang. The trio of vehicles came to a halt at the entrance of the Emperor's Grand Hotel. Ada and Ayer, both with arms emplaster, disembarked from the front and rear cars, respectively, standing guard on either side of the old war god's vehicle. It was only then that the driver stepped out to open the rear door. The first sight to emerge was a pair of elegant, snow-white high-heeled legs. Zhao Min, the granddaughter of the old war god, was the first to alight. With poise and grace, she assisted her venerable grandfather from the car. When the old war god Zhao Wujie laid eyes on Mu Xinbua, he momentarily froze, swiftly recognizing his old classmate from decades past. However, at that moment, Qin Pingyun was crouched before the imposing figure of Iron Bull, his stature dwarfed by the latter's formidable presence. Thus, Zhao Wujie, his granddaughter Zhao Min, and the 2 aides, Ada and Ayer, failed to notice Qin Pingyun. Zhao Shikai's face lit up upon hearing of his grandfather's arrival. Although his grandfather was now advanced in years and rarely engaged in combat, he was flanked by 2 formidable protectors, Ada and Ayer. Despite Ada having suffered an injury at the hands of the adept mentioned in his grandfather's call, Ayer remained in fine form. Should Ayer choose to intervene and discipline Qin Pingyun, the latter would find himself without escape. Yet, Before Zhao Shikai could approach the old war god Zhao Wujie, it was Mu Xinbo who stepped forward. I pay my respects to the great war god of Beijing. Mu Xinbo hastened to Zhao Wujie's side, clasping his fists in reverence and bowing deeply. Although they were contemporaries and classmates, Zhao Wujie's battlefield exploits and heroic sacrifices commanded Mu Xinbo's utmost respect. Old classmate. It has been many years. I trust you have been well. Zhao Wujie, aware that the heir to the dragon burial ring was Mu Xinbo's grandson-in-law, approached with humility, helping his old friend to rise. While the two elders exchanged pleasantries, Zhao Shikai hastily approached Ada and Aer. Masters Ada and Aer. I recently encountered an arrogant individual who incapacitated my bodyguard Iron Bull. I beseech you both to assist me in subduing that scoundrel, so he understands the might of our Beijing war goddess estate, who is so formidable as to have taken down Iron Bull. Ada and Aer were taken aback by Zhao Shikai's words. Although Iron Bull was not particularly gifted, he possessed innate strength, and under the old war god's guidance, he was a fearsome opponent, capable of taking on numerous ordinary foes simultaneously. The thought of him being bested was alarming. Indeed, Longqing harbored hidden talents. Visions of the day when a seemingly effortless strike had incapacitated Ada's arm flashed through their minds. It was he, this audacious youth named Qin Pingyun. We implore you, masters, to take action and teach him a lesson, so he comprehends the prowess of our Beijing war goddess estate. Zhao Shikai insisted, gesturing towards Qin Pingyun, who was obscured by Iron Bull's bulk, his indignation palpable. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Pingyun glanced up at Ada and Aer, flashing a disarming smile that revealed his 8 gleaming teeth. The two aides, initially perplexed by the presence of such formidable foes in Longqing and contemplating an encounter to avenge the young master, were stunned into silence. Upon recognizing Qin Pingyun's face, they were nearly sent reeling to the ground. This was indeed the very youth who had effortlessly incapacitated Ada's arm. According to the old war god, this young man was not only a formidable expert, but also of significant lineage, an heir to the dragon burial ring. Someone whom even the old war god sought to curry favor with. Young master, we are not his match. You must apologize immediately, or even the old war god may not be able to save you today. Aer, standing at the forefront, warned Zhao Shikai with a grave expression. Chapter 64. An apology to Mr. Chun. As Aer uttered those words, Zhao Shikai was left utterly astonished. The two formidable guardians of the North Borders War God Mansion, renowned for their prowess, had conceded defeat without engaging in battle, declaring themselves unworthy opponents and demanding that he bow his head in apology. Zhao Shikai thought perhaps he had misheard, glancing towards Ada, whose hand was still encased in plaster. The onlookers shared his incredulity. Many had heard tales of the incredible might of Ada and Aer, who could easily take on 100 opponents single-handedly. Yet, upon encountering Qin Pingyun, they had immediately retreated in despair. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Ada and Aer paid no heed to the astonished crowd. When Ada noticed young Master Sun looking in their direction, he nodded resolutely, affirming that Zhao Shikai had indeed heard correctly. Once assured that his ears had not deceived him, Zhao Shikai turned to his grandfather. Throughout his life, he had witnessed everyone treat his grandfather with the utmost respect, hardly daring to breathe a word out of turn. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He even speculated that Ada and Aer might be refraining from combat, due to the incident where Ada had lost a hand at the hands of a master mentioned by his grandfather, and that they were deliberately choosing to speak in this manner. Meanwhile, the old war god Zhao Wujie was engaged in polite conversation with Mu Laozi. Old classmate, why have you come alone? Where are the other juniors from the Mu family? Zhao Wujie inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. His inquiry was less about the other juniors and more about whether Qin Pingyun, Mu family's son-in-law, had arrived. Isn't that him over there? My eldest has already brought people into the hotel, while my second son and son-in-law are waiting for you outside. Mu Laozi pointed towards his second son Mu Jiandong and the now standing Qin Pingyun. Zhao Wujie immediately recognized Qin Pingyun as the successor of the dragon burial ring he had once seen on the surveillance footage from Doctor Who's clinic. Especially notable was the dragon burial ring upon Qin Pingyun's hand. Despite the distance, it was unmistakable. His entire prowess and honor seemed to stem from the legacy of the previous bearer of the dragon burial ring, and upon seeing it, he instinctively moved closer in excitement. Zhao Min also spotted Qin Pingyun and hurriedly assisted her grandfather forward. Grandfather, you're here. A lowly individual seeks to cause trouble at your birthday banquet, and he has injured my bodyguard, Iron Bull. You must send Ada and Aer to teach him a lesson, otherwise he might think the North Borders War God Mansion is easy to bully. Zhao Shikai quickly approached his grandfather, pointing at Qin Pinyin with gritted teeth. Shirkai, you had a confrontation with Mr. Qin? The old war god halted at his grandson's words, his expression darkening as he questioned him sternly. Grandfather, what Mr. Qin? This brat is merely a son-in-law of the Mu family. Not only did he speak arrogantly to our war god mansion, but he also injured my bodyguard. How could such a lowly person deserve your respect? Zhao Shirkai believed that his grandfather referred to Qin Pinyin as Mr. Qin out of courtesy for his old classmate Mu Xuanbua, and he responded dismissively. You insolent wretch! Who gave you the audacity to speak disrespectfully to Mr. Qin? Apologize to him immediately. At once. The old war god's face turned ashen, resembling raw liver as he instinctively reprimanded his grandson. What? Grandfather, you, the esteemed war god of the North Border, are asking me to apologize to a lowly individual? Zhao Shirkai, unable to believe his ears, stared incredulously at his grandfather. Not only he, but all the onlookers were left dumbfounded, shocked into silence by the old war god's words, convinced they were experiencing auditory hallucinations. Beside them, Lin Duoer and her mother gaped at the unfolding scene, their mouths agape. Am I seeing or hearing things? The venerable old war god is asking his esteemed grandson to apologize to Qin Pinyin, the Mu family's son-in-law? This is utterly absurd. To confirm she was not dreaming, Lin Duoer's mother pinched her daughter sharply, causing Lin Duoer to cry out in pain, jolting the surrounding spectators back to reality. Chapter 65. He is the master. Grandfather speaks of air, clear the area. Please escort the insignificant onlookers away. Zhao Wujie seemed to be roused by Lin Duo's piercing scream. He felt that having his grandson apologize to Qin Pinyin in front of so many people would tarnish the dignity of their northern frontier war god's mansion and his grandson's reputation. He thus commanded Ada and Air to disperse the crowd of spectators. Once the old war god spoke, who would dare to disobey? In less than 2 minutes, the once vibrant scene was reduced to just Qin Pinyin, old Master Mu, and a few members of the war god's family. Grandfather, why must I apologize to him? After the spectators had departed, Zhao Shirkai noticed that his grandfather had yet to retract the order for him to apologize to Qin Pinyin. He questioned with a look of defiance. Brother, the gentleman before us, Mr. Chun, is the esteemed master grandfather mentioned to you over the phone. Grandfather summoned you from the northern frontier to forge a connection with Mr. Qin. How could you have a conflict with Mr. Qin and even insult him? Seeing her brother's continued defiance, Zhao Min approached him and whispered, What? He is the master grandfather wanted me to befriend? Zhao Shirkai was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. I had thought the esteemed master grandfather referred to was an elderly man like himself, with a long white beard. Although the strength of Qin Pinyin was evident, having kicked him away and effortlessly incapacitated his strongest bodyguard, his youth seemed entirely at odds with the notion of being an esteemed master. Initially, he had imagined that the person grandfather wished for him to befriend would be an elder of similar age to grandfather. Now, however, his sister was telling him that this man, seemingly of his own age, was the esteemed master, and he found it impossible to accept. Why do you have so much to say? If the esteemed master were an elderly gentleman akin to grandfather, he could simply befriend him himself. Why summon you all the way from the northern frontier to Long City? Zhao the old war god raised his cane, threatening to strike as he sensed his grandson's continued defiance. Wait, can't I just apologize to Mr. Qin? Fearing his grandfather's impending strike, Zhao Shirkai quickly agreed to apologize to Qin Pinyin. Mr. Qin, I, Shirkai, was blind to your worth and offended you and your friend. I now realize my error and sincerely ask for your forgiveness. Mr. Qin, did you not have your eyes set on the Dragon Spring Villa atop Longquan Mountain? I am willing to offer that villa as a token of my sincere apology. Please accept it. Zhao Shirkai produced the key to the Dragon Spring Villa he had purchased for 8 billion and presented it to Qin Pinyin. Old Zhao, what is the meaning of this? Qin Pinyin observed the performance of the Zhao family with cold eyes, unsure of their intentions. Mr. Qin, the other day, old Hu, the divine physician, recounted the events at the Baoji Hall to me. Had you not lent your assistance, I fear I would no longer be among the living. You are indeed my benefactor. Though my ungrateful grandson fails to appreciate your kindness and has insulted you, I beseech your understanding. The old war god stepped forward to explain and bowed deeply to express his gratitude for saving his life. Old war god, you flatter me. Qin Pinyin replied, You, who have dedicated your life to the nation, safeguarding countless citizens, what merit do I possess to receive such reverence? I will forgive your grandson, that is sufficient. Despite his disdain for Zhao Shirkai's arrogance, Qin Pinyin could not bring himself to accept the bow of gratitude from the old war god, a man who had fought valiantly for his country. Chapter 66. Meeting the senior brother, the reason he felt a sense of familiarity with the old war god at the Baojitang was that prior to his retirement, the old war god frequently graced television and media with his presence. From a young age, the old war god had been the person he revered the most. To have the honor of treating the old war god was a privilege beyond compare. Now that Mr. Chin had graciously forgiven me, I implore you to accept this Longquan villa. This villa is not merely an expression of my apology, but also a heartfelt token of gratitude for Mr. Chin's life-saving intervention for my grandfather. If Mr. Chun were to decline, I would carry the weight of unease in my heart for eternity. Moreover, my own villa is situated not far from Longquan Villa, allowing me the opportunity to seek Mr. Chin's guidance frequently. Upon hearing Chun Pingin's words of forgiveness, Zhao Shikai once again presented the keys to Longquan Villa, earnestly beseeching Chun Pingin to accept them. This Longquan Villa is far too valuable for me to accept. Chun Pingin firmly declined once more. He had inquired about the villa's worth previously, and it amounted to an astonishing 8 billion. It was the most expensive property in Long City, without exception. Mr. Chun, your words do not sit well with me. No matter how exorbitant the Longquan Villa may be, can its worth truly surpass that of my grandfather's life? Just as Zhao Shikai faced yet another rejection from Chun Pingin, Zhao Min seized the opportunity to interject. Her statement garnered approving nods from both her grandfather and brother. The essence of her words implied that since he had saved her grandfather, she wished to express her gratitude through the Longquan Villa. Should he refuse, it would suggest that he valued the villa more than her grandfather's life. In light of this, Chun Pingin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, he eventually extended his hand to accept the Longquan Villa. He did not wish for others to think he deemed the life of the old war god inconsequential. Mr. Chin, is that the dragon-slaying ring belonging to Mr. Long Xiaodian? Observing Chun Pingin take the keys from Zhao Shikai, the old war god pointed out the ring on Chun Pingin's hand. Do you know my master? Upon hearing the old war god mention his master's name, Chun Pingin responded earnestly. Indeed, Mr. Long is my master. The old war god exclaimed with excitement. It was through the martial arts teachings of Mr. Long that I became invincible on the battlefield, fulfilling my aspiration to protect my homeland. I have always regarded Mr. Long as my revered mentor, and since you are his successor, it appears that we are, in fact, brothers in arms. With just a few words, the old war god established a connection with Chun Pingin, the inheritor of the dragon-slaying ring. Having once been overlooked by Mr. Long due to his lack of talent, he now found satisfaction in being recognized as the elder brother of the current inheritor. Are you familiar with this set of martial arts? Asked the old war god. Noting Chun Pingin's skepticism, he immediately demonstrated the technique passed down from Mr. Long, striking a small rock formation at the entrance of the Dihao Hotel with a powerful palm. Chun Pingin felt an immense force akin to that of a dragon erupting from the old war god's hand. The small rock formation exploded as if it had been struck by a powerful explosive, obliterating it in an instant. Is this the unique dragon-elephant suppression technique created by my master? Chun Pingin exclaimed in astonishment. He recognized the technique being employed by the old war god, having witnessed his master perform the dragon-elephant suppression technique before. This P. Chapter 67, Ascendance to the Role of Granduncle Chen Shidi. There is no need for excessive formalities. The old war god exclaimed with delight as he assisted Chun Pingin to his feet. Though his expression merely betrayed a hint of surprise, his heart surged with uncontainable excitement. The individual before him, Chun Pingin, was indeed the heir to the dragon burial ring. Establishing a connection with him meant that even a century later, no one would dare challenge the war god's residence in the northern frontier. It was akin to securing insurance for their lineage. Chun Pingin, in turn, was equally elated. He had unexpectedly gained a powerful war god as a senior brother, and perhaps, once they grew familiar, he could leverage this newfound relationship to search for his mother and sister. Both had their own motives, believing that the other could provide them with what they sought. Chen Shidi, allow me to introduce my two wayward descendants, Zhao Shikai and Zhao Min. I trust you will look after these young ones. The old war god promptly brought his grandchildren before Chun Pingin, eager to introduce them, despite the age difference. Chun Pingin was closer in age to them than to the elderly man, and it would be these two who would forge a bond with him. You too. Hurry and greet your granduncle. Noticing his grandchildren's silence, the old war god admonished them. Zhao Shikai and Zhao Min stood frozen in disbelief. Their grandfather was instructing them to address someone their age as granduncle. What are you two dawdling for? Quickly pay your respects. Zhao Wujin raised his cane in mock threat, causing the siblings to hastily bow. Zhao Shikai, Zhao Min, pay respects to granduncle. Their actions left Chun Pingin feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, since he wished to acknowledge the old war god as a senior brother, He would have to accept this new title, not want to be mired in antiquated propriety. Qin Pingan swiftly adjusted his mindset. You need not stand on ceremony. Time is of the essence, and I have not brought any formal gifts. Today, I shall assist you both in opening the Runtong meridians, allowing you to swiftly attain mastery in martial arts. He had not anticipated forging a relationship with the old war god, let alone gaining 2 disciples and the title of granduncle. Thus, he resolved to offer his medical expertise and formidable inner strength as a welcoming gesture. Upon hearing Qin Pingan's words, both Zhao Shikai and Zhao Min were instantly exhilarated. Having trained under their grandfather since childhood, they understood the significance of opening the Runtong meridians. Zhao Wujin was even more cognizant of its importance. It was Qin Pingan's master, Long Xiaodian, who had previously assisted him in this very endeavor, allowing him to reach a small degree of success in the dragon-elephant prison technique, rendering him invincible on the battlefield. Once the Runtong meridians were opened, their strength and cultivation speed would leap to unprecedented heights. However, the Runtong meridians were notoriously difficult to open, and even the esteemed Zhao Wujin lacked the ability to assist his grandchildren. Thus, Qin Pingan's offer as a greeting was a tremendous surprise for the Zhao siblings. Showcasing his superior prowess, this was equally a significant revelation for the old war god. Should his grandchildren succeed in opening their Runtong meridians and continue their studies in the dragon-elephant prison technique, he might very well see another war god emerge from the Zhao lineage. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to your granduncle? Zhao Wujin urged. Noticing Zhao Shikai and Zhao Min had once again fallen into a daze. Thank you, granduncle. They quickly bowed in sincere appreciation, their gratitude genuine this time. There's no need for excessive formalities. Let us find a room. This is but a trifling matter. Qin Pingan replied nonchalantly. While it could be challenging to assist someone in opening their Runtong meridians using solely inner strength, it would be significantly simpler with the aid of his 9-dragon medical cannon. Very well, I shall arrange a room immediately. The old war god, more eager than anyone, called for Air to facilitate the accommodation at the Dihao Grand Hotel for Qin Pingan. After Air secured the arrangements, he promptly escorted Qin Pingan and the others to their designated room. Nearby, Lin Duoer and her mother watched in astonishment as the old war god graciously ushered Qin Pingan into the hotel, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. Chapter 68. You and your mother nearly brought about my demise, alas. It was only after Qin Pingan and his companions had entered the hotel for quite some time that Lin Duoer sighed deeply with a face full of regret. She never anticipated that the recently released Qin Pingan would be acquainted with the legendary old war god. The old war god was a figure of immense power, revered by countless people, a paragon of virtue. With a connection to the old war god, Qin Pingan would undoubtedly soar to great heights in the latter part of his life. At this moment, she felt a twinge of remorse for having broken up with Qin Pingan. Had she chosen to wait for him for 5 years rather than parting ways, she too could have ascended to greatness alongside him. However, it was now too late for such reflections. Duoer, do not despair. Your current choice is commendable as well. You have secured a position with the manager of the most luxurious hotel in Longqing. Moreover, the old war god's birthday celebration was arranged entirely by him. Following this event, his reputation within the hotel industry would surely flourish, enabling him to establish a formidable enterprise. In time, you would also bask in the glow of success, perhaps not far behind that of Qin Pingan. Observing her daughter's discontent, Lin Duoer's mother, knowing her daughter all too well, immediately recognized the source of her regret over the breakup with Qin Pingan. She hastily comforted her daughter, fearing that she might forsake her current fiancé to pursue Qin Pingan, which could lead to a loss of both wealth and affection. After all, Qin Pingan had become the son-in-law of the Mu family, who would undoubtedly be reluctant to let him go, especially after witnessing the old war god's praise for him. Mother, you are right. Although Tianqing is somewhat older, he possesses considerable ability. Especially after orchestrating the old war god's celebration, he too might achieve great success. It would not be a loss to accompany him. Resolute, Lin Duo declared that she would learn from this experience and would not easily part ways with Tianqing again, lest she find herself regretting it once more in the future. After her mother's guidance, Lin Duoer felt enlightened and expressed her thoughts to her mother. Lin's mother felt a wave of relief upon hearing her daughter's newfound perspective. It is wonderful that you think this way. Tianqing has arrived. He should be here to escort us into the old war god's celebration. Let us hurry. With keen eyes, Lin's mother spotted Ren Tianqing emerging after arranging the rooms, and she promptly took her daughter to greet him. Those around them were well aware that Ren Tianqing was responsible for the old war god's celebration at the Imperial Hotel, and many approached him with warm greetings as he stepped OU Chapter 69. So be it. The other woman, Lin Duo, had never anticipated that just as she resolved to cease her thoughts of Qin Pingyan and wholeheartedly pursue her relationship with Ren Tianqing, the latter would abruptly propose a breakup. To compound her shock, he publicly slapped her across the face. Why? Why did he suddenly wish to end things? What had she done wrong? Lin Duo turned to her mother, despair etched across her features, seeking answers. I surmise that Qin Pingyan believes he has attached himself to the old war god's favor and is now threatening Ren Tianqing to sever ties with you. Lin's mother speculated confidently. Yes, it must be that scoundrel Qin Pingyan who coerced Ren Tianqing into this. Lin Duo concurred with her mother's deduction, rising with intent to confront Qin Pingyan. Stop right there. Lin's mother grasped her firmly as she stood up, prompting Lin Duo to turn in bewilderment. My foolish daughter. Ren Tianqing has already broken up with you. He is utterly spineless. Even if he were to return and plead for reconciliation, you must not entertain the thought. Lin's mother admonished before posing a perplexing question. Have you considered why Qin Pingyan would threaten Ren Tianqing to end your relationship? Qin Pingyan simply seeks to wreak havoc upon me, to make me suffer. Lin Duo blurted out without hesitation. Yet, upon uttering these words, her mother shook her head in disagreement. If he is not seeking revenge, then why would he threaten Ren Tianqing to part ways with you? Lin Duo found herself bewildered by her mother's reasoning. Qin Pingyan initially came to Longqing seeking reconciliation with you. However, due to financial constraints, he became a son-in-law of the Mu family as a means to secure a fortune. Now that he has garnered the old war god's admiration, he has evidently threatened Ren Tianqing to facilitate your reunion. Lin's mother explained with conviction. Mother, what are you thinking? He is now a son-in-law of the Mu family. How could he possibly consider reconciling with me? Lin Duo was taken aback by her mother's extraordinary logic, casting a disbelieving glance her way. You fail to grasp the situation. Although he is now a son-in-law, he has received the old war god's favor, and his status has significantly changed. Surely, he aspires to lead a life akin to those wealthy and powerful men, maintaining a steadfast household while indulging in affairs outside. Lin's mother asserted with the wisdom gleaned from a lifetime of dealings with men. Are you suggesting that Qin Pingyan desires to keep me as his mistress? That is implausible. Based on what I know of him, he would never entertain such notions. Lin Duo exclaimed in disbelief after her mother's analysis. You are only familiar with the man he was 5 years ago. There exists no cat that does not stray. When men acquire wealth and power, they often succumb to temptation. Moreover, you are well aware of the trials he has endured over the past 5 years. His mindset has undoubtedly transformed. Lin's mother remained steadfast in her belief. What am I to do? Lin Duo found herself swayed by her mother's unwavering conviction, beginning to contemplate the possibility that Qin Pingyan's threat towards Ren Tianqing was indeed a ploy for reconciliation, perhaps even clandestinely pursuing their relationship. My naive daughter, is there any need for deliberation? Qin Pingyan is now a man of considerable promise, having been uplifted by the old war god. His future is boundless, and his stature far exceeds that of Ren Tianqing. If he wishes to reconcile with you, you must oblige. Lin's mother urged, exasperated by her daughter's naivety. If not for her advancing age, she would have taken matters into her own hands rather than leave it to her daughter. However, he is already married. Even if he wishes to rekindle our relationship, it would only be in secrecy, relegating me to the role of his mistress, essentially, making me the other woman. Lin Duo pouted, voicing her concern softly. What does it matter? In this age where poverty is scorned and infidelity is overlooked, as long as one can live without financial worries. What harm is there in being the other woman? Let alone being the third. It is settled. We shall return and patiently wait for him to reach out to us. While you sever ties with Ren Tianqing, Lin's mother declared, resolutely pulling Lin Duo away from the Grand Hotel. Influenced by her mother's words, Lin Duo felt her heart flutter. After all, she had foolishly initiated the breakup. So be it, she thought. Being the other woman would serve as a penance for her past decisions. Meanwhile, Qin Pingyan, having entered the Grand Hotel, remained oblivious to the fact that he had done nothing wrong. Yet his ex-girlfriend and her mother had attributed all their troubles to him, mistakenly believing he sought reconciliation with her. In the opulent suite of the Emperor Grand Hotel, Qin Pingyan instructed Zhao Shikai to disrobe. He then retrieved 2 golden needles from his dragon burial ring, employing his energy to insert them into the starting and ending points of the man's conception and governor vessels, followed by strategic strikes on key acupoints. Cracking sounds, reminiscent of frying soybeans, echoed as Zhao Shikai's body resonated with the opening of his 8 extraordinary meridians. His face contorted in pain as he felt a force coursing through his meridians, relentlessly assaulting any blockages. The intensity escalated rapidly, soon rendering Zhao Shikai's features distorted with agony. There will be some discomfort. Endure it for 20 minutes, Chen Pingyan advised in a deep voice. However, these words nearly shattered Zhao Shikai's resolve. A mere 2 minutes had elapsed, yet he already felt disembodied. The prospect of enduring another 18 minutes seemed unbearable. Yet, envisioning the potential to become a master akin to his grandfather upon opening his conception and governor vessels, he silently gritted his teeth and persevered. Time trickled by. Each second an eternity for the suffering Zhao Shikai. Suddenly, as he neared his limit, a distinct crack resonated within his body, as if something solid had fractured. The excruciating pain that had penetrated his very soul vanished instantly, replaced by an unparalleled sense of comfort. Never had he experienced such bliss, not even in the throes of passion. Grandmaster Uncle, have my conception and governor vessels been opened? Zhao Shikai asked, a look of elation on his face, as he sensed the changes within his body. Indeed, they have been opened. With diligent practice, you are destined to become a master like your grandfather. Now, depart. Your sister is next, Chen Pingyan affirmed with a nod. Thank you, Grandmaster Uncle. Overjoyed that his conception and governor vessels had truly been opened, and sensing the profound changes within himself, Zhao Shikai immediately knelt before Chen Pingyan in gratitude. He then donned his clothes, preparing to leave the room so that Chen Pingyan could proceed with opening his sister Zhao Min's vessels. However, as Zhao Shikai reached the door, he abruptly halted, turning back to face Chen Pingyan. What is it? Chen Pingyan inquired, puzzled. Grandmaster Uncle, I was wondering, will you be opening my sister's conception and governor vessels in the same manner as you did mine? Zhao Shikai asked, a peculiar expression on his face. His sister was a girl, and his grandmaster uncle was a man. If she were to disrobe as he had done, he wondered if she would be able to accept it. Yes, is there an issue? Chen Pingyan asked, uncomprehending. No, nothing. I'll be going now. Seeing the genuine innocence in his grandmaster uncle's expression, Zhao Shikai refrained from further questioning. He would simply caution his sister upon his exit, leaving the decision to her. With that, Zhao Shikai departed, leaving Chen Pingyan utterly bewildered. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Min entered, her expression just as strange, and closed the door behind her. As her brother left, he had uttered something cryptic. If you can't bear it, don't force yourself. What does bear it mean? If he can bear it, am I inferior to him? Zhao Min resolved inwardly. No matter what, she would have her conception and governor vessels opened, refusing to be outdone by her brother. Grandmaster Uncle, I've come in. What should I do next? Zhao Min asked curiously, approaching Chen Pingyan. First, disrobe, then sit cross-legged on the bed and await my instructions. Chen Pingyan replied without hesitation. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly understood the reason for Zhao Shikai's earlier strange expression. Is it necessary to disrobe? As expected. Upon hearing Chen Pingyan's words, Zhao Min's body instantly flushed, her face turning crimson all the way to her neck, as she stammered her question. Chapter 71. Zhang Xiaobo's plea for help. No, you know how difficult it is to unblock the run and do meridians. Even your grandfather, who is known as the god of war in the northern frontier, cannot assist anyone in this matter. I can only help you if I combine acupuncture with my internal energy. Chen Pingyan replied candidly. His intentions were not to take advantage of Zhao Min's beauty. Rather, it was essential for her to disrobe, as the synergy of acupuncture and his inner strength was necessary to unblock her meridians. May I consider it for 2 minutes? Zhao Min softly inquired, her luscious red lips biting into each other. In the presence of Chen Pingyan, her previous arrogance had dissipated, replaced by a fear of provoking his ire. Although he was her granduncle, he was still a vigorous man, and the thought of undressing before him was utterly mortifying. She finally comprehended the meaning of her brother's earlier words. Before Chen Pingyan could respond, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw that it was Zhang Xiaobo, whom he had recently promoted to the position of deputy manager of the security department at Sihai Group. Chen Pingyan gestured for Zhao Min to remain silent before answering the call. Manager, something terrible has happened. Young Master Li has come to our company with a group of people causing a scene. Our security personnel have been overpowered. Please hurry back. A loud crash followed Zhang Xiaobo's panicked voice, and then the line went dead, the sound of his phone hitting the ground echoing ominously. It was evident that Zhang Xiaobo's phone had been destroyed. Hello, Zhang Xiaobo. Is everything all right over there? Hello? Chen Pingyan called into the phone, but received no response. His expression darkening. It was only his first day on the job, and already chaos had ensued. With his subordinates being assaulted, it was utterly intolerable. Miss Zhao, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please take your time to think it over. I work at Sihai Group, so when you have made your decision, you may come find me there. Chen Pingyan declared, turning to leave the room, leaving Zhao Min alone in her turmoil. Junior brother, Have you already helped Min Min unblock her Rin and Du meridians? Zhao Wujie and Mu Xinbo, along with Zhao Shikai, who were waiting outside, stared at Qin Pingon with confusion. Zhao Wujie directly posed the question. Senior brother, there has been an incident at my company. I must return to address it. Miss Zhao is still contemplating whether to accept my assistance in unblocking her meridians. Once she has made up her mind, she may come find me at Sihai Group. As for your birthday banquet, I regret that I may not be able to attend. I wish you longevity and prosperity. Qin Pingon hastily explained before departing from the Dihao Hotel, leaving Zhao Wujie and Mu Xinbo behind. What is wrong with that girl? Why must she deliberate over such a fortunate opportunity? It infuriates me. The elderly war god, Zhao Wujie, snapped back to reality, glaring at the door. Grandfather, my granduncle requires her to disrobe in order to combine acupuncture with internal energy for the unblocking. It seems that my sister is unable to overcome her mental barrier. So Zhao Shikai quickly intervened, attempting to clarify his grandfather's frustration. Upon hearing his grandson's words, Zhao Wujie paused, recalling the moment he had unblocked his own Rin and Du meridians. Indeed, the combination of acupuncture and formidable internal energy was essential, and disrobing was a prerequisite for the procedure. Do you realize how rare this opportunity is? What harm is there in disrobing before your granduncle? It won't cost her anything significant. Tell her there is no need for consideration. She must go to Sihai Group immediately to have her meridians unblocked. Otherwise, if your granduncle changes his mind, it will be too late for her to regret it. The venerable war god commanded sternly before striding towards the banquet hall. Yes, grandfather. Zhao Shikai replied respectfully, waiting until his grandfather had left before knocking on the door to convey the earlier message to his sister. Chapter 72. The schemes of the old war god. My dear classmates, it seems that your Zhao family is about to produce another war god. How enviable that is. On their way to the banquet hall, Mu Xinbo expressed his admiration to Zhao Wujie. Although he was not a practitioner of martial arts himself, his unique status allowed him to comprehend the immense benefits of opening the Rin and Du meridians for a martial artist. The future achievements of Zhao's grandson were likely to surpass even those of Zhao Wujie, his current classmate, particularly with the foundational support that Zhao Wujie provided. Are you mocking me, old friend? If anyone should be envious, it is indeed I who should envy your Mu family. With your Mu family having me, your disciple Qin. As a son-in-law, how could your household not thrive? As for me, I must still rely on the favor of others. Zhao Wujie replied, his expression revealing his irritation. Alas, you may not be aware, but my son-in-law has a mere 3-month tenure. After that, it remains uncertain whether he will still be part of the Mu family. Mu Xinbo said with a bitter smile. However, his words immediately piqued Zhao Wujie's curiosity. Why do you say such things, old classmate? Zhao Wujie inquired, puzzled. The matter is as follows. Mu Xinbo briefly recounted the arrangement of a 3-month marriage between Qin Pingon and his granddaughter, Mu Wanqing. In truth, he spoke these words merely to placate Zhao Wujie, for he held great confidence in the union of his granddaughter and Qin Pingon. Especially after Qin Pingon acquired the golden needle from his granddaughter and learned the Phoenix command, he exuded a unique charm that attracted women. Mu Xinbo was certain that within 3 months, his granddaughter would undoubtedly fall deeply in love with Qin Pingon. If they were not married, such a situation might be worrisome. However, due to his unique status, he was already aware of the secrets of the Phoenix command. He had orchestrated their marriage for mutual benefit, believing that the Phoenix command would bring only advantages to the Mu family. Yet Zhao Wujie was unaware of these secrets. Upon hearing Mu Xinbo's words, he mistakenly thought that Mu Xinbo was troubled by the situation. Though his face remained impassive, excitement surged within him. According to Mu Xinbo, his granddaughter did not harbor feelings for Qin Pingon. Their marriage was merely a contractual arrangement for 3 months. If they decided it was unsuitable, they could part ways. If Qin Pingon were to divorce Mu's daughter, would that not present an opportunity for his granddaughter, Zhao Min? If Qin Pingon, the heir of the dragon burial ring, were to become a son-in-law of the Zhao family, they would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the most esteemed families in the world. Though it felt somewhat unethical to covet an old friend's fortune for the sake of family interests, what did that matter? Resolute in his intentions, Zhao Wujie abandoned his plan to exonerate Qin Pingon at the birthday banquet and chose not to mention Qin Pingon's name at all. Meanwhile, Qin Pingon was unaware that the old war god was quietly calculating how to marry his granddaughter to him. At that moment, outside the gates of the Sihai Group, a tall and slender youth, accompanied by a group of followers, was blocking the entrance to the headquarters. This was none other than Li Jingkong, the younger brother of the notorious female demon Li Qiushui, who had long pursued Gao Weiwei, intending to claim her as his own. The security personnel of the Sihai Group had all been overpowered and trampled by Li's entourage, causing the employees to tremble in fear, keeping their distance. How much longer must we wait for that Chen manager to arrive? Does he dare to compete with me for a woman? Is he courting death? Li Jingkong, having incapacitated the security guards, seized the collar of Zhang Xiaobo, the deputy manager of the security department, lifting him up and bellowing in anger. Chapter 73. Handle it yourself next time. Yesterday, upon receiving a message from Fang Xiaoran, the undercover agent assigned as a secretary to Gao Weiwei, he felt an overwhelming rage that threatened to consume him. However, given the formidable security personnel at Sihai Group, he restrained himself from acting impulsively. To his surprise, several capable security guards contacted him later that night, informing him of their dismissal from Sihai Group and encouraging him to confront them without hesitation. Initially, he suspected it to be a ruse, but after dispatching personnel for a thorough investigation, he confirmed the unsettling truth. Early the next morning, he gathered his most competent subordinates and stormed into Sihai Group, intent on teaching Chen Ping'an a lesson. Had he not been pressed for time and limited in manpower, he would have ordered a search on the premises. Mr. Li, please calm down. I have already contacted our manager, and he should arrive shortly. Zhang Xiaobo, lifted by Mr. Li, wore a grimace that was more sorrowful than tears. At that moment, he regretted becoming the deputy manager, as Chen Ping'an's absence meant Mr. Li had directed his wrath towards him. Meanwhile, Qin Jigang, the recently dismissed head of security, along with several capable team leaders, observed the unfolding scene from the shadows. Reveling in the chaos, in a high-rise office, Gao Weiwei sat at her desk, quietly observing the entrance through surveillance, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the surface. President, after Qin Jigang took away those capable guards, no one in our security department can stop Mr. Li. What should we do now? Fang Xiaoran, standing anxiously behind Gao Weiwei, inquired. Isn't this the outcome you desired? Gao Weiwei retorted enigmatically, not answering Fang Xiaoran's question. The latter's countenance darkened at Gao Weiwei's words, and she suddenly knelt before her. President Gao, please spare me. I did not intend to betray you. It was Mr. Li who threatened my family. I swear I will not do it again. Fang Xiaoran trembled as she repeatedly bowed her head in supplication. She had witnessed Gao Weiwei personally eliminate 2 confidants who had betrayed the former chairman, and she loathed traitors above all. Do you acknowledge your position? Are you not afraid of Mr. Li using your family against you? Gao Weiwei inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. Fang Xiaoran's face paled at the question. She had only considered how much Gao Weiwei despised betrayal, not realizing that Mr. Li was equally formidable and had committed numerous heinous acts. Yet, with his sister, Li Qiushui, backing him, he seemed untouchable. Mr. Li cannot betray, and the current President Gao is not to be trifled with. She had offended both sides and was caught between a rock and a hard place. Punishment could come from either direction. Get up. From now on, sever ties with Mr. Li. As for your family, I will ensure their protection. Should there be a next time, you shall handle it yourself? To Fang Xiaoran's astonishment, Gao Weiwei did not retaliate, but instead permitted her to rise and arranged for her family's safety. Thank you, President Gao. I promise there will not be a next time. Fang Xiaoran quickly expressed her gratitude, bowing fervently before Gao Weiwei. Mr. Li may pose a threat to Manager Chen shortly. What shall we do now? After standing, Fang Xiaoran asked with concern. She feared that if Chen Ping'an were to suffer at Mr. Li's hands, Gao Weiwei might unleash her fury upon her. I have my own plans. You may return to your duties, Gao Weiwei replied impassively. Chapter 74. Where did he find his courage? Very well, I shall take my leave. Fang Xiaoran dared not inquire further and respectfully exited Gao Weiwei's office. Once Fang Xiaoran departed, Gao Weiwei picked up the phone on her desk and dialed a number. Protect Manager Chen. He must not be harmed in the slightest. After uttering this single sentence, without awaiting a response, Gao Weiwei ended the call. After she hung up, Chen Ping'an hurried back from the Empire Hotel to the headquarters of Sihai Group. As he alighted from his vehicle, he immediately noticed the security personnel of Sihai Group sprawled on the ground, groaning in distress, while the only one standing was Deputy Manager Zhang Xiaobo, who was being held by the collar by Li Xiao. Release them. Chen Ping'an's voice resonated from behind Li Xiao and his cohort, firm yet measured, echoing clearly in the ears of all present. Kid, this isn't your concern. Mind your own business, or you'll regret it. Li Xiao turned to shoot a glance at Chen Ping'an, initially regarding him as an unwelcome meddler, and threatened him with a scowl. Aren't you looking for Chen Ping'an? I am the very person you seek. Let them go. Whatever issues you have, direct them towards me. Chen Ping'an calmly addressed Li Xiao. So you are Chen Ping'an. You possessed quite the audacity. Upon realizing that the main figure had arrived, Li Xiao gestured for the others to be released. Now that the principal has shown up, let us settle our accounts. Li Xiao paused, scrutinizing Qin Pingon from head to toe. He had always imagined that the man Gao Weiwei favored would be a dashing nobleman. To his surprise, he stood before a man whose attire proclaimed him to be of modest means. This left him perplexed. He was wealthy and influential, handsome enough, and had social standing that aligned with Gao Weiwei's. Why did she favor a seemingly impoverished individual? Once Zhang Xiaobo and the others regained their freedom, they rushed anxiously behind Qin Pingon. Are you all unharmed? Qin Pingon turned to his bruised subordinates, inquiring. Manager, we are fine. However, Li Xiao brought only the elite today. The capable captains are absent, and we are outmatched. What should we do now? Zhang Xiaobo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied in a hushed tone. The others remained silent, some casting resentful glances at Qin Pingon. From the moment Li Xiao arrived, specifically seeking to confront the new manager, they attributed the predicament to Qin Pingon, feeling he was the cause of their plight. Furthermore, the capable captains had been dismissed by Qin Pingon. Had he not replaced them with less competent individuals, they would not be in such a dire situation today. Collectively, their grievances were directed at Qin Pingon. Many bowed their heads, casting sidelong glances filled with resentment. What else can we do? They have come to our doorstep. We must fight back, Qin Pingon declared without a moment's hesitation. But manager, these individuals are all experts. Can you truly contend with so many skilled fighters? Zhang Xiaobo questioned with concern, eyeing Qin Pingon anxiously. In their view, while Qin Pingon appeared relatively robust, he did not seem to possess the prowess needed to face the multitude of skilled adversaries Li Xiao had brought along. They struggled to comprehend where Qin Pingon found the audacity to utter such defiant words. Chapter 75, Astonishment. Not only Zhang Xiaobo, but everyone else also regarded Qin Pingon with disdain. Who said I intended to confront them? Qin Pingon calmly retorted. Did the manager bring skilled fighters? Where are they? Upon hearing Qin Pingon's words, Zhang Xiaobo and the others looked around in confusion. There's no need to search. I came alone, without any companions. Qin Pingon replied tersely to Zhang Xiaobo and the others. Upon this revelation, their bewilderment deepened. Then who will assist us in fighting back? Zhang Xiaobo inquired, while the others gazed at Qin Pingon with puzzled expressions, unsure of the manager's intentions. Of course, it should be you. Qin Pingon chastised them. As the company's security personnel, it is your duty to safeguard the company's assets. Who else do you expect to aid you? Upon hearing this, the faces of Zhang Xiaobo, the team leader, and the rest of the security team turned ashen. Manager, we are not their match. Are you sending us to our doom? Zhang Xiaobo lamented, his voice faltering. Some of the more timid individuals discreetly slipped away from the scene. Who says you are not their match? I am aware that you have been concealing your true abilities. In light of this situation, it is unacceptable to continue hiding your strength. The company pays you handsomely each month. You must fulfill your responsibilities. Qin Pingon remarked with a knowing expression, leaving Zhang Xiaobo and the others utterly perplexed. When had they ever concealed their capabilities? Were they fools, allowing themselves to be beaten while holding back? Before they could comprehend Qin Pingon's cryptic words, he abruptly shoved Zhang Xiaobo towards Li Xiao. As the deputy manager, you must take the lead. You go first, unleash your full potential, and show them our prowess. Upon finishing, Qin Pingon produced a golden needle from his ring and flicked it gently, causing the needle to vanish into Zhang Xiaobo's back with remarkable swiftness, unnoticed by anyone. Li Xiao and his henchmen overheard the exchange between Qin Pingon and Zhang Xiaobo, mistakenly believing that Qin Pingon was sending Zhang Xiaobo to his demise. Hiki, since your manager wishes for you to be a scapegoat, I shall oblige. After incapacitating you, I will deal with him as well. Li Xiao chuckled as he addressed the now vulnerable Zhang Xiaobo, seizing a baseball bat from one of his lackeys and swinging it menacingly towards Zhang Xiaobo's legs, as if aiming to shatter them with a single blow. Zhang Xiaobo was already paralyzed with fear from Li Xiao and his cohorts. As the bat swung toward him, his terror escalated to the point of near collapse. His only thought was to flee. However, whether due to fear or some inexplicable force, he found himself unable to retreat or turn away, as if a mysterious power compelled him forward into Li Xiao's embrace. Ah, no, Zhang Xiaobo shrieked, shutting his eyes as the bat descended toward his legs. Many onlookers, unable to bear the impending sight of Zhang Xiaobo's legs being crushed, turned their heads away. Only a few daring souls watched intently as the bat descended. Just as everyone anticipated Zhang Xiaobo's imminent misfortune, an astonishing scene unfolded. Zhang Xiaobo, who had shut his eyes, suddenly leaped at the very moment the bat was about to strike, narrowly avoiding the brutal blow. As if defying the laws of gravity, he seemed to soar in midair, delivering a powerful kick to Li Xiao's chest that sent him flying 3 to 4 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. All present were left in a state of shock. Could it be that the manager's earlier assertions were true, and that Deputy Manager Zhang Xiaobo had indeed concealed his strength? The words of Chen Ping echoed in their minds. Chapter 76. Defeating these scoundrels. Not only were the surrounding spectators astounded by Zhang Xiaobo's actions, but even Zhang Xiaobo himself felt as though he had encountered a ghost. The moment his body leaped into action, he opened his eyes in astonishment, helplessly witnessing his body execute a fierce counterattack against Li Xiao. If this body were not his own, he might have thought he had been concealing his true abilities all along. However, he was acutely aware that he possessed no such strength to hide. The counterattack against Li Xiao was far from his intention. His body was being manipulated by an inexplicable force, performing movements that filled him with dread. Amidst the crowd, only Chen Ping maintained his composure, as all of this was orchestrated under his subtle control. Zhang Xiaobo's sudden prowess stemmed from his utilization of the puppet technique found within the Nine-Dragon medical canon, while others employed delicate threads for manipulation. His version relied on formidable internal energy combined with golden needles, rendering it imperceptible even to ordinary martial artists. Now, Zhang Xiaobo's body was firmly under his command. Ouch, that hurts terribly. This brat is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Everyone, attack together and finish him off. If anything goes wrong, I, Li Jingkong, will take responsibility. Li Xiao, disoriented from the fall, shouted angrily at his subordinates before he had even regained his footing. Chapter 77. Do not approach concealed in the shadows. Qin Jigang and the 3 former captains of the Sihai Group's security division were utterly astounded by the spectacle before them. They had anticipated that young Master Li would arrive to stir up trouble, believing that no one within Sihai Group could subdue him, and that Gao Weiwei would surely make a personal call to request their return. Initially, events unfolded as they had envisioned. Young Master Li swiftly incapacitated the entire security team, leaving them underfoot. They were exhilarated, eagerly awaiting Gao Weiwei's call, already formulating conditions under which they would intervene. However, the arrival of the new security manager altered the course of events dramatically. To their utter disbelief, the seemingly timid Zhang Xiaobo erupted into action, transforming into an adept martial artist, swiftly dispatching young Master Li and his entourage. The 3 of them, despite their combined efforts, could not have imagined such ease in vanquishing young Master Li and his followers. Zhang Xiaobo had concealed his true capabilities far too well, thwarting all their meticulous plans. Even Gao Weiwei, observing the unfolding drama from the CEO's office via surveillance, displayed a fleeting expression of astonishment. Yet, it soon dawned on her that something was amiss. Throughout the encounter, Zhang Xiaobo's demeanor was not that of a hidden master. Rather, it was marked by palpable tension, even fear. This suggested only one possibility: a powerful entity was clandestinely manipulating Zhang Xiaobo's actions. Recalling her earlier phone call to the shadow, she speculated that it might be he who was exerting control over Zhang Xiaobo. Beyond her, she could not conceive of anyone else possessing such capabilities. Meanwhile, as Zhang Xiaobo regained his composure, oblivious to the underlying circumstances, he felt a surge of pride upon realizing he had decisively subdued the arrogant young Master Li and his companions. "What do you want? Do not come any closer," young Master Li exclaimed, panic-stricken. "My sister is Li Qiushui, the chairwoman of the Li Group, known as one of the 3 great demons of the Southwest. If you so much as lay a finger on me, my sister will not let you off lightly." In the Southwest, few dared to disregard the formidable reputation of his sister, Li Qiushui. Indeed, as Zhang Xiaobo contemplated boasting before young Master Li, the mention of Li Qiushui instantly quelled his bravado, halting him in his tracks. "Young Master Li, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to assist you in getting up and checking your injuries," Zhang Xiaobo said, attempting to bend down to help the still terrified young Master Li. However, recalling Zhang Xiaobo's earlier apologies juxtaposed with his ferocious assault on his subordinates, young Master Li was gripped by fear, springing to his feet. "Do not approach. I do not need your help. I can rise on my own," he declared, retreating behind his followers. This was the first time he had encountered someone so formidable. Within mere minutes, his cadre of skilled fighters had been utterly defeated, a truly terrifying experience. At that moment, Chen Ping stepped forward, approaching Zhang Xiaobo from behind. He gently patted Zhang Xiaobo's back, causing a golden needle to fly from his back into his hand, which he then carefully stowed away in the Zonglong ring. Chapter 78. Li Xiao's disgraceful retreat. Manager Zhang, you have performed admirably this time. I shall apply for a bonus for you this month, Chen Ping remarked with an enigmatic expression directed at Zhang Xiaobo. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Zhang Xiaobo reflected on the manager's prior actions and the inexplicable display of prowess he had just witnessed, leading him to suspect that Chen Ping'an might be the mastermind behind it all. Otherwise, why would Chen Ping'an have spoken of hidden talents in such an obscure manner? Manager, were you the one who secretly assisted me just now? Zhang Xiaobo began to inquire, but was swiftly silenced by a sharp glance from Chen Ping'an. Having previously faced wrongful imprisonment, Chen Ping'an believed that his earlier high-profile demeanor had offended others, resulting in his downfall. Although he had acquired remarkable skills, he was acutely aware that there might still be individuals far more formidable than himself. With the painful lessons of the past etched in his memory, Chen Ping'an understood that discretion was paramount. Therefore, he preferred not to showcase his abilities in public unless absolutely necessary. Zhang Xiaobo, inherently shifty and opportunistic, was quick to gauge the situation. Recognizing the significance of Chen Ping'an's gaze, he promptly ceased his inquiries. Thanks to manager Xie's guidance, he quickly amended, bowing in gratitude to Chen Ping'an. From the manager's stern look, he comprehended that the recent events had been orchestrated by the new manager before him. Just the night before, colleagues had speculated that this new manager had ascended to his position through dubious connections with the higher-ups, branding him a mere sycophant. However, it was becoming increasingly clear that the reality was far from the rumors. The current manager was indeed a concealed master of his craft, potentially akin to the extraordinary figures found in novels, which could only explain the occurrences that had transpired. Indeed, Chen Ping'an nodded, pleased with Zhang Xiaobo's quick comprehension. It seemed promising to entrust Zhang Xiaobo with the management of the security department, nurturing a few skilled individuals to handle such situations in the future, allowing him to become a hands-off manager. Then, Chen Ping'an approached Li Xiao. Who are you? Why do you seek to trouble my manager? He asked icily. Li Xiao, intimidated by Zhang Xiaobo's earlier display, merely glared at Chen Ping'an in silence. Our manager is addressing you. Are you deaf or mute? Zhang Xiaobo interjected, having recognized the prowess of his new manager, and promptly admonished Li Xiao. At this reprimand, Li Xiao finally mustered the courage to respond. You dare to touch my woman, and you still have the audacity to question me about my grievances? Gao Weiwei is the woman I, Li Jingkong, have my sights set on. You would do well to stay away from her and refrain from harboring any illicit intentions, or I swear you shall meet a most unpleasant fate. With that, Li Xiao, aware of Zhang Xiaobo's formidable presence beside Chen Ping'an, realized that his meager entourage stood no chance of prevailing. Continuing to engage would only lead to further humiliation. He shot a venomous glare at Chen Ping'an before issuing a few menacing remarks and beckoning his injured followers to depart. Chen Ping'an made no attempt to obstruct them. Once Li Xiao and his group had left, other security personnel at Chapter 79, may I join you? Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed the manager's credit for this accomplishment. It is through his adept leadership and encouragement that I was able to unleash my potential and drive off Li Xiao and his companions. If there are any words of gratitude, they should be directed towards the manager. Zhang Xiaobo, fully aware that the merit was not his alone, responded humbly to the crowd. However, the security team recognized Zhang Xiaobo's cunning nature. They perceived his words as an attempt to curry favor with his superior, Chen Ping'an, by attributing the glory to him. Consequently, the crowd echoed Zhang Xiaobo's sentiments and turned to express their thanks to Chen Ping'an. Yet, the flicker of disdain in their eyes was unmistakable, leaving Chen Ping'an somewhat embarrassed. Everyone, let's take a moment to acknowledge the valiant efforts of our security colleagues today, which have culminated in a significant victory. As a token of appreciation, I shall treat the entire security department to a lavish dinner tonight, at a location of your choosing. Do not hesitate to indulge. Chen Ping'an declared to the crowd. Upon hearing his words, the security team was momentarily taken aback. Soon thereafter, their faces illuminated with sheer joy. Manager, may we choose the Hyatt Regency? One rather simple-minded colleague tentatively inquired, encouraged by Chen Ping'an's invitation to select any venue without concern for cost. At this, a hush fell over the room as all eyes turned to Chen Ping'an, eager to see if he would flinch at the mention of such an extravagant choice, or perhaps even display anger. In Longcheng, the Hyatt Regency stands as the second-largest hotel, second only to the Imperial Hotel, with rumors suggesting that a single meal there could easily exceed 10,000 yuan. The colleague refrained from suggesting the Imperial Hotel, having heard that the legendary general was hosting a birthday banquet there and had reserved the entire venue. Zhang Xiaobo swiftly approached the colleague, delivering a playful slap to the back of his head. You fool, are you trying to put the manager in a bind? Do you think the company is the Manager South private estate? A dinner for our large group, including those on the evening and night shifts, would surely consume several months of the manager's salary, Zhang Xiaobo admonished, feeling particularly grateful to Chen Ping'an for his recent promotion to deputy manager. and instinctively defending the manager's interests. But the manager said we could choose the location. The colleague replied, a hint of grievance in his voice. Don't you dare retort, Zhang Xiaobo exclaimed, raising his hand once more. Xiaobo, what are you doing? It's just the Hyatt Regency. It's no big deal. We'll celebrate there tonight. Those with family can bring them along for a lively gathering. Chen Ping'an interjected, halting Zhang Xiaobo's reprimand. As Chen Ping'an spoke, Zhang Xiaobo gasped in astonishment. The manager was far too generous. Many of them had family nearby, which meant tonight could potentially cost the manager a year's salary. Unbeknownst to them, even dining at the Hyatt for an entire year would hardly diminish Chen Ping'an's financial resources. Long live the manager. Manager, I adore you. We all love you. The security team erupted in cheers upon learning that the grand feast would be at the Hyatt Regency and that they could bring their families. They were unconcerned about the cost. All they knew was that they could relish a meal at the second most prestigious hotel in Longqing, indulging in its exquisite service and satisfying their inner vanity. Immediately, some began calling their families to inform them that dinner would be taken care of. Others reached out to colleagues on the afternoon and night shifts. May I join you? Just as everyone was making calls, a somewhat cool voice echoed from behind. Turning around, the crowd was struck with disbelief upon recognizing the speaker. It was none other than their esteemed and aloof president, Gao Weiwei, from the Sihai Group. Chapter 80. Are you joking? The usually aloof and majestic CEO, Gao Weiwei, unexpectedly expressed her desire to dine with them. Was the sun rising from the west? Everyone stood in astonishment, staring at Gao Weiwei, convinced they had misheard her. What? Are you not welcoming me to join? Gao Weiwei smiled as she approached Chen Ping'an, playfully inquiring. Her smile was as enchanting as the melting of ice and snow, the gentle caress of spring, and the blooming of flowers, leaving everyone utterly mesmerized once again. Truly, she was deserving of her reputation as one of the 4 most beautiful women in Longqing, alongside Mu Wanqing, Qin Xiu, and Li Qiushui. That smile was irresistibly charming and profoundly healing. You are the CEO. If you wish to go, then go. I have not bound your legs. Chen Ping'an's cold tone made everyone sweat for him. After all, he was renowned as the dictatorial CEO of their Sihai Group. Manager Chen dared to speak in such a manner? The rumors were indeed true. Manager Chen and CEO Gao must have something going on. The crowd regarded Chen Ping'an with admiration. To win the heart of such a frosty beauty was a feat even the likes of Li Xiao could not achieve. Remarkable. Then it is settled. I will accompany you this afternoon. But for now, please wait for me here. After saying this, Gao Weiwei turned and left. As soon as she departed, the atmosphere exploded with excitement. While she was present, despite not being as frigid as usual, her formidable aura had kept everyone at bay. Now that she was gone, they immediately swarmed around Chen Ping'an. Boss, you are truly incredible. Even CEO Gao is so submissive to you. My admiration for you flows like the boundless waters of the Yangtze. Zhang Xiaobo approached Chen Ping'an, beaming with adoration while unabashedly flattering him. Enough. I have no relationship with Gao Weiwei. Such matters should not be spoken of in the future, understood? Chen Ping'an frowned, gazing at Zhang Xiaobo with a calm demeanor. Yes, we won't speak of it again. Although Zhang Xiaobo verbally acquiesced, disbelief was evident in his eyes. He thought to himself, if there were no relationship, would you dare to call her by name so casually? Moreover, if there were no connection, would she smile at you so warmly instead of being offended by your words? Given all these signs, he could not believe their relationship was non-existent, no matter what. Seeing the expressions of Zhang Xiaobo and the others, Chen Ping'an realized that no matter what he said, they would not believe him. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he decided to refrain from further explanation. Before long, a pink Mercedes-Benz came to a halt in front of Chen Ping'an, and the window slowly rolled down, revealing Gao Weiwei's exquisite visage. Get in. Gao Weiwei called to Chen Ping'an with a gentle tone. Get in for what? Chen Ping'an maintained his cold demeanor, just as before. Gao Weiwei understood that Chen Ping'an harbored resentment towards her. However, she remained unfazed by his attitude, greeting him with a smile. Your clothes are rather outdated. I will take you shopping for some new outfits, or else when we arrive at the Hyatt Hotel this afternoon, people might mistake you for a beggar and refuse you entry. Gao Weiwei gestured towards Chen Ping'an's attire. Seeing his clothing, she assumed he had just been released from prison and lacked funds, hence still wearing his pre-incarceration garments. This thought tugged at her heartstrings. No need. I find my clothes perfectly fine. There is no need for you to worry, CEO Gao. Chen Ping'an promptly declined her offer to buy him clothes without a second thought. You are currently the manager of our company's security department. Dressing so shabbily tarnishes our company's image. I am considering the company's reputation, whether you like it or not. You will go? If not, you can forget about your job, and I will take care of you from now on. Before Gao Weiwei could finish, Chen Pingyan covered her mouth. However, he was a moment too late. Everyone around had heard everything that was said. The members of the security department cast peculiar glances at Chen Pingyan. After all, CEO Gao had volunteered to support him. How could he still claim there was no relationship? Are you joking? Chapter 81. Uncompromising as Chen Pingyan observed the peculiar gazes of those around him, he felt as though he had plunged into the Yellow River, unable to cleanse himself of their judgments. In stark contrast, Gao Weiwei found no offense in the misunderstanding surrounding her relationship with Chen Pingyan. In fact, witnessing his forlorn expression brought a subtle smile to her lips, for she relished the playful annoyance of having him silenced, teasingly raising her freshly groomed eyebrows. I am terrified of you now. Do not speak so recklessly, Chen Pingyan remarked, exasperated, as he noted Gao Weiwei's mischievous demeanor. Unable to voice her thoughts, she merely nodded, conveying her understanding through her gaze, prompting Chen Pingyan to release her enchanting lips from their hush. Yet, he did not relent to accompany her on a shopping excursion. Instead, he turned his attention to Zhang Xiaobo. Zhang Xiaobo, please fetch me several sets of security uniforms. As the manager of the security department, it is imperative that I lead by example and don the appropriate work attire. Mr. Chen, surely this will not tarnish the company's reputation? He inquired. As Chen Pingyan pivoted to address Gao Weiwei, who had grown distant, Gao Weiwei opened her mouth to speak, but at that moment, her phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, her countenance shifted to one of icy aloofness, and she answered without hesitation. Wu Xingjie is dead. A mechanical voice emanated from the device. Although the volume was low, Chen Pingyan, standing beside her, heard it distinctly, causing his brow to furrow in concern. Just days prior, he had encountered Wu Xingjie, one of the notorious figures known as the Three Demons of the Southwest, and he appeared to be in robust health. How could he have succumbed so suddenly? Gao Weiwei's expression morphed dramatically as she hastily ended the call. If you disfavor such formal attire, do as you wish. Should you require assistance, consult my secretary. I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave. Disappointed by Chen Pingyan's refusal to accompany her shopping, she departed abruptly, her foot pressing the accelerator in haste. Watching Gao Weiwei drive away, Chen Pingyan felt no need to dwell on the matter. Death occurred incessantly in this world, and it was of no concern to him. Regaining his composure, he turned to find the security staff still regarding him with odd expressions, prompting another frown to crease his forehead. Zhang Xiaobo, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and retrieve the uniforms. Bring them directly to my office, Chen Pingyan said, his tone sharp. Yes, manager, I shall fetch them at once, Zhang Xiaobo responded, promptly departing to procure the uniforms. Moments later, Zhang Xiaobo returned, bearing 2 sets of security uniforms, but he was not alone. The 3 individuals he had recently promoted to team leaders accompanied him, each clutching a uniform. Manager, we have brought the uniforms you requested, 4 sets in total, Zhang Xiaobo announced with a grin, gesturing to their hands. Is it truly necessary for all of you to make such a grand display for a mere few uniforms? Chen Pingyan asked, bemused. Aside from Zhang Xiaobo, Chen Pingyan had noted the names of the 3 others, the tall, crew-cut individual named Lu Hang, the slender, artistic-looking one named Zheng Shixian, and the somewhat simple-minded fellow named Wu Yang, who, despite his name, exhibited little bravery. Upon hearing Chen Pingyan's remark, the 3 leaders turned to Zhang Xiaobo, offering him no response. Zhang Xiaobo, with an apologetic smile, approached Chen Pingyan and said, Manager, besides delivering the uniforms, we also wish to request your guidance in some techniques. We find ourselves struggling to navigate our current responsibilities. At this, Wu Yong and the others eagerly nodded, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at grain. Their camaraderie with Zhang Xiaobo had deepened, and upon witnessing his boldness in answering questions and ascending to the position of deputy manager, they too had mustered courage, rising to the rank of team leaders. With spirits high, they had pursued Zhang Xiaobo, inquiring about his newfound prowess and how they had failed to notice it before. Zhang Xiaobo, shaking his head, denied any sudden transformation and recounted the circumstances that led him to suspect Chen Pingyan was, indeed, a remarkable individual. The 3 men, well acquainted with Zhang Xiaobo's previous ordinariness, found his sudden valor perplexing, having seen him topple the formidable Li Xiao and his skilled cohorts. Convinced by Zhang Xiaobo's reasoning, they collectively decided to approach Chen Pingyan for instruction. Chapter 82. The Ancient Zhuang Fist. If you wish to learn martial arts, you may, but my standards are exceedingly high. If you can meet them, I shall agree to teach you. Chen Pingyan was not particularly surprised by Zhang Xiaobo's words. Rest assured, manager, we shall adhere to the rules you have established. After Zhang Xiaobo spoke, the other 3 nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed. Chen Ping'an said nothing further and rose to leave the office. Where are we headed, manager? Zhang Xiaobo and the others inquired, following him with a hint of confusion. Since you have expressed a desire to learn martial arts, we are, of course, heading to our security department's training ground. Upon realizing that Chen Ping'an was taking them to the training ground to impart his knowledge, their faces lit up with excitement, and they hurried to keep pace. Before long, they arrived at the training facility. At that moment, several security personnel from the afternoon and evening shifts were engaged in physical training, but Zhang Xiaobo, assuming his role as deputy manager, promptly dismissed them all. Thus, the training ground was left with only the 5 of them. Listen closely. For today I shall teach you a set of ancient Zhuang fist techniques. This form of martial arts possesses immense power, rivaling that of ancient Thai boxing, and may even surpass it. It is said that ancient Thai boxing evolved from ancient Zhuang fist. Once you have mastered it, you must never use this skill to oppress the weak or engage in wrongdoing. Otherwise, I shall personally incapacitate you. Chen Ping'an warned Zhang Xiaobo and the others with a grave expression. You need not worry, manager. After acquiring these skills, we shall never abuse our strength nor engage in malicious acts. If such a thing were to occur, I would willingly incapacitate myself without your intervention. Zhang Xiaobo assured Chen Ping'an vocally. The other 3 echoed his sentiment. Chen Ping'an nodded with satisfaction. He held a measure of trust in Wu Yong and the other captain's words. Though he mentally questioned Zhang Xiaobo's intentions, based on his understanding of Zhang Xiaobo, he was one to make grand proclamations and exhibit enthusiasm. Yet it remained uncertain whether he would truly follow through. Nevertheless, individuals like him often possessed strong capabilities, and as long as they did not cross any moral boundaries, they could be of use. Subsequently, Chen Ping'an began to teach Zhang Xiaobo and the others a set of ancient Zhuang fist techniques, which he had not received from his master but had acquired while treating the internal injuries of a master of ancient Zhuang fist during his time in prison. In return for his assistance, the master had imparted this martial art to him. As the saying goes, knowledge should not be shared lightly. The teachings from his own master were not something he dared to transmit easily, as it was a tradition within their lineage. Furthermore, their techniques required a foundation of inner strength, rendering them inaccessible to the average person. After demonstrating the ancient Zhuang fist before Zhang Xiaobo and the others, they were left in awe, their faces betraying a hint of fear. This martial art, developed by the ancestors of the Zhuang people over millennia in the mountainous regions while battling formidable beasts, was immensely powerful, with each strike capable of being lethal. Though it was termed a fist technique, the use of fist was infrequent. Rather, it primarily relied on the hardest parts of the body, such as elbows and knees, to deliver devastating blows to opponents. While the Muay Thai techniques seen on television were already quite formidable, they paled in comparison to ancient Zhuang fist. Zhang Xiaobo and the other Chapter 83, you are a fake. Upon hearing Gao Weiwei's assertion, Chen Ping'an found himself at a loss for words and reluctantly climbed into her vehicle. Gao Weiwei had also arranged transportation for the other security personnel without cars. A grand convoy of more than 20 vehicles set forth towards the Hyatt Regency Hotel. Speak plainly if there's something to discuss. Chen Ping'an broke the silence. Noticing Gao Weiwei's continued reticence, suspecting she was merely toying with him. Upon his inquiry, Gao Weiwei pulled over to the side of the road and retrieved a long, exquisite gift box from the back seat. Take this with you tomorrow when we go to celebrate my godmother's birthday. She holds considerable prestige within the Four Seas organization. And if you wish to successfully take over the Four Seas Demon King's token, her approval is essential. My godmother has a penchant for collecting antiques, particularly the Lantinggi Su, which she has long desired. This box contains an authentic copy of the Lantinggi Su. Presenting it to her as a birthday gift should leave a favorable impression. While it may not guarantee your support, she might refrain from opposing your claim to the Four Seas Demon King's token out of respect for the Lantinggi Su. Gao Weiwei spoke to Chen Ping'an with utmost seriousness. Without uttering a word, Chen Ping'an opened the splendid gift box, revealing the Lantinggi Su slip within. This masterpiece, crafted by the revered calligrapher Wang Shiji, has been hailed as the finest cursive script throughout history, reputed to have vanished for over a millennium. The Lantinggi Su available on the market today are mere replicas. Should the authentic piece surface, it would undoubtedly be regarded as a national treasure, cherished by collectors. How much did you pay for this Lantinggi Su? Chen Ping'an inquired, gazing at the slip with a calm demeanor. 18 million. Gao Weiwei replied without a moment's hesitation, as if over 100 million were mere numbers devoid of significance. You truly are willing to spend extravagantly, yet this Lantinggi Su is a forgery. You have been duped. Chen Ping'an exclaimed upon hearing her price. His certainty stemmed from the fact that the genuine Lantinghi Su was securely housed within the antique section of his safety deposit box at the Swiss bank. Manager Shin had already provided him with an inventory of the antiques stored there, which included the Lantinghi Su. I know. To Chen Ping'an's astonishment, Gao Weiwei merely cast him a surprised glance before acknowledging the Lantinghi Su's authenticity as a forgery. This revelation left Chen Ping'an bewildered, prompting him to ask, "You know it's a fake, yet you spent such a fortune on it? Are you out of your mind? Without such an expenditure, how would my godmother believe it to be genuine?" Gao Weiwei retorted, "Now, just bring this along with you to celebrate my godmother's birthday tomorrow. You need not concern yourself with anything else. I have it all arranged." With that, Gao Weiwei resumed driving towards the Hyatt Regency Hotel. Before long, their convoy arrived at the Hyatt Regency, renowned as the second-best hotel in Longcheng, where many family members of the security personnel awaited their arrival. The hotel manager, accompanied by the welcoming staff, stood at the entrance, eagerly anticipating their presence. "Welcome, Ms. Gao, to the Hyatt Regency Hotel. Your reserved table is ready in the Hero Hall, and the dishes can be served immediately upon your arrival." The manager, a striking woman in her 30s, greeted them as Gao Weiwei exited the vehicle. "Mr. Chen is our esteemed guest today," Gao Weiwei introduced him, prompting the manager to finally direct her attention towards Chen Ping'an, who was clad in a security uniform. "Mr. Chen, you are truly impressive and generous. It is an honor for the Hyatt Regency to host such magnanimous guests as you and Ms. Gao. Please, make yourselves comfortable." Despite his simple attire, Chen Ping'an exuded a uniquely captivating aura that left the manager feeling invigorated. Even as a married woman, she felt her cheeks flush and her heartbeat quicken, extending her hand to shake his. Had Gao Weiwei not been present, she might have ventured to act more boldly. After retracting his hand, Chen Ping'an promptly signaled Zhang Xiaobo to usher their fellow security team members and their families inside, while the Four Seas Group offered competitive salaries. The Hyatt Regency was a super luxurious establishment, second only to the Imperial Hotel, and many had never had the opportunity to visit. As they entered, their families were left in awe of the hotel's opulence. Chapter 84. The Four Beauties. Though Chen Ping'an was a newly appointed manager, he wasted no time in promoting newcomers and treating his colleagues to an extravagant feast at a luxurious hotel, allowing them to bring their families. As a result, the security department harbored no animosity towards him. Under the guidance of Zhang Xiaobo and others, the attendees frequently toasted to Chen Ping'an, eager to curry favor. Zhang Xiaobo, Lu Hang, and Zheng Shixian offered to shield Chen Ping'an from alcohol, yet he graciously declined their assistance. Without reservation, he consumed glass after glass of potent liquor. And even the woman seated beside him, Gao Weiwei, wore a look of concern for his well-being. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the Hyatt Hotel, in a serene tea room, a woman, no older than 30, elegantly perched with a cigarette in hand, exuded an alluring charm as she prepared tea. An elderly man stood respectfully beside her. "Miss, today in Longqing, 3 significant events transpired. The legendary warrior Zhao Wuji is hosting a birthday celebration at the Dihao Hotel, with all the prominent families in attendance, alongside various figures from the underworld. The second event is the sudden demise of Wu Shengjie, who reportedly succumbed to a cerebral infarction. Lastly, the young master once again stirred trouble at the Sihai Group, leading a considerable entourage, but ended up retreating in disgrace." The elder respectfully reported the day's headlines. This woman, renowned as one of the Southwest's 3 demonic figures alongside Wu Shengjie and Chen Changxing, was Li Qiushui, alongside Mu Wanqing, Qin Shiyu, and Gao Weiwei. She was also celebrated as one of Longqing's 4 beauties, a figure of great renown. "Have we discerned why the old warrior chose Longqing for his celebration?" Li Qiushui inquired, her lips parting slightly, her voice melodious like a lark. "Miss, we have yet to uncover that information. However, following the banquet, the old warrior left behind his grandson and granddaughter while he returned to Beijiang." The elder responded respectfully. "What are your thoughts on Wu Xingjie's death?" Li Qiushui, unfazed by the first question, took a gentle puff of her cigarette and moved on to the next inquiry. "Miss, I saw Wu Xingjie just yesterday. He appeared in good spirits. Given the recent inexplicable death of Chen Changsheng, I find Wu Shengjie's demise rather suspicious," the elder replied calmly. "Are you suggesting his death was orchestrated?" Li Qiushui furrowed her brow slightly. "There is a possibility. With both Chen Changxing and Wu Xingjie now deceased, you may very well be their next target," the elder analyzed thoughtfully. "Is that so? Quite intriguing." A curious glint appeared in Li Qiushui's eyes. "Have any suspicious individuals surfaced in Longqing recently?" "Indeed, there is one, a newly appointed security department manager at Sihai Group. Please take a look at this, the elder said, handing her a USB drive. Li Qiushui accepted the USB and connected it to her computer, slowly watching the footage while smoking. Had Chen Pingyan been present, he would have recognized the content as the incident earlier that day, where Li Jingkong had caused a scene at Sihai Group and was subsequently bested by Zhang Xiaobo. Initially, Li Qiushui remained indifferent, but as she witnessed Zhang Xiaobo unleash his prowess, defeating her brother Li Jingkong and his companions, she perked up with interest. This security guard doesn't seem like a martial artist. How did he suddenly become so formidable? Miss, you should note that this individual only displayed such strength after the arrival of their manager. If I am not mistaken, it is likely that their manager employs the legendary puppet technique. Furthermore, I discovered that Wu Xingjie met with this person shortly before his death, a few days prior. Wu Xingjie's grandson had a confrontation with this individual, resulting in the loss of an arm. Given Wu Xingjie's protective nature towards his family, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Yet in the end, he was the one who anxiously visited this person to apologize on behalf of his grandson. Now that this individual has resurfaced at Chen Chongqing's Sihai Group, I suspect that both Chen Chongqing's and Wu Xingjie's deaths may be intricately connected to him. Chapter 85. The one who seeks your life, then let us meet him tonight. Li Qiushui said with great interest to the elder. I will investigate his whereabouts for this evening. The elder replied, and upon seeing Li Qiushui nod, he exited the tea room. The ambience within the tea room fell silent, leaving only the sounds of smoking and sipping tea. As the sun set, the neon lights outside flickered to life, and soon it was 10 o'clock at night. Chen Pingyan and his colleagues from the security department had been drinking since they got off work, and many had succumbed to intoxication by this hour. The only man still coherent was Chen Pingyan. I've arranged for the hotel staff to drive those without family back to the company dormitory. Where do you live? Allow me to take you home. Chen Pingyan offered to Gao Weiwei, who stood at the entrance of the Hyatt Hotel, completely sober while Chen Pingyan was slightly tipsy. No need. I can return on my own. Chen Pingyan replied, dismissing Gao Weiwei and departing with the Lantingsu she had previously given him. He had already arranged to meet Manager Shin from Ruishi Bank to retrieve the authentic Lantingsu. He intended to present a genuine artifact as a gift, rather than a counterfeit. Understanding Chen Pingyan's temperament, Gao Weiwei hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided against following him. Instead, she dialed the number once more. Ensure Chen Pingyan's safety, as was customary. After the call connected, she spoke only a single sentence before hanging up and driving away from the Hyatt. 2 hours later, Chen Pingyan emerged from Ruishi Bank with the genuine Lantingsu in hand, accompanied by Manager Shun. Mr. Chen, where are you residing now? Allow me to drive you home. Manager Shin offered, echoing Gao Weiwei's earlier sentiment. Just as Chen Pingyan was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly twitched his ears and frowned, glancing back over his shoulder. No, you should head back first. I have some personal matters to attend to. Ultimately, Chen Pingyan declined Manager Shin's offer of a ride. Very well. Do take care on this late hour. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me. With Chen Pingyan stating he had matters to handle, Manager Shin felt it inappropriate to persist and departed in his vehicle. After Manager Shin left, Chen Pingyan walked along the road toward the apartment where Li Runin resided. As he reached a dimly lit section, a slender figure clad in tight attire and wearing a fox mask blocked his path, brandishing a long sword. Even in the shadows, the sword gleamed ominously, its brilliance hinting at its sharpness. Who are you, and what do you want? Chen Pingyan halted his steps and inquired in a low voice. I am the one who seeks your life. A sultry voice pierced through the air, and as the words fell, the lithe figure lunged forward. Her movements were swift and precise, the long sword aimed directly at Chen Pingyan's throat. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Chen Pingyan stood frozen, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Uncle Zhang had claimed this individual was formidable, having slain both Wu Xingjie and Chen Chongqing, who were his equals. Why did he appear so helpless now? Unable even to evade. The woman, puzzled by Chen Pingyan's inaction, thought to herself. In no time, the sword was poised at Chen Pingyan's throat, mere moments from striking. Suddenly, a faint whistling sound sliced through the air, and 2 gleaming throwing knives hurtled towards them. One deftly deflected the sword aimed at Chen Pingyan, while the other targeted the woman's throat. Startled, the woman abandoned her objective and retreated swiftly. At that moment, a shadow seemed to materialize from thin air, positioning itself protectively in front of Chen Pingyan. Shadow, is that you? The woman exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the figure, which belonged to the personal bodyguard of the infamous Chen Chongqing, known as the King of the Four Seas. Chen Chongqing's remarkable achievements in life were largely attributed to this very shadow. Yet, Uncle Zhong had asserted that Chen Chongqing and Wu Xingjie were both slain by this man. Why then did the shadow protect him? Chapter 86. Why betray me? He's the one I am sworn to protect. Leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to resort to ruthless measures. A voice, reminiscent of a mechanical tone, emanated from the shadow, evoking an impression of a robot. Just you? The woman opposite scoffed derisively, her disdain palpable. As her words fell, her long sword surged forth once more, this time aimed not at Chen Pingyan, but at the shadow standing before him. Only by eliminating the shadow could she hope to vanquish Chen Pingyan himself. The shadow engaged without hesitation, wielding a flying dagger as they clashed, intertwining in combat. To Chen Pingyan's astonishment, the two were evenly matched, exchanging blows with fervor. He had sensed the shadow's presence trailing him ever since his time at the Sea Group. Deducing that the shadow was a protector secretly assigned to him by Gao Weiwei, especially since she had insisted he take charge of the Sea Demon King order. Thus, when the woman lunged with her sword, he refrained from intervening, curious to see if the skilled protector would emerge to aid him. Of course, he was not recklessly gambling with his life. He had complete confidence that, should the shadow fail to appear, he could evade that lethal strike and subsequently capture her. Chen Pingyan stood by, observing the duel without any intention of mediating. After approximately 10 minutes of fierce combat, both combatants struck each other simultaneously on the shoulder, causing them to stagger back, blood spilling from their lips. Their strengths were evenly matched. You hinder my plans, Shadow, and I shall not let you go unpunished. Just wait. After sustaining injuries, the woman, realizing she could not gain the upper hand against the shadow, and with Chen Pingyan lurking nearby, spat a venomous remark before turning to flee. Upon witnessing her escape, the shadow melted back into the darkness, disappearing without uttering a single word to Chen Pingyan. Although he could no longer see the shadow, he sensed its retreating presence. It appeared the shadow deemed the threat to be eliminated and departed to find a place to recuperate. Without hesitation, Chen Pingyan pursued the direction in which the woman had fled. He had no significant vendetta in Longcheng and was determined to uncover the reason behind her inexplicable attempt on his life. After trailing her for 2 streets, he caught up with the injured woman in an alleyway. However, upon his arrival, he discovered she was not alone. An elderly man, appearing to be over 60, accompanied her. Seeing the woman reunite with her companion, Chen Pingyan concealed himself, eager to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Miss, you're injured," the elder exclaimed, taken aback by the woman's pained expression as she clutched her shoulder. "Indeed, that boy had a shadow protecting him. We fought and were equally matched," she replied. "By the way, Uncle Zhong, did you not say that boy killed Chen Chongxing and Wu Xingjie? How could the shadow, who was Chen Chongxing's bodyguard, be secretly guarding him?" As the woman removed her mask, revealing her enchanting and alluring visage, she gazed at the elder with a look of confusion. "Miss, let me assist you back first, and we can discuss it further." The elder, ignoring her inquiries, moved to support her and offered a cigarette, unaware of any danger. The woman accepted the cigarette and promptly lit it, taking a deep drag. Before long, she began to feel her body grow weak and limp. "Uncle Zhong, why do I suddenly feel so powerless?" She raised her head to look at the elder, who wore a benevolent expression, and asked with difficulty. "He. That's because the young master has laced your smoke with a concoction of silver harmony powder. Initially, it will render you weak all over, and eventually, you'll become irresistibly wanton, a fate from which there is no remedy, even for the most virtuous of women. Soon the young master will assist you in counteracting the poison. The process will be quite pleasurable, and you will undoubtedly be grateful to me, Uncle Zhang." The elder chuckled sinisterly, his demeanor shifting. Realizing the once kind Uncle Zhang had revealed his true colors, the woman immediately discarded the cigarette and, with lightning speed, grasped his throat. "Why have you betrayed me? Who is this young master you speak of?" she demanded, striving to maintain her composure while exuding a menacing aura. The elder was caught off guard, astonished that she possessed such strength even while under the effects of the silver harmony powder. He felt a sudden constriction in his throat and began to struggle for breath. In a desperate bid for survival, the elder drew a knife from his cloak and plunged it into the woman's abdomen. Blood gushed forth, staining her garments crimson as she released him and collapsed to the ground. Even Chen Pingyan, concealed in the shadows, was left utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. Chapter 87, a life not meant to end. Coughing incessantly after the woman collapsed, the old man finally regained his breath and gazed upon the nearly lifeless figure lying in a pool of blood, a look of regret etched on his face. "Your question is astute. To satisfy your curiosity, I shall divulge the truth. The Dragon King Hall has returned from overseas with the intent to unify the underground forces of the Celestial Empire. The southwestern region, known for its fierce spirit and unparalleled combat prowess, stands at the forefront of national strength. Should they seize control of the southwestern underground forces, they would command a third of the empire's underworld. The southwestern forces are governed by three formidable overlords. The Dragon King Hall has scrutinized Qinchangsheng and Wuxingjie, realizing that they would not yield, thus rendering them targets for elimination. They intend to elevate those who would comply, and as for you, the young master wishes to take you as his woman due to your exquisite beauty. Alas, you have brought this upon yourself, desiring my life even after succumbing to aphrodisiacs. Regrettably, I cannot accommodate your wishes. Let me be frank, that so-called Shen Pingyan is not a martial artist. He is merely a kept man, maintained by Gao Weiwei. The puppet show in the video was orchestrated by the Shadow. My intention in implicating Shen Pingyan in the deaths of Chen Chaoxing and Wu Xingjie was to incite a deadly conflict between you and the Shadow. Pursuers are already on the hunt for the Shadow. Once he falls, no one will stand in the way of the young master of the Dragon King Hall claiming the title of King of the Southwest, unifying the underground forces of the region. With the Southwest as a foundation, he would dominate the entire underworld of the empire. At that point, I shall be among the most celebrated contributors to the Dragon King Hall's resurgence, destined for endless wealth and glory. Now, I have said all I needed to. May you close your eyes in peace. The old man's words filled the woman with despair. Impossible. The loyal uncle I know is not that sort of person. You are deceiving me, aren't you? Before she could utter more, the old man thrust his blade into her once more. Her eyes widened in shock, her legs kicked. But she succumbed to the eternal darkness. After all those years serving the Li family, I gained nothing, merely a life of servitude. I have endured enough. It is time I live for Mice Chapter 88. The salary is astoundingly high. What are you staring at? Drive quickly, Chen Pingyan exclaimed. Annoyance boiling within him as the driver hesitated, preoccupied with his own thoughts during a life-and-death moment. Who do you think you are? Just a security guard. Why are you acting so tough? Get out of my car. The driver, feeling humiliated by being reprimanded by a mere security guard, retaliated angrily, dismissing Chen Pingyan from the vehicle. Chen Pingyan was momentarily taken aback by the driver's actions, but soon comprehended the reason behind the refusal. The driver likely believed that a security guard had no right to issue commands. Under normal circumstances, Chen Pingyan would not have minded. However, given the current dire situation, with the woman in his arms gravely injured, every second counted. Delaying even an additional 20 or 30 minutes could jeopardize her life, and he could not guarantee her survival if they tarried too long. Without wasting any more words, Chen Pingyan struck the passenger seat with his palm. Previously, he had been able to flatten a van with a single blow. A mere chair in the passenger seat was no match for his strength. The chair crumpled under his force, a testament to his restrained power, as he had only utilized less than a third of his potential. Otherwise, the car's chassis would have been severely damaged. The driver, startled by Chen Pingyan's display of strength, felt a shiver run down his spine, and she then rose to scrutinize the woman before her. A mere glance was enough to leave her utterly captivated. It was particularly the woman's beguiling eyes, flushed a captivating claret due to the aphrodisiac, that threatened to ensnare any beholder. Indeed, her allure rendered all other beauties pallid in comparison. I am burning up. Though she fought valiantly to restrain herself, the woman could not help but utter a suggestive murmur, sending shivers down Chen Pingyan's spine. He knew the aphrodisiac was taking hold, an affliction that, without immediate carnal release, would escalate into a fatal fever, ultimately causing irreversible brain damage. Increasingly disoriented, the woman leaned against Chen Pingyan, instinctively tearing at his garments. Very well, he thought. To save a life is a deed of utmost virtue. I shall sacrifice my virtue for the greater good. Before long, the most primal of sounds echoed through the villa, gradually subsiding after more than an hour. To Chen Pingyan's astonishment, the woman possessed the mark of virginity. Could she be a maiden? A look of perplexity washed over his face. As consciousness returned, the woman beheld Chen Pingyan gazing at her with a complex expression, her own body entirely unclothed. What have you done to me? She demanded, instinctively slapping him across the face. You were afflicted by a potent aphrodisiac. I sacrificed my honor to save your life. And this is the gratitude I receive? Is this how you treat your savior? Chen Pingyan retorted, indignation coloring his tone. Yet, he still reached for a garment to cover her form, shielding her exquisite beauty. Memories of the events that had transpired flooded her mind, each image filling her with rage and mortification. It dawned on her that she had misjudged Chen Pingyan. Overwhelmed by sorrow, she could not believe that the old servant who had watched her grow up had betrayed her and sought her demise. Had it not been for Chen Pingyan's intervention, she would surely be dead. However, her first time had been taken from her, and by a kept man no less, fueling her resentment. Regardless, she had survived against all odds. Since fate had spared her, those who wronged her would face her retribution. The Dragon King's palace would never gain control of the southwestern underworld. Never. With newfound resolve, she suppressed her sorrow and turned to Chen Pingyan. "Do you have a cigarette?" His surprise was evident as he regarded her with astonishment. He had not expected such a refined woman to indulge in smoking. "Smoking is detrimental to your recovery," Chen Pingyan cautioned. "It hardly matters, as long as I don't die," she retorted dismissively. Hearing her words, Chen Pingyan said nothing more. Retrieving a packet of cigarettes from his pocket, he offered her one, lighting it for her. He had purchased this packet while searching for employment, but now it served a different purpose. As the woman was still unable to move, Chen Pingyan held the cigarette for her, taking it from her lips after each drag. "Just a couple of puffs to satisfy your craving." After 2 drags, Chen Pingyan extinguished the cigarette. "Why?" she began, slightly angered by his actions, but relented upon seeing the resolve in his eyes. "I tried to kill you. Why did you save me?" she inquired after a moment of silence. "I am a physician. To heal the wounded and rescue the dying is my sacred duty," Chen Pingyan replied, his words simple and irrefutable. "Why don't you ask about my identity? Or why I wanted to kill you?" she pressed, her curiosity piqued. "If you wish to speak of it, you will do so without prompting," Chen Pingyan replied, his nonchalant demeanor further irritating the woman. Exhausted and unable to argue further, she relented. "My name is Li Qiushui, known as the Devil Queen. You, being affiliated with Gao Weiwei, must have heard of me. The reason I sought your life was because I was deceived." She then recounted the events that had led her to target him. "I understand. If there is nothing else, rest well. I will fetch medicine to aid your recovery." Chen Pingyan instructed her to rest before leaving the room. He then contacted Dr. Hu, requesting a prescription to be delivered to Dragon Spring Villa. As a physician, responding to emergencies in the dead of night was commonplace. Dr. Hu asked no questions, promptly preparing the medicine and dispatching a staff member to deliver it. Chen Pingyan brewed the medicine and administered it to the woman, who soon drifted into a deep slumber. After checking her pulse and confirming that her condition had stabilized, he removed the golden needles from her Baihui acupoint. He then found a vacant room within Dragon Spring Villa and spent the night there. Chapter 90. Do you dare? On the following day at 9 in the morning, Chen Pingyan arrived at the company, carrying a gift box of the Lantingyi Su, to meet with Gao Weiwei. Together, they embarked in Gao Weiwei's car towards her adoptive father's residence to celebrate her adoptive mother's birthday. Upon their arrival at the Chen family's estate, they were greeted by a plethora of luxury vehicles parked outside. This was a result of the recent passing of Gao Weiwei's adoptive father, making it inappropriate to host a grand banquet. Otherwise, there would have been even more guests. "Once we enter, try to speak as little as possible and follow my lead," Gao Weiwei instructed as she stepped out of the car. Chen Pingyan nodded in agreement, and Gao Weiwei guided him inside. The villa was bustling with activity, filled with high-ranking members from the Si-Hai organization and Si-Hai group, along with several distant relatives of the Chen family, totaling at least 100 attendees. A regal-looking elderly woman occupied the main seat. Since the birthday celebration was informal, guests presented their gifts directly to her, allowing the butler to announce them in front of everyone. With the Si-Hai Demon King order in her possession, and as the president of the Si-Hai group, Gao Weiwei was warmly greeted by many upon her arrival. Chen Pingyan, accompanying her, spotted a familiar face, Chen Shinian, who was currently seated in a wheelchair, his legs encased in a plaster cast. Upon seeing Gao Weiwei, Chen Shinian's eyes brimmed with resentment. Gao Weiwei paid him no mind, merely nodding to those who greeted her, before leading Chen Pingyan to the distinguished elderly woman. "Grandmother, I've brought my boyfriend, Chen Pingyan, to wish you a happy birthday. May you enjoy blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea and a longevity surpassing that of the Southern Mountains. This is a gift from my boyfriend, Chen Pingyan, who knows you cherish the Lantingyi Su, and he especially acquired the genuine manuscript for you. Please accept it," Gao Weiwei announced, presenting the gift to the elderly woman. "Wait, what are you saying? When did I become your boyfriend?" Chen Pingyan, taken aback, tugged at Gao Weiwei's sleeve and whispered in protest. "It's just a pretense. I have my own plans. Just follow my lead, and this will ensure your smooth acquisition of the Si-Hai Demon King order," Gao Weiwei explained softly, seemingly anticipating his reaction. The onlookers, observing their hushed exchange, mistakenly assumed they were indulging in public displays of affection. "Gao Weiwei has a boyfriend? And she presents the genuine Lantingyi Su as a birthday gift to me?" The elderly woman's face lit up with delight at the mention of the Lantingyi Su, and she eagerly accepted the gift from Gao Weiwei, hastily unwrapping it to examine with great interest, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, An inappropriate burst of laughter echoed from the side. The crowd turned to see that the laughter emanated from Chen Shinian in his wheelchair. "What are you laughing at?" "Chen Shinian?" Gao Weiwei coldly queried. "What am I laughing at? Don't you have any self-awareness?" Chen Shinian retorted with a mocking smile. "Gao Weiwei, how audacious of you. Knowing that the elderly lady has longed for the genuine Lantingyi Su, you dare to deceive her with a counterfeit. What are your true intentions?" His words incited an uproar among the attendees, who began to murmur and point fingers at Gao Weiwei and Chen Pingan. Some expressed disbelief that Gao Weiwei would present a fake gift, while others harbored suspicions. "Chen Shinian, how dare you slander me? Do you think I, Gao Weiwei, would hesitate to take action against you?" She threatened, her expression darkening. "Whether it's genuine or not can easily be determined. We could call upon Mr. Wei Jiangwo, a distinguished figure in the art collection community, to appraise it. Are you brave enough to have him verify it?" Chen Shinian countered, undaunted and resolute. He had been monitoring Gao Weiwei's movements, and was aware that she had spent over 100 million on a high-quality replica of the Lantingyi Su to present it as a birthday gift. He had long prepared to expose her deception. Chapter 91. Are you afraid? Upon hearing Chen Shinian mention calling the esteemed antique expert Mr. Wei Jiangwo to appraise the artifact, Gao Weiwei's expression shifted slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Shinian, as if she wished to consume him whole. Initially, she had paid an exorbitant price for the Lantingyi Su to preempt any doubts regarding its authenticity, even orchestrating extensive publicity to ensure that everyone knew she had acquired this national treasure for over 100 million. Surely, something purchased for such a sum could not possibly be questioned as a forgery, could it? Who would have thought that Chen Shinian would audaciously propose inviting the eminent collector Mr. Wei to authenticate it? This suggestion caught Gao Weiwei off guard. Mr. Wei was not only highly regarded in the antique community, but also known for his integrity, if he were to assess the piece. The truth about the counterfeit Lantingyi Su would inevitably be revealed. A surge of anxiety coursed through Gao Weiwei. "Are you afraid?" Upon hearing the invitation for Mr. Wei, Chen Shinian observed the subtle change in Gao Weiwei's demeanor, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he reiterated his proposal. "If President Gao is above reproach, she should fear no shadows. I am in favor of having Mr. Wei conduct the appraisal. Yes, with Mr. Wei's esteemed reputation, his judgment would undoubtedly command respect. Let us call Mr. Wei." Chen Shinian had already arranged for individuals to rally support for his proposition, and as soon as he finished speaking, several prominent figures from the Sihai organization stepped forward to endorse his suggestion, some of whom held significant positions, with one being second only to the Sihai Demon Lord. While Gao Weiwei could dismiss Chen Shinian's proposal, she could not afford to ignore the support from the Sihai organization, especially at a moment when she needed backing the most. However, should Mr. Wei be summoned, her entire scheme would unravel. Once the old matriarch learned that the Lantingyi Su was a fake, not only would she likely reject Chen Pingan's authority over the Sihai Demon Lord's command, but Gao Weiwei's own status could be jeopardized. In silence, Gao Weiwei's mind raced with potential strategies. But what if Mr. Wei, upon appraising the artifact, deems my Lantingyi Su to be genuine? What then? As Gao Weiwei pondered her next move, Chen Pingan, standing nearby, posed a question to the self-assured Chen Shinian, catching everyone off guard. All eyes turned to Chen Pingan, and Gao Weiwei's expression shifted dramatically as she discreetly tugged at his sleeve. "Did I not advise you to speak sparingly upon entering? You clearly recognized yesterday that the Lantingyi Su was a counterfeit. Why are you engaging him like this? Are you not falling into his trap?" Gao Weiwei whispered in frustration to Chen Pingan. She had intended to employ other means to compel Chen Shinian to relent in his harassment, but his interjection had completely derailed her plans, leaving her vexed. "Do not worry, I am well aware of the stakes. He is merely a buffoon, incapable of causing any real harm." Chen Pingan reassured her confidently. "You have no idea of Mr. Wei's integrity." Gao Weiwei sighed, conceding to the situation. "Well, since we are at this juncture, we shall adapt as needed." Seeing Chen Pingan's audacity, Gao Weiwei felt a wave of disappointment. She questioned whether entrusting him with the Sihai Demon Lord's command was wise. "If your Lantingyi Su is genuine, I would willingly relinquish my shares in the Sihai group, which were bequeathed to me by my uncle, to you without compensation. However, I must make it clear, if your Lantingyi Su is a forgery, Gao Weiwei shall be compelled to surrender the authority over the Sihai group and the Sihai Demon Lord's command. Do you dare accept?" Chen Shinian retorted, equally self-assured. To ensnare Chen Pingan, he was willing to stake his shares in the Sihai group, firmly convinced that Gao Weiwei's Lantingyi Su was undoubtedly a forgery. He felt no fear of defeat. Yet, upon hearing Chen Shinian's words, Chen Pingan shook his head. "Are you afraid?" Seeing Chen Pingan's dismissal, Chinchinian mistakenly believed he had intimidated him with his confidence, feeling a twinge of regret yet still pressing on with a cold query. Chapter 92. Mr. Wei has arrived fear? Throughout my life, I, Chinpingen, have yet to learn how to write the word fear. Let us make a wager. If my landing Su is indeed authentic, you must not only relinquish the shares of the Sihai Group to my family as Weiwei without compensation, but also, in front of everyone, bow to her 10 times and apologize. If it turns out to be a forgery, then you shall adhere to your earlier words. If you dare to agree, summon Mr. Wei here. Chinpingen spoke with unwavering confidence. Mr. Wei, known for his integrity, was precisely the person he desired. This Lanting Su was not the piece that Gao Weiwei had given him the previous day, but rather the genuine article he had retrieved from the Long Burial Hall's vault. Observing Chinpingen's self-assured demeanor, Chinchinian found himself momentarily taken aback, pondering whether the Lanting Su that Gao Weiwei had purchased for over 100 million was truly genuine. However, he recalled hearing from masters in the collecting community that the authentic Lanting Su had been missing for over 1,000 years, and all pieces currently available were mere high-quality replicas. It was evident that his opponent was merely attempting to intimidate him with bluster. Resolving not to fall for such tricks, Chinchinian regained his composure and smirked once more. Very well, we have a deal. With the matriarch and so many esteemed guests as witnesses, any party who reneges shall have our agreement enforced by them. Reassured, Chinchinian no longer hesitated and accepted Chinpingen's wager, subsequently placing a call to Mr. Wei. Standing beside Chinpingen, Gao Weiwei initially shared Chinchinian's doubts, believing that Chinpingen aimed to engage in psychological warfare, hoping to unnerve Chinchinian into avoiding Mr. Wei's appraisal. At this juncture, it seemed the best course of action. Regrettably, Chinchinian appeared undeterred by Chinpingen's bravado. This realization left Gao Weiwei disheartened. It seemed her only option was to covertly influence Mr. Wei to cooperate with her. With this in mind, she excused herself to the restroom to make arrangements. Regardless of the outcome, it was imperative for Chinpingen to gain the matriarch's approval today to successfully claim the Sihai Demon King's command. Failing this crucial step would jeopardize the plan to support Chinpingen's rise as the King of Southwest. The matriarch observed the unfolding events with a detached demeanor, neither supporting nor opposing. By the time Gao Weiwei returned from her clandestine arrangements, Chinchinian had already sent someone to fetch Mr. Wei to the villa. Mr. Wei has arrived? The matriarch rose with delight upon seeing Mr. Wei. A collector and enthusiast of antiques, she held Mr. Wei, a luminary in the antique community, in great esteem. Mr. Wei wishes the matriarch longevity as boundless as the eastern sea and life as enduring as the southern mountain. Mr. Wei greeted her with a bow, presenting a piece of antique he had casually brought from home as a birthday gift to the matriarch. Mr. Wei is too kind. Today, I have invited you primarily to ascertain the authenticity of this Lanting Su. I have scrutinized it repeatedly but have been unable to discern any clues. The matriarch cautiously handed the Lanting Su to Mr. Wei, having examined it herself 2 or 3 times, yet her limited expertise rendered her incapable of determining its veracity. Let me take a look. Prior to arriving, Chinchinian had informed Mr. Wei over the phone that he was there to authenticate the Lanting Su. Mr. Wei, showing no reluctance, laid the scroll flat on the table and began to scrutinize it with a magnifying glass. Mr. Wei's meticulous examination caused Gao Weiwei to grow anxious. Earlier, she had dispatched someone to Mr. Wei's residence, intending to threaten his family to secure his compliance, yet she had yet to receive any news from her subordinate. It was imperative that they achieve their goal before Mr. Wei announced his verdict, as only then could they navigate this challenge successfully. Chapter 93. Are you questioning my expertise? Old Wei, have you discerned whether this Lanting Su is genuine or not? Just as Gao Weiwei was about to confront Old Wei with intimidation, Chinchinian unexpectedly had himself positioned between Gao Weiwei and Old Wei, eagerly inquiring about the verdict, thereby halting Gao Weiwei's impending actions. This scene reignited Gao Weiwei's anxiety. However, Old Wei paid no heed to Chinchinian's words, instead continuing to scrutinize the artifact through his magnifying glass, which offered Gao Weiwei a slight sense of relief. All present held their breath, awaiting Old Wei to reveal his final judgment. After a painstaking 20 minutes, Old Wei exhaled softly, setting aside the magnifying glass and closing his eyes, seemingly savoring a memory. Mr. Wei, have you concluded whether it is genuine or not? As soon as Old Wei laid down the magnifying glass, someone impatiently pressed him for an answer. Is there even a need to ask? One glance at Old Wei's expression, devoid of joy or sorrow, indicates without a doubt that this Lanting Su must be a forgery. Before Old Wei could speak, Chinchinian, brimming with self-satisfaction, declared, "It is common knowledge that the Lanting Su is a national treasure. Had it been an authentic piece, Old Wei would have been beside himself with excitement. rather than maintaining such composure. At that moment, Gao Weiwei felt a surge of urgency, contemplating a forceful approach towards Old Wei. Yet, before she could act, Old Wei spoke. Who told you this Lantingsu is a forgery? After my meticulous examination, I can confidently assert that this scroll before us is undoubtedly the authentic Lantingsu, lost for over a millennium. Just as Chen Xinian, reveling in his triumph, prepared to confront Gao Weiwei, Old Wei, who had been silent with closed eyes, suddenly opened his somewhat clouded gaze and uttered words that left everyone present in utter astonishment. This Lantingsu is indeed genuine, and Old Wei guarantees its authenticity with his own integrity. Chen Xinian was defeated. All eyes turned quizzically towards him. At that moment, he was rendered speechless, his mind racing with disbelief. How could this be possible? It was said that the genuine Lantingsu had been buried with an ancient emperor for over 1,000 years. And to this day, no one has pinpointed the exact location of that emperor's tomb. How could the Lantingsu brought by Gao Weiwei and Chen Pingon possibly be authentic? Not only was Chen Xinian dumbfounded, but even Gao Weiwei, who had inexplicably emerged victorious, was left in shock. She had clearly purchased a high-quality replica. Even an amateur like Chen Pingon could easily discern its inauthenticity. How could a revered connoisseur like Old Wei fail to recognize it? With Old Wei's discerning eye, it was inconceivable that he could be mistaken. What on earth was happening? Was it some sort of sorcery? Meanwhile, Chen Pingon had anticipated this outcome and was unperturbed, maintaining a confident smile. The most delighted of all was the elderly matriarch, Lu Qiuhua. Mr. Wei, you assert this Lantingsu is genuine? The matriarch trembled as she stood, her face alight with excitement as she addressed Old Wei. Indeed, it is genuine. I, Wei, have navigated the antiquities realm for a lifetime, and it has been over 30 years since I have erred in my judgments. This Lantingsu, in terms of both material and calligraphy, is undoubtedly authentic. The Lantingsu is the pinnacle of the sage of calligraphy-s work, created under specific circumstances. Even if he were to attempt it again, he could not replicate such grandeur. Observe here, and here. Old Wei gestured toward the Lantingsu on the table, elucidating its nuances with professional terminology, prompting nods of agreement from the audience. The spectacle nearly caused Chen Xinian to faint. Had he not been seated in a wheelchair, he might have toppled to the ground. Old Wei, could it be that your eyesight is waned with age, leading you to err? Perhaps you should examine it a few more times? Chen Xinian's pallor betrayed his unwillingness to accept the truth. What do you imply? Are you questioning my expertise? If you doubt my judgment, feel free to summon another expert for verification. I am unafraid to engage in discourse with any peer. Upon hearing Chen Xinian's remarks, Old Wei's countenance darkened, his displeasure palpable as he rebuked Chen Xinian. It had been 2 or 3 decades since anyone had dared to challenge his assessments. To have a presumptuous young upstart question him today was a provocation he could hardly endure. Chapter 94. I have no obligation to indulge him, Old Wei. Please calm your anger. I do not mean to question your expertise. I merely feel that declaring this Lantingsu as an authentic piece after a single glance may be somewhat hasty. I hope you might consider examining it once more, as there may be further insights to uncover. Chen Xinian hastily explained upon witnessing Old Wei's displeasure. Old Wei is the most authoritative and straightforward expert in the realm of antique collectibles in southwest China. Who else could Chen turn to for a reevaluation? Even if others were consulted, they would undoubtedly defer to Old Wei's judgment, for he is the ultimate authority. Chen Xinian felt as though he had inadvertently shot himself in the foot, left with unspoken grievances. There is no need for that. I have scrutinized this Lantingsu thoroughly already. Additional examinations would yield the same conclusion. I reiterate, if you are dissatisfied with the assessment, you may seek the opinion of another esteemed expert. Old Wei, known for his forthrightness, could not bear the implication of doubt cast upon him. Even when Chen Xinian elucidated his reasoning, Old Wei remained visibly displeased. After expressing his thoughts, he turned to the matriarch. Matriarch, I have matters at home to attend to. I must take my leave now. With that, Old Wei swept away, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Safe travels, Mr. Wei, the matriarch called out, having attained the outcome she desired. Following Old Wei's departure, she eagerly picked up the Lantingsu to admire it. However, the gaze of the crowd remained fixed on Chen Xinian, as those who had previously supported him discreetly retreated into the background. The tide had turned against him, and further prospects appeared bleak. Chen Xinian, you have lost. Surrender the shares of the Sihai Group and kneel to apologize. As soon as Old Wei exited, Gao Weiwei seized the moment to confront Chen Xinian. Although she did not comprehend how the high-quality replica she purchased had inexplicably transformed into a genuine artifact, she recognized that dealing with Chen Xinian was of utmost importance at this juncture. While she held little regard for his shares, this scoundrel had nearly thwarted her plans. and she could not afford to let him off the hook easily. Chun Shunyan's complexion turned ashen. The shares of the Si Group were his sole source of funding, a legacy left to him by his late uncle, Qin Changxing. If he were to relinquish them to Gao Weiwei without compensation, not only would he be unable to wrest power from her, but he would also face dire financial straits in the future. Ultimately, Qin Shunyan approached the matriarch, desperation etched upon his face. The shares I hold in the Si Group are the only inheritance my uncle left me. Now Gao Wei wishes to take them from me. You must advocate on my behalf. With a look of feigned innocence, he appealed to the matriarch's emotions. The matriarch furrowed her brow. Her gaze toward Qin Shunyan tinged with dissatisfaction. Yet, she sighed and turned to Gao Weiwei, speaking slowly. The shares of the Si Group indeed belonged to him as a bequest from his late uncle. It would be somewhat inappropriate to give them to you without compensation. As his elder sister, Weiwei, you ought to show some consideration for your brother. Let us call off this wager. The matriarch's words caused Gao Weiwei's brow to furrow in discontent, though she was reluctant. She recognized that for Chun Pingyan to secure the matriarch's support and effectively wield the Si Demon King's command, she had no choice but to acquiesce. However, just as Gao Weiwei was about to agree with the matriarch, Qin Pingyan stepped forward. Matriarch, this wager is between Qin Shunyan and myself. It does not concern Weiwei. I am not his brother, and I have no obligation to coddle him. Moreover, it was he who initiated this conflict. We are all adults here, and he must bear the consequences of his actions. Therefore, he should indeed surrender the shares of the Si Group, and in addition, he must kneel and apologize to Weiwei with 10 bows. Both conditions must be met. Qin Pingyan stood resolutely before the matriarch and Qin Shunyan. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? The matriarch was taken aback by Qin Pingyan's defiance, her expression turning to one of anger as she admonished him. His words were a clear affront to her dignity, leaving her feeling humiliated in front of the assembled crowd. Chapter 95, 10 resounding bowls, not one less senior. What are you doing? Quickly, cease your words. Gao Weiwei was startled by the furious demeanor of the matriarch, and hurriedly pulled Qin Pingyan back. They still had matters to request from the matriarch. Provoking her now would only dig a grave for themselves. I, Qin Pingyan, have always acted on my own accord, without needing to borrow courage from others. Perhaps it was due to his training in the Phoenix control technique, but Qin Pingyan's disposition had grown somewhat domineering. After Gao Weiwei grasped his arm, instead of yielding to the matriarch, he coldly confronted her. If she refused to accept his possession of the 4 Seas Demon King token, he would resort to his own means, refusing to endure the indignation imposed by Qin Shunyan. Qin Shunyan had sought to win over others in the 4 Seas Group with the dividends from his shares, intending to create trouble for Gao Weiwei. It would be better to reclaim those shares now, leaving him without funds to rally support. In this era, who would follow him without money? Seeing Qin Pingyan so impulsive, Gao Weiwei was thoroughly alarmed. She quickly shielded him with her body. Matriarch, Qin Pingyan did not mean to offend you. It was Qin Shunyan who first slandered me. Furthermore, our wager was proposed by Qin Shunyan in front of you and numerous guests. Now that he is lost, he seeks to backtrack. Qin Pingyan only confronted you because he was indignant at my mistreatment. Would you consider sparing him this once, in light of the authentic Lantingi Sui presented to you? Gao Weiwei pleaded on Qin Pingyan's behalf. It was the first time those present had witnessed Gao Weiwei willingly bowing to someone for a man. Even the matriarch appeared taken aback. Humph. In consideration of the authentic Lantingi Su, I shall forgive him this once. However, should there be a next time, I will not be so lenient. As for your matters with Shunyan, I will not intervene. You may handle them as you wish. Observing Gao Weiwei's concern for Qin Pingyan, the matriarch found an excuse to save face. At the same time, Qin Shunyan, hearing the matriarch declare her disinterest in their affairs, panicked. Aunt, you cannot disregard your nephew, he pleaded, clinging to the matriarch's leg in desperation. You instigated this situation. Losing and relinquishing your shares was your own proposal. You reap what you sow. Now you must resolve your own mess. The matriarch's expression darkened as she pushed Qin Shunyan away. Both Qin Pingyan and Gao Weiwei had publicly reiterated that it was Qin Shunyan who had instigated the matter before her and the guests. If she insisted on intervening, gossip would surely ensue, tarnishing her reputation. After being cast aside, Qin Shunyan's expression morphed into one of despair. Chapter 96. Opposition what? Gao Weiwei intends to bestow the 4 Seas Demon King order upon her boyfriend, Qin Pingyan? Everyone was momentarily taken aback by Gao Weiwei's decision. Is she truly enamored to the point of folly? How could she entrust such a significant artifact to a man they had never even heard of before? It is no wonder that people often remark that a woman's intellect diminishes when in love. Today, they were finally witnesses to this phenomenon. Qin Shunyan, who had long coveted the 4 Seas Demon King order, would never acquiesce to this. He hastily gestured to a youth standing behind him. I oppose. The first to voice dissent was Song Pingyu, a key figure in the personnel department of the 4Cs organization, whose status was only second to Fan Meiding, one of the 4 great demon generals overseeing personnel matters. His position was bolstered by the support of Chen Shunyan's parents before their misfortune occurred. Had Gao Weiwei been the one to hold the 4C's Demon King order, most would have had no objections, for her capabilities were well acknowledged, especially since it was entrusted to her directly by the former Demon King, Qin Changshan. However, they knew nothing of Qin Pingyan. The notion of Gao Weiwei handing the order to a stranger evoked a profound sense of unease, as if they were surrendering the organization's destiny to an unknown entity. Upon witnessing someone oppose, others began to stir with discontent. Sensing a potential upheaval, Gao Weiwei clenched her teeth, her gaze hardening. Were it not for the imminent Southwest King competition next week, she would not have been so eager to pass the 4C's Demon King order to Qin Pingyan. Had she allowed him to accomplish a few remarkable feats within the underground forces first, the resistance would have been considerably lessened. Given the current circumstances, decisive action was imperative. Resolute, she turned to Song Pingyu and declared, I recall you are from the personnel department. As of today, you are no longer a member of the 4C's organization. Ensure your duties are transferred this afternoon, then you may leave. With that, Gao Weiwei produced the 4C's Demon King order and expelled Song Pingyu from the organization on the spot. Her actions rendered the assembly speechless. Even the 4 great demon generals standing beside the matriarch were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated Gao Weiwei's ruthlessness. Song Pingyu was dismissed merely for voicing an opposing opinion. In an instant, many felt their hearts grow cold towards her. My previous words were not a request for your opinions, but rather a notification. If anyone else wishes to oppose, feel free to step forward. I would not mind expelling a few more. Upon hearing this, the others who had been on the verge of dissent recoiled, closing their mouths in trepidation, reluctant to voice any further objections. Without a leader to rally behind, they could only exchange complex glances with Gao Weiwei, awaiting a more prominent figure to take the initiative. Gao Weiwei, you are overstepping your bounds. I will bring you down. Enraged by the lack of support, Song Pingyu drew a gun from his pocket, aiming it directly at Gao Weiwei. This shocking spectacle sent a wave of fear through those present, particularly the servants within the villa, who had never witnessed such an event and hastily sought refuge, scrambling to hide. Yet, Gao Weiwei remained composed, seemingly anticipating this perilous move. In that fleeting moment when Song Pingyu drew his weapon, she deftly flung a glimmering dagger from her hand, striking true at his heart. Song Pingyu had not even managed to pull the trigger before collapsing, his eyes wide open, unblinking in death. This shocking scene once again unsettled the assembly. However, most of those present were individuals accustomed to the underworld. Having witnessed far graver occurrences, after a brief tumult, they fell silent once more. Gao Weiwei, how dare you commit murder at the matriarch's birthday celebration? Do you not regard her at all? Chen Shunyan, regaining his composure, pointed an accusatory finger at Gao Weiwei, his face a mask of shock and fury. Song Pingyu had been his most loyal supporter. It was his backing that had emboldened Chen Shunyan to confront Gao Weiwei. Now, with her having slain Song Pingyu, his wrath was inevitable. At his exclamation, all eyes turned towards the matriarch seated at the head of the table. Her expression was one of simmering rage as she glared at both Gao Weiwei and Qin Pingyan. Gao Weiwei, have you not yet had your fill of chaos? Look at the state of this birthday banquet. The 4C's organization is the culmination of your adoptive father's lifelong efforts. How can you treat it so recklessly? I did not consent to transferring the 4C's Demon King order to this Qin Pingyan. The matriarch's face was stormy as she chastised both Gao Weiwei and Qin Pingyan. Chapter 97. She will come to us. Gao Weiwei's expression darkened upon witnessing the matriarch's opposition. However, recognizing the futility of her anger, she swiftly turned her attention to the 4 formidable generals standing beside the matriarch. Now that I possess the 4C's Demon King's command, will you heed my orders? She coldly inquired, brandishing the emblem of authority. Miss Gao, as long as the matriarch consents, we shall raise no objections. The eldest of the 4 generals replied with a stoic demeanor, while the others nodded in agreement. Their responses rendered Gao Weiwei momentarily speechless. Though she surmised the matriarch's significant influence within the 4C's organization, she had not anticipated it would extend to such overwhelming proportions, capable of overshadowing the command she held. They had faltered at the very first hurdle. We shall depart. With no other recourse, Gao Weiwei resignedly took Qin Pingyan's arm, intending to seek alternative solutions. Wait. Qin Pingyan halted her from leaving and directed his gaze towards the matriarch seated in the principal position. Confusion swept over the gathering as they regarded him, Gao Weiwei included, who remained silent, unsure of Chen Pingan's intentions. Young man, you need not attempt to persuade me. Although you have gifted me the original of Lantingui Su, that matter is separate. There is no room for negotiation regarding this issue. I will not entrust the lifetime efforts of Wei Wei's adoptive father to a stranger. The matriarch's voice was icy as she addressed Chen Pingan. In light of your gift, I shall overlook today's events. You may leave. The matriarch assumed Chen Pingan sought to personally convince her. Instead, he replied, Matriarch, I do not wish to persuade you, but rather to caution you. Your health is in jeopardy. You should promptly seek a cardiac examination, lest you find yourself in dire straits within days. Should the hospital prove inadequate in your treatment, you may seek my assistance. With a gaze tinged with pity, Chen Pingan discerned that the matriarch was afflicted with a rare poison, poised to strike soon. Initially, he had no intention of warning her, yet the recent events compelled him to act. Should the matriarch succumb to her ailment, he and Gao Weiwei might find themselves unjustly blamed. Having witnessed the matriarch's substantial influence in the organization, he offered this well-meaning caution to avoid future complications. However, his words were perceived quite differently by the matriarch and her entourage. Her countenance darkened instantly, celebrating her longevity today and in good health. She found it audacious for this young man to insinuate otherwise. Her eyes flashed with lethal intent. Impudent boy, how dare you curse the matriarch? What are your true intentions? She seethed. For generals, seize this insolent wretch at once. Chen Xinian, ever eager to capitalize on the opportunity to undermine Chen Pingan and Gao Weiwei, immediately barked at Chen Pingan. Your words are intolerable. The four generals glanced at the matriarch, poised to act should she grant her approval. I dare anyone to touch him. Gao Weiwei interjected, alarmed by their readiness to act. She brandished the Four Seas Demon King's command, firmly addressing all present, let them go. Recognizing the command's authority, the matriarch, her expression grim, relented and permitted Gao Weiwei and Chen Pingan to depart. Once safely in the car, Gao Weiwei expressed her remorse. Senior, I apologize for my naivety. I believed that by gifting the matriarch Lantingui Su, she would be pleased and agree to your command over the Four Seas. Who could have foreseen she would accept the gift yet still oppose you? Isn't that entirely reasonable? Were I in her position, I would have objected as well. Chen Pingan replied, nonchalantly. Well, I will devise another plan. Rest assured, I shall ensure you hold the Four Seas command before the Southwest King competition. Gao Weiwei declared with unwavering determination. Fear not, by tomorrow she will be begging us. At that point, you may request anything from her. Chen Pingan replied with calm assurance. Chapter 98. We have all been deceived. Your earlier words were not a curse upon the matriarch, but rather the truth? Gao Weiwei expressed her astonishment. Before exiting the villa, she, like others, assumed that Chen Pingan was enraged by the matriarch's opposition to his wielding of the Four Seas Demon King's decree and had thus cursed her. In her moment of indignation, she even found solace in Chen Pingan's curses, feeling a fleeting sense of satisfaction. Do you perceive me as so malicious? Have you forgotten my profession before you all conspired to imprison me? Come, let us return and await news, Chen Pingan said calmly. Upon hearing his words, Gao Weiwei felt a wave of shame wash over her, turning her gaze away from him. Once, Chen Pingan was the chief physician at the People's Hospital of Jiangzhou. Renowned for his exceptional medical skills, he was young yet held a modest reputation in Jiangzhou, with patients queuing for his expertise daily and earning a substantial salary. Yet, he devoted 2/3 of his income to support 7 impoverished girls. Had it not been for dire circumstances and the overwhelming power of that individual, they would not have conspired against him. Even now, the memory of that person's might instills a lingering dread within her. Before Chen Pingan ascended as the king of the Southwest and commanded the underground forces, facing that individual seemed a path only to demise. Even after his rise, it remained uncertain if he could contend with that formidable figure. She had intended to inform Chen Pingan of the true antagonist only after he had firmly established himself as the king of the Southwest. Seeking to provide him with an additional layer of security, for her assistance could extend only so far. She hoped that after experiencing the treacheries of the world, Chen Pingan might relinquish certain trivial burdens, such as hatred. It was fortunate that the individual did not take Chen Pingan's life. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether he would still exist in this world. Yet, at times, she found herself grateful to that person. Had it not been for them, she, who had always been shy and insecure, might never have found the courage to willingly surrender herself to the intoxicated Chen Pingan. After that fateful night, one of their sisters bore a daughter for a senior. To avoid burdening the innocent child, she would only consider revealing this matter to him once Chen Pingan had truly let go of his hatred or vanquished that individual. It was precisely because they were coerced into betraying the esteemed Chen Ping-on that the seven of them vowed to rise above their circumstances and excel in their respective fields. Now, she had finally achieved a modest success. Then let us return and await news, Gao Weiwei declared, regaining her composure and resuming her aloof demeanor as she pressed the accelerator to return to the company. Once Gao Weiwei and Chen Ping-on departed, individuals promptly removed Song Pingyu's body and began to clear the scene. The atmosphere of the banquet had turned somber, devoid of any celebratory spirit. At that moment, the steward, who stood behind Chen Shinian, received a phone call and swiftly leaned in to whisper a few words, subsequently showing Chen Shinian a video. Upon viewing the footage, Chen Shinian's expression brightened, and he immediately instructed the steward to bring him before the matriarch. Matriarch, we have all been deceived by Gao Weiwei and Chen Ping-on. Chen Shinian, gritting his teeth, proclaimed. Just now, my informant called to say they witnessed Gao Weiwei's associates visiting Old Wei's home, capturing his family and coercing him into claiming that the Lantingyi was authentic. What? Is this true? You must not speak so recklessly. The matriarch's sharp gaze bore into Chen Shinian as she rebuked him fiercely. Matriarch, I would not dare to make such claims without indisputable evidence. My informant even recorded a video and sent it over. If you do not believe me, see for yourself, Chen Shinian asserted as he extended his phone towards the matriarch. The matriarch accepted the device and began to scrutinize the video within. Chapter 99. Depart, you incompetent physicians. The video vividly depicted the scene where Gao Weiwei's loyal subordinate, accompanied by a group of individuals, stormed into the residence of the elderly Wei, apprehending his family members. The date displayed was none other than today. How outrageous. Upon viewing the video, the matriarch rose from her seat with a resounding thud, her fury compelling her to tear apart the once-cherished original manuscript of the Lantern collections, discarding it into the refuse. Beyond her anger at Gao Weiwei's deceit, she felt a profound disappointment, believing that the Lantern collection in her possession was a counterfeit. It was akin to discovering that the child born to one's beloved wife was not one's own. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, her heart aching with a piercing pain, clutching her chest in distress. Someone, summon an ambulance immediately. The sight of the matriarch in such despair frightened all present, prompting several to hastily dial for emergency services. By the time the ambulance arrived, her heart was in excruciating torment. At the hospital, the foremost specialists in Long City convened to assess her condition, yet they found no discernible ailment. With no diagnosis, treatment was unattainable. They could only administer analgesics to alleviate her pain. Doctor, what affliction plagues my heart? Why has the agony struck so suddenly, without the slightest warning? I undergo comprehensive checkups annually, and my heart has always been sound. In the ward, Chen Shinian and the 4 formidable members of the 4Cs organization were present. After receiving the pain relief injection, the matriarch turned to the hospital director, her gaze intense. Madam, we have conducted a thorough examination, and no abnormalities were detected in your heart, the director replied with a smile. Nonsense. If my heart were free of issues, how could it be in such torment? You incompetent quacks, summon a capable physician. If you fail to uncover the source of this problem, I shall have this hospital dismantled. The matriarch, incensed by the director's words, nearly erupted with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at him, having nearly succumbed to her pain. The notion that these doctors claimed her body was without fault felt like a deception. Being duped by Gao Weiwei and Chen Ping-on at home was one thing. To be misled by doctors in the hospital was intolerable. Chen Shinian and the formidable figures of the 4Cs organization regarded the director with malevolence, their expression suggesting that he would face dire consequences should he fail to provide a satisfactory explanation. Madam, we have summoned all the experts in Long City for your consultation. Their unanimous conclusion is that your condition shows no significant abnormalities. The director's once pleasant demeanor faded, replaced by cold sweat and anxiety. It was rumored that this elderly lady held considerable influence within the 4Cs organization. Should she be provoked, she could indeed orchestrate the hospital's downfall. The matriarch, her pain somewhat alleviated, felt her heart seize anew at the director's remarks. Begone, you incompetent physicians, leave my sight, she bellowed, enduring the excruciating agony as she shouted at the director, who promptly retreated from the room. At that moment, the director even harbored suspicions that the matriarch was deliberately causing a disturbance. How else could one explain the inability of both machines and manual examinations to reveal her affliction? Once he vacated the room, the matriarch remained agitated, her chest rising and falling rapidly. As the effects of the analgesic began to wane, her heart throbbed painfully once more, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Matriarch, before he left, Chen Ping-on mentioned that your health was in jeopardy. He suggested that if the hospital could not help, you might seek him out. Should we consider visiting him? Someone recalled Qin Pingan's words, hesitating as they addressed the matriarch. Chapter 100. Who dares to move him? Kill without mercy. Upon hearing the man's words, the crowd's eyes brightened with realization. However, before anyone could speak, Qin Shinian was the first to intervene, halting their chatter. Elder Madam, it is possible that your ailment is the result of Qin Pingan's machinations. How else could he have foreseen your discomfort? If you confront him now, you would be playing right into his hands. Qin Shinian had long since uncovered Qin Pingan's true identity. He had already been the chief physician at Jiangzhou People's Hospital for 5 years, renowned for his exceptional skills and reputation. However, he had later been sentenced and stripped of his medical license for coercing a female university student against her will. It was conceivable that this scoundrel might indeed possess the means to cure the elder madam's heart condition, which he could then leverage to coerce her consent for him to wield the Four Seas Demon King's decree, leaving him with no chance of redemption. Indeed, it must be Gao Weiwei and that rogue who have poisoned the Lanting Su. Qin Shinian exclaimed. Let us seek retribution on that scoundrel. I shall have him torn to shreds. Upon hearing Qin Shinian's words, the elder madam too concluded that it was Qin Pingan and Gao Weiwei who had tainted the Lanting Su. Without delay, she commanded the 4 great demon generals to transport her in a wheelchair to confront Qin Pingan and Gao Weiwei at the Four Seas Group. After returning to the company, Qin Pingan and Gao Weiwei retreated to their respective offices. Yet, before Qin Pingan could settle into his chair, his secretary, Feng Xiaoran, summoned him to Gao Weiwei's office. Upon entering, he discovered that in addition to Gao Weiwei, the elder madam, accompanied by the 4 great demon generals and Qin Shinian, awaited his arrival. The elder madam sat in a wheelchair, her face contorted in pain. A mere glance at Qin Pingan was enough for him to discern that the elder madam was suffering from the effects of the poison within her system and had just taken pain relief medication. Otherwise, she would have surely fainted from the agony. He understood that this particular poison would initially respond to the painkillers, yet once their effect waned, the pain would intensify, rendering further medication ineffective. The perpetrator of the poisoning has arrived. Why did the 4 great demon generals not seize him? Qin Shinian bellowed as he observed Qin Pingan's entrance. The 4 great demon generals furrowed their brows at Qin Shinian's command. After all, they were the 4 most powerful figures in the Four Seas organization, second only to the Demon King himself. When had it ever been their place to take orders from a frivolous youth like Qin Shinian? What are you 4 waiting for? Move. Qin Shinian urged, impatience evident in his tone. The elder madam, feeling the urgency of the situation, commanded the 4 great demon generals with a displeased expression as they hesitated. Despite their dissatisfaction with Qin Shinian, the 4 exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and advanced to encircle Qin Pingan. I dare anyone to lay a finger on him. Gao Weiwei warned coldly from the side. The 4 great demon generals faltered at her words, momentarily stunned. Yet, the elder madam quickly interjected. Capture that ungrateful wretch as well. I shall bear the consequences. With the elder madam's decree, the 4 great demon generals cast aside their reservations and surged toward Qin Pingan, intent on apprehending him. Realizing her warning had fallen on deaf ears, Gao Weiwei grew frantic. Shadow, who dares to touch him, kill without mercy. As Gao Weiwei's words echoed, a peculiar ripple coursed through the air, and a shadow materialized before Qin Pingan, shielding him from harm. The instant the shadow appeared, the 4 great demon generals recoiled in shock, instinctively retreating. They recognized the shadow as the late Demon King Qin Changxing's personal bodyguard, the elusive Shadow. Shadow, do you dare meddle in my affairs? The elder madam's voice darkened upon witnessing the shadow's arrival and its allegiance to Gao Weiwei. The late Demon King entrusted me to protect Miss Gao, awaiting her commands. By her order, anyone who dares to harm him shall face death, without mercy. The shadow's voice, cold and devoid of emotion, resonated like a chilling electronic tone. Chapter 101. Deception. Upon hearing the emotionless words of Shadow, both Qin Shinian and the matriarch, along with the 4 formidable generals, were expressions of dismay, none daring to act impulsively. Shadow, the former personal bodyguard of the old Demon King, possessed formidable strength and an enigmatic presence, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Although the 4 generals were indeed powerful, they lacked the confidence to subdue Shadow. Gao Weiwei, my uncle treated you with kindness during his lifetime. How could you conspire with outsiders to poison the matriarch in your quest for control over the Sihai organization and the Sihai group? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Qin Shinian scolded Gao Weiwei, intent on placing the blame for the matriarch's poisoning squarely upon their shoulders, rendering them speechless. Qin Shinian, do not slander me. If I, Gao Weiwei, wish to seize power, I could simply have Shadow eliminate you all without hesitation. Why resort to poisoning the matriarch and then seek her counsel? Gao Weiwei retorted coldly. You fear what others might say, which is why you hesitate to kill us outright. Instead, you resort to the despicable act of poisoning the matriarch to coerce her support for your absurd ambitions. Do you think I cannot see through your schemes? Qin Shinian countered, fighting back. How absurd. Do you truly believe I, Gao Weiwei, would be concerned about what others think? Believe me, Chapter 102, A Plea for Mr. Chan to cure the poisoned grandmother. I swear that my uncle's death has nothing to do with me. I, Qin Shinian, can vouch for it. Qin Shinian noticed the malevolent gazes from the grandmother and the four great demonic generals, causing him to tumble from his wheelchair in fright. However, the more he protested his innocence, the more convinced the onlookers became of his guilt, their eyes growing increasingly icy towards him. Seize this scoundrel, with a commanding voice. The grandmother ordered the four great demonic generals, who sprang into action, subduing both Qin Shinian and his accomplices. Tell me, did you poison your uncle to death? The grandmother questioned Qin Shinian, her eyes blazing with fury. Qin Changqing had unexpectedly succumbed to cardiac arrest a month prior, leaving everyone baffled. As a practitioner of martial arts with a personal physician conducting regular checkups, he had exhibited no abnormalities during examinations, much like the grandmother. How could he have suddenly died from a heart failure that proved resistant to resuscitation? At the time of his passing, only Shadow was by his side. Qin Changqing had entrusted Shadow with the task of handing over the Four Seas Demon King's order to Gao Weiwei and instructed Shadow to heed her commands before perishing. The coroner found no anomalies. Yet, Qin Shinian's behavior suggested that the situation was far from straightforward. I did not. Grandmother, I truly did not poison my uncle. Please believe me. Qin Shinian pleaded desperately. What about the Dragon King's palace? The grandmother's skepticism intensified, her voice sharp as she pressed him further. I know nothing of it. I truly have no connection to the Dragon King's palace. Qin Shinian shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. Humph. If you refuse to speak, take him to the East Sea Dragon Palace for a taste of its hospitality. The grandmother directed the four great demonic generals with a chilling tone, not bothering to question Qin Shinian further. Upon hearing the mention of the East Sea Dragon Palace, Qin Shinian nearly fainted from terror. The legendary East Sea Dragon Palace was a den of venomous snakes, housing hundreds of deadly serpents. Those cast inside had never emerged alive. It served as a method of punishment for members of the Four Seas organization who had committed grave offenses. Yes, grandmother. The four great demonic generals prepared to escort Qin Shinian away. No, I will talk. Please, do not throw me into the East Sea Dragon Palace. Qin Shinian, paralyzed by fear, involuntarily released a foul odor. Speak. The grandmother commanded sternly, as the onlookers pinched their noses, regarding Qin Shinian with disdain. I will tell you everything, he exclaimed. My uncle Qin Changqing was indeed poisoned to death by the people of the Dragon King's palace. The Dragon King's palace is the foremost underground power among overseas Chinese, expelled over a century ago. But now they seek to reclaim their territory and dominate the domestic underground forces. Their plan is to eliminate the three great demons of the southwest, Qin Changqing, Wu Xinjie, and Li Qiushui, and then install their own puppet to control the entire underground power of the southwest. After poisoning my uncle, they approached me, promising that if I could seize the Four Seas Demon King's order to control the Four Seas organization and group, they would support me as the king of the Southwest, establishing the Dragon King's palace as their domestic branch, with me as its leader. Furthermore, the poison-afflicting grandmother was also their doing. They intended to let it activate once I obtained the Demon King's order, ensuring no one would oppose my leadership of the Four Seas organization joining the Dragon King's palace. However, for reasons unknown, the poison in grandmother's body manifested prematurely. I swear, my uncle's death has nothing to do with me. Qin Shinian laid bare the truth of the matter. Upon hearing his revelations, the grandmother's face darkened, while Gao Weiwei's gaze towards Qin Shinian was laden with murderous intent. Take him away and lock him up. Do not let him escape. I shall make a decision once I have verified the facts. The grandmother instructed the four great demonic generals in a low voice. Understood, grandmother. Two of the four great demonic generals immediately seized the pleading Qin Shinian, leaving only Qin Pingyuan, Gao Weiwei, the grandmother, and a couple of demonic generals in the vicinity. Once more, the grandmother's gaze shifted to Qin Pingyuan. Though her expression lacked the previous fury, Mr. Qin, you have discerned that I am gravely poisoned. Surely you possess a remedy. I beseech you to save my life. Chapter 103. Resolved in 10 minutes, the elderly matron earnestly implored Qin Pingyuan, addressing him now as Mr. Qin, a stark contrast to her earlier casual demeanor. Prior to the onset of her affliction, Chen Pingyan had discerned the lethal poison coursing through her veins and had previously suggested seeking his aid should the hospital prove futile. Such indications strongly implied that he possessed the means to counteract the poison within her. While it was acceptable for Chen Pingyan to assist the matron in detoxification, a gesture of reciprocity was imperative. Gao Weiwei interjected before Chen Pingyan could respond, aware of his inherent integrity and kindness. She feared that he might, out of compassion for the elderly matron's age, hesitate to leverage this situation to secure his authority over the Demon King's order. Thus, she took it upon herself to play the role of the antagonist. "What do you wish for me to offer?" The matron hesitated, feigning ignorance to Gao Weiwei's insinuation. The Four Seas organization had been established by her husband, Qin Changxing, and the thought of relinquishing her husband's lifelong dedication to a stranger left her feeling resentful. Chen Pingyan stood silently in the shadows, observing the unfolding drama with a detached gaze. Support for Chen Pingyan's claim to the Demon King's order is non-negotiable, Gao Weiwei declared resolutely. Her words, reflecting her commitment to the matron, carried an air of coldness, yet she pressed on without falter. At that moment, the two demon generals who had previously taken Shinshinian returned. The matron turned to the four powerful generals, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" These four were the backbone of the Four Seas organization, and their opinions were crucial. "It is entirely at your discretion, matron," they replied in unison after a brief exchange of glances. With the Demon King's order now in Gao Weiwei's possession, and having been personally bestowed by the former Demon King, they had little room to contest. Regardless of who held the order, their status would remain unchanged. It mattered not to them. As the matron grappled with indecision, the anesthetic's effects began to wane, and her heart surged with excruciating pain, intensifying with each passing moment. The agony threatened to overwhelm her, leaving no space for further contemplation. "Very well, I consent to Mr. Chen's stewardship of the Demon King's order. I beseech you, Mr. Chen, to assist me in detoxifying." The matron, visibly tormented, beseeched both Chen Pingyan and Gao Weiwei. Upon hearing her words, Gao Weiwei felt a wave of relief wash over her. The first step had been accomplished. She promptly paused the recording device, having secretly documented their conversation to prevent any potential reneging on the matron's promise. "Matron, please remain here. Others may exit. No one is to enter and disturb us," Chen Pingyan instructed, dismissing the crowd as he prepared to sterilize the golden needles for the detoxification process. Gao Weiwei and the others hastily vacated the office, allowing Chen Pingyan the space to work his healing. After approximately 10 anxious minutes of waiting outside, the door swung open, revealing Chen Pingyan. "Come in," he beckoned to Gao Weiwei and the four demon generals. "Is it truly resolved?" The four generals regarded him with skepticism. Previously, numerous specialists had spent hours in the hospital without uncovering the source of the matron's ailment. Yet here was Chen Pingyan, achieving resolution in a mere 10 minutes. The incredulity was palpable. "You may verify for yourselves," Chen Pingyan replied dismissively, urging them to enter the office. As Gao Weiwei and the four generals stepped inside and beheld the matron, her face radiant and devoid of pain, they were struck with astonishment. Not only had her suffering vanished, but she appeared to have regained several years of youth. The miraculous transformation in just 10 minutes left them in awe of Chen Pingyan's extraordinary medical prowess. Even Gao Weiwei, who had previously recognized his exceptional skills, found herself utterly astonished. Chapter 104. Holding the Demon King's order. Stop dawdling. The poison has been cured, so hand me the Four Seas demon order. I am about to clock out, Chen Pingyan remarked, observing the astonished expressions of those around him with a hint of exasperation. It was only then that Gao Weiwei regained her composure. She approached her desk once more and retrieved the box from a hidden compartment, presenting it to Chen Pingyan in front of the assembled crowd. "Here is the Four Seas demon order. From this moment forth, you shall be the third-generation Demon King of the Four Seas organization," Gao Weiwei proclaimed, placing the order in Chen Pingyan's hands while raising his arm. Addressing the four great demon generals and the matriarch with a loud voice, "Bow to the new Demon King." The four great demon generals, upon witnessing this, promptly bowed in respect to Chen Pingyan. Only the matriarch wore a somewhat complex expression. However, she had already consented to Chen Pingyan's succession in front of the four great demon generals and Gao Weiwei. Furthermore, he had cured her poison. More significantly, it was astonishing how he had merely used a few golden needles to prick several of her major acupoints, causing her to expel a mouthful of black blood, which contained a tiny worm. His medical prowess was truly extraordinary, and such a person could easily forge connections with various influential figures. Perhaps he indeed possessed the capability to elevate the Four Seas organization to new heights. Ultimately, the matriarch remained silent, a flicker of anticipation igniting within her. There is no need for excessive formalities. I am utterly inexperienced in matters of management. The future governance of the Four Seas organization shall rely on your diligence. Chen Pingon expressed sincerely. He held no interest in the Four Seas organization or the title of the Southwest King. He merely sought to uncover the identity of the person who had framed him. He had no desire to interfere in the organization's management, opting instead to entrust it to the four great demon generals. Report to the Demon King in 4 days. The major underground forces of the Southwest will convene in the provincial capital, Jiangzhou City, for a martial arts tournament. The Southwest King will be selected from this event to preside over the entire Southwest underground factions. This was a consensus reached by the former Demon King and the other 2 Demon Kings a year ago. The 4 great demon generals will participate, with Shadow taking the final stage. We are destined to seize the throne of the Southwest King, Gao Weiwei informed Chen Pingon. I am not well versed in this area. You may deliberate amongst yourselves. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave, Chen Pingon declared, clutching the Demon King's order as he departed. He needed to return to check on the woman in the villa, for if no one attended to her injuries, she could very well perish from neglect, even if her wounds did not claim her life. As for the 4 great demon generals taking the stage, with Shadow securing the title of Southwest King, he held no hope. Upon Shadow's recent appearance, he had distinctly sensed that Shadow was gravely injured, though others were oblivious to his condition. Chen Pingon could perceive it through the subtlety of his breathing. This reminded him of the conversation between the woman and the elder from the previous night, wherein the elder had mentioned that the Dragon King Hall's people had attempted to eliminate Shadow. The fact that Shadow was present today indicated that the Dragon King Hall's attempt had failed, yet Shadow remained severely wounded. Since Shadow had chosen not to speak of it, there must have been a reason. Thus, Chen Pingon felt no need to press further. Ultimately, he could personally step onto the stage to claim the Southwest King's throne, to uncover the identity of the mastermind. The title of Southwest King must belong to him alone. Gao Weiwei understood that Chen Pingon was only interested in discovering the identity of the person who had conspired against him, which was why he had acquiesced to her conditions. Therefore, she was not surprised by his demeanor. The 4 great demon generals, however, were initially taken aback by Chen Pingon's attitude, but soon their faces lit up with smiles. Chapter 105. Why haven't you come to find me? They mistakenly believed that Chen Pingon's attitude was a gesture indicating he would not interfere with their management in the future, and they were quite satisfied with his demeanor. As long as this new generation of Demon Lord refrained from meddling in the affairs of the Four Seas organization, it would be under the dominion of the 4 great Demon Lords, granting them significantly greater power than before. Since the Demon Lord has entrusted matters to us, let us discuss the upcoming martial arts tournament, Gao Weiwei remarked, drawing the attention of the 4 great demon generals back to the matter at hand. Upon returning to the Chun Longquan villa, Chen Pingon found it utterly deserted. In the woman's room, only a note of gratitude remained, confirming her departure. He chose not to voice any concerns. After all, she was a person of the martial world, not a fragile ordinary woman. And given the treatment he had administered the previous night, she ought to manage well. In his haste the night before, he had not taken a proper look at the most luxurious villa in Longqing. However, just as he intended to explore the opulence surrounding him, a call from Li Runan interrupted his thoughts. Pingon, my father has been transferred to the provincial capital, Jiangzhou, due to a serious illness. You used to work at the Jiangzhou People's Hospital. Could you accompany me back to see him? Her voice was tinged with tears as she spoke. From her tone, Chen Pingon could sense the urgency radiating from Li Runan. Do not worry. I will return promptly and we shall go to Jiangzhou together. Please wait for me at home. He reassured her while hastily making his way out of the Dragon Spring Villa and back to the apartment he shared with Li Runan and Qin Shiyu. The upcoming Southwest King competition was also scheduled to take place in Jiangzhou, so he was bound to make the trip. He thought it wise to return a few days early to attend to Li Runan's father's health. After concluding the call with Li Runan, Chen Pingon contacted Gao Weiwei to inform her of his departure for Jiangzhou, advising her to reach out once they arrived. The Dragon Spring Villa was situated atop Dragon Spring Mountain, devoid of any passing vehicles. With no car of his own, he spotted a shared electric bike by the roadside, likely left by a real estate agent, and decided to ride it back. Chen Pingon, stop right there. As he returned to the bustling city center, he was unexpectedly confronted by Lin Duoer and her mother. What do you want? Chen Pingon inquired coldly, regarding the 2 women who had obstructed his path. I've been waiting for you at home for several days. Why haven't you come to find me? Lin Duoer demanded, her anger palpable. After an extensive analysis with her mother, they concluded that Chen Pingon wished to rekindle their relationship. Under her mother's persuasion, she had resolved to become his mistress, provided he was generous enough. Thus, she had been patiently waiting for him to come to her. However, days had passed without a sign of his arrival. Just as she and her mother had stepped out for shopping, she spotted Chen Ping'an riding the shared bike toward her, igniting her frustration. Her words left Chen Ping'an utterly bewildered. "Why were you waiting for me at home? Why would I seek you out? I don't even know where you live," he replied. Perplexed. "Are you still pretending?" Lin Duo scoffed. "Do you dare to claim that your arrival and launching had nothing to do with hearing I was here? And that you intended to find me to reconcile? I suspect you already knew my address. Now you feign ignorance? Do you think I will believe you?" She coldly exposed Chen Ping'an's pretense, mocking him. Chapter 106. Entanglement. The bewildering words that escaped her lips only served to deepen Chen Ping'an's confusion. He could not fathom the intentions of this eccentric woman. Had he journeyed to launching solely to seek her out? Such a notion seemed overly self-absorbed. Chen Ping'an found himself grappling with the question of how he had ever agreed to be involved with someone so inexplicably erratic. "Enough. I cannot comprehend your ramblings. Please, be direct about your desires. Spare me the cryptic hints. My time is precious, and I cannot afford to indulge in your frivolities." Chen Ping'an interjected, his tone laced with impatience. He needed to return to Jiangzhou to aid Li Runin in treating her father, and he had no time to untangle the convoluted antics of this mother-daughter duo. Lin Duo assumed that Chen Ping'an was merely feigning ignorance and intended to berate him further for his perceived hypocrisy. However, her mother intervened, restraining her. "Duo, cease your nonsense." Lin's mother admonished her daughter in hushed tones, cautious that their loud exchange might attract unwanted attention from passers-by. After reprimanding her daughter, Lin's mother quickly donned a smile and approached Chen Ping'an. "Ping'an, dear, I know that you still harbor feelings for our duo. Otherwise, you would not have traveled all this way to find her. It seems you hold some resentment over her departure during your time of need. But now that you have processed those feelings, why not reconcile?" Lin's mother suggested, gently placing her daughter's hand into Chen Ping'an's, hoping he would hold it. "Auntie, what are you doing? I have already informed you that I am married. Please, exercise some decorum," Chen Ping'an exclaimed, startled by Lin's mother's gesture. Retracting his hand with a wary expression, he remained utterly perplexed by the intentions of these two women. Lin's mother's brow furrowed momentarily upon witnessing Chen Ping'an's reaction, but she quickly composed herself and continued, "Ping'an, I understand that you have joined the Mu family. Yet I also know that the young lady of the Mu family does not regard you favorably. Our duo is not concerned with titles. She would be content with a monthly allowance of 20 to 30,000. Lin's mother, observing Chen Ping'an's demeanor, mistakenly believed he might entertain the idea of them proposing to be his mistresses. She quickly donned a smile again, eager to express her willingness. With Ren Tianqing, the manager of the Imperial Hotel, having discarded her daughter, the two women were left without financial support and felt compelled to swallow their pride. To forego a title? "So, you wish to be my mistress?" Chen Ping'an replied incredulously, scrutinizing the mother and daughter duo. "What mistress? Such a term is so derogatory. What you are suggesting is merely rekindling a past romance. Do you not understand?" Lin's mother promptly corrected him. "Mistress is merely a term. You can dress it up however you like, but it remains the same. Moreover, her demands are rather excessive, seeking 20 to 30,000 monthly. Does she truly warrant such a sum? With that money, I could easily support a young and beautiful university student instead. I am pressed for time and cannot engage in this nonsensical chatter. Please, step aside," Chen Ping'an declared, attempting to maneuver around Lin Duo and her mother to make his exit. "Stop. Chen Ping'an, do you truly disregard our past affections?" Lin Duo exclaimed, spreading her arms wide to block his path, preventing him from leaving. Chapter 107. Compensation for lost youth. It was you who initiated our separation. From the moment you proposed the breakup, our fate was sealed, leaving no room for lingering affections. Step aside, or I shall report you for coercing me into infidelity. Though Chen Ping'an's tone was subdued, his expression darkened. You may disregard the past, but I devoted 3 years of my youth to you. And you owe me compensation for that loss. I do not ask for much, just 10 million a year, totaling 30 million for 3 years. Once you settle this debt, I shall cease my pursuit. Otherwise, I will create a scene at the Mu residence, demanding that the young lady of the Mu family compensate me. You should consider your options. Lin Duo discerned that Chen Ping'an was not inclined to lavishly support her, contrary to her mother's analysis. Cleverly, she demanded compensation for the 3 years spent with Chen Ping'an, even threatening to create a ruckus at the Mu household if he refused. She believed that the one to be humiliated would ultimately be Chen Ping'an, and she was confident he understood the balance of power in this situation. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Lin's mother nearly applauded her brilliance. Initially, she had thought her previous analysis was severely flawed and that their chances were slim. Little did she know that her daughter possessed such sharp wit and adaptability, capable of formulating such a clever plan within such a short span. In Lin's mother's perspective, Chen Ping'an, being the son-in-law of the Mu family, would undoubtedly fear a confrontation with the mother-daughter duo and would willingly part with his wealth to avoid trouble. Chen Ping'an could not help but chuckle at Lin Duo's audacity. It was he who was pursued in the beginning, and it was also she who had suggested the breakup. Their relationship had merely involved hand-holding and casual outings, never crossing into more intimate territory. He had even intended to save their first night for their wedding, refraining from any advances. Now, she dared to demand 30 million for her so-called lost youth? Was she out of her mind? What are you laughing at? Is it amusing? Lin Duo was infuriated by Chen Ping'an's laughter, glaring at him in indignation. I find your mother and daughter duo quite amusing. Shall I call an ambulance from Qishan Mental Hospital for you? Chen Ping'an found it beneath him to engage further with someone he deemed irrational. With that, he mounted his bike and departed. If you dare to leave, do you believe I want to cause a scene at the Mu estate, ensuring you can never return? Lin Duo, witnessing Chen Ping'an's departure, stomped her feet and threatened loudly, drawing the attention of passers-by. If you wish to create a disturbance, do so promptly, lest you lose the opportunity altogether. Chen Ping'an shrugged nonchalantly and continued on his way, gradually fading from the sight of the Lin mother and daughter. Despite his wealth, if the other party were to acknowledge their faults and speak kindly, he might consider offering her a sum, given their past. However, he would never yield to threats. He would rather donate all his money than comply with her demands. Mother, let us go to the Mu estate and create a scene, making that Chen fellow regret his actions. Infuriated by Chen Ping'an's indifferent demeanor, Lin Duo seized her mother and headed for the Mu residence. They believed that the Mu family was unaware of Chen Ping'an's past conviction for coercing a female university student. When they revealed his history, the Mu family would surely distance themselves from him. Moreover, they could leverage this incident to extort money from the Mu family. If the Mu family refused to pay, they would expose Chen Ping'an's past online, letting the world know about the son-in-law who had been imprisoned for such an offense, thus ridiculing the Mu family. Chapter 108. Negotiating a transaction. Before long, Lin Duo and her mother arrived at the entrance of the Mu family's estate, resolutely knocking on the grand door. Our master has recently ceased receiving visitors. Please do not knock again, said the servant of the Mu family, visibly impatient as he waved them away. The entire Dragon City was abuzz with the knowledge that the venerable Mr. Mu was an old classmate of the legendary warrior, Zhao Wujing. The esteemed Zhao had even celebrated his birthday in Dragon City before returning to the north, and due to this connection, the Mu family had successfully secured projects competing with the illustrious Liu family, thereby rising rapidly to prominence, poised to ascend from the lower ranks of Dragon City's elite to its top 3. In recent days, numerous dignitaries had flocked to the Mu residence. Yet the elder had chosen to remain aloof, refusing to see anyone. Today alone, 3 groups had already come to pay their respects, and the elder had even stationed 2 guards at the entrance to turn away visitors. The servants presumed Lin Duo and her mother were there for the same purpose and attempted to dismiss them. We are not here to see Mr. Mu. My daughter is the ex-girlfriend of your esteemed son-in-law, Chen Ping'an. We urgently need to speak with Miss Mu Wanqing. If she does not come out, she will surely regret it. Indeed, she should come out quickly, or she will live to regret it. Lin Duo and her mother, emboldened by possessing compromising information about Chen Ping'an, fearlessly shouted at the guards of the Mu family. The 2 young guards were taken aback by the audacity of the mother and daughter duo. The Mu family had risen to prominence, and now even the ex-girlfriend of their son-in-law had arrived. How shameless could they be? However, while the elder had instructed not to receive guests, there had been no such directive regarding the young lady. Since they claimed to seek her, the guards felt compelled to inform her and ascertain her response. We've seen shamelessness before, but never quite like yours. Wait here while we inform our young lady and see if she wishes to meet you, one guard said, exchanging glances with his companion before one of them went inside to relay the message to Mu Wanqing. At that moment, Mu Wanqing was in her room, discussing with her friend Qin Xiu possible strategies to persuade her father to consent to her divorce from Chen Ping'an, preferably immediately. For days, her thoughts had been consumed by the image of the man who had rescued them that fateful night, nearly to the point of obsession. She had never anticipated that love could strike so suddenly and fiercely, without a hint of warning. Her greatest fear was that the gallant hero would discover her marital status. What would she do then? As for whether he harbored feelings for her, she had entirely disregarded the notion that the hero might be married. Even more absurdly, after attending the legendary warrior's birthday celebration, Her father had grown increasingly fond of Chen Pingyan. Upon learning that they had driven him away, he had erupted in anger, insisting that she must bring Chen Pingyan back within a week, by any means necessary. My lady, a mother and daughter claiming to be the ex-girlfriend of our son-in-law are outside, demanding to see you. The guard knocked on Mu Wanqing's door and announced this to her, who was still deep in thought. What do Chen Pingyan's devilish ex-girlfriend want with me? Mu Wanqing asked curiously as she opened the door, replying to the young lady. The mother and daughter claim that if you do not come out, you will regret it. The guard succinctly relayed Lin Duo'er and her daughter's words. What audacity! Shiyu. Let us go out and see. Mu Wanqing, intrigued by the guard's report, grabbed her friend and headed towards the entrance. It is you? Upon reaching the entrance, Mu Wanqing furrowed her brow at the sight of Lin Duo'er and her mother, having encountered them previously outside the boxing club. Indeed, it is us. We have come today to propose a transaction with Miss Mu. Upon seeing Mu Wanqing, Lin Duo'er gracefully stepped forward, a smile gracing her lips. Chapter 109. Mu Wanqing's response. Did you not claim to be Chen Pingyan's ex-girlfriend? What transaction do you wish to propose? Are you hoping I would return Chen Pingyan to you? Mu Wanqing inquired curiously, regarding Lin Duo'er with an unfriendly gaze. I possess certain incriminating information about Chen Pingyan that your Mu family is unaware of. For instance, he has served time in prison, and the reason for his sentencing was due to the coercion of several female university students. Should I make this information public, your Mu family will become the laughingstock of the entire Longqing. Lin Duo whispered, confident that she had the upper hand over Mu Wanqing. Upon hearing Lin Duo'er's words, Mu Wanqing's expression darkened instantly, her icy glare directed at Lin Duo as if it could ignite flames. Her anger did not stem from Chen Pingyan's past of coercing female students, but rather from Lin Duo'er's intent to disclose this information. Chen Pingyan was currently their Mu family's son-in-law, and if this matter were to become public knowledge, the entire Longqing would be aware that they had married their granddaughter to a man with a criminal record, particularly one involving such disgraceful conduct. The Mu family was a prominent clan in Longqing, and the revelation would undoubtedly cause an uproar, transforming them into the subject of ridicule. What do you desire? Mu Wanqing glared coldly at Lin Duo'er. 30 million. If you provide me with 30 million, I will keep this information to myself and will never bring it up again, Lin Duo'er declared. As soon as Lin Duo'er finished speaking, Mu Wanqing's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity. You may perceive this 30 million as exorbitant and hesitate to comply, but you must realize that your Mu family is currently at its zenith, poised to ascend into the top 3 families of Longqing. If you allow your family's reputation to suffer over this sum, it would be a grave misfortune for the Mu family to miss out on entering the ranks of the top 3 families due to a mere 30 million. You know better than I which holds greater significance, do you not? Noticing Mu Wanqing's growing anger, Lin Duo hastily continued, this is not a trifling amount. I must confer with my dear friend. Mu Wanqing uttered a brief remark and pulled her friend Qin Shiyu aside, seeking her counsel. Chengzi, this could be advantageous for you. Qin Shiyu responded, offering a perspective that left Mu Wanqing bewildered. Are you foolish? Aren't you currently distressed over your grandfather's disapproval of your divorce? If this individual were to expose Chen Pingyan's past, revealing it to all of Longqing, your grandfather would undoubtedly permit the divorce for the greater good of the Mu family. Qin Shiyu remarked, looking at Mu Wanqing as if she were Navi. Yet, such a revelation would tarnish my family's reputation. Mu Wanqing acknowledged the merit of Qin Shiyu's suggestion but expressed her lingering concern. Please, your grandfather is old friends with the legendary war hero. Can a mere loss of reputation truly jeopardize the Mu family's standing in Longqing? Qin Shiyu countered. Indeed. Those who seek to curry favor with my family do so because of my grandfather's connections, and it is improbable that they would withdraw their support merely due to having an unsavory son-in-law. This strategy is sound. I shall proceed with it. After Qin Shiyu's thorough analysis, Mu Wanqing experienced an epiphany and joyfully embraced her friend's advice. Lin Duo'er and her mother observed the prolonged discussion between the two, noting Mu Wanqing's occasional frown in their direction, leading them to believe they had successfully maneuvered Mu Wanqing into acquiescing to their demands. Just as they felt assured of their victory, Mu Wanqing returned, her expression darkened. Miss Mu, what have you decided? Lin Duo inquired with a smile. Despite Mu Wanqing's grim demeanor, in response, Mu Wanqing delivered a resounding slap across Lin Duo's face. Chapter 110, Bringing Shame to the Mu Family. How dare you strike me? Lin Duo's bewilderment was palpable as she held her stinging cheek, staring in disbelief at Mu Wanqing. It was Lin's mother who reacted swiftly, pushing Mu Wanqing away and confronting her with a furious glare. Just moments ago, Mu Wanqing appeared utterly subdued by the two of them. What had prompted this sudden shift in demeanor? You audacious pair. Do you think you can extort my family? Call for help. Seize these criminals who dare to blackmail the Mu family and take them to the police station. I want them to rot in jail." After being shoved aside, Mu Wanqing glared darkly at the two guards and issued her command. As the guards rushed over upon hearing her words, Lin's mother and daughter were struck with terror. Though they could not fathom why Mu Wanqing had become so assertive, seemingly unafraid of their potential revelations about Qin Pingan, now was not the time for contemplation. They needed to flee, as it dawned on them that they were indeed attempting to extort the Mu family. Given the Mu family's significant influence in Longqing, capture would inevitably lead to imprisonment. Without hesitation, Lin's mother grasped her daughter Lin Duer's hand and fled. "Mu Wanqing, you will come to regret this. Just wait." Lin Duer turned back to threaten Mu Wanqing before they gradually disappeared from sight. "Humph, with such cowardice, how dare they attempt to extort my family? They are utterly deluded." Mu Wanqing scoffed as she watched Lin's mother and daughter retreat in a panic after receiving a slap. "Orange. If you frighten them to the point they dare not expose Qin Pingan's secrets, how will we achieve our goal?" Qin Shiyu, standing nearby, questioned with a hint of concern. This revelation momentarily left Mu Wanqing at a loss for words. Observing their frantic expressions, she believed they would not be so easily intimidated. "If it were up to me. After everything that has happened, I would at least expose the secrets out of spite. After that, we could simply leave Longqing. Indeed, let nature take its course. By the way, my internship has concluded, and my parents want me to return to Jiangzhou for development. Your family has also secured that project in the west of the city. Would you like to accompany me to Jiangzhou for a few days? I've heard that a martial arts competition will be held there soon, where the leaders of the Southwestern Underground Forces will be selected. Your heroic friend seems to be a trained fighter, and his absence lately suggests he is preparing for the competition." Qin Shiyu, eager to shift the conversation, casually teased. However, her words sparked a glimmer of interest in Mu Wanqing. She had been attempting to locate the hero who had saved them that night, yet had found no leads. The only clue was that this hero was formidable, and it seemed plausible that he might indeed be preparing for the upcoming competition in the provincial city. "All right, we shall go to the provincial city tomorrow. Hurry back and handle the necessary arrangements." With the possibility of encountering the hero who had rescued them, Mu Wanqing urged her friend to expedite her preparations for their journey. After being struck by Mu Wanqing, Lin Duer immediately grasped her mother's arm once they left the Mu residence. "Mother, that Mu Wanqing is utterly despicable. Not only did she refuse to pay, but she also struck me. I must expose Qin Pingan's secrets and tarnish the Mu family's reputation." Rubbing her stinging cheek, Lin Duo expressed her rage. "Duer, please remain calm. The Mu family is at the pinnacle of their power. If we expose Qin Pingan's secrets now, we will undoubtedly incur their wrath. And there will be no safe haven for us in Longqing." Lin's mother exclaimed in alarm. "What is there to fear from a mere Mu family? No matter how powerful they are in Longqing, we can always return to the provincial city." Lin Duer retorted defiantly, refusing to abandon her vengeful intentions against the Mu family. Her determination ignited a spark of realization in her mother's eyes. Chapter 111. Save our children at this moment. Qin Pingan and Li Runin were already speeding along the highway back to Jiangzhou, the provincial capital. Li Runin was driving a luxurious Mercedes-Benz provided by her company, exuding a sense of returning home and glory. However, this feeling was significantly overshadowed by the gravity of her father's illness. Both Li Runin and Qin Pingan were burdened with a profound sense of melancholy. "How is my uncle doing?" Qin Pingan, seated in the passenger seat, observed Li Runin's tense demeanor, her body rigid with anxiety. Even with the air conditioning on, her hands gripping the steering wheel were slick with perspiration. In an attempt to alleviate her tension, he spoke up. "I don't know," she replied heavily as she drove. "My mother only told me that my father's condition has worsened, and he has been transferred to the intensive care unit at Jiangzhou People's Hospital. She urged me to return quickly to see him one last time." Suddenly, they encountered a horrific traffic accident ahead. Several vehicles had collided in a chain reaction on the highway, with car parts scattered for hundreds of meters. Some injured individuals, aided by kind-hearted bystanders, were struggling to crawl out of their vehicles, awaiting ambulances. Others were attempting rescue, while some were frantically calling for help. And the anguished cries of women and children echoed through the scene, painting a grim picture. Chapter 112. "Fury, what did you just say? She is my daughter?" Qin Pingan gazed in disbelief at Jiang Qun. "Could it be that the seven of you, in an attempt to frame me 5 years ago, truly engaged in a charade that was all too real? Indeed, after that night, you were sentenced to prison, and shortly thereafter, I discovered I was pregnant. Before I even graduated from university, I gave birth to Tongdong. She is undeniably your daughter. The events of that time were our fault, but the child is innocent. I implore you, please save her." Jiang Chuyin hurriedly recounted the origin of the little girl to Chen Ping'an. Who was it that instigated you all to do such a thing, sacrificing your own bodies to frame me? Chen Ping'an knelt down, lifting the girl into his arms as he examined her injuries while questioning Jiang Chuyin. Though he harbored deep resentment towards the 7 ungrateful women, his heart ached for the innocent child. Regardless of whether the girl was indeed his daughter, he was determined to do everything in his power to save her. Moreover, he discerned no signs of deceit in Jiang Chuyin's eyes. Thus, it was evident that the frail girl before him was indeed his flesh and blood. He could not bear to watch her perish before his eyes. Initially, he had presumed they used some extraordinary means to ensnare him, but he never anticipated that all 7 had genuinely engaged with him that fateful night. The thought of who possessed such immense influence to compel them to sacrifice so much in an effort to ruin him was unfathomable. I cannot divulge. Jiang Chuyin felt a slight relief as she saw Chen Ping'an tending to her daughter, yet when faced with his inquiries regarding the puppeteer behind their actions, she, like Gao Weiwei, remained reticent. They had previously agreed that the power of the mastermind was too formidable. The past must never be revealed to him, lest it bring harm upon him. At that moment, Chen Ping'an's fury ignited. However, his rage was not directed at Jiang Chuyin's refusal to answer his questions, but rather at the condition of his daughter, Jiang Tongtong. As he pried open her eyelids to examine her pupils, he was horrified to discover that she had lost her corneas, both of them. With his experience, he recognized instantly that this was not a congenital condition, but rather an acquired one, forcibly removed. In other words, Tongtong was now blind. Aware of Jiang Chuyin's precarious family situation, he wondered if she had sold their daughter's corneas for money. His expression contorted with fury as he turned to the tearful Jiang Chuyin, his voice trembling with indignation. Where are Tongtong's corneas? The menace in his tone was palpable. If his suspicions were correct, that Jiang Chuyin had indeed sold their daughter's corneas for financial gain, he would ensure that this ungrateful woman would pay a price far worse than death. The corneas. Jiang Chuyin's countenance faltered under Chen Ping'an's intense scrutiny, momentarily at a loss for words. She was born this way. Eventually, unable to withstand the weight of his furious gaze, she lowered her head and murmured a response. You lie. I am a doctor. I can discern whether her corneas were congenitally absent or forcibly taken. Do you think I cannot tell the difference? Chen Ping'an could no longer restrain his anger and shouted at her. If you do not clarify this matter today, I will not let you off easily. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed to coalesce into a tangible force, his voice icy and unyielding. This situation regarding Tongtong's corneas is rather intricate. I beg of you, treat her first. Once she is healed, I shall explain everything in detail. Jiang Chuyin, terrified by the lethal glint in Chen Ping'an's eyes, collapsed onto the ground, grasping his hands in supplication. Upon hearing her plea, Chen Ping'an managed to regain his composure. Before him, Tongtong lay with a shard of metal embedded in her chest, bleeding profusely and teetering on chapter 113. Heartache. Chen Ping'an first employed the uniquely effective golden needles in conjunction with the hemostatic acupuncture techniques from the 9 Dragons medical manual to stem Jiang Tongtong's bleeding. Subsequently, he gently transferred his own vital energy into her body through the golden needles, nurturing her fragile form. It must be acknowledged that the combination of vital energy, the acupuncture methods from the 9 Dragons medical manual, and the miraculous golden needles yielded astonishing results in treating ailments and injuries. Under Chen Ping'an's care, Jiang Tongtong's condition gradually stabilized, miraculously surpassing the critical phase and swiftly improving. In less than 5 minutes, the girl who had been on the brink of death slowly opened her eyes. However, she found herself enveloped in darkness, unaware that her beloved father stood right before her. Tongtong, you're awake? Does it still hurt? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? Jiang Chuyin exclaimed, her heart swelling with emotion as she held her daughter tightly in her embrace upon seeing her awaken. Mom, I just dreamed that Dad came to see me. He even bought me lots of ice cream and toys. Jiang Tongtong, still weak, grasped her mother's hand and spoke with a feeble voice. Despite the pain etched across her face, her spirit remained resilient, a faint smile gracing her lips that tugged at the heartstrings of those who beheld her. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Jiang Chuyin lifted her gaze, casting a complex look at Chen Ping'an. Yet, she refrained from revealing to her daughter that her father was indeed present. Throughout this ordeal, Chen Ping'an's attention remained fixed on Jiang Tongtong, particularly on her adorable face, which had grown gaunt and sunken due to the loss of her corneas. A pang of anguish surged within him. A mere 4-year-old child had been robbed of her sight, facing a future cloaked in darkness. If this tragedy had befallen another's child, he might have felt mere pity. However, experiencing such a calamity with his own child was an unbearable agony. In that moment, Chen Pingon silently resolved that once his daughter fully recovered, he would do everything in his power to restore her sight. If necessary, he would willingly sacrifice his own corneas for her. Contemplating this, he raised his gaze to meet Jiang Chuin's, their eyes locking for an instant. Tong Tong has escaped danger. Please add me on WeChat. I will send you so chapter 114. There will come a time when you seek me. Just as Chen Pingon squeezed his way through the crowd, he beheld a middle-aged man lying beside a wrecked Audi, his injuries so severe that it seemed he was on the brink of death. The female doctor, overwhelmed, was on the phone, vehemently cursing and demanding the ambulance to arrive promptly. Chen Pingon crouched down and grasped the man's wrist, seeking his pulse for examination. What are you doing? Who permitted you to tamper with the injured? Can you bear the responsibility if something goes awry? The beautiful female doctor, noticing Chen Pingon's actions from the corner of her eye, swiftly approached him and scolded him fiercely. Afterward, she attempted to push him aside. But her meager strength was no match for Chen Pingon, who remained steadfast as though his feet were rooted to the ground, unmoving regardless of her efforts. Someone pull him away. The provincial leader's life hangs in the balance. If he is further disturbed, he may not survive until the ambulance arrives. The female doctor, realizing she could not budge Chen Pingon, called out to those around her. Some of the individuals nearby were subordinates of the provincial leader, and upon hearing her words, their expressions changed dramatically as they rushed to remove Chen Pingon. Stop this. I am a doctor as well. If the injured is not promptly treated, it will be too late. Initially unwilling to engage with the woman, Chen Pingon was compelled to explain himself as he saw the crowd closing in. Upon hearing him declare himself a doctor, the onlookers hesitated, glancing uncertainly at the woman, unsure of how to proceed. Only the female doctor appeared taken aback, her brow furrowing in concern. The injured man was none other than their provincial leader, and she had hoped that by saving him, she would gain his favor. Should this man overshadow her efforts, it would be a significant loss. Even if they both succeeded in saving him, the leader would likely divide the credit, which she found utterly unappetizing. You are a doctor? What is your specialty? Show me your medical license, she demanded, having concocted a plan. Even if this man truly was a physician, most would not carry their credentials on them, while she had hers conveniently at hand. If he failed to produce his license, she could use it as grounds to expel him from the scene, claiming the glory of saving the provincial leader for herself. My medical license was revoked 5 years ago. Chen Pingon uttered a statement that left the female doctor astonished. He could have deceived her by claiming he had forgotten it. But he found no reason to fabricate lies and chose to speak the truth instead. The woman was momentarily stunned, but then a flicker of delight crossed her mind. Though her expression remained stern and angry, a revoked license suggests either incompetence or a lack of integrity. This is a matter of life and death. How dare you? A quack without a medical license interfere with the injured? Can you take responsibility if something goes wrong? Someone remove this charlatan from the scene to prevent any further harm to the patient. Seizing upon Chen Pingon's vulnerability, the female doctor rallied the crowd to expel him. Having overheard their exchange, the crowd quickly complied with her orders, prioritizing the provincial leader's safety. Time was of the essence. If not treated soon, it could be too late. I can stabilize the patient's condition with acupuncture before the ambulance arrives. Do not obstruct me. Chen Pingon retorted angrily to the crowd. Yet, they dismissed him as a quack, especially with the esteemed chief surgeon from the provincial hospital present, leaving no room for him to intervene. In a moment, you will find yourselves in need of my assistance. Chen Pingon was left with no choice but to retreat to the periphery of the crowd, determined to observe how the situation would unfold for the woman. I, a distinguished medical expert trained overseas, would seek help from a quack whose medical license has been revoked? Absurd. The female doctor scoffed at Chen Pingon's retreating figure, her disdain evident as she called after him. Chapter 115. Let her come and plead with me. Chen Pingon was disinclined to squander words with such individuals. Upon emerging from the crowd, he cast his gaze towards the direction of Jiang Chuin, only to find that the mother and daughter had already vanished. After inquiring with several nearby, he learned that just as he was jostling through the throng, Jiang Chuin had taken her daughter and crossed the highway's guardrail, making her way towards a nearby village. Chen Pingon surmised that they must have fled, fearing his inquiries regarding the girl's corneal condition, taking advantage of his momentary distraction. Without a second thought, Chen Pingon followed suit, hastily crossing the guardrail in pursuit of the village. However, after circling the village in vain, he found no trace of Jiang Chuin and her daughter. Amidst the vast sea of humanity, he was at a loss as to where to seek them. It was then that Chen Pingon felt, for the first time, the limitations of an individual's power, igniting a yearning to establish his own influence. Were he to possess a formidable force, he could immediately mobilize it to search for the pair. The upcoming Southwest King competition in a few days presented a splendid opportunity. If he could emerge as the ruler of the underground forces across the 3 provinces of the Southwest, he would have the means to seek out Jiang Chuyin and her daughter, as well as his mother and sister. Initially, Chen Ping'an had agreed to participate in the competition merely to uncover the identity of the mastermind from years past. Now, an additional motivation had emerged. He resolved that securing victory in this competition was imperative. As he pondered, he returned to the highway. Upon his arrival, he noticed that the earlier commotion had reignited among the crowd. The female doctor was now surrounded by the provincial leader's subordinates, frantically attempting to explain the situation. Chen Ping'an, eavesdropping from a distance, gathered that the provincial leader was nearing death, and his subordinates were directing their ire towards the physician. Intrigued, he made his way towards the crowd once more. The sharp-eyed female doctor quickly spotted Chen Ping'an approaching, her expression revealing a flicker of hope. With the provincial leader's demise imminent, her desperate attempts to stabilize his condition had proven futile, and the ambulance had yet to arrive. It was only a matter of time before he breathed his last. Should the leader pass, her career would likely come to an end as well. Wasn't this young man just vying for credit with her? She now considered having him summoned to aid in the leader's rescue. Should he fail, she could conveniently shift the blame onto him and extricate herself from the predicament. With this thought, the female doctor gestured towards Chen Ping'an, instructing several individuals to approach him. Sir, did you not claim to have a method to stabilize the provincial leader's condition? His state is precarious, and he risks passing at any moment. Please, assist in his rescue. A man resembling a secretary hurriedly implored Chen Ping'an. I am merely a quack without even a medical license. I am not qualified to undertake the rescue of the provincial leader. You should seek the expertise of her, a medical specialist trained abroad, Chen Ping'an replied coolly, pointing to the female doctor. Sir, we acknowledge our earlier misjudgment. Lives are at stake. We beseech you to overlook our previous remarks and assist in saving the provincial leader. The secretary said, his expression fraught with embarrassment and desperation. I am rather petty. I might be persuaded to overlook past grievances. But I have one condition. She must personally come and plead with me. Otherwise, not even the mightiest of beings will compel me to act today, Chen Ping'an declared, raising an eyebrow and gesturing towards the female doctor. His words left the secretary and the doctor momentarily speechless, as did the surrounding crowd. Chapter 116. A momentary resurgence, however. Upon reflection, the others deemed Chen Ping'an's request entirely reasonable. Moments ago, he had taken the initiative to save the provincial lord, only to be unceremoniously dismissed by that doctor, surnamed Xie, who derided him as a quack. Even a clay figurine possesses a temper. Had any of them endured such treatment, they might have made similar demands, or perhaps even more unreasonable ones. You expect me, a distinguished medical expert who has studied abroad, to plead with you? Dream on. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Dr. Xie Shanshan felt her blood pressure rise, glaring at him in fury and shouting back. From a young age, Xie Shanshan had been the epitome of excellence, gaining admission to a prestigious medical institution overseas due to her outstanding academic performance. Even at a tender age, she had garnered a modest reputation abroad. And upon returning to her homeland, she was celebrated as the youngest medical expert, having been showered with adulation. When had she ever been subjected to such indignity? I will not act unless you beseech me, Chen Ping'an replied nonchalantly, leaning against the guardrail of the highway, shrugging his shoulders. You. Chen Ping'an's words infuriated Xie Shanshan to no end. Dr. Xie, the provincial lord's condition cannot afford any further delay. Please consider the greater good. A secretary approached her urgently, imploring her to take action. Upon hearing the secretary's plea and glancing back at the provincial lord, who lay on the ground, teetering on the brink of death, Xie Shanshan clenched her teeth in reluctance, reluctantly stepping forward to Chen Ping'an. Please, esteemed healer, assist in saving the provincial lord. Xie Shanshan finally addressed Chen Ping'an, albeit with evident reluctance. Internally, she mused that this was merely a temporary measure to avoid trouble. If this fool were to fall for her ruse and attempt to save the provincial lord, her objective would be achieved. Should the provincial lord perish under his care, she would have absolved herself of any responsibility. I did not say to request me. I said to plead with me. Show some sincerity. Chen Ping'an corrected her in response to her request. You, embarrassed before the gathering crowd. Xie Shanshan felt a flush rise to her cheeks and yearned to slap Chen Ping'an, yet she ultimately restrained herself. Please, esteemed healer, assist in saving the provincial lord. Is this satisfactory? With that, Xie Shanshan retreated, leaving no room for further humiliation. Chen Ping'an, sensing the urgency of the provincial lord's condition, chose not to dwell on the matter further. He approached the provincial lord and knelt down to take his pulse once more. After a while, Chen Ping'an regarded Xie Shanshan with a hint of surprise. Despite her foul temperament, her medical skills were not entirely negligible. When he had been dismissed earlier, the provincial lord had been on the verge of death, barely able to hold on for another 10 minutes. Yet now, having circled back from a nearby village, at least 30 minutes had elapsed. The pulse indicated that Xie Shanshan had indeed performed emergency measures on the provincial lord. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, such as the ambulance being delayed, the provincial lord might have endured until help arrived. However, now was not the time for contemplation. Observing the provincial lord on the brink of expiration, Chen Ping'an retrieved his golden needles to commence treatment. Nearby, Xie Shanshan watched in disdain as Chen Ping'an employed golden needles to save the provincial lord. In her estimation, traditional Chinese medicine was a farce. Any practitioners of merit were aged doctors relying on experience. Given that Chen Ping'an appeared to be of similar age to her, how could he possibly grasp the essence of traditional medicine? She anticipated witnessing his panic as he failed to save the provincial lord. Yet, just as Xie Shanshan prepared to revel in Chen Ping'an's misfortune, the scene that unfolded before her utterly astounded her. As the golden needles penetrated the provincial lord's vital acupoints, his previously pale complexion began to regain color, visibly rejuvenating as if his vigor was returning. This cannot be. Absolutely impossible. It must be a fleeting resurgence. Chapter 117. The foolishness of beauty without brains. 3 days had passed since the demise of the elder Mu, and he had already been laid to rest. Yet, Chen Ping'an managed to resurrect him with a golden needle and extraordinary techniques. The provincial governor before him was merely severely injured, not yet lifeless. Through the golden needle, Chen Ping'an infused his internal energy into the governor's body, nurturing the organs and stabilizing his condition, preventing further deterioration. It appeared that the governor's injuries had indeed improved. In critical moments, the traditional Chinese medicine passed down from our ancestors proves invaluable. While Western medicine may yield quicker results in many respects, it becomes utterly ineffective without machinery. Akin to a blind man, the onlookers, despite their layman status, could discern the visible changes on the governor's face and began to murmur among themselves. The governor's subordinates deeply regretted heeding Xie Shanshan's advice to expel Chen Ping'an. Otherwise, the governor might have already regained consciousness. The whispers filled Xie Shanshan with dread. If Chen Ping'an successfully revived the governor, all the credit would be snatched away from her. Moreover, by comparison, her medical skills would appear woefully inadequate, revealing her as a mere charlatan. The thought infuriated her inwardly. Initially, she merely wished for Chen Ping'an to serve as a scapegoat, but it had backfired spectacularly. At that moment, Xie Shanshan regretted urging Chen Ping'an to intervene in the governor's rescue. Yet, had she refrained from allowing him to assist, and the governor perished under her watch, the repercussions would have been far more severe, an insurmountable dilemma indeed. Her solitary hope rested on the notion that the governor was merely experiencing a fleeting moment of vitality. With this thought in mind, she crouched down and opened the governor's eyes to conduct an examination. To her astonishment, the governor was not merely experiencing a transient revival. His condition had genuinely stabilized and was improving. This young man not only usurped her credit, but also overshadowed her. No, she could not allow him to continue treating the governor. Cough, cough. Just as Xie Shanshan pondered how to claim the credit for saving the governor as her own, he coughed twice and gradually opened his eyes. The burial dragon ring? The governor murmured, his gaze landing on the ring on Chen Ping'an's hand. Governor, you are awake. How do you feel? Upon realizing the governor was conscious, Xie Shanshan hastily reached to remove the 3 golden needles still embedded in him. Chen Ping'an had utilized the 3 talents needle technique from the 9 Dragons medical canon to establish a 3 talents formation within the governor's body, locking in the vital energy he had infused to nurture his health. Chen Ping'an remained focused on nourishing the governor's body, oblivious to her intent to extract the needles. Stop. Chen Ping'an's expression changed dramatically as he urgently called out to her. But it was too late, as 1 golden needle was pulled from the governor. The 3 talents formation was instantly disrupted. The vital energy that Chen Ping'an had introduced surged uncontrollably, causing the governor's once flushed complexion to turn pale, and he expelled a mouthful of blood before fainting once more. What happened? I did not mean to. Xie Shanshan was thrown into a panic by the governor's sudden change. You foolish, brainless creature. Chen Ping'an could not contain his frustration. Swiftly retrieving the golden needle and reinserting it into the original acupuncture point. His anger was understandable. The 3 talents needle technique was unlike ordinary acupuncture. Once the formation was established, the vital energy would create a closed loop within the governor's body, circulating and nourishing him. The moment a needle was removed, this balance shattered, leading to chaos within his body and inflicting severe damage to his organs. As a result, the governor's condition worsened immediately after Xie Shanshan's reckless action. Infuriated by Qin Pingyan's rebuke, she found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 118. In the passenger seat after the gold needles were repositioned. Qin Pingyan exerted considerable effort to stabilize the provincial leader's injuries. Before the provincial leader could regain consciousness, the sound of an approaching ambulance echoed from afar, swiftly drawing nearer. The previously agitated Xie Shanshan's face lit up with joy upon hearing the sirens, and she promptly rose to greet the ambulance. Hurry! Let's get the provincial leader onto the ambulance and rush him to the hospital. She directed the paramedics. Learning from previous experiences, she refrained from recklessly removing the gold needles from the provincial leader, as long as they could transport him to the hospital before he awoke. Allowing him to believe he had been rescued by his own efforts, the credit would ultimately remain with her. Upon seeing the ambulance's arrival and the provincial leader's condition stabilized, Qin Pingyan removed the 3 gold needles and instructed the medical staff to carry the provincial leader onto the ambulance. He also boarded the ambulance, intending to hitch a ride to Jiangzhou People's Hospital. What are you doing getting on? The provincial leader's condition is stable now, and the ambulance's emergency equipment will ensure his safe arrival at the hospital. There's not enough room for so many people. Please disembark. Xie Shanshan. Suspecting Qin Pingyan intended to accompany her to the provincial people's hospital to claim credit, darkened her expression and hastily sought a reason to order him off. The doctors and nurses regarded Qin Pingyan with confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Xie Shanshan's actions caused Qin Pingyan to furrow his brow. The ambulance driver, an experienced veteran from Jiangzhou People's Hospital, was taken aback when he recognized Qin Pingyan. Dr. Qin, what a surprise to see you. If there's not enough seating in the back, you can sit in the passenger seat. This scene left Xie Shanshan speechless. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at the driver, helplessly watching Qin Pingyan take the passenger seat. Old Su, it's been a while. How have you been? Once seated, Qin Pingyan chose to ignore the woman and engaged in casual conversation with the driver, Old Su. Same old, same old. How about you? When did you get out? Have they figured out who framed you? Old Su started the vehicle and activated the sirens, racing towards the hospital. Having known Qin Pingyan for years, Old Su had never believed he could commit such acts against female university students. Even after Qin Pingyan's sentencing, he remained convinced that his friend had been wronged. In the back, Xie Shanshan could only glare at Qin Pingyan's retreating figure, seething with frustration but utterly powerless to change the course of events. As it was an ambulance carrying an injured individual of significant stature, law enforcement awaited them at the highway exit, having cleared a green channel for their passage. With the escort of the authorities, the ambulance reached Jiangzhou People's Hospital without hindrance. The hospital had already assembled personnel at the entrance, and as soon as the ambulance came to a halt, the provincial leader was swiftly wheeled into the emergency room by Xie Shanshan and her team. After bidding farewell to Old Su, Qin Pingyan immediately called Li Runan. Runan, I've arrived at Jiangzhou People's Hospital. Where are you and your parents? Pingyan, my mother and I are by the operating room. Please hurry. Li Runan's voice on the other end was tinged with tears, accompanied by the sounds of her mother arguing with someone. Qin Pingyan's heart sank as he hurried towards the operating room. Having worked there before his imprisonment, he was well acquainted with Jiangzhou People's Hospital and quickly reached the area outside the operating room, spotting the tearful figures of Li Runan and her mother. At this moment, Li Runan and her mother were barred from the operating room by hospital security. They cried and fought with the guards, attempting to force their way inside, but were quickly subdued. Stop! Qin Pingyan roared, swiftly delivering a chop to the necks of the 2 guards, rendering them unconscious. Pingyan, save my dad, Li Runan pleaded, grasping Qin Pingyan's hand as if he were her last hope. What happened? Qin Pingyan asked anxiously. The hospital staff said my dad was dying and tricked my mom into signing an agreement to donate his body. Now they're in the operating room to dissect his body and harvest his organs. Please, save my dad, Li Runan cried, relating the situation. Qin Pingyan's face darkened. He helped Li Runan up, strode to the operating room door, and, using his memory, punched in the code to open it. He led Li Runan and her mother into the room. Inside, several doctors and nurses were gathered around an operating table, preparing to dissect a male cadaver. Stop! You can't touch my dad's body, Li Runan cried, rushing forward to protect her father's corpse. The doctors and nurses were caught off guard. Several were knocked to the ground by Li Runan. Who let you in here? Your family signed the body donation agreement. You can't go back on it now. Security. What are you doing? Get these family members out of here. The person in charge of the operating room shouted. The patient just died, and we need to harvest the organs as soon as possible. Otherwise, they'll deteriorate, and it'll all be for nothing. However, no security guards responded. You don't need to shout. I've already knocked the guards out, Chen Pingon said calmly. The person in charge noticed Chen Pingon standing behind Li Runan's mother. Chen Pingon? You're out? The person in charge stammered, a look of surprise on his face. Surprised to see me out? Chen Pingon asked as he felt Li Runan's father's pulse. The person in charge was none other than Huang Jinghua, a former colleague with whom Chen Pingon had a less than cordial relationship. Huang Jinghua's face changed when he saw Chen Pingon taking the corpse's pulse. Stop him, he yelled, rushing to stop Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon was initially puzzled by the overreaction, but then his face turned livid. He realized that Li Runan's father was not dead. While he was in shock, he could still be saved with the medical resources of Jiangzhou People's Hospital. Instead, they had tricked Li Runan's mother into signing a body donation agreement. It was atrocious. You scum, Chen Pingon roared, kicking Huang Jinghua away. Had he not been so desperate to save Li Runan's father, he might have been tempted to kill these miscreants. Chapter 120. Those who dare to cross the line will bear the consequences. Ruanan, calm yourself. Your father still has a chance. Chen Pingon admonished Huang Jinghua and the others before turning to Li Ruanan. Pingon, what did you just say? My father isn't dead? Li Ruanan, clutching her father's lifeless body, could scarcely believe her ears, her face a mask of disbelief and hope. Upon her arrival at the hospital, her mother had informed her that her father had passed away, expressing a final wish to see her one last time. The news had struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her feeling as if the world was spinning out of control. She regretted not returning sooner, even by just an hour, as it might have allowed her to bid her father farewell. Now, Chen Pingon's words ignited a flicker of hope within her. Though she knew he wouldn't jest about such matters, she felt compelled to seek confirmation once more. Indeed, your father still has a faint pulse. I am confident I can bring him back. Trust me. Chen Pingon gently guided Li Ruanan aside, his hands firmly gripping her shoulders as he offered her reassurance. Yes, I trust you. With Chen Pingon's affirmation, Li Ruanan trembled with excitement. Nodding, Chen Pingon swiftly retrieved 3 golden needles from the dragon burial ring. He expertly inserted the needles into her father's acupoints, forming a triad formation to stabilize the faint pulse, and then employed the miraculous techniques from the 9 Dragons medical canon to restore her father's heartbeat. Once the heartbeat was revived, supplying blood to the body and brain would make everything else considerably easier. The triad needle technique represented the pinnacle of his current skills, capable of treating most ailments when combined with his internal energy. As he acquired more golden needles, he would gradually unlock more advanced techniques, such as the 4 symbols formation, the 5 elements formation, the 6 harmonies formation, the 7 stars formation, the 8 trigrams formation, and the 9 palaces formation, each requiring less internal energy. Ultimately, upon gathering 9 golden needles to unlock the 9 palaces formation, he would be able to bring the dead back to life without the need for internal energy or other methods. Just 9 golden needles would suffice. By then, even the king of hell would be powerless against him. Stop him immediately, Huang Jinghua commanded, urging his associates to hinder Chen Pingon. If Li Ruanan's father were successfully revived on the operating table, they could face accusations of intentional homicide from the family. Upon hearing Huang Jinghua's words, Chen Pingon set down the golden needles and drew a line 2 meters in front of the operating table with a scalpel. Listen carefully. Anyone who dares to cross this line will bear the consequences, Chen Pingon warned coldly, directing his gaze at Huang Jinghua and the others. Consequences? Don't listen to his nonsense. I refuse to believe he would dare harm us, especially with so many of us here. Huang Jinghua retorted angrily, pushing a doctor of similar stature towards Chen Pingon. Pingon, be careful, Li Ruanan cried out in alarm. However, Chen Pingon had already acted before she could speak. With a cold snort, he hurled the scalpel at the advancing doctor. A chilling scream echoed through the operating room, causing everyone to shudder. The doctor, lunging towards Chen Pingon, found himself kneeling before Chapter 121. How remarkable is this? Director Huang, save me. After the doctor let out a horrific scream, he immediately called for help from Huang Jinghua and others. Huang Jinghua rushed forward, intending to extract the surgical knife, but an awkward scene unfolded. The surgical knife was embedded firmly into the ground, pinning the doctor down, and despite exerting all his strength, Huang could not pull it out, only causing the doctor to scream in pain incessantly. Hurry and assist him with the bleeding. I will notify the dean and the fire department. Huang Jinghua instructed the nurses to perform first aid on the injured doctor while he dialed the dean's number. At that moment, The dean was in a meeting room with Xie Shanshan and others, discussing the governor's injuries. Director Xie, did you not previously state that the governor's injuries were grave, with multiple organ ruptures and massive hemorrhaging, necessitating an immediate organ transplant? The dean in his 50s questioned Xie Shanshan with a serious expression. The other experts from Jiangzhou People's Hospital gazed at Xie Shanshan, their youngest expert, with puzzled expressions. Previously, Xie Shanshan had reported that the governor was involved in a severe car accident on the highway, with critical injuries and multiple organ ruptures requiring immediate preparation for an organ transplant. Upon receiving this information, the hospital summoned experts to deliberate, ultimately deciding to forfeit the rescue of a critically ill patient who had been transferred from another facility the previous day, deceiving the family into signing a consent for organ donation. After all, the patient's condition was terminal and recovery was deemed impossible, even with utmost effort. The best they could achieve was to prolong the patient's life by approximately a week. Moreover, the patient's family did not appear affluent, thus. This course of action not only promised to save the governor, but also alleviated substantial medical expenses for the patient's family. However, upon the governor's arrival at the hospital, they discovered that his vital signs were stable and his injuries were not severe, seemingly having fainted from shock and yet to regain consciousness. Initially, they suspected a malfunction in the diagnostic machines and replaced several devices, only to find that the equipment was functioning properly after consultations with numerous experts. Perhaps I was overly anxious upon discovering his identity, leading to a misdiagnosis. Faced with the dean and the other experts' inquiries, Xie Shanshan appeared flabbergasted, struggling to articulate a coherent explanation, her words tumbling out in a stammer. She had indeed assessed the governor as critically injured, on the brink of death. How had he suddenly recovered? Suddenly, an image of Qin Pingon using golden needles to treat the governor flashed in her mind. Could it be that the man's acupuncture had miraculously healed the governor's grievous wounds? To think that 3 needles could mend such severe injuries was astonishing. Yet, she could not fathom any other explanation. However, she could not divulge the encounter with Qin Pingon on the highway or his miraculous treatment to anyone. Not only did she refrain from mentioning Qin Pingon to the dean, but she also conspired with the governor's secretary to keep the matter under wraps. The secretary, dissatisfied with Qin Pingon's previous demeanor, had already agreed to Xie Shanshan's proposal to maintain secrecy due to the benefits she had provided. This way, the credit for saving the governor from the brink of death would rest solely with her. Xie Shanshan, what am I to say to you? The dean was astounded by Xie Shanshan's words. Was it truly acceptable to absolve oneself of responsibility with a mere claim of misdiagnosis? He was nearly beside himself with rage. Most critically, the critically ill patient who had been transferred to their hospital was already on the chapter 122. That Qin Pingon has returned. The dean glanced at the incoming call and was surprised to see it was Huang Jinghua, the one responsible for the critical patient's dissection. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to answer the call immediately. Dean, something terrible has happened. That person has returned, and he has stormed into the operating room to prevent us from harvesting the patient's organs. Huang Jinghua's panicked voice echoed through the phone, startling the dean. Who has returned? Clarify this for me. The dean asked, bewildered. That Qin Pingon has come back. Huang Jinghua finally explained the situation. What? Qin Pingon has emerged? And he has entered the operating room to stop you from taking the organs? The dean commanded. Keep him calm. I'll head there immediately. He hung up and hurried out of the conference room towards the operating room. Upon hearing the name Qin Pingon, everyone else in the room was equally shaken, promptly standing up from their seats to follow the dean. Qin Pingon? Is he the brilliant doctor who was sentenced for coercing several female university students? Xie Shanshan inquired, grabbing a colleague beside her. Having just returned from overseas to join Jiangzhou People's Hospital, she had often overheard her senior colleagues discussing this controversial figure. It was said that Qin Pingon was of a similar age to her, but he had already become a key member of the hospital 5 years ago, climbing the ranks solely through his own merit, earning the title of the youngest genius doctor in the province. However, 5 years prior, he had fallen from grace due to an incident involving indecent behavior, resulting in his imprisonment and the revocation of his medical license. Many longtime staff members found it hard to believe he could commit such acts, yet the truth was undeniable, leaving them in a state of disbelief. To mitigate the repercussions of the incident, the hospital had forbidden discussions about him and destroyed all records pertaining to him. She had always been curious to see what this controversial young genius doctor looked like. With this thought in mind, Xie Shanshan joined the crowd heading to the emergency room. Upon arriving outside the operating room, they discovered 2 unconscious security guards lying at the entrance. A grim-faced group entered the operating room. How can it be, you? Xie Shanshan gasped as she stepped inside and saw Chen Pingyan treating Li Runan's father at the operating table. She never expected that the genius doctor spoken of so often would be the same man she had encountered on the highway. No wonder his medical skills were so extraordinary. He had stabilized the provincial leader's injuries, which he had been helpless against, using just a few golden needles. But was he a Western doctor? How had he become a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Xie Shanshan stared blankly at Chen Pingyan, who was entirely focused on saving the patient, her thoughts in disarray. Chen Pingyan, you must stop immediately. The dean, unaware of Xie Shanshan's turmoil, rushed to interrupt as he saw Chen Pingyan attempting to save Li Runan's father. He hardly had time to consider the doctor pinned to the ground. Their hospital had previously declared the patient deceased and had obtained consent from the family for organ donation. They could only navigate this mishap. Otherwise, if the situation escalated, they would surely face dire consequences. As the dean prepared to intervene, Huang Jinghua quickly restrained him, exclaiming, "Dean, be careful. Chen Pingyan has drawn a line here, and anyone who dares to cross it will face the consequences." Shalu just had his foot pinned to the ground by him. Huang Jinghua pointed to the line on the floor in front of the doctor. Chapter 123. Awaiting the outcome upon Huang Jinghua's reminder, the director and others finally noticed the doctor impaled on the ground by a surgical knife. Was this the work of Chen Pingyan? Upon discovering the horrific state of the doctor, the director and Xie Shanshan, much like Huang Jinghua and the others before them, could not help but gasp in shock. Could such a feat be achieved by human strength? Under normal circumstances, even striking with a hammer would scarcely drive a surgical knife into the ground so deeply, let alone pinning a person's foot to the floor. Huang Jinghua remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation that this was indeed the handiwork of Chen Pingyan. The director, now hesitant to act rashly, was even more apprehensive about contacting the authorities, as he could not fathom how to mitigate the fallout if the situation escalated. The only recourse he envisioned was to bribe Chen Pingyan into submission, believing that Chen, having just been released from prison and lacking funds, sought to extort them through such drastic means. "Chen Pingyan, I believe we can discuss this privately outside," the director proposed. "I have nothing to discuss with you. Prepare yourselves for imprisonment." Chen Pingyan coldly retorted while continuously channeling vital energy into Li's father's body through a golden needle. "Chen Pingyan, the family of the deceased has already signed the body donation agreement. This corpse now belongs to O. Chapter 124. Relentless Pursuit. Father, you have finally awakened. You terrified your daughter, do you realize that?" Li Runan rushed forward, grasping her father's hand, tears streaming down her face as she spoke with fervent emotion. "Runan, is it truly you? Am I not dreaming?" Li's father, still in disbelief, reached out to caress his daughter's face. Only upon feeling her warmth did he comprehend that this was no dream, but reality. "My dear, I am so sorry. For the sake of a mere 100,000. I nearly caused a grave mistake." Li Runan's mother stepped forward, seizing her husband's other hand, her face etched with regret as she confessed. Previously, hospital staff had summoned her to their office to assess their family's situation. Upon learning of their dire circumstances, they informed her that her husband was beyond salvation. They proposed that should he pass away, and if the family consented to donate his body to the hospital, they would waive all medical fees and reward them with 100,000, which she could use for her and her daughter's future. Initially, the doctor's pronouncement that her husband was doomed struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her to ponder how she and her daughter would manage. When the hospital pressurized her to sign the body donation agreement, she hesitated but ultimately succumbed to the thought of her daughter's hardships over the years and signed with a heavy heart. Upon hearing of this upon her swift return from Longqing, Runan had unleashed her fury upon her mother, instilling in her a sense of regret. Yet, by then, her father had already been taken away, leaving her to weep in silence. She had even attempted to create a scene in the operating room until Chen Pingyan appeared, not only reclaiming her father's body, but also reviving him from the clutches of death. "Runan, let us leave this place at once." Chen Pingyan ceased channeling his energy into Li's father and urged Li Runan. Yes, we must leave." Runan, regaining clarity, hurriedly helped her father off the cold operating table, dressing him as they prepared to depart. "They cannot leave." The director's face darkened as he addressed those around him. The security personnel he had secretly summoned had already taken their positions behind them. The head of security advanced with a few men to confront Chen Pingyan, intent on restraining him. "Stand aside." Chen Pingyan spoke calmly to the security personnel. "Subdue him." The head of security, confident in his skills, was unfazed by Chen Pingyan's words. He rushed forward, eager to prove himself before the director. Seeking death, Chen Pingon swiftly seized a surgical knife, slicing through the air with astonishing speed. Just as the head of security thought Chen was merely flailing about, he suddenly felt an eerie chill enveloping him. Instinctively looking down, his face turned crimson as he realized his attire had been reduced to tattered strips, cascading to the floor, leaving only his undergarments intact. The other security personnel, following closely behind, were momentarily stunned, jaws agape at the sight of their leader. Not just the security team, but even the director and his associates were rendered speechless. Seizing the moment of their shock, Chen Pingon darted past them like a gust of wind, returning to his original position. A bemused expression gracing his face as he regarded the crowd. When they finally regained their senses, they too felt the chilling air against their skin, only to discover that their own clothing had transformed into mere strips, much like the head of security. Even Xia Shanshan and the nurses fared little better, left with only scant garments to preserve their modesty, aside from the doctor pinned to the floor by a surgical knife. Everyone in the hospital found their attire reduced to tatters. Xia Shanshan and the nurses, unaccustomed to such humiliation, screamed in unison, clutching their chests in a mix of shame and anger as they fled the operating room. The director and his colleagues, paralyzed with fear, dared not move, terrified that the surgical knife would meet them next. Chen Pingon glanced at the assembly before discarding the surgical knife and leading the Li family toward the exit. Chen Pingon, what will it take for you to relent? The director finally regained his composure, his face dark as he inquired of Chen Pingon's retreating form. Quite simply, I shall relent only once you scoundrels reach chapter 125. The governor's gift, director. What shall we do now? Huang Jinghua inquired cautiously, his expression grim. After Chen Pingon and the others departed, what else can we do? Let it be. That man named Li was saved by Chen Pingon, wasn't he? The governor is now out of danger. As long as we steadfastly deny that the patient named Li was alive when he was taken to the operating table for organ removal, no one will believe the words of a man who has served time in prison. Everyone disperse and carry on with your business. As the head of the hospital, the director had weathered many storms. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Huang Jinghua and the others before turning to exit the operating room. Should anything arise, he had already devised a strategy. He would simply shift the blame onto Xia Shanshan. What concern was it of his? Upon hearing the director's words, the others found them reasonable. Since the director had spoken, they felt reassured and set aside their worries, wiping the cold sweat from their brows as they followed the director out of the operating room. Director Huang, save me. The doctor, pinned to the ground by the surgical knife, was rendered speechless as he watched everyone leave, and he began to wail in despair. Enough with the commotion. Your foot will have to wait for the firefighters. Just remain calm. Huang Jinghua retorted, irritation evident, before hastily departing. After Chen Pingon escorted Li Runin and her family out of the hospital, he hailed a taxi for them. Pingon, aren't you coming with me? Li Runin asked, gazing at Chen Pingon with eager eyes. You saved my father from the gates of death, and I haven't had the chance to properly thank you. The uncle's condition is still not stable. You should take your father and mother to a nearby hotel while I fetch some medicine from the pharmacy to help him recover more swiftly. Chen Pingon explained. All right. I'll send you the location once I find a hotel, Li Runin replied, her worries alleviated as she departed. After watching Li Runin and her family leave, Chen Pingon hailed a vehicle to a nearby large herbal medicine store. The herbs he required were rather specialized, and ordinary herbal shops might not stock them. Having grown up in Jiangzhou, Chen Pingon was quite familiar with the area. Soon, he arrived at a sizable herbal shop and, after more than half an hour, emerged with several bags of herbs in hand. However, just as he stepped outside, a green Audi came to a halt before him. As he attempted to bypass the vehicle, a stranger emerged and obstructed his path. Excuse me, is there something you need? Chen Pingon furrowed his brow, questioning the man with curiosity. The man, appearing to be in his 40s, exuded a sharp intensity, akin to a sword ready to be drawn. It was evident he was a veteran. Yet Chen Pingon was certain he had never met this individual. You are Chen Pingon, the esteemed physician, are you not? The man inquired with a robust voice. Indeed. I am Chen Pingon. May I ask who you are? Chen Pingon replied, intrigued by how this man knew his name. I am the governor's bodyguard and driver. I extend the governor's gratitude for saving his life on the highway. He has sent me with a token of appreciation for your heroic act. The man then produced a finely crafted box, 2 fingers wide and 10 centimeters long, handing it to Chen Pingon before turning to depart. During the incident on the highway, the governor had regained consciousness briefly but had not the chance to speak before losing consciousness again due to the recklessness of a woman. Remarkably, in such a short span, he had recalled Chen Pingon's identity and even investigated it. Curiosity piqued, Chen Pingon pondered the nature of the gift he held. After the man left, he slowly opened the exquisite black box. Upon seeing the contents within, his eyes widened in astonishment, and a look of sheer joy spread across his face. Chapter 126. The fourth golden needle. To his astonishment, the token of gratitude bestowed upon him by the provincial lord was none other than the elusive fourth golden needle. Who would have thought that a mere act of kindness, a casual rescue of a stranger, would lead him to the very needle he had long sought after? Prior to his release from prison, his master had informed him that he was only aware of the whereabouts of the first 3 needles, yet reassured him not to worry. If he was destined to possess the golden needles, they would surely reveal themselves in due time. Initially, Chen Pingon had assumed his master was merely indulging in fanciful tales. But now, the truth of it all was utterly surreal. It appeared that he must engage in more benevolent deeds to attract such fortuitous encounters. Now that he possessed 4 golden needles, he was only 2 needles away from inheriting the vast and pervasive intelligence network of the Burial Dragon Hall, which, according to his master, could uncover any information within the mundane world. With this newfound capability, he would finally be able to locate his mother and sister. Once he composed his excited heart, Chen Pingon carefully extracted the 4th golden needle from its box and placed it into the Burial Dragon ring. He then hailed a carriage to the hotel where Li Runin had made reservations. Moments ago, she had sent the hotel address to his phone. Chen Pingon planned to administer some herbal medicine to Li's father before thoroughly examining the 4th golden needle later that evening. Half an hour later, Chen Pingon arrived at the hotel where Li Runin was staying, proceeding directly to the room number she had provided. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly overheard a conversation between Li Runin and her mother. Typically, high-end hotels boast excellent soundproofing, yet Chen Pingon's enhanced hearing, a result of his cultivation, allowed him to discern their words even from a distance. Runin, you may regard that Chen Pingon as a friend, but he certainly harbors ulterior motives. He likely desires to take you to bed and turn the tide in his favor. Though he has been released from prison, finding respectable employment will be a challenge, and no woman of worth would willingly marry him. He will undoubtedly resort to deceit to ensnare an innocent girl like you. You must be cautious when he arrives. Find a way to send him away and refrain from future contact. Given your beauty and figure, I can easily find a matchmaker to introduce you to a wealthy suitor. Marrying into affluence would be a piece of cake. Li's mother's words furrowed Chen Pingon's brow. However, upon reflection, he realized her concerns were not entirely unfounded. Had he been an ordinary man, he might have fit her description. She was merely looking out for her daughter's future happiness, a sentiment that was inherently selfish yet understandable. Nevertheless, hearing her words left Chen Pingon feeling somewhat uncomfortable, though not necessarily angry. To his surprise, Li Runin's response to her mother was unexpectedly assertive. Mom, how can you say that about Pingon? I believe he was wronged and manipulated in the past. We must not be so selfish. We should appreciate his kindness, given that he just saved my father. If he cannot find a wife, it would only be right for me to marry him. I'll call him to see where he is. You mustn't bring this up when he arrives, Li Runin declared, promptly opening the door only to find Chen Pingon standing there. You, when did you arrive? Li Runin exclaimed, hurriedly shutting the door to prevent her mother from seeing him. I've been here for a while, Chen Pingon replied candidly. At his words, Li Runin's face paled. Did you overhear my conversation with my mom? Chen Pingon nodded, not denying it. Let me explain. My mom, Li Runin began, but was swiftly interrupted by Chen Pingon. You needn't explain. I understand your mother's perspective. Every parent wishes for their child's future happiness, and she has merely misunderstood our situation. To avoid further misconceptions, I want to go inside. I've stabilized your father's chronic condition with acupuncture. Just brew these herbs for him, and he'll recover in 2 treatments. With that, Chen Pingon handed Li Runin a large bundle of medicinal herbs before turning to leave. Chen Pingon, Li Runin instinctively called out to him. Is there anything else? He paused but did not turn back. Thank you for saving my father. If you truly cannot find a wife, Her last words faltered, unable to escape her lips. Chapter 127, The Book of Wonders. Rest assured, I do not indulge in local temptations. Moreover, I am already wed. With that, Chen Pingon departed from the hotel, leaving Li Runin standing dazedly in place. He is married? Hadn't he just emerged from prison? Li Runin muttered to herself, bemused. She had thought that Chen Pingon's declaration of marriage was merely a ruse to dissuade her from overthinking. They were far too familiar with each other. She understood that he would never openly pursue her. However, she found herself agreeing with her mother's earlier remarks. A man like Chen Pingon, who had served time and had his medical license revoked, would undoubtedly struggle to secure a respectable job. His prospects were limited to roles such as a security guard or a food delivery worker, making it exceedingly difficult for him to find a wife in the future. Should she take the initiative? Lee Runen felt a pang of inner conflict. After leaving the hotel where Lee Runen's family was staying, Chen Pingon secured a room in a nearby establishment. He dared not stray too far, fearing he might be unable to respond promptly should any unforeseen circumstances arise with Lee's father. Having checked into the hotel and received his room key, he entered the elevator just as Mu Wanqing and her friend Qin Shiyu arrived at the hotel entrance in their car. The two had just arrived in Jiangzhou and had coincidentally booked a room at the same hotel as Chen Pingon. Upon reaching his room, Chen Pingon organized his belongings and opened his weathered canvas bag, from which a wolf mask tumbled out. This mask had been taken from the face of the manager at Jiuxing KTV, a token from the time he had rescued Mu Wanqing and Qin Shiyu. In his haste to return to Jiangzhou due to Lee Runen's father's critical condition, he had grabbed the bag without thinking, and the mask had accompanied him. Chen Pingon tossed the wolf mask onto the bed, took a warm shower, and retrieved the golden needle gifted to him by the provincial leader. He pricked his finger with it, allowing a drop of blood to emerge, which the needle swiftly absorbed. A familiar scene unfolded once more. A brilliant golden light erupted from the needle, illuminating the entire room. The light then seemed to contract, condensing into a small point before silently merging into Chen Pingon's forehead. A sudden pain shot through his head, but he remained calm, enduring it silently. Gradually, the pain subsided, and his mind became inundated with an abundance of esoteric knowledge. Skills in alchemy, herbal cultivation, array formation, artifact refinement, as well as methods for both poisoning and detoxifying, along with arts such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. All of these varied forms of knowledge appeared out of thin air in his consciousness, including the 9 Dragons medical canon he had previously mastered. Chen Pingon recognized this as the Book of Wonders contained within the 4th Golden Needle. These teachings were the culmination of various extraordinary techniques collected by the Dragon Tomb Palace over millennia, truly encompassing a vast array of wisdom. He immediately chose to study alchemy, for he believed that consuming elixirs to enhance his inner strength would be one of the fastest ways to elevate his cultivation. In the solitude of his hotel room, Chen Pingon dedicated 2 days to studying the alchemical techniques from the Book of Wonders, mastering less than 1/10 of it. Just as he was about to head to the apothecary to procure herbs for his first attempt at alchemy, Lee Runen's urgent call came through. "Pingon, come quickly." As soon as he answered, her frantic voice reached him, only to be abruptly cut off. Fearing that something had gone awry with Lee's father's condition, Chen Pingon hurried to the hotel where she was staying. Upon arriving at Lee Runen's door, he discovered it ajar. Without a second thought, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. To his astonishment, he was immediately enveloped from behind by a pair of gentle arms. Recognizing the fragrance wafting from behind him, he instinctively knew it was Lee Runen. Stunned, a bittersweet smile crept across his face. Chapter 128. Lee Runen's confession. As Chen Pingon pondered how to clarify things with Lee Runen, she had already moved from behind him to stand face to face. Her gentle hands, once clasped around his waist, now caressed his cheeks as she offered a tender kiss. Chen Pingon was stunned. He had always regarded the tomboyish Lee Runen as a close comrade, a true brother. Never did he imagine that one day he would be forcibly kissed by his good pal. Lee Runen's kiss was artless, merely pressing her lips against his face. Indeed, Chen Pingon felt like he was being gnawed on. Clearly, her inexperience led to this awkwardness, leaving him with the sensation of being nuzzled by a pig. Chen Pingon hastily pushed Lee Runen away, wiping the saliva from his face. "Runen, what are you doing?" he exclaimed, both wiping his face and expressing his annoyance. By seeing Chen Pingon's reaction, Lee Runen's cheeks flushed crimson, and she felt an urge to disappear into the ground. However, she stood her ground. "I know you might think I'm trying to repay you for saving my dad, but I've always seen you as a brother. Saving your dad was the right thing to do, just like I'd rush to help anyone injured on the highway. You don't need to offer your body as repayment. I don't want or need that. It makes me feel like I'm taking advantage of you," Chen Pingon said earnestly. "No, Chen Pingon, let me explain. It's not entirely as you imagine. I admit there was an element of gratitude in my actions, but that was just the catalyst. The truth is, I've harbored feelings for you since high school. You were always so exceptional, and I felt unworthy. I never dared to confess. Now that you're facing a low point in your life, I fear that if I don't seize this opportunity, you'll look down on me once you've overcome this adversity. That's why I mustered the courage to tell you all this today. Please don't reject me, okay? Even if you never escape this predicament, I'm willing to stay by your side forever. I'll take care of you," Lee Runen bravely declared, and without waiting for Chen Pingon's response, she threw herself into his arms. Clutching him tightly, as if trying to meld into his very being, she murmured softly in his embrace. For some reason, seeing Chen Pingon again had intensified her infatuation. There was an aura about him that captivated her, leaving her deeply and irrevocably ensnared. Hearing Li Runen's words, Chen Ping'an froze. He had never realized that she had secretly loved him for so many years. Listening to her murmurs, he remembered that she was also a woman, forced by circumstances to become a tomboy. She, too, was a girl with dreams of love. If there was anyone in this world whom Chen Ping'an could trust, besides his mother and sister, it was Li Runen. He instinctively embraced her. Having been betrayed, he now cherished those who treated him well. He valued his bond with Li Runen. Rejecting her now would surely cause her immense pain. He didn't want to hurt anyone who loved and cared for him. With this in mind, Chen Ping'an cupped Li Runen's face, gazing into her affectionate eyes. He couldn't resist lowering his head. This was Li Runen's first kiss, and she was somewhat at a loss, but she didn't resist, responding ardently to Chen Ping'an. She had rented an apartment for her parents yesterday and moved them in. All in anticipation of this moment, Li Runen kicked the door shut and, taking Chen Ping'an's hand, led him to the soft bed in the hotel room. Soon, they were both unclothed. Though not from a wealthy family, Li Runen had worked in a KTV for years, sheltered from the sun and wind, leaving her skin fair, delicate, and smooth. Li Runen lived up to her tomboy reputation, taking the initiative even more than Chen Ping'an, grabbing his hand and pressing it against her body, touching her softness. Chen Ping'an's mind went blank, leaving only instinct. Chapter 129, Success in Refining the Peiyuan Pill. Weren't you already married? Just as Chen Ping'an was about to step forward, Li Runen suddenly posed this question. Originally, her intention was to tease Chen Ping'an about his current lack of stubbornness. However, her words left him momentarily paralyzed. Indeed, although he and Mu Wanqing had not consummated their marriage and were set to divorce in 3 months, they had nonetheless registered their union. Should he engage with Li Runen today, it would undoubtedly be considered infidelity. Moreover, if this matter were to reach the ears of old Master Mu, who might then leverage it against him to prevent the impending divorce with his granddaughter, Mu Wanqing, it would spell trouble. Given the circumstances, it was apparent that old Master Mu was acquainted with his master and maintained a favorable relationship, as evidenced by the 2 golden needles entrusted to him for safekeeping. Chen Ping'an could not allow any evidence to fall into old Master Mu's hands. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Chen Ping'an swiftly pushed Li Runen away, hastily donning his clothing. Li Runen was taken aback by his intense reaction, momentarily rendered speechless. When she regained her composure, she was astonished to see Chen Ping'an had dressed in an almost unbelievable haste. Runen, grant me a few months. I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer then. I have pressing matters to attend to, Chen Ping'an declared, turning on his heel and departing without waiting for her to object. He recognized the pleasure that could be derived from intimacy with Li Runen, yet he knew he must exercise restraint to avoid future complications. After leaving the hotel, Chen Ping'an sought a tranquil spot to quell the tempest of emotions stirred by Li Runen before making his way to the herbal medicine shop. He endeavored to redirect his focus toward the art of alchemy, attempting to distract himself. Chen Ping'an resolved to practice with the simplest elixirs, the Peiyuan pill and the Yanyan pill. However, even the most basic ingredients required for these potions necessitated a thorough search throughout Jiangzhou City. To facilitate his alchemical pursuits, he opted to leave the hotel and return home, shutting the door behind him to immerse himself in the study of alchemy, so engrossed that he lost track of time. By the time he successfully concocted his first batch of Peiyuan pills, 2 days had already elapsed. Eagerly, he consumed one. While it did not enhance his power, it fortified his foundation, nourished his yin, and invigorated his yang. Within 10 minutes, he felt the fatigue accumulated over 2 sleepless days dissipate, rejuvenating his spirit. It is worth noting that even someone of his profound cultivation struggled to endure such an ordeal. Yet, this modest Peiyuan pill restored his vitality in a way that far surpassed conventional health supplements available on the market, devoid of any adverse effects. The successful refinement of the Peiyuan pill significantly boosted Chen Ping'an's confidence in tackling more advanced concoctions. After his excitement subsided, he discovered that his phone had died from lack of battery. Upon recharging and powering it on, he found that Gao Weiwei had called him multiple times and sent several messages, urging him to meet her at the renowned underground boxing venue, the Golden Belt Boxing Gym. As soon as he saw her messages, it was then that Chen Ping'an recalled the Southwest King Championship was set to commence that morning at 9 o'clock at the Golden Belt Boxing Gym. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was nearly 11. The championship had already been in progress for over an hour. Without delay, he hurried towards the Golden Belt Boxing Gym. Chapter 130, Apologize to me, and I may consider allowing you entry. As Chen Ping'an alighted from his vehicle at the entrance of the Golden Belt Boxing Gym, he found a throng of individuals engaged in a heated dispute with the security personnel, all wielding tickets in hand. To his astonishment, among the crowd were his wife, Mu Wanqing, and Qin Shiyu. "Brother, what on earth is happening?" Chen Ping'an inquired curiously, approaching a young man on the periphery. "What else could it be? We've been swindled," the young man lamented. "The underground forces from the 3 southwestern provinces are holding the Southwestern King Championship here today. Many of us purchased tickets online, eager to witness the event, yet the security has barred our entry, claiming the venue is at capacity. They neither allow us inside nor refund our tickets. Isn't that infuriating?" The young man assumed Chen Ping'an was in the same predicament. At that moment, Mu Wanqing and Qin Shiyu noticed Chen Ping'an, momentarily taken aback. Their first thought was that he had been following them from Long City to Jiazhou. Anger flared within them as they approached. "Chen Ping'an, how dare you stalk us all the way from Long City to Jiangzhou? Do you have no shame? I've already told you that we have no future together. I have someone I care for, and in 3 months, we will be divorced. I advise you not to waste your time on me any longer. If you continue this behavior, do not blame me for being unkind." Mu Wanqing glared at him, seething. Unbeknownst to her, the very hero she admired was the man standing before her. "Uft, Miss Mu, how thick-skinned you are. Which eye of yours saw me stalking you? You really are quite self-absorbed. And let me reiterate, I have no interest in you whatsoever, so please, spare me your delusions." Chen Ping'an chuckled at Mu Wanqing's arrogance. "You are still making excuses. If you weren't following us, why are you here?" Mu Wanqing nearly broke down in tears, holding back her emotions as she confronted him again in front of the crowd. "Isn't it obvious? I am here to attend the Southwestern King Championship. Am I supposed to be chasing after you? You wish to enter the event, do you not? Given our past acquaintance, if you apologize, I might consider allowing you to join me inside." Chen Ping'an replied earnestly. "Bah, you can't even get in yourself, yet you claim you can take us with you. What deceitful intentions do you harbor? You merely want us to apologize and then slip away." Qin Shiyu interjected sharply. "Alas, I have extended an opportunity to you, yet you choose to squander it. Do not blame me for forgetting our prior relationship." Chen Ping'an shook his head, then dialed Gao Weiwei. Before long, Gao Weiwei emerged from the gym, her expression serious, a badge identifying her as an organizer hanging prominently from her neck. Upon seeing the badge, the security quickly parted the crowd, creating a pathway for her. "Senior, you haven't encountered any trouble these past few days, have you? We were worried sick when your calls went unanswered and your messages were ignored." Gao Weiwei approached Chen Ping'an, scrutinizing him for injuries before she spoke. "What could possibly happen? It's quite crowded here. Let's go inside and discuss." Chen Ping'an replied, walking toward the entrance with Gao Weiwei hastily following. The security, recognizing Gao Weiwei's authority, treated Chen Ping'an with utmost respect. This scene left Mu Wanqing and Qin Shiyu utterly astonished.